What's up, everybody? Hello and welcome to your Saturday Master Runeterra and GGtoor tournament. I'm your host, MonteXristo, and today I'm joined by my pal, Aikado. Aikado, how are you feeling today? It's been a while since we've been on the desk together, and boy, I'm excited.
It's been a hot minute, but yeah, I'm excited today. First really big tournament of the new patch. We've sort of gotten a couple weeks to, figure out what's good and what isn't. So I'm really excited to see what's able to actually come out on top here, it should be fun. It should be a lot of fun.
Yeah, there's lots of new decks coming out in the meta, and maybe the return of some old ones. We had a little bit of a chance to look through some of these deck lists, and some people are on some spice today. But out of all the new decks that have shown up, which champion do you think is the strongest Aikado, and which deck do you think is the strongest?
I think the strongest champion is probably Annie. I think that Annie is incredibly splashable. And honestly, there's like 10 or 15 different like really good Annie decks. Like mid-range Noxus has really just been revived by Annie. She's also splashable into aggro. She's just an incredibly strong champion. Though, there's also going to be a lot of Bard. I think that Bard ended up being a really strong champion as well, who just, you don't like lean into his synergy. You just like sometimes get extra charms and sometimes they just like automatically win you the game. It's a very difficult champion to play against. And yeah, I think that both of those ended up being really strong.
My favorite new champion is Legion Deserter.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, that's a good one, right?
Legion Deserter is a solid card. God,
Uh,
I as somebody who's played a lot of Disintegrate decks, I don't lose to Legion Deserter a lot, but the first time that I try and play a fair deck, I'm gonna cry. That thing gets really big
it
really
gets so
fast.
big so fast. I love that Viego Noxus is like a legitimate deck now. I've always tried to make this kind of a deck archetype work, and it's never quite been there. But with Haunted Tomb and the Deserter, you just have enough threats that it kind of never runs out of gas, so long as you draw well, anyways.
Oh, do you actually run Haunted Tomb in that?
As a one or
Okay,
two of,
okay.
yeah.
Okay, I see.
Depends what matchups you're trying to hit. I think because it just brings
Yeah.
back your Legion Deserter. But we are going to take a look at a Viego deck, as well as a Karma Victor deck, and a Foundry deck from Smooth Soloist. He's a very notable EU player, and we've got the Kindred Viego Elise deck up on screen for you guys here. This is a pretty standard list from what I've seen. He's got the Undergrowth Splash in, that's kind of your flex slot there. Got the one of Haunted Tomb, and then you just have all these spiders for your Elise plan, as well as having all these massive units in the Legion Deserter, in the Hydrovine, in the Viego, just to kind of take over, get on the board, sit there, and just take over the game. Aikado, do you have thoughts on this deck?
I think that this deck is really strong. The biggest thing that it does is just run out these huge units that have to be answered on site. Because if Viego or Legion Deserter or Hydrovine sits on board for any amount of time, they will absolutely tear you apart. The other thing that this deck does, like it just quietly draws a million cards. I think that most lists are usually on more than one leech.
Mhm.
But like with this glimpse as well, like you're just constantly cycling through your deck. And even when your opponent's able to answer your big units, you're just outvaluing them a lot of times. This is a really strong deck. I like the one of Katarina, but Kindred's good too. Kindred's cool too.
I'm with you. I also like the one of Katarina. But the next deck we have for you guys from Smooth's lineup is, I believe, Viktor Karma. It is Viktor Karma indeed. And he's got the new Ionian Telstones in there. He's also got a Piltovan Telstones. But otherwise, this is a very normal Viktor Karma list from what I've seen. I think Seinen might not be normally included. Usually there might be a few more Pharaoh's Financiers, but Smooth, sticking to his aggro soul, is playing a couple Boom Baboons in that slot to be able to give him access to Flame Chompers.
I do think it's really interesting. Victor Karma had sort of come into a resurgence at the end of last season, but when it was coming back in, it was with the whole discard package. It's triple Boom Baboon. It was some Zonite Urchins. There was the cycling there, and it looks like we're getting into game number one here with Smooth Swallowist against TH Chem,
Bro,
and
he hit the matchup.
we
This
didn't
is
quite hit the or see the third deck, but the third deck that Smooth Swallowist brought is Foundry. It is Teemo Ezreal Foundry with a one of Karina, which is a pretty interesting deck in current year.
I'm a big fan. I know you and I both really enjoy this deck, so I wonder if Smooth can make it work. But we were talking a little bit about it before the broadcast, and it's kind of like why are we playing this one over another Ezreal deck at this point? Fun,
it
sure, but
it is
that
funny that one of the biggest strengths that this deck used to have was that Ezreal can burst lethal you from like 8 to 12 HP. But Ezreal nowadays just kind of does that anyway. Uh, Interestingly enough, we are looking like we're playing against Pantheon. And Pantheon isn't as good of a matchup as you would expect it to be. I know that I had tested this deck out quite a bit in the last couple seasons to like potentially be beating Pantheon. And it isn't as consistently beating Pantheon as you'd like it to be, even though you have all of these freezes. And you know, with that Broadwing there, that card doesn't really care about your freezes. It's kind of just going after your Puffcat Peddler.
Definitely one of the major strengths of the formidable keyword. It completely ignores that any frostbite effect that hits it. And here we are going to see the chem take a full swing here. And Smooth is going to reply with this not twin disciplines, troll chance. We've been seeing too much Ionia in the meta. Freljord's been out for a while.
Yeah, troll chance a good enough card. It's been quietly the strongest combat trick for a long time, just sort of held back by the lower power level of Freljord. But even there, you see it just blowing out 2 blocks there is just great. But even still, TH Chem was able to push 6 damage with this White Flame. White Flame with a Zenith Blade. Of course, this thing is going to get huge. And, we have these 2 Thermos sitting in our hand, and they're never actually going to be able to kill anything. Oh, and then swinging Teemo into a Sharp Sight feels bad.
Teemo wants to get in and double those puff caps, but he's never going to get the chance when there's this massive dragon in the way. Still, second Peddler's going to hit the board now with the Foundry online already, and 2 Peddlers on the board. Smooth is going to be able to start accelerating his game plan very, very quickly.
The issue is that if there's like a Cataclysm or something, we don't have any actual freezes that hit this big dragon. We can like buff up our unit a little bit to take a little bit less overwhelm damage, but otherwise we're looking at a pretty big swing here, and it's getting pretty scary. This Foundry is drawing us 2 cards, so if we end up drawing, like a 3 Sisters off the top, I think that'd be best hit. But until then, it's a little bit scary.
Yeah, it is getting spooky. Like you said, Pantheon maybe beats this deck a little bit more consistently than it should.
Yeah, and Pantheon's an okay card, as it turns out.
Yeah, maybe just a little bit of an okay card. He's going to come down eventually. Doesn't even need to make an appearance with this current game state, though.
Yeah. No, it's the beauty of the Pantheon deck, right? Is that most of the time it doesn't even need Pantheon. The combination of these smaller faded units that don't stay small for long, plus Zenith Blade, maybe a cat on top, and you have some pretty scary units. TH Chem dropping Yuumi on top of this dragon means that in a couple of attacks they're going to be getting a special for free. And they actually take the pass on a full 10 mana, deciding that the 10 mana of Smooth Swallow-Wisp is a little bit too scary. They don't want to swing into the freezes, and it's a really interesting pass. I feel like that tells us that they have Pantheon or something.
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely telling us something. I almost wonder if it was a misclick. I think you just have to start getting the resources out of their hand. This Foundry deck is very happy to take passes like that and gain more mana. That's why it was offered in the first place. Here, Smooth is going to be presented with an option to save this Ezreal or just give it up and move on to the next one. I think you have to hold the freeze.
I agree. I think that second Ezreal in hand means that you probably just say, okay, here, if you use this 3 Sisters right now, then, suddenly you're open on the next attack. It's a little bit scary, but it looks like Smooth Swallow is deciding that saving this Ezreal.
I like this. This was the other option, right? You can use the Entomb to get rid of this Yuumi altogether, as well as protecting your Ezreal.
That is a good point. I completely forgot about the Entomb option. It gets rid of the cat, and it saves you for next turn. And then the Troll Chant to beat the second single combat. I mean, we're just all in on this Ezreal. We'll see if it was able to actually survive through. Still 6 mana from TH Chem. But,
Smooth going to be able to flip it this turn as well with the Thermo Beams if he likes. Should be at about 4 out of 6 now, maybe 5.
Yeah. I think we have the double arrow, so yeah, it looks like 4. And I think I'm down to use the 2 Thermos. The Thermos are dead at this point. Mm-hmm. Like, all of the units are too big. I think that 0 mana Thermos just to flip our Ezreal and start pinging down the Nexus seems pretty valuable to me. Plus, we have all this refill with the Foundry just coming through every single turn. That's one of the big power points of this Foundry deck is that all of your cards are cheaper than your opponents. So usually you're able to abuse all of these extra cards a lot more.
Not to mention we had both peddlers on the board as well, so each one of those was going to be 6 shrooms. I think he probably should have gone for it, but we'll see if if he has enough resources here to keep his HP total high enough that he can make it into the next turn. Because THChem most likely has a rally or a cataclysm or some way to attack again.
Yeah, thankfully we do have the Icedale Archer, so if we're really scared, we can commit that after the attack. Oh, and the Troll Chant is just coming out again. Now, admittedly, since we do have the Foundry on board, opponent has drawn, I'm certain, a handful of buffs here that are going to probably still pressure our units.
Mm-hmm. Almost certainly.
Choose on if they want to kill Ezreal. And it looks like Ezreal survived.
If we hit resolve, do we want to save the peddler though? That seems worse than just using the
Brittle Steel. Yeah. It feels like we probably just could have used the thermos, but we're cashing it in right now, just to be able to get the extra mushrooms off of the peddler. I don't hate it. I think it's fine.
Yeah.
It's not ideal. You don't feel great about it, right? You know, freezing a formidable unit doesn't really do much. But still, it's all right.
It's going to give Ezreal that 1 extra point of HP to let him beat another Pale Cascade. It's also going to let your peddler shuffle some stuff in. And there's a sharp sight, so now it's doomed. Except we have Mystic Shots.
Yeah, the nice thing about Formidable, if you're playing against it, is that damage-based removal actually turns into a combat trick, actually lowering the damage that the Broadwing is able to put out. Probably the only reason that Broadwing is allowed to exist, right? Is that in a theoretical world where your opponent doesn't have 30 buffs, you know, you can stop it from killing your things. Copium.
Yeah, copium. It's extreme copium with this Foundry on the board, drawing to Chem a couple extra cards every turn. Like you said, is just going to have so many buffs in this hand. The deck doesn't run that many units. We've already seen most of them played out.
The other worry is that because we use so many combat tricks in this combat right here, a Cataclysm is really bad for us. Cataclysm onto Ezreal is showing like 5 damage, plus we lose our Ezreal. Yeah, there it is.
Is it trolling to Mystic Shot our own Ezreal and deny the damage?
I think it is trolling Ezreal, because the Ezreal in our hand is second Ezreal.
Yeah.
I don't think we're winning the game without it.
Okay, that's fair.
To be clear, I don't know if we're winning the game at this point anyway. It's pretty scary. Yeah, we have to use Ice Veil Archer post-combat just to not lose to another Cataclysm. That's how bad we feel at this point.
The other Wounded White Flame is coming back this turn as well.
Oh, I forgot about that one.
Drawing. That's one shroom.
How many shrooms do they have? Maybe like 40?
Yeah. That would be ambitious, I think. Just going to take the Challenger off the board here, too.
Yeah, cashing in the Thermos now. You know, it's a bit of a bummer that we weren't able to do it on the previous turn. It feels like we missed out on a little bit of damage. You know, maybe opponent would be at like 12 or 10. And we'd be able to, you know, potentially push lethal, especially with the Get Excited top deck. And that's a lot of shrooms. That is a lot.
That's... wow.
Wait a second.
Hold up.
Okay, so with Ezreal on board, Get Excited is 4 damage. 3 Sisters is 3 damage. Static Shock is 3 damage as well. So what is that? That's lethal, right?
4 plus 3 plus 3, yeah.
Yeah, it's lethal
10.
plus
it's
1.
1 over.
So what we need to do is we need to get Ezreal down and then make it to next turn. Or we could just pass it down here, and our Get Excited's 3 damage, static is 1. We would need a little bit of help from mushrooms, so we probably need Ezreal to come down here, but it's winnable.
Oh, man.
It looks like we're passing it down. 45 puff caps in 14 cards, so on average we're drawing 3 puff caps, which isn't quite enough. We need to draw 5 if we don't get Ezreal down. And unfortunately, I think we have to get Ezreal down, but that looks like a Cataclysm or a Rally. So maybe not playing Ezreal was the play. One Shroom? Okay, that's a low roll. 3 more? Oh,
Oh
no!
no.
Oh,
Oh
Karina?
wait.
If they scout attack, we might be able to win.
It's possible.
But there's 4 massive overwhelm units coming through. And unfortunately, I don't think that our hand is going to be enough, especially with the spell shield on this Pantheon, make it so we can't even freeze it. Freeze a dragon, block with a couple units just isn't enough.
Yeah, there's no way out of this for Smooth in this position. He can attempt to kill off this Saga Seeker, put up blocks for the rest of them, and it's still just going to take way too much damage. And then if there is a rally, the Pantheon gets his scout attack still.
Yeah, it feels like you just had to slam the Ezreal and hope that it is enough to get you there. Now, we did see TH Kev end up putting a spell on the stack. It feels like your Ezreal would have died anyway. You might have just been dead. But at the same time, when you're in a situation like that where you need the burn, sometimes you just have to go for it.
Yeah, giving yourself some odds is better than giving yourself no odds. And I think
Exactly.
putting the Ezreal down is giving you slightly better odds. So
either way, though,
go for it.
That was pretty close. It was much closer than I expect that matchup normally to be. It feels like it should be a good matchup, right? You have all these freezes, you have all this uninteractable damage, but between sharp sights and strikes and just the biggest units on the planet starting on turn 4, it's a difficult one. It's a difficult one.
Yeah, definitely looks like it would be a good matchup on paper, right? But I guess when you get down to it, your units are just too small, the dragons get too big too fast, and it just becomes problematic for the Foundry deck to deal with. And now we're going to see the Marauders list up on screen. This is the latest Viego iteration.
Yeah, that's the Legion Deserter deck?
Yes.
And we have Foundry. We were talking about Foundry before the broadcast, and we are sort of like hypothesizing what decks it's actually beating in the meta. And I feel like this is probably going to be one of its better shots, is trying to beat this Viego deck.
Until your opponent flips Elise on turn 3.
Yeah, flipped Elise on turn 3 is a little bit,
How are we dealing with fearsomes again?
So Brittle Steel.
Yep.
Yeah.
And the Brittle Steel. And the Brittle Steel.
Okay, I hear you, but have you heard about my friend Triple Foundry?
The draw everyone wants to see.
Yeah.
On the bright side, we have Aloof to kill this Deserter that's about to come out, or Hydrovine maybe.
It is kind of sad that our Aloof has been nerfed and no longer is a fearsome blocker. So I assume that we're just slamming Foundry. Honestly, probably the right move. You just need to accelerate this game and hope that you're able to draw into something, because right now you're staring down 11 damage on turn 4. Now, admittedly, we're going to take a little bit less than that. We probably want to commit the Troll Chant as well, but this deck also runs like Disintegrate and Flock, so you can't even really reliably, expect your Peddler to survive. We have to commit the Troll Chant to get 0 damage onto Peddler.
Yeah.
Otherwise, it's just dead.
That's really funny and also really sad. We're at 10 HP and it's turn 5. Okay, we drew a Teemo. That's something.
Teemo and a Get Excited, maybe we can get there.
There's a possibility.
Okay, maybe we can't get there.
It's not happening. It's over. It's doomed.
No, okay. So we have the Get Excited, so Elise isn't really pushing damage next turn.
Hydrovine's gone. Things are going right for Smooth here. He's got the Mystic Shot. He's got the Get Excited. He's got a Peddler on board still. Got the Foundry down, and there's the Viego.
It was looking so good for a second.
Amazing.
Okay. So 3 Sisters off the top. Flash Freeze is better.
That's good. That's
better.
Good.
Okay.
We're not dead yet.
We Get Excited in Elise. We freeze a Diego. We only take 5 this turn.
Half our HP.
Yeah. Are we dead to Atrocity?
Not yet. Not yet. There's no Atro target on the board if we freeze the Viego.
True. You are correct that this turn there is not an Atro target. One thing that's nice about the triple Foundry draw, though, is that we can just throw out...
Wait, I lied. There is an Atro target. They can just Atro the Elise.
Oh, wait. No, but that loses the Brittle Steel, bro. You can't just rip that into Brittle Steel, right?
They wouldn't use the Get Excited if they had Brittle Steel. They'd just use that.
What do you mean? You have to kill Elise eventually.
True. True.
Okay. So we take 5. Oh, we actually take 6 because of the ordering. I didn't even think about that. Viego making that play a little bit rough for us. Yeah, and there's the flock that we played around earlier. Okay.
So unfortunate for the side of Smooth here. Absolutely nothing can go his way in this game.
We have 1, 2, 3, 4. Ezreal's like, what, 4 out of 6?
Mm-hmm.
You know, maybe we get an Ezreal down. They don't have removal. We get in, we hit face, we draw a couple freezes.
Okay.
It could be good.
Can we get in now? Or are we about to get...
Okay, yeah. I mean, they're cheating. It looks like they might have, like, Despair here.
We still get a Mystic Shot. It's some burn.
True. Though, to be honest, I would say if they do have Despair, that would adequately summarize my feelings from the Foundry side here. But it's actually just going to be Vengeance instead.
Oh, okay. The horror.
Do we just slam second Foundry? It's just like, bro, we need another freeze.
Can you? I think you need. I don't know. I don't think there's anything Smooth can do to actually take the game.
Okay. So if we draw double Brittle Steel, okay, it's not enough. Okay, Brittle Steel plus Flash Freeze.
Okay.
Block, Brittle Steel, Flash Freeze. We only take 2. Okay, just kidding. They're doing the chaining thing, which is OP.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Maybe we lost. You know, who's to say?
I think we lost.
May they develop into Archer? Okay.
It's a possibility, but this is looking like an open attack, so your play skills might be good, Aikado, but your fortune reading skills not so much.
Feels bad, man. I tried
no
to
tarot
see the
cards
lines.
for you.
I know. But no, that was kind of a nuts opening. You know, we can see sort of why this Viego deck is so strong, especially if you don't have early fearsome blockers. The Elise can be really difficult to deal with for a lot of decks on curve, and then it just keeps curving into these massive units. You can't deal with any of them, and suddenly you're taking 1,000,000 damage. TH Chem able to take the quick 2-0 against Foundry, and Smooth Swallowist is on that spice, but not quite able to find the win here.
Yeah, very, very quick 2-0 against Foundry. That's confirmation for both you and I that we should not consider bringing it. Should not be a tournament choice for us.
I think that the Pantheon game was probably a lot closer than it. I think that we could have won the Pantheon game.
Yeah, I think so too. I think if we flipped the Ezreal with the thermo beams that turn, we might have had enough damage to get there.
It was close. It was close. You know, and just that little bit of copium there, you know, that's enough to bring me in. That's enough to get me to consider trying it.
It is just such a fun deck. I don't blame Smooth at all for bringing it today. But that Viego deck, that really, really at least showed her stuff in that game, right? She came down on 2. We had the House Spider on 3, and she's leveled. How are you dealing with that? People aren't wasting their pings on 1/1 spiders right now. People aren't blocking the 1/1 spider because they don't care about their HP or they don't have a blocker on that turn. At least flips so quickly and so regularly in this deck, and that giving your entire board fearsomes, even if they're chumpy units, lets you get in there every single turn because
it feels like the type of deck that, like, you know, if we had Thermo on curve, maybe we're fine. But then, like, we're Thermoing Elise. In a deck that has, you know, Viego and Legion Deserter and Hydra Vine that all have to be answered, and you're using your thermogenic beam on Elise, you know, it just feels pretty bad. It's a very difficult deck to deal with. It's very difficult because it just has so many threats. It looks like we're hopping into a game between Sari and the Siren Song, and this looks like Talia Ziggs mirror, if I had to guess.
Yeah, not something I expected to see today. Talia Ziggs is the deck that I feel is like a little bit subpar on the ladder right now. Maybe it's still an excellent tournament choice, but it definitely wasn't one I was expecting to see.
I think it's still a pretty solid deck. It's beating quite a bit of the meta. I think it actually has a pretty decent matchup into Thralls, especially. So I could definitely see it being a solid deck. It's its own proactive game plan. It's very difficult to deal with, and it looks like, I mean, we're stunning up this arsenal here, and Siren Song's at 2 HP, and there's a flipped Ziggs on the other board. It's a little bit scary. It's a precarious position.
Not to mention the hourglass in the hand for the side of Sari as well. I think this one is safe to call over, Aikado. There is nothing from Siren Song's side that they can do to stop this proactive hourglass, and just as on the turn rollover, the Ziggs is going to just go ahead and deal that last 2 bits of burn.
Yeah, I mean, having the stun available this turn to deny the Arsenal from getting in, as well as the Arsenal not rolling Lifesteal. There's a lot of keywords on that boy, and Lifesteal is not one of them, which feels pretty bad for you. Even if there wasn't the stun, you're still in a rough position, and this Hourglass is just going to feel so bad. It's so difficult to deal with, and that's probably going to end up being game here.
Yeah,
but yeah, Talia Ziggs, it's an okay deck.
Yeah, definitely. It's a deck that I'm very fond of myself. I'm a big... I'm really high on the Hexplosive Minefields and the Desert Naturalists. I like playing for these big tempo swingy turns. I know some other very prominent Talia Ziggs players like Beastlama and even Cameron Hanzo don't like that package at all. They've moved the deck entirely into that combo aspect of, I want to duplicate my champions, I want to get multiple Ziggs out on the board. And while I think that is a perfectly fine way to play, you're going to suffer when you're staring down things like that big 8/6 Scout, Impact, Overwhelm, Regen, the Arsenal.
Yeah. No, the Hexplosive Minefield just gives you so much power in this deck. It's a massive development punisher that your opponent always has to keep in the back of their mind. It's a very difficult card to play around, but one of the cool things about Ziggs Talia is that if you decide that you don't want the Hexplosive Minefield, you can splash into almost anything. Some people are on the Targon version with Chip. Some people have been trying out the Noxus version with Ravenbloom. There's a whole lot of options available to you, and I think that's one of the cool things about Talia Ziggs. You can even go Bilgewater for the list.
I even saw Beastlama playing a Shadow Isles version for Haunted Tomb.
Oh my god.
Yeah. It's a very cool list, and it's become very flexible very quickly, so I think it's one of the better champion pairings in the game right now. But we have Pantheon up on the screen right now, up against Talia Ziggs, run back from the Siren Song. Now, this is a bad matchup. It's not good for Talia Ziggs anyways, it's good for Pantheon. If you have the Hexplosive Minefields and you can leverage them effectively, or if you go for a big burn turn with Ziggs, it's possible to come out ahead, but Pantheon is just going to get really big really quickly, and you have no real good way of dealing with these units once they're above that 4 HP mark, which they can achieve very, very easily.
Yeah, no, it's very difficult to deal with them. We see the White Flame come down. There's a Zenith Blade in hand, and a Yuumi, and a Pantheon, and even a Hush, just in case your opponent does end up stacking up a big champion with Overwhelm. But Siren Song is taking advantage of a relatively slow hand from Sari. It's gone wide pretty quickly. This Devout is such a hard card to play around, such a hard card to deal with, because even if you end up killing it and getting a favorable trade, it leaves behind that landmark. You're just furthering your opponent's win condition and just giving them another landmark to end up blowing up. So, very smart play there from Sari, a very strong player, of course, not swinging in there and giving them the Devout, because if so, a Naturalist on this turn just would have been absolutely awful for him.
Yeah, you really don't want to be popping those Endless Devouts. Just because of exactly that reason. And speaking of the Naturalist, there it is. It is going to come down onto the Scrappy Bomb there and create a Rock Bear anyways, but be a lot worse if there was a 5/3 on the board.
Yeah. Why does this Pantheon card have a barrier? Why does the guy that's already unkillable have a barrier? As a development punisher, just making this attack feel bad. This attack shouldn't feel bad. You should be pushing a lot of damage and feel real good about yourself, but a champion coming down with the barrier just it takes the wind out of your sails just a little bit.
Yeah, it really does. It makes you feel quite bad about doing something that should be quite good and should feel quite good. Pantheon, I guess, was designed as a unit that was supposed to come down early and grow and advance his win condition while being on the board as well. But as it turns out, when you can build the deck in a way that you can get these dragons coming down and growing and dealing overwhelm damage, Pantheon doesn't need to come down. And when he does come down, being a 5/3 or whatever he is after a single buff is more than enough to actually.
Yeah. If your boy's always hitting scout anyway, 6 attack is usually enough, right? And we see a Zenith Blade coming down. I do like that we're diversifying our threats here. We'll see where we slap the Yuumi. I think either direction, either on Pantheon or on the White Flame is pretty solid here.
Well, now you have it cut out for you. You're just going to go ahead and slam it on the Pantheon, prop that braided trigger. Actually, we're going to develop another unit. And this is also very reasonable.
But we tap out here, and Rite of the Arcane is suddenly a very real possibility that's pretty scary for us. It looks like Siren Song doesn't have it here or isn't willing to use it, just deciding to develop out wider instead. But tapping out there is always a little bit scary, but when you're staring down a 5-wide board like the Siren Song has, sometimes it's necessary. Sometimes it's something that you have to do.
Yeah, definitely is. Let me just pull up the Siren Song's deck list here and see if maybe they aren't necessarily on that full set of Rite of the Arcane, which would make Sari's play a little bit more explainable.
Yeah. I think that, when you're staring down this big board, it really is just a matter of, I just need to survive, because that if you survive this next attack, you're probably in a really strong position. You can get the Yuumi down. You have these really big swings that are really difficult for your opponent to deal with. But, at 10 HP, it's a matter of getting to that point, and this swing is pretty massive here. We have to block down.
As much as we can.
Yeah, I think that we're giving up a dragon here. Looks like Siren Song is considering not swinging with the Ziggs. Maybe doesn't have protection for it. It's a little bit telling that they're not willing to do that.
Yeah,
and
so no Hourglass in the hand from Siren Song. No, perhaps a Quicksand, but wants to save it for the defensive turn. Hard to say for sure, but these are the kind of reads that you can be taking from a play like that.
Yeah, I think we were really scared a moment ago from Sari's position, but now a little bit less so. I'm looking at this and I'm like, okay, they don't have Hourglass, which means that they probably aren't pushing a ton of damage in the next turn if they're not swinging with Ziggs. So I feel like I have a turn or two. Now, that might be wrong. Ziggs isn't flipped yet, but once he is, just pumps out a ton of damage. But we'll have to see. We are going to opt to Zenith Blade here. We're playing the one that opponent didn't see in hand, so we're just kind of, letting them know, like, hey, we drew a couple Zenith Blades.
You would know either way, right? Because this was still used for Daybreak, so...
Yeah, and to be fair, you're giving them a little bit of info ahead of time, before they... otherwise would have had it, but I don't think it's that big a deal.
Yeah, I mean, they could Rite of Negation it, I suppose. And that would deny them some info, but... for the most part.
Yeah. They might make a choice. There are choices to be made, but yeah. Either way, the Roiling Sands is pretty solid here, continuing to draw cards for a Siren Song, but the thing is, I don't know if we have to play a unit ever again from the Sari side.
This is perfectly okay for the side of Sari as well. Gonna take 4 damage on it, but has the option to either replay Yuumi and activate it that way, or just heal it back up. My guess is
I think
you want to save the heal for face and drop the Yuumi down here.
Yeah, Yuumi also is going to pump it at the beginning of the next turn. It feels like the Rite of the Arcane was to maybe dissuade an attack from us next turn. It's like, oh, we might lose our unit. But Yumi's just so good at healing that up. Remember when this unit was at 1 HP? Yeah, me neither. This dragon is just huge now. And
it's insane how much Yuumi does as well. She is so hard to remove. She keeps coming back, giving this deck value every single turn. As long as they have units, it's going to be awesome for Yuumi doesn't care, right? She's going to come down and proc your Pantheon level up. She's going to proc your Faded. She's going to grow your units. And she's just going to be another resource that, well, if you do grind them out of everything else, I've seen Yumi's win game. It's not common, but have you ever seen those screenshots of the Zenith Blade, Spell Shield, whatever, level 2 Yuumi just solo winning the game?
Yeah,
Like
it's like when Lee Sin used to win with, you know, just like
yeah,
a 10-10 goat. It's like
exactly.
instead we're just on cats now. And the cat's pretty solid. I'll admit it, I vastly underestimated how good the unit was. And you have to see Saga Seeker be, you know, like a 10 attack unit on turn 4 so many times before it's like, oh yeah, maybe this card's good. We see a
Maybe.
Siren Song lining up some blockers here. The overwhelm units means that even if we have an Hourglass to save the Ziggs, it doesn't really matter. And we're forcing down the blocks on the board. And suddenly this health total's a lot more close.
And if another champion comes out, we have Concerted Strike picked up now to deal with it as well.
I
And
love this pass, by the way. This pass is great from the Siren Song because you are playing around Cataclysm. You are scared of a Cataclysm coming down and just ruining your day. You don't want to play another unit because you lose the game instantly. Now, of course, we can see Saria's hand doesn't have the Cataclysm yet, but it's a very smart pass there from the Siren Song. But it's a scary position to be in. We were in such a commanding position just a couple turns ago, but it turns around so fast.
yeah, and leveled Pantheon hasn't even hit the board. We did see a base form Pantheon, but as it turns out, that was all the Siren Song needed.
Yeah, we'll see what they're able to do here. Maybe an Arsenal coming down. Although, even if you have the Arsenal, there's only 3 landmarks that have popped. You don't even have a flip Ziggs yet.
That's
So,
part of the reason why I don't like the Arsenal in this deck. I feel
well,
like
maybe you hit Scout Elusive Lifesteal.
well, there's Lifesteal.
Okay.
There's also
Lifesteal,
Concerted Strike.
no Spell Shield means that, you know... Okay, maybe they use Concerted Strike, and we Hourglass it, and then it comes out with the big, you know, with everything that we could want from it.
Okay, that's a plan.
It is funny that playing out any units here is literally just giving the Arsenal another chance at getting a Spell Shield.
It's true. Do we even rip the Concerted Strike here? I think we do while they're tapped out under Rite of Negation.
I think I'm fine waiting for next turn, because what we can do is just open attack. They line up a block, and then like we can Hush, we can Concerted Strike. We have, you know, everything available to us. We could even Concerted Strike right now. If they Hourglass, we could just Hush it,
Yeah.
and it'll come out Hushed again.
Exactly.
Yeah, no, I can see it. I can see it.
I don't know. I think either way is fine. Like you said, if you just wait till you open attack, then it forces them to use their mana on doing stuff that's not developing units, which they kind of need to do if they want even a chance of winning this game.
Hourglass is also like really terrible next turn, right?
Yeah.
Like we're giving them value on Hourglass when like it's a dead card next turn because you don't want to lose your blockers against overwhelm units. That doesn't do anything, right?
That's true. You convinced me, Aikado. I think because of that exact reason, waiting is a little bit better. I was just considering that they might have something like a Rite of Negation afterwards, but that doesn't really matter in this spot. Even if they use Rite of Negation, who cares? Pantheon gonna come down now, though.
Yeah, they would have to have like Quicksand. Like Quicksand is making an open attack here a little bit rough, and kind of the only reason we're not open attacking. And we play out a unit, chancing that that Arsenal might get a keyword that matters. You know, maybe a Spell Shield here, but it's actually just going to be the Challenger. Not the most useful keyword on a defensive turn, but, you know, it's a card.
Yeah, it would be great if we had gotten that last turn, but unfortunately for the Siren Song, did not. Rolled the one they really, really needed, Lifesteal, but unfortunately wasn't really able to make use of it.
Let's develop. So we're obviously playing around Quicksand, right? Like we're scared of Quicksand. That's why we didn't open attack. But, you know, this is kind of bad into Minefield. It's bad into... it's still bad into Quicksand if we're able to pop this this landmark, the Sarcophagus, and develop out, you know, an extra blocker. There's definitely a hand here from the Siren Song that's in a favorable position, but, you know, based on the way that they're roping this one out, it's a rough position to be in. No Challenger from the Pantheon is pretty good for us. That means that, you know, Siren Song doesn't have to worry about not being able to determine their own blockers. But another Challenger unit coming down means that suddenly... I mean,
Talia on the Minefield, though. This is going to stun out the big Wounded White Flame.
That's actually so huge. Siren Song didn't have the board space to be able to do this previously, and now the develop from Sari lets them play out the Talia and get that stun down. And suddenly, if we have a quicksand in hand, we're not in the worst position in the world. This is a winnable position.
It really is, and I'm amazed by it because it looked so very doomed with that open attack from Sorry. I'm surprised. I guess with no cataclysms, no rallies in hand, he decided that he needed to put a little bit more on the board first. He needed to kind of try and end it this turn for sure, and as a result, got a little bit burned.
Yeah, it feels bad. That's one of the powers of this Sharima deck is that the threat of quicksand is always looming. It's always so difficult to play around. Now, I do like that we ended up getting impact on our Pantheon. That means that we don't have to commit anything here. We just show lethal without having to put any spells on the stack. So Siren Song has to commit the blockers, and just going to go through here does mean that we end up losing the Arsenal. Which is a bummer. Arsenal is kind of your win condition, but you know, you get the lifesteal anyway. You're back up to 18 HP. Suddenly you're not losing the game. Especially if you have like a Ziggs here, you could be okay.
You're feeling like you're in a lot better spot, that's for sure. Something like the Herald of the Magus off the top could be great. Ziggs off the top could be great. Even an Hourglass with another Talia in hand, if you can duplicate her, would be interesting. Instead, we just have Rock Hoppers.
Yeah, the more that we see cards from this hand, the less good I feel about it. When we're just dropping out these Rock Hoppers, an opponent has an 18 attack dragon with Overwhelm on board. It's a little bit scary. Our open attack does cull down most of this board. You know, we can't really save Pantheon without this Concerted Strike if we, you know, want to kill it. Well, it looks like not going to pull Pantheon with the Talia means that we can definitely save Pantheon. You know, Concerted Strike does proc that Faded even if it gets denied. So, you know, pretty solid option for us. I don't know if I like these pulls.
Yeah, I think we have to be...
Oh. Maybe it's Absolver.
Yeah. If it's Absolver, it is Absolver.
Oh.
Okay.
Okay, we're pre-committing Absolver into Hush or Concerted, which is kind of a bummer, but we had to do it to show lethal, right? We had to do it to show lethal.
This was a play to win line from the Siren Song, which I can definitely commend and appreciate and respect. Unfortunately, that Pantheon has a keyword, and there's a Concerted Strike in hand.
Even if you're playing
to Hush.
Even if you're playing to win, shouldn't we order this a little bit differently? Shouldn't your fear should be before the lifesteal?
Yeah. Yeah.
Either way, we do see it come down. There's only one card in hand. The Concerted Strike comes out, and Concerted Strike is pretty big here. We'll see if Siren Song has the deny, and the last card is the deny, but Hush is going to make us a little bit.
Oh, wow. That is not what I was expecting.
Okay. I mean...
You still Hush it, right?
I know, no reason to, I guess, right? You aren't losing anything. You get your lifesteal.
That's fair.
And now I don't know if there's a top deck. Okay. Quicksand. Yeah. Quicksand maybe technically saves you?
Maybe.
So what, we take 7 from Pantheon, 10, 14? Quicksand, yeah. Quicksand saves you.
Yumi's not flipping because an attack got stopped. So yeah, Quicksand.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that they've only had one attack with Yumi. So yeah, Quicksand off the top would actually extend this game.
There's 2 in the list from the side of the Siren Song. They used their 1 unleashed energy, so no burst. Oh my god!
It is the Quicksand off the top, denying the lifesteal as well. Means that we could try to show lethal next turn. Of course, we see the Hush, so it's going to be a rough go of it, but the Quicksand making sure that we have a game here. Ooh, what a top deck.
Okay, so what needs to happen here for the Siren Song? They need to find another Absolver, at the very least. Or
if we draw another Absolver, we win, right? This Talia's... Oh, no, because they don't have to pre-commit Hush.
Yeah, they can... you can even just, like,
another Arsenal,
open attack.
It's
There's
Arsenal
only 1
with
in the list.
Scout... Oh, okay. Well... Wow.
Yeah. They found the Absolver. Let's see it. Let's see it. Let's see it. Doesn't matter that Sorry drew the Concerted Strike number 2 off the top. Let's see the Absolver. I gotta see it. Come on. Nope. No Absolver.
Okay, maybe it's landmark draw card into um um it's hard to say. It's hard
Hmm.
to say if there's a line that ends up getting the Siren Song out of this. And what was much closer of a game, I think, that it looked like. Ziggs especially. Remember when we were swinging for so much damage earlier this game? We had the Pantheon on the back foot, but Pantheon is just so strong at being able to restabilize the board, apply their own threats, and able to take down that game. And assumedly the series going to Sari there.
Yeah, Sari found his way to the victory there, was able to find the Pantheon early, put it down when he had no other units, made good use of it as a blocker, kept his HP high, then found the second one, and just kind of dirtled on that 2-unit board with all those Zenith Blades until he was able to safely put that Pantheon down. Didn't feel threatened by anything coming out from the side of the Siren Song. The Talia Ziggs deck, as we said at the start of the game, doesn't have anything that deals over that 4 damage mark. So it could be very, very hard for them to take out your units, and as a result, was able to find his way to the victory at the end.
Yeah, just kind of had everything that they needed. Really well played. Again, Talia Ziggs applied so much pressure, but able to weather the storm and just make it through there.
Yeah, maybe. So with that, we want to thank you all for joining us today for the first round, but we are gonna cut to a quick little break. We hope to see you guys again afterwards. And of course, huge shout out once again to GGtoor for coming together with Mastering Runeterra on this tournament. We'll see you guys in a second.
This is an 18 attack dragon with Overwhelm on board. It's a little bit scary. Our open attack does cull down most of this board. We can't really say Pantheon without this concerted strike if we, want to kill it. Well, it looks like not going to pull Pantheon with the Talia means that we can definitely save Pantheon. Concerted strike does.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to your Sunday Master Runeterra X GGtoor tournament. I'm your host, MonteXristo, and once again, I'm joined by my pal, Aikado. Aikado, we had a great first round, and we're going into a second round. We're going to take a look at Sleepy Panda. Do you want to start us off by walking us through one of his first decks?
Yeah, Sleepy Panda is coming off of a win in the Mystic Shot podcast tournament earlier this week, and we can go and take a look and see what they brought. Starting out with the Viego Sharima deck, this is sort of a mainstay now at this point. It's been sticking around in the meta for the last couple months. It was really big last patch, and coming back this time around, Viego is a strong champion. He runs so much protection. He's so difficult to deal with. It's a little bit different of a look from the Legion Deserter deck that we were looking at earlier for Viego. This one cares about keeping Viego alive, but it does it very well, and should be a pretty strong pick here.
Yeah, this deck is looking to get on the board and just kind of sit there and let Viego level up. And that's how it plays. It wants to kill you with Atro at the very, very end stages of the game. But for the most part, it's just stalling out so it can flip Viego as fast as possible. Stuff
And
like
to be
Treasure
clear,
Seeker.
I was gonna say with this deck, it does want to stall out, but don't get fooled. This deck will flip Viego on turn 6 if you
Yep.
have nothing.
Yeah, it will.
It flips Viego very quickly.
It's crazy how fast it goes. And then the next, but yeah, it's stuff like Treasure Seeker and Waking Sands adds so much to that Viego flip condition so quickly. The next deck we have up here is Lissandra Thalia Thralls, and this has also become a meta mainstay. This is a bit of a mixed version between the old lists the old lists we know and love, and the new lists with that I've seen starting to cut Avalanche. It's got the 2 Rite of Negation that's become pretty standard. Panda's also on an Ice Shard, which has kind of seen its way out of the list, but bringing it back, wants to hit that 3 HP breakpoint, feels it's important for his game plan here. And of course, it's got that new card, Harbinger of Thralls, that just makes this deck so incredibly consistent.
Harbinger of the Thralls and Sands of Time. Sands of Time is a card that I was sleeping on, but it just applies so much flexibility to this deck and makes sure that you're always able to pop your Thrall whenever you want it to. Plus, you're good against go wide strategies now, right? Like,
Yeah.
imagine having a board of 2 and 3 attack units, and you have to decide: do I develop into Avalanche? Do I develop into the cards like that, or do I just open attack and get blown up by Sands of Time or Ice Shard, or they just play Blighted Ravine, or they have Quicksand? This is such a difficult deck to play around, and its own win condition is just so strong that it's definitely the deck to beat right now, I think.
I would agree with you. I also thought Sands of Time was like a little bit worse than it actually ended up being. It's on a full board, it saves you 12 HP, and that's just insane in a deck that only cares about saving its HP until it kills you.
Yeah.
So
Plus, oh my god, the instant sentry you get, I
oh
literally didn't know until yesterday that card isn't fleeting.
yeah,
It's
it's
not
not.
they could just hold on to
Yep,
it.
they can
Oh
hold on
my
to it.
god, I
And
hate.
have you seen high rolls off of the other side of it where you make a landmark? I was playing I was playing a tri-beam deck yesterday, and I tri-beamed for 8 and hit a clock hand. And I made 2 instant sentries, and I used them both for landmarks. The first landmark I got was the new Petrosite countdown one,
Uh-huh.
and it just stuffed my opponent. He
That's
couldn't do
funny.
anything to remove my units. There's some real high rolls off of that. It's not always that you're going to use it that way, and especially not in a deck like Thralls where you have valuable landmarks to count down. But once in a while, you'll see those crazy high variance plays, and it makes it for a really exciting
There's so much
spectator.
flexibility. Yeah. And we saw the 2 kind of Sharima meta decks there. Let's go and take a look at the third deck, which is not Sharima. It is, in fact, Illaoi Ionia, a deck list that's sort of been popularized by Grandpa Roji. Roji's very good at going tall in decks, and this is sort of his creation. And we see Panda running a little bit of a different list here, but has 2 Buru lookouts, has the Nagaboros, but more importantly, this is a deck that is looking to just cheese you with Illaoi. You see the copies of the Ghost in there. You see Syncopation, so much protection and so much ability to just blow you out. It's a different take on Illaoi, I think, than a lot of people have seen. People are used to the Demacia version that wants to, run like Cataclysm and Jarvan and, be like fair mid-range. This one's like, no, I am just a combo deck and you have to deal with me.
Yeah, this is a very fun list to play. I brought it myself to Aegis this past week. I am still struggling to figure out how this deck wants to play properly, but Syncopation with Tentacles is so incredibly strong. You can just save them from stuff like Disintegrate. You can save them from stuff like Scorched or Flock. You can even just use it to find lethal pushes. If they throw up a blocker, but you're wider, you can just go around it. It doesn't matter. This deck is very, very powerful. And like you said, Roji took it all the way to Masters. He's been refining it, working on it. And yes, this version's a little bit different, but with the Nakakaboros in there, it very much wants to play for this go tall, go big game plan that all three decks Panda has brought have in common.
Yeah, and I do I think Ionia is in a really strong position right now. Notify stocks are through the roof because of Disintegrate being in the meta. As well as, Will is such a strong card when you're, summoning out these 8/8 thralls that you cheat out on turn 5. Having to replay them for full cost is pretty crippling. I think that Ionia is in a really great spot, and I like that we have a different take on the Ionia deck. This is much more similar to old Sivir Akshan
Mm-hmm.
Ionia or Sivir Zed. If you remember that deck, it's much more combo focused like that. And, I'm excited to see how this list ends up doing.
Yeah, I'm hoping to see it piloted at the best level, at the highest level, so that way I can understand and start to pick up some of the skills myself. Because like I said, I really don't know what I'm doing with this list. It just feels like sometimes you're there and you just shove it and you win, and then other
Mhm.
times you're just kind of sitting there like, am I supposed to hold mana to represent tricks? Am I supposed to just play my units? What do I do? There's too many options.
Well, I'll be honest with you. Illaoi's an incredibly strong card, and it has made some incredibly strong decks, but I don't think that I've ever seen an opening hand from an Illaoi deck that didn't make me just ultra sad. It feels like it's all useless. It feels
Yeah,
like every card in the deck is useless until like it's turn 4 and you're attacking with 20 power of overwhelm. It's like, wait, what happened? I don't understand.
it's crazy how fast she flips.
Oh yeah.
I never I it's so hard to conceptualize just how fast the tentacles are going to grow, how fast Alawi's going to grow, how fast she's going to flip before you actually get your hands on these cards and get to play with them. But once we did, and especially in the Demacia version, it's a little bit slower in this one, but in the Demacia version, she flips in like one turn because of Cataclysm, and it's crazy.
Dude, turn 5 when she attacks in and has the big tentacle. So, she's like 9 attack overwhelm. It's like, okay, that's fine. That's fine. I just survived this one attack and I'm good. And then she cataclysms and suddenly she has like 17 attack. It's like, wait, what just happened? Why is this happening?
Why am I dead?
Yeah, no, it's such a difficult deck to play around, and when it does its thing, it does it very well. And this version, just leading into that protection, it's a lot better into like the disintegrate decks, right?
Mm-hmm. Yes, Cinco, Notify, all both very good against that. And Ghost as well, being a very good way to cheese elusive damage alongside that big tentacle that you spent your entire turn growing.
Yeah, I like this version. I think this version's really cool. We'll see how it ends up going, but yeah, no, I'm very excited for this deck. Hopefully, it doesn't get banned. I don't know if we have who their matchup is going to be. I'm just checking real quick to see.
We will
I
find out.
don't think that it's been put out yet. So
Yeah,
we'll have to hang out and see when that comes out. But I'm excited for these lists.
me
Are
too.
there any other decks that you're really excited to see today?
I hope we get to see some more Bandle Raven Bloom. I'm a big fan of that deck. I
Yeah.
like it a lot. I'm still trying to figure out what the best way to build that one is. I've seen a couple different places. I've seen people go with Trash. I've seen people go with Farron. I've seen people play both. I've seen people on Lecturing Yordles, and I've seen people on the Bandle City Mare. There's so many different options with that list. I'm very curious to see what people have come up with, and which one ends up being the finalized version that becomes a meta staple. Because I do think it's at that power level. What
I
about
think it's
yourself,
really
Aikado?
solid. I love Raven Bloom decks. Like Raven Bloom is my favorite card that came out in this set, and I've been building so many different decks with it. Whether that's just the Noxus PNZ normal deck that you would expect to see, or Bilge Noxus, or Bandle Noxus. I think Annie Swain in Bandle actually has a lot of potential. I think it's a really solid deck. Um, but yeah, no, I'd love to see any sort of mid-range Noxus. I love those decks.
Me too.
Otherwise, I think that Bard Demacia, as it has been colloquially termed, Demacia fried chicken. I think it's a very solid deck. I think its high rolls are very difficult to deal with. It just puts out these massive units on curve and it's just very difficult to actually deal with. I'm very excited to see that deck. I think it's potential.
For those of you that may not have understood Aikado's reference there, he is referring to Bard Galio, which is a deck
Oh
that's
yeah.
kind of been on the come up the past couple days. And it too just wants to get on the board and then sit there until Galio comes down. Galio comes down, he's flipped. Bard comes down on top of that. You're leveling both champs at once, and it's just rallies every single turn. You can suddenly no longer win the game through the board whatsoever.
It's such a difficult deck to deal with, especially because you get to run, all the cool Demacia cards like Concerted Strike, except none of your units are killable. It's a very difficult deck to actually deal with. And I think that, it's sort of bound to come up the last couple days. I know that I think Black Boss brought it today. So,
Ooh.
might be able to see it a little bit later.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure I saw What Am I playing it on stream a little bit the other day. I saw some of the some of the Aegis guys that I've been hanging out with playing it in Discord calls the other day. It is very much on the rise. People are looking at it as a serious deck. Maybe Galio has finally found his home.
Maybe so. Maybe so. I don't think Galio has been like a bad champion. He's
No,
just sort of been a
definitely not.
little bit slow, or just like hasn't quite found the right list for him. So, perhaps Bard is just, the answer.
Very possible. None of the other Bard decks have made the biggest splash. Bard Zed is like kind of good. It's I don't know. I don't know how I feel about that one. That's one that people are telling me is good, but then every time I see it played, I'm like, this does nothing. And then Bard Zoe, kind of the
It's
same thing. It kind of just does nothing for a lot of turns.
I think the Bard Zed deck, at least, putting out like 4/4 elusives over and over is like a pretty solid game plan. It's a little bit slow, it's a little bit interactable, but it ends up getting you there a lot of the time. I don't think it feels good, but I think it's a solid deck. The Zoe one, the Targon Invoke, is so slow. It
Yeah.
has the issue that Targon has where like sometimes you're just sitting there doing literally nothing for like 7 turns. And then, you're sitting there and you're looking at a handful of cards. It's like, wait, so how do I actually win the game though? And that's definitely a
Targon
rough
problem.
thing. I think that's a lot of the Bard deck's issues is like actually finding a way to take your stats and turn it into a one game.
Speaking of Bard decks, have you seen Rico Rex latest pile?
Oh God, is it? I haven't seen the Bard one. I saw his Sharima, Freljord version. Does he have a Bard Overwhelm?
He does. It's Bard Sejuani with a single Gnar, and
Oh my God.
it's basically Freljord Overwhelm cards plus Bard and the Bard package.
I mean,
Uh,
if you high roll it, I could definitely see it going pretty well. Looks like we're about to get into the deck list for Sleepy Panda's opponent. Let's go ahead and take a look here and see.
Viego
Uh,
Noxus makes a comeback. We got a
yeah,
Scorched Earth. We have a Withering Whale. So this is again a bit of a different list from some of the others we've seen. Only 2 Glimpse. That is a tech that I cannot necessarily agree with. I think that the card draw is very, very important for this list. Cutting down on Spirit Leech makes some sense, but cutting down on Glimpse, it just works so well with your Viego and all
and
the Spiderlings you have running around.
this is Sam Sand, so that's whose list we're looking at right here. I do like that they have committed there on the Katarina. Katarina is a card that's been really bad for a long time, but with the recent buff to make her flipped daggers free, actually gets a lot of utility, especially with the introduction of cards like Disintegrate that just give you that much more value on your pings. I really like One of Katarina, one or two Katarinas in a lot of different lists. So I do like that they're committing to it here. Yeah, I love to see it.
I'm also a big fan of the one of Katarina in a lot of lists right now, but especially in this list with the Legion Deserters, you can curve out so nicely. You go Katarina on 3, you attack. On 4, you play your Soldier. On 5, you play your Deserter, and you attack again. And then on 6, you
Yeah.
rally with Cat, and it's just over. The game is
It,
ended. If
one
it
of the
makes it to
cool
turn 7, you have Atra to finish.
Yeah. One of the cool things about Katarina is that you could just keep her in hand. You don't have to rally instantly. You just always have that face up rally that your opponent has to play around. It's a very difficult card to play around. I like to see it in here. Go take a look and see what their next deck is. And
Jace
it's
Heimerdinger SI. This is another deck that's been kind of on the come up lately. It's been around the metagame for a long time now, but it's always kind of been fringe. But in the past week, I've seen people touting its merits and saying it's a very strong deck right now and you should be looking at playing it. Aikado, how do you feel about this one? In my opinion, it's very much Hex Deck Handler, the deck.
Oh, absolutely. It is just looking to abuse Hextech Handler, which is an insane card. Once it gets going, no iterative improvements means that you aren't quite abusing Handler as much as you otherwise might in similar lists, but I think it's a solid deck. It's just a little bit awkward. You really are relying on getting these 6 mana spells out. You kind of want to, like play a 6 mana spell on turn 3, but really don't have any that you want to play on turn 3. So you have to play out like a handler. And then if you like play out a handler, then it might die. And then it's just a little bit awkward. But once
Mhm.
you make it past your early turns, it becomes really solid.
And the final deck from the side of Samsons we have here is Aphelios. Now, this is a deck that you all know and love at this point. It is featuring a one of that new card, the Winding Light, and he's also got a copy of Hush in here to make his matchups, maybe his mirror matchups, a little bit better. Wait, Aikado, I know you've played a fair bit of this deck. I've played a decent amount as well. How do you feel about this list and the Hush and the
Uh
Winding Light?
The list looks pretty solid. I like the Hush. It's kind of, it's a flex slot. You can run Hush, you can run Wallop. Anything you're running there is pretty solid. The rest of the deck is just so strong that, your last couple cards, could really just be anything that you want it to be. But I do like the tech of that one of Winning Light there at the top. That card is so good, so strong. If you're able to develop out a wide board, this card is just insane at allowing you to just win games, and as an alternate win condition. Aphelios, and it looks like we're double-handed here. Pretty exciting going in. This match,
Amazing.
this matchup should be pretty Aphelios favored.
Yes.
Stuff like the Rainbow Fish is really hard to interact with because your Quicksand doesn't get rid of Elusive for some reason. So it's rough. It's a rough go of it, but Sleepy Panda has a pretty solid starting hand here. Has the units to curve out with, just predicted into the Viego, but for some reason that's a 3/3 librarian coming down on turn 2. What's up with that?
Good question. Good question. We hit a chime. That's what happened there. And
We're just
unfortunately,
better. That's really what it comes down
it's just
to.
better player. So I don't know that I like that Vile Feast. I think I might have tried to get this 3-1 off the board anyways. Even though it is very vulnerable to so many spells. Saving the 2 HP I feel is like kind of irrelevant, but little nitpicky stuff like that, not too important when you do have the Viego, you have the Waking Sands, you have a soldier ready. He's going to be on his way to leveling up very quickly.
Yeah, no, this Viego is going to be turboing out here, but that's a really big librarian. Samsons also has the Rainbow Fish in hand, has the Aphelios. We're probably just going to see Face Sprout into Aphelios, Nightfall it in, and we start cycling those weapons. Now, notably, there is no Lantern in hand, which means that this Rainbow Fish is full priced. And 4-mana Rainbow Fish is pretty expensive, but even still, just slapping that onto your librarian, suddenly you have a 7/6 with Elusive that draws you a card. What's up with
That
that?
will probably draw a Vengeance from the side of Punda. I don't think you can let that Librarian connect with Face. It's just going to continue to accelerate Samsad's game plan by drawing them card after card after card, and also putting you very well within that Fizz Papercraft lethal range.
Yeah, you just can't take that much damage early, and it feels bad to have to Vengeance a 2-drop. It is a 2-drop that also had a 4-drop on it, so I guess you're kind of trading even.
But the 4-drop comes back, so
It's a push. It's a push.
it's a push for sure. But here we are going to see the Waking Sands develop into the Viego, and then likely a pass back just to start this chain.
Yeah. It feels bad when you had the Viego last turn and just weren't able to really put it down because you had a Vengeance, but that's okay. We have the Viego chain starting right now. If an Ephemeral goes to the end of the turn and Viego hasn't summoned a Mist yet, he will summon one, and it will come out at the beginning of next turn. He'll stay through. It's a very interesting chain, a way to sort of carry over Ephemerals into the next turn, and it's so strong with this Viego deck to just consistently have those ephemeral blockers that your opponent doesn't want to attack into. They don't want to have to actually deal with them. Yeah.
And Samson's working on cycling their guns so that way they can get something that they need to actually be able to win the game. This Gravitum will most likely swap into... I actually don't know what he's going to take here. Do you have thoughts?
Crescendum here. Crescendum's pretty solid. Oh, and we ended up finding the Lantern. Ah, what a card. Yeah. What a card.
Man, is that going to get nerfed?
God, I would assume so.
I hope so.
Another 3/3. Stop it, bro. Stop it.
Yeah, that was his pickup off the face route. Good paying attention, Mr. Caster.
Quit playing 3/3 librarians, bro. Come on. Have mercy.
There's the Crescendum, like he predicted. It is going to get played out here for a free 2-drop. There are worse 2-drops. The Fix 'em Uppers is going to buff itself up to a 3/3 if any damage connects with the Nexus. Severum cycled out here.
Yeah, we slapped Severum on this elusive. Suddenly, there's another 7 attack elusive that you can't quicksand. What's up with that?
And now, Aphelios is flipping.
We probably end up having to Vengeance again, which feels terrible when your opponent has an Aphelios, has a Lantern, has all of these high-value units on board, and you are Vengeancing a 2-drop again. It feels bad. But we still have that Viego chain. You know, we have the Ephemeral carrying over. We're summoning another one the next turn. We even have this Merciless Hunter in hand. You know, as far as hands go, Panda's done a pretty solid job of answering everything that Sam Sands has put out. Now we're threatening the Aphelios as well.
Yeah, this is looking pretty good for Panda, despite it being a pretty bad matchup for him. We'll be able to go after that Aphelios with the Viego if he chooses, and I think he'll have to. Might risk losing it to the Hush that we see from the side of Sam Sands, but is there really a choice?
It's hard to say. It's a one of Hush, right? It's a one of Hush, so playing around it is always going to be difficult. The other option, you could just deny this right here. You know, is that a great play? No, you're not happy about it at all. But the issue is that throwing the Viego at it, maybe you just decide that you can't play around one of Hush, right? Playing around one ofs usually isn't the best strategy in the world. But it's actually going to be pulling it aside as the fearsome blocker there, deciding that, you know, if you don't want to take a ton of damage to your face, you need to block with your Lantern here. And this plays pretty well around the Hush. I like this play a lot. Well, if Sam Sands wants to pressure it, they have to commit a lot of spells.
So if the Hush Pale Cascade block comes out here to threaten the Viego, will Viego continue to grow? Or does that just not work?
Will he continue to grow? No, because of the Hush, he ends up losing all of his text. So
no mist is made.
Yeah, no mist is made, which means that, you know, our only option to save this Viego is an Hourglass, and the worst part about this Hourglass, you're losing your... Yeah, it comes back hushed, and you're losing your whole board without him seeing it die.
No.
It's just the worst of all worlds here. You know, the one of Hush coming in clutch for Sam Sands, you know, not wanting to run that wallop, opting instead to just get the extra utility. And, you know, it's pretty solid here. It's pretty solid here.
Poor Panda, not going to be able to do much here. That's there's worse cards. He's got a Pokestick in hand. He can activate it and everything if he wants.
Wait, isn't Fix 'em Uppers text? You have to like discard something
or damage the Nexus.
Or damage the Nexus? Is that actually what its text is? That's crazy.
Yeah, it's actually not even that bad of a card. I think I don't even know if it's underplayed.
Okay, at the end of the day, it's a 2-mana 3/3, right?
Yeah, there's worse things. There's better things as well, but there's worse cards.
Worse things than 2-mana 3/3?
Yeah,
I guess technically. It is crazy. We're seeing the third librarian with a rainbow fish on it, and no vengeance this time around.
We can Atro.
You are correct. We could Atro our 4/2 at it and get blown out by Pale.
Yeah, it's definitely an amazing line that we should absolutely take.
Yeah. It's solid.
This Aphelios is getting to work on grab locking the only remaining unit from the side of Panda. This Viego, unfortunately, not going to be able to flip while he's silenced and not going to be able to generate any mists. And we picked up a Rite of Calling this turn, which does us no good.
Yeah, this Aphelios has just gotten so much value since we had to Vengeance these 2-drops. Just continually being able to cycle these weapons is just so huge and so valuable for the tempo here, and suddenly we're taking 15 damage. Opponent is drawing a card, and we are losing our board. We're in a precarious position. We really need to be flipping this Viego like next turn. That Hush was just so important from Samsans.
We would need... Okay, there's a line. We find Glimpse Beyond or Spirit Leech. We find Treasure Seeker.
We were peaceful.
And we find a Waking Sense, and that should maybe almost flip Viego.
Yeah, potentially.
Quicksand, not it.
Get our licks in.
Merciless
Oh
Hunter
my
gonna
God.
go after the Aphelios here, and he gets it, but there's an
But he-
Aphelios off the top.
He just drew a second Aphelios. Oh no.
Oh, it's doomed.
It feels so bad. Okay, so we kind of have to Rite of Calling here. Kill our 4/4.
And then...
But the issue is that second Viego, cast on anybody, is just ending our own life.
Yeah. Yeah, we
And
can't
because
even
they
play
got the
second
life-
Viego. We would have to use the Quicksand alongside of it, which I guess is an option.
Technically an option. The issue is that, you know, because they got the lifesteal on the previous turn, we can't even look for an atrocity play here. The 6 wide board is just going to be so hard to deal with. If only we had one more unit to flip this Viego, maybe we'd have a shot, but...
Yeah, Panda recognizes that he's got no way back into this
Oh,
game.
okay, wait. This is the line. We atrocity right here. We play out second Viego, and atrocity off the top is
Okay.
lethal.
Yeah, no, you're right. This is the line, except for the fact that there's a Guiding Touch.
We beat Guiding Touch because we have
Oh, we
18
do.
damage, right?
We do, you're right. I can't count.
This is actually a nuts line. Sleepy Panda, correctly identifying that this is your only win condition at this point, is the second Viego into a second atrocity. It would take a perfect set of top decks, but deciding that that's the way that you win this game, I love to see the line.
Yeah, we talked about it in the last round, but sometimes you have to play to win, and this is definitely the play to win line from the side of Panda. Now this
Yeah, and-
Conchologist going to find Starlit Epiphany, Wish, and Super Cool Star Chart. Not very good options, but Super Cool Star Chart going to be the pick.
So Star Chart into like Doggo is probably going to be your best line, trying to find another Guiding Touch so you beat the atrocity, because right now you don't know if Panda has the atrocity or not. Did we hit Dog? We did hit Dog. We're looking. We're cycling.
Librarian number 4.
Librarian. God. Okay, we could cycle again next turn. Even if they draw the atrocity off the top here. Oh, no. Atrocity.
Poor Panda.
Oh, you hate to see it. He went for the right line. Went for the only way that he was winning that game. I love to see him go for it, but unfortunately the draw just wasn't there. And in a matchup that Aphelios should be favored in, Samson's able to so many threats to deal with out of Sleepy.
Yeah, that was a really great first game. I'm curious to see what Sam Sands decided to leave up from the other two decks on the side of Panda, whether it was Thralls or Illaoi. Either way, we're in for a bit of a show here. I think it...
I think if you're playing Aphelios, you kind of have to ban Thralls. It's not a good matchup for you. You don't feel good about it.
Yeah, with Sands of Time and Three Sisters and Avalanche and Ice Shard even in Panda's list. I think you're right. I think that has to be a must ban.
Yeah. But as far as hands go, or as far as matchups go, Panda should be pretty favored in this matchup. All the protection that you have for your Viego is just so good into these Vengeance piles.
Imagine spending 6 mana to try and remove a unit, and then your opponent spends this plinky little 2-mana Hourglass card and says, haha.
Yeah. 2-mana Deny is a pretty good card for some reason. I don't know why. It just is.
And here we see the Handler played out. The attack coming out from the side of Sam Sands. We talked a bit about it in the pregame, how this handler kind of makes things a little bit awkward sometimes. You really do want to be playing that 6-mana spell, but you don't have the opportunity until later. So now you play it and it's vulnerable and it just feels bad.
Yeah, I mean, so you could like Flash of Brilliance to try and find a 6-mana spell that you're happy to play, or you could just Vengeance's 4/2, you know? It's
You could also just play it slower. Mystic Shot, Vile Feast.
Oh,
you have some
imagine.
options to like keep this alive and get some value out of it in a later turn. Reggie gonna be
Yeah.
able to come down next turn, find you a 6-mana spell, perhaps.
Financier is the main reason that this deck is allowed to exist. It's just
Yes.
such a good card, especially in the PNZ SI region combination. You just have so many great hits.
I think Shadow Isles has to be the best region for Pharaoh's Financier.
Probably.
You have Atrocity, you have Ruination, you have the Harrowing. There's just all these great top-end cards that can be so hard for your opponents to deal with.
Yeah, just massively impactful cards. Ooh, that's a great draw.
We're not
Oh.
gonna cast it.
Yeah, deciding to not tap below the Vengeance is probably pretty smart.
That's true. It is Viego turn.
Yeah, it is Viego turn. But that is a great draw because it activates both of your handlers, and it summons out a ton of units. Like, it was something that probably has to get denied.
Yeah, I think it does definitely have to get denied. But thanks to the cast play changes, having it denied won't matter for the Hex deck handlers. The moment you hit OK, those two are going to buff themselves up, as well as any future tech that you may play out. This deck also runs the Adaptatron 3000 to be able to share the keywords among tech units. So those are going to suddenly become another
Second
Vengeance.
Vengeance getting off there, but you let Viego come down.
Uh-oh, Raggy.
And you're activating him? Wait a second.
What are we doing?
Okay. Yeah, no, that's fine. That's fine. Oh, and the second deny off the top means that our Viego's just never dying at this point, right?
No, he's not.
We could grab third deny if we want. We could grab another Hourglass. We could even grab another Viego. Oh, the selections here are just too good.
The selections here are just so good. I think the actual correct choice is to skip.
Yeah, we'll see. We'll see. You know, I mean, we probably don't need any of those cards.
Yeah, right? Like, you just don't need them. You have all of the resources that you could possibly want already in hand. You just want more value, more cards to actually put on the board now.
Yeah, and we do see the Waking Sands get put on the stack, which means we get a Vengeance out. Now we sort of get to decide, are we going to Hourglass this, or do we use one of our 2, potentially 3 denies? I think that I do like deny here, just so that you can get the scene on it.
Yeah, I'm a big fan of this. Unfortunately, we can't play the next Waking Sands, but by doing this, we can take a pretty aggressive attack.
Yeah, we don't get to just sit there. We don't get to hold on to a what's it called? An ephemeral unit into next turn. So we do need to use the attack here since we're getting rid of our unit. But yeah, we can pull the Hextech Handler. Our attack is pretty solid.
Handler's gonna go down. Viego's gonna get to what, 9 out of 10? 9 out of 10?
Wait, so yeah, it's 2 plus
2.
6, or 2 plus 4 is 6, 7, 8, 9 plus 5. I think we're at 14 at the end of this
Yeah,
turn.
you're right. I forgot that he saw the Merciless Hunter. The other stuff die as well.
Yeah, being at 14 here is kind of insane. Oh, hello?
Ooh, wow.
Hello?
How come when I do this, they're all 1/1s?
That's what I was gonna. I mean, not just 1/1s, dude. I feel like every time I play that card production surge, it just selects, like, you know, how much mana do you have? You're playing it for 6 mana.
Yep.
Well, would you like a 6/1 elusive that dies to Vile Feast? But yeah, in this instance, that is such an insane high roll, going so wide here, getting so many stats.
Oh, but
And now
we're
Viego, we're going down to 1.
we're dead to this shock blast.
Yeah, to be fair, we do have
Second deny.
second deny. It's funny we opted for second Viego, by the way. I think third deny. Seeing the way this game came down, third deny would have been kind of good here.
Third deny actually would have been kind of good right here.
But Viego was at 14. This is going to be 15 plus 4 plus 3. +3, so we're going to 18, I think. So it's a flip Viego next turn.
Yep. But next turn is maybe one turn too slow. Because
It
there is
might
that
be.
vengeance. And now with no deny to back it up, he's going to have to skip some level up progress here.
Yeah, if we want to keep it alive. It's a rough position to be in. Going so wide on that production surge, which is so valuable. It was everything that you needed. I do like this. This is a good play. Because it means if they want to vengeance your Viego, you can Hourglass and then play second Viego.
Yep.
Play out this 5-2 is just so good. It's such a heads-up play. Oh, Atrocity!
Oh my!
Hello?
Bro! That is just not okay.
Hello? What is that hit? You didn't even manifest that. It just gets selected for you.
Oh,
Bro, come
man.
on.
Okay, he's tapped out of it this turn. We can go for the double Viego play. This is good. This is good for us. We're not dead yet. We have an Atro for next turn to protect us from their Atro.
Yeah, we're not dead yet, Copium. We do get the Ephemeral carried over in the next turn, and we're not technically dead on Open. Which is about the best thing that you could say about this position, because otherwise, it's looking pretty rough for us.
It's looking really bad. I won't even lie to the viewers, Aikado. This is not good for Panda.
Open attack is great for Panda, though.
Yes.
Because you just have to use your Vial now, right? Like, this is actually really good for Panda, I think.
Yeah, and then the Atro comes out, and we have to Atro in response, and it's fine.
Okay, but, like, unironically, it's actually fine.
Yeah, it is actually fine. I'm just...
Like, this is actual best-case scenario. We get flipped Viego.
We get 2 mists coming out, because both these Viegos...
Yeah, we get flip Viego, and now, like, what is Samson's doing? Like, you have to just, like, rip an Atrocity? Not developing into this attack was just so rough for you. Now you're in a position where you could lose this game.
Jay's gonna come down, but not gonna do anything on the defensive turn except act as a blocker. Actually just gonna die because there's 2 Viegos on the board. You can't even really develop.
Oh no! Panda tap below Atrocity! Oh no, we got greedy for it!
Oh my god, Panda, you had it, brother!
I think Panda was playing around second Jace being in hand. The extra burn, if you get the glimpse off, then you can play around the slow speed spell. Didn't expect the manifested Atrocity.
Oh boy.
My god.
Wasn't even manifested.
Oh yeah, I'm sorry.
Just the flash of brilliance.
Just
a better
created, yeah.
gamer.
Oh
just a
my
better
god.
gamer. That was definitely a game.
That was a wild game. I was not expecting that. I mean, the ups and downs, but that production surge hitting three threes off of it. Wow. A 3-man production surge. You don't expect to get 9 mana out of stat or
no.
9
9 of stats. 9 of stats. Insane. The double Hextech handler really showing just how powerful it is in that list.
Yeah.
Just how much stronger it makes those low rolls of the 3/1/1s. Low rolls, as we call it. Right?
Yeah, no, that was best roll. That was amazing. Wow, what a close game there. And that's the set going to Samsons. The quick 2-0 against Viego Sharima.
Only 2-0 is on broadcast, with the exception of the Sorry versus Siren song. But we saw a 2-0, right?
We saw a 2-0, exactly.
Saw a 2-0.
Let's see.
Good day for Legends of Runeterra. We've had some really good games up on screen so far.
Yeah, hopefully we can get into another game here. We'll give it a minute, but whew. Viego Sharima, I mean, maybe it's just the worst Viego deck now. I mean, it lost.
It doesn't really have that aggro potential that the Nox one does, right? We did see the Nox list coming out the gate so strong and just being able to smork people down. But we did get another game up on stream for you guys here, and it's GK Angelos 2 up against Yang. And
you love to see it. I hoped for even a moment, I hoped that we might be able to miss Thralls, but no, we see it here. Thralls on screen against my other favorite deck, Pantheon. It's just we live in a meta, right?
We do live in a meta. We do live in a meta.
Well, I mean,
I guess that game's over. That's okay.
No, it is what it is. Pantheon had an 8-6 with barrier. The game basically is over.
It's
right?
done. It's done, right? Yang is going to be able to play out a Preservarium there, and then he's just dying to rally, and it's that easy.
Yeah. If they had a rally, was he even dead
They
though?
always
I didn't
have.
actually see his HP.
He was at 15 or 16, I think. So it was probably pretty close because it was flipping back into the Pantheon's attack token.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, and there's a lot of time left. They still have like 45 minutes left in the round, so they probably have a couple of games to go left there. You know, maybe they start a little bit late, but we'll see if we can get into a game. Good game so far, though. It's been a lot of fun.
Definitely some good games. Good lineup so far as well. I really like seeing the diversity that's come out today. We've seen big stuff lineup with Thralls, Viego, Ionia, Illaoi. We've seen Demacia lineup with Pantheon stuff. We've seen Talia Ziggs show up today. All sorts of great stuff coming up. And here we have B on his Spice. This is an SI PNZ burn list up against Jtamunda, and on a pretty typical Scion list by the looks of it.
Yeah, it's probably Scion here. Has that Farron for the top end. But B, if you don't know B, if you haven't ran into B before on ladder, B is known for one thing, and one thing only, and that is just playing aggressively slanted decks that you just haven't seen before. You know, whether it's this burn list with PNZ SI, or, you know, he has he favors stuff like, you know, Zed, Freljord elusives, stuff like that. Whatever B is playing, you know that it is aggressive, and we see the burn coming out here, the Doom Beasts just sucking them out easy over and over, and then the double get excited. There's a Piltover Pellstones. There's a lot of cards that mean that you're dead here.
Yeah, for those of you that have been around a while, one of these decks that did kind of make it mainstream was that Zed Fiora list. I don't know if you remember that one, Aikado, but the Zed Fiora 6 rally list, that was very meta for a little bit. That was
I did not play when that deck was a thing, so
thank you.
An interesting choice here from B to opt for the what's it called? Oh, we're a little bit behind on hand. Okay, yeah. I see why we went for that. Okay. I thought we still had a Fading Memories. I thought we could cycle more Doom Beasts, but that's fine. Yeah, no, the double get excited in hand, kind of good. Kind of good indeed.
I did pick up another Doom Beast, but also a Mystic Shot here.
Bro, come on. Bro, come on. Honestly, don't do it to him.
I might just go steal B's lineup and play that in Aegis this week. Don't tell.
Yeah, I won't, bro. I won't let anyone know. Wow, that's wild. That's a lot of burn. Jtamunda currently staring at the stack here, wondering, you know, what happened in his life to get him to this point.
How am I losing to PNZ SI? Burn.
Dude, B's decks, I've ran into B in seasonals. I've scrimmed B a lot for seasonals. I swear, every time I run into him, even if I'm heavily favored into aggro, dude, he just finds a way. He just draws all the burn and just makes it there every time.
Do you want to know what his second list is? It's Fizz TF, Boom for Rookie, Golden Narwhal, Marai Warden, Cast Salesman, Zap, and a whole bunch of burn.
What the fuck?
And then, of course, he's rounded it out with Thralls. He's rounded it out with Thralls. You got to bring Thralls.
Yeah. Thralls runs Ravine and Ice Shard. It's also a burn deck, if you think about it.
True. He is actually on Ice Shard and Draklorn. He's playing Draklorn in his Thralls list, which is a little bit outside of the norm.
It's sort of come back into prominence here just because of how consistently you can get the Thralls down early. You know, Draklorn on 5 is oftentimes pressuring multiple of these guys popping. What the
production was kind enough to get it up. Yeah.
Monkey business, bro.
Yeah, right. I love this list. I love B's decks. I always, whenever I see a new B list, whenever it pops up, or whenever I run into him on ladder, or I see his name on the leaderboard because I'm scrolling through, I always click it, see what's up, see what's going on there. And man, they're some of the most fun I've had playing the game, playing his list.
Dude, I hate it here. Oh my god, what is this list? Just point everything face.deck. Oh my god.
Yep.
It looks funny. It looks funny. I don't know. What's more degenerate? This list or Mo's champless burn?
Mo's list is definitely the most degenerate, right? It's
this one has monkey business, bro. I don't know. It's and Golden Narwhal.
Yeah. But that's not really degenerate, right? That's just
bro, I think main deck Golden Narwhal is pretty degenerate. Maybe not.
Yeah,
Maybe that's just me. Maybe it's just me.
you might be onto something with that one. It's
Uh,
it's a fun list though. Double up ever since the buff to 5 mana has been a little bit underplayed. Of course, it is just such an interactable card, but it's a lot of fun to play with, and it really, when you put your opponent in the position where they can't play around it, it's very powerful.
it's very, very powerful. I assume that was a win there for B then, dude. Burn. Maybe Bird's where it's at. Maybe that's just the secret sauce, you know.
I'm down for burn. I always like killing people, and here we have Oe up on screen. Oe, EMEA seasonal champion, and this is a game state that I've never seen before. What?
I see Annie. I'm excited. It's Annie TF. So this is the Bilgewater Ravenbloom deck. And I'm sorry. Wait. Let me just check real quick here. Is that a Pantheon unit that died?
Yeah.
Wait, that has to be like a bug or something, right?
Yeah. They're fixing it. They're getting on their best voters on it right away.
Wait. Remind me on that stack. Did Oe just have a unit with a Yuumi on it? 2 Yuumi spells on the stack?
Yeah.
And then a top decked Yuumi?
Yeah.
So just casually draw 4th Yuumi.
Exactly what happened.
Okay, yeah, no, that's great. That's fine.
Completely
that's
normal.
Good. That's good.
That's what Oe gets for playing Pantheon.
Yeah.
I wish all Pantheon hands were like this.
True. Just cats on cats on cats. That's a lot of damage though. Coming out, flipped Annie is an absolute house. Just pushes so much. I love this Bilgewater Annie deck. It's Ravenbloom, it's Rex. It gets to run the new cards like Eye of Nagkaboros and Tentacle Slam. You know, I was really excited to see more of these Ravenbloom decks, and the Bilgewater one is genuinely one of my favorites.
I'm a big fan of Bilgewater Noxus mid-range piles like this, so it's another list that I've been looking to kind of find the time to play and practice. I know that I did watch your stream and you were playing it a fair bit at the start of this season. It looks like this TF is almost flipping. Is that like a common occurrence, or is this just because Pantheon has no interaction to deal with it in this case?
Weirdly enough, TF does represent a threat of flipping in the stack quite often. Oftentimes you're running like 3 or 4 of these draw 2 spells. Plus, you know, like Fortune Croakers. You have a lot of draw going on, and yeah, a TF that's been sitting there for a few turns will pressure it. Oh god, is this like just disintegrate? Oh, I love to see it. It's beautiful.
Love it.
It's beautiful.
Disintegrate, honestly, people are malding about it a lot, but I actually think it's so good for the game.
As the person who is playing the Disintegrate decks currently, I love it. Mwah, beautiful. As somebody who potentially is going to get, you know, blown out by it later, I'm probably going to hate it at some point. In the meantime, though, it's
that's
beautiful.
That's a TF flip.
That's
TF flip.
And that's a hard cast Yuumi. Oh god.
This is quite the game we found ourselves a part of.
Yeah,
level up animation gonna go off here. We haven't seen this in a little while. Not consistently, anyways.
I love the TF level animation. I love TF. I'm glad that this champion sees play. It's such a cool champion. I love TF. I do like the hardcast Yuumi, by the way, because it means you get access to Prowling Projectile, which lets you kill Annie on the stack here, which saves you at this point like 4 health. It's a pretty solid investment.
We'll see what Vectrons decides to do with the rest of this turn, if they have enough burn to get there at the end, or if they will have to play for another attack token. Either way, I don't think they're sweating particularly hard here. They do have lots and lots of options with that full hand of cards.
The 3 damage coming through here. Red cards every single turn, plus just a ton of natural burn. And we might see Rex here. We could just see
true
Riptide Rex coming down to blow this game out.
Oh, it is!
Let's go, Riptide Rex.
Bro, can Rex have his 7th cannon back?
Nah, he's strong enough. Especially with the Ravenbloom. Honestly, I didn't play with old Rex, but I've played a ton of current Rex, and honestly, he's a lot better than people give him credit for.
He is. But give me my 7th proc back. Rex did nothing wrong. Rex was nerfed for other people's sins.
I don't know about that, but coming down to 2 HP, anything that procs a red card. If we see like a Make It Rain, we're in a rough position. We have to develop into that face-up Tibbers. Tibbers is just going to stun up anything you place down.
Yep.
Oh my god. I love to see this Bilgewater deck just do work. Mid-range Bilgewater Noxus is genuinely one of my favorite archetypes.
Do you got a list that you like that you want to send me so I can play after?
You can actually check out my YouTube because I recently put out a. No, I'll send you.
I have checked out your YouTube. Come on, aren't I dropping comments on like every video? I guess I stopped doing that.
Hey, I appreciate it either way.
I know.
But the spell shield here is going to stop Pantheon from getting stunned up. But
okay, there's some hope.
No lifesteal. I'll be honest with you, buddy. Looking at a, staring down red card plus gold card plus burn. It's a tough ask. It's a
really tough ask, especially with these keywords. We got augment, we got fury, tough, and impact. Impact and fury kind of okay. Tough kind of okay in some spots, but not right now.
Yeah. It's not quite doing everything.
It's a stun spider. Red card.
In case we had a bastion, in case we had things going on, it just isn't working out.
You know what's funny? If there was a cataclysm, we wouldn't be able to beat it. Gold card won't restun, right?
I think it will. I think if we had another unit, it wouldn't restun. But since there's only one unit, I think it does restun.
Okay, I thought stuns couldn't be reapplied for some reason, but you might be right.
I think usually it can't. I think usually it won't restun a unit, but it just because there's only one target, I don't think it just fizzles. I think that it does get to a restun, which is pretty funny. It's a funny interaction. Yeah, you're right. If they had another unit there and it eats the gold card off of a cataclysm, that'd be really funny.
Yeah.
But yeah, I want to see Vector's other decks. I'm
gonna see if I'm gonna pull that up as well. I'm curious to see what they paired this list with.
Anybody who's running, a base lineup like that, just Vectrons. I'm sorry, not Vectors, Vectrons.
It is triple disintegrate, and it's it's actually 6x disintegrate because he wasn't enough of a man to put 9 in.
Okay. Yeah, no, it looks like they are on an ETF, Tribeam, and then Elise Viego Katarina.
Conservatory in the Tribeam as well. How do you feel about that?
I think 2 of Conservatory and Tribeam makes a lot of sense. Okay. Tibulk is just such a good card. I love Tibulk, but once you get that Tibulk down, you get like 2 damage static shocks. Ugh.
Yeah,
it's disgusting.
That's kind of gross. Does Tibulk work for the flash bomb traps as well?
No, because they aren't like skills. But yeah, I mean, Calling Strike here I think is the interesting tech. I assume that you're really wanting to farm like Illaoi. Maybe you shoot Lissandra with it.
Even Annie. I think Calling is just so well positioned in the meta right now.
It's weird because there's definitely a lot of decks that it hits, but there's also decks like the Viego nonsense that just has the biggest units in the world. And it's just like you're sitting with this Culling Strike in your hand. Like, wait, what am I supposed to do with this?
Use it on Elise.
Or even Bard decks.
Use it on Elise. But yeah, it does kind of suck against Bard decks.
True, you just hit Elise with it. It's definitely an option.
Yeah.
But I love Disintegrate, dude. Disintegrate is just... It's so good for this mid-range Noxus plan, being able to deal with large units in one action like you previously just have not been able to. Just gives you so much flexibility. I love this card.
Yeah, it's really, really great exactly for that reason. It causes you or your opponent to go down 2 cards instead of 1, so there's some give and take there. Maybe it's a little bit too cheap, but I don't think it's like particularly overbearing at the moment, and I like it.
I could see the argument. I understand why people dislike it. I understand why people dislike some of the interactions. But we're going into game here with Maitri against Donut Bazooka, and this is the Karma Victor that we were sort of we were scammed a little bit not being able to see it earlier, but now we get to see it. And against Pantheon, a lot of Pantheon today. I'd say no surprise, honestly.
No surprise at all. Pantheon definitely still at the top in the metagame. Maybe a little bit weaker overall than Thralls, perhaps. Probably not, but like those 2 decks very much sitting at the top with Illaoi somewhere up there as well. And this deck is actually supposed to do pretty well into Pantheon, as I understand it. It has recalls, it has sustain, it has ways to stall out the game and just kind of get you over that finish line.
Oh, that sucks. We notified the first Zenith Blade, so they didn't get the cycle on it, but they just had second Zenith Blade in hand. That feels bad.
It does feel bad. It does definitely feel bad. On the bright side, we have a Will of Ionia to be able to recall this and reset it if we need to. Don't necessarily need to take any damage off of it. Looks like this might be a single combat, though. And this feels really bad.
Yeah, single combat coming out. We lose the Victor. We have a second Victor in hand. We have a Deny. We have a Will. We have options available to us. But, yeah, no, that feels pretty bad to lose your Victor. Victor's so good if he can sit down for like 3 turns on board and just become a monster. But, you know, if he's getting answered on curve like that, it feels bad.
And here, I wonder if we'll just see the Karma played out. We did see a single combat come out, so now there's fewer things to play around. All of these cards in the hand of Donut Bazooka can't be strike spells. This Karma's got to come down eventually. Our hand is looking kind of empty of resources. There's a chance. The alternative is play out Reggie and bank, or just play out the Victor and try and start setting that up again.
Yeah, it looks like it's actually just going to be pass. You know, we are a Karma deck at the end of the day, so making it to turn 10, you know, it's pretty good for us. It's pretty good for us. But yeah, I think I like Paris Financier here. Just give us the bank. Next turn, we can play out one of our value champions with protection backing it up. I think I'd like that play, but I could see going any direction on it. You know, tempting fate a little bit by just slamming one into a Cataclysm. Could be bad.
Cataclysm is definitely a real consideration here.
Looks like I'm ready.
Looks like it's just going to be the Tasty Fae folk instead, who wants to be able to get in with that attack, potentially open, and regain some HP here.
Yeah, I don't hate that either. That's a pretty reasonable play.
I like it as well. But to start off this turn, now considering if they want to open attack, if they want to develop the Shadow Assassin, if they want to go Reggie or Victor, and it is going to be the Victor with the Deny and the Will backup. Now, if there's a concerted strike, we're pretty happy to deny that. If there's a single combat, well, it feels bad, so maybe we don't.
Yeah, it's hard to say. You know, if you're trading down that much mana, it just feels so awful. And we could always just, like, will the Saga Seeker, you know, at any point if we want to. It resets it. It sucks to will a 1-drop, but, you know, they've invested cards into it. You know, it's worth it.
Fury, not exactly the keyword you were hoping to find there, but is gonna be a decent one to have on the Victor at the end of this day. At the end of the day, when he does finally want to swing in.
Yeah, in this matchup, you know, it's a little bit hard to actually end up killing their units. So, you know, Fury not getting the most value, but still, you know, we're just stacking up those keywords. If you get a bad keyword early, that means you're just getting bangers later on. You know, so there's always upside.
Not everybody can high roll and get Scout Elusive Scout Elusive Impact on the first three keywords.
Only good players, you know. You have to be at like the next level.
You gotta pray to Arcane.
Sputtering Song Spinner?
That's huge with Victor. That card is actually so ridiculously good with Victor because all 3 of them are going to be able to play it out. They're going to accelerate his level up condition, and then everything is going to be cheaper. It's like, it's possibly the perfect card for this scenario for Maitri as well, because they do need to find some sort of value for this hand. They have a little bit of removal, they have a little bit of stall, they have a little bit of protection, but they don't really have any way to do anything.
Oh, Spell Shield, Scout, Challenger. Oh my god, Come on, bro.
Wow.
Hey, we coin flipped on turn 7. We got Scout. I mean, you know, just a better player is really what it comes down to. Just a strictly better player.
Yeah, it definitely appears that way. Donut Bazooka getting in there, pulling the Victor out of the way, going after it.
You've got Fury, dude. Oh my god. I'm disgusted. I'm physically disgusted just looking at this.
So, Aikado, I pulled up the deck list, and believe it or not, Maitri is actually main decking 2 Sputtering Song Spinners. Feels they're just that good with the Victor.
That's cool. I dig that. Plus, with Karma, it draws you 6 cards. I mean,
yeah,
I dig it. I think it makes a lot of sense, actually.
Yeah, no Deep Meditation, no Ballistic Bots, no Get Excited. It's none of that stuff. So this list is a little bit different than some of the ones that were popping up towards the end of the last season. But still, I really like the Sputtering Song Spinner as like endgame card draw substitution.
Yeah, no, I dig it. You know, it's kind of like it's an alternative to deep meta, right? That's
Mhm.
It's basically the deep meta slot. What do we do here? Because the issue is this spell shield means that the will in our hand is just dead. Maybe we play out our Shadow Assassin and try and hit like a Mystic Shot to be able to pop this spell shield.
That's a possibility. The Song Spinner is going to be too expensive to do the same thing.
So like you could play Song Spinner, but you tap below will, and like what 2-cost cards are we hitting that like save us here? It's such a rough position to be in. Like we might have to
Purify.
will Saga Seeker.
Purify kills the Saga Seeker.
Okay. Yeah, we hit like Purify, Guiding Touch,
Troll Chain.
Troll Chant, a boom.
That's
He's took Shadow Flare. Oh my god.
yeah. That's unfortunate.
Hey, you know,
We're not dead just yet. We still have 2 HP technically.
we kind of have to hold up will still, even if they just say okay here. We have to hold up will to will our own unit in response to a Cataclysm.
Or deny it, but yeah.
Or
I guess
deny.
ideally
I
we
guess
want to be
that's an option,
saving
too.
the deny for a rally that we can't deal with a will. And that's a Pale Cascade, so now we are technically dead.
Very, very. So we do see the will of the Ionia committed here. I mean, okay.
If we
We're not technically
survive,
dead.
we survive. If there's a rally here and we can deny it, we're not in the worst position. Not in a good one by any means, but it's perhaps salvageable.
Yeah, and Double Cataclysm is a hand that we're just never beating at this point, right?
Yeah. So now we're safe to play out the Shadow Assassin. Why blank
If we
there?
want to, it's definitely an option. It looks like we are going to opt for it. Oh, that's actually so good. We get to cycle this Victor spell.
That is really good. That's probably the best pickup we could have gotten. There's no sense
Or-
holding it, right?
Maybe we're just trying to bank the mana. That's an option too. 8 into next turn. What's like our break point? No, I think we need to draw a card.
Yeah, I think we need to draw a card as well. I think Maitri just considering what their options are, if their breakpoint matters, taking their time to think it through as they should. This is
One thing
potentially
I
a
like
game
to
3.
do, every time that I manifest a card or I draw a card, I like to sit there for a second and think, okay, what are my best draws? What are my outs? Especially in a game like this where you're just, you know, it's looking rough. It's looking like you don't have a ton of options. It made Maitri just sort of looking through the deck list being like, okay, if we are drawing a card, what do we draw here that actually saves this game? And we are 6 wide. We could push a little bit of damage. But
We did top deck a Sane, and unfortunately we can't play it. That might have been the consideration for banking the mana last turn. It wouldn't have made a difference, which is probably why we saw Maitri go for the draw anyways.
what's nice here, well, yeah, no, even if we get the mana from Forge Chief, we can't, like, in good conscience, drop down Sign In and just tap below Deny, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you just can't do it.
I mean, yeah, it's just, it's rough. It's rough. Maybe we put forward the attack, commit Shadow Flare on the stack, and then opponent doesn't have any Cataclysm targets.
Love it. Opted to
Okay.
go for the Sane and says, well, I guess I'm always losing to rally anyways. I need to be able to push more damage this turn. I need to find more answers.
And I do like this type of play, just accepting that, like, okay, just sitting here and, like, holding up my Deny isn't actually winning me the game, because open attack next turn, I just don't have an answer for it. So I need to apply the pressure. I need to draw the cards. If I'm winning this game, it's through playing Sign In and opponent just having no cards. And I like that. It's playing to win instead of playing not to lose. And I think that's really important for a lot of people trying to break into that top, like that upper end of play here in Legendary Runeterra.
Yeah, sometimes you just need to accept that you're losing the game to X, Y, or Z, and that's just how it's
Okay.
going to be. But
Yeah, that's cringe. I mean, okay, we're just not winning. I get it. We're just not winning this game. That's fine.
Pantheon is the doom. He is the end.
Okay. So here's the deal, though. Nice here. Next turn we can play Sputtering Song Spinner
Uh-huh.
plus have mana for like Palm or Will. So if
Okay.
we draw Palm or Will off the top, we Sputtering Song Spinner into a burst speed spell shield pop, or fast speed, I guess, you know. We could hit like Mystic, we could hit Troll Chant, we could hit, there's a lot of stuff that we could hit. We have options here. We're not technically dead yet. Oh, we're just swinging in anyway. All right, if we're swinging in like this, come on. The ordering should probably be a little bit different.
Together,
Probably.
stranger.
I don't think it actually matters, right? But he's always healing.
Probably not, probably
Yeah,
not.
he's always.
We aren't like threatening lethal, right?
Yeah.
So like, yeah, that's fine. It's kind of weird to see Donut Bazooka opt to eat up a Ferris Financier instead of Sign-In. Oh, okay.
Yep.
We left Sign-In alive so that they couldn't kill their own unit in response to a Cataclysm. That's really smart, actually. All right. No, that was a really well-played game by Donut Bazooka. Kind of had everything. Just, you know, hit the scout on the Pantheon. It's just so hard to deal with. And, you know, we saw
Incredibly
the
difficult.
Viktor Karma. It's a cool list, but just wasn't quite able to get there in that game. Yeah, you just kind of end up willing a one drop.
Yeah, it feels bad, right? But we did get to see the list in action. We did get to see some new text in that Song Spinner. Unfortunately, it wasn't cast for us that game.
Feels
But
bad.
it's a cool list, and I expect it to kind of stick around a little bit throughout this metagame. There's always somebody trying to make triple Ionia work, and there's always some Ionia fans, and it's definitely one of the better Ionia decks.
In a world where like Pantheon and Illaoi and, you know, even Thralls are existing, like Ionia realistically should be our saviors here. You know, as much as that is, you know, just awful to say, you know, Ionia as our saviors, but, you know, potentially. I like that we're looking at a list and like trying to find answers to this metagame.
Yeah, I think there's always a bunch of decks that people kind of just completely overlook or gloss over or don't really want to put the time into refining because they don't think it's particularly fantastic. And those decks kind of always sit just below the surface level. And they're playable. Like this Viktor Karma list, it's been around, it's been playable for so long, but how many people have you actually seen on it? Not that many,
Yeah.
I would wager.
It was something that, you know, going into seasonals testing, we actually prepped it a lot. We tested it to see if it was, you know, like good enough to really be able to, you know, be playable in Top Cut. And I think it's a solid deck. I think that there's a lot of potential in Ionia Victor.
Mhm.
Like Ionia Victor, Victor with so much protection is just really difficult to deal with. And I think there's potential there.
Yeah, absolutely. I think with that, we are going to cut to a round end break once again. We hope you'll all continue to stay with us through this break, and we'll see you all back in about 5 minutes for round 3. Hello, everyone, and welcome back once again to your Saturday Mastering Runeterra x GGtoor tournament. We have Davebo's games coming up on screen, and we're gonna get some of his deck list. Take a look at some of his deck lists here. The first
Yeah.
deck we have up is Katarina Ziggs Nar Bandle Conservatory. I
What's
know,
funny? It's funny. I was literally looking at Davebo's Twitter this morning, and Davebo said, "Okay, I have two decks decided. Please, somebody give me a third deck. It doesn't need to make sense. It doesn't even need to be good. It just needs to be based."
yep,
And
I
this
saw
is the
that.
list that he was given, and this is what we landed on. It's the triple treasure trash Ravenbloom Bandle deck. Uh, is it good? It's better than it looks. It's
Yeah,
better than it looks. That's
I
what I can
I
say
like
about it.
this list a lot, to be honest. I don't know about the exact ratios and stuff. I haven't had a chance to fiddle around with
Uh,
it too much myself, but I'm a big fan of the concept. I like the treasure trash inclusion. I like the wallop inclusion. I like the scorched earth inclusion. The
yeah.
travelers is
I
not
think
something I've seen in this list just yet.
I think Bandle Nox like has a lot of potential and like can be a really good deck. When I look at the actual cards being put into this list, we aren't running like the 4-drop that puts a skill on the stack and has overwhelm, that new 4-drop, which I think is criminally underrated.
I
Um,
agree.
I think that like lecturing yordle is really good in this archetype. We don't have lecturing yordle. Um, I think that the other options to go like mayor, we don't have mayor, we have loping telescope. We're putting in bird, bird's a really good card, bird the bell ringer, but
There's no
you
Annie
know,
here. What
doesn't
are we
make much
buffing?
sense.
Yeah,
So I think Annie's in our TF deck.
yes, yeah.
Um,
Which is why there's no Annie in this list, and we're on two cat.
yeah, yeah. No, and I think Katarina is really good in this deck. I
Yeah,
genuinely think Katarina is really good in this deck. Ziggs is also really good in this deck. It's just it feels a little bit confused as far as like how it's built, but I like this archetype a lot, and I'm excited to see it played.
and then up next is that TF deck that you're such a fan of. It's
Oh
got
baby.
one tentacle smash. Is your list playing more? Do you think that's
Uh I'm on two, but it's like kind of cuttable. There's a lot of
okay?
matchups where Tentacle Smash is incredibly good, right? Like if you're Tentacle Smashing an Annie or one of Bard's followers,
Hmm.
or even like Elise, you
Yep,
feel really good about Tentacle Smashing these units. But if you're against like some of the bigger decks, and like your Tentacle Smash is just like 4 mana Aftershock, like it just kind of feels bad sometimes.
that's
I
true.
like the card though.
I think it is a really good card. Sometimes you can buff it up a little bit more with that eye into Tentacle Smash, but that's a big mana commitment. It'll happen over 2 turns once in a while, but not super common. And then, of course,
Yeah.
Rex is that big top end unit to help you close out the game. With the Tibulk on board having activated, it's going to make all of those cannon barrages deal 3 damage. And that's so powerful.
It's so much. I've had Rex on an open board showing like 16 damage. Like it could get, or
Oh
I think it was
my.
14. I think it was 14 damage because it was buffed up and had a keg on board.
Wow.
Um but yeah, no, I love this deck. I probably would have built it a little bit differently, but I like a lot of the options here. One Scorched Earth is sort of, like it's your fourth disintegrate, right? It's your fourth disintegrate that can sometimes hit a landmark.
Yeah, I think Scorch is pretty important right now. It is not necessarily going to help you beat. It will help you beat Thralls a little bit harder, but it can often be a bad tempo play against a Thralls deck, especially if the player knows the matchups and can go around it by putting out multiple Thralls at once instead of going for one big
One
promising
big one.
future.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think the big thing about Scorched Earth is that in your mind it's like, oh, this is really good to Thralls. Thralls is relies on slay marks. So if I destroy one, that's good for me, right? And it usually is good. Usually it's not like a bad play, right? And usually it slows down the Thralls player a little bit. But the issue is that like good Thralls players don't lose to landmark removal. They just
Yeah.
literally do not lose to landmark removal. So like the Scorched Earth isn't auto winning you the matchup unless your opponent, like if they have a really awkward hand or if they just like don't respect it, and they just like slam promising future on turn 3 and it's like, bro, come on, that you can't do that. There are times where this can definitely win you games, but in general, a lot of times it's just not enough against Thralls.
It does definitely do a good job of acting as that fourth copy of Disintegrate, like you said, though. And
Oh
that
yeah,
that can be very, very effective against something like the Viego Noxus deck that we've seen pop up and
100%.
rise in popularity.
There have been
Eh,
so many times where like I disintegrate, like two Viegos, and Legion Deserter, and then they drop double Hydrovine. It's like I would like to drop a couple more disintegrates, please.
Please Annie off the top, please Annie off the
Yeah.
top, please Annie off the top, and then it just doesn't happen and you feel
Yeah.
bad. But
Let's
of
go ahead and take
course,
a look at the third deck. It's Dave Bow. Can you really be surprised to see Jace Lux here?
not at all. You took the words right out of my mouth. It's a Dave Bow lineup. It's got to have Jace Lux in it. I really love the Purify tech. I think Purify is so good in this metagame right now as well. That with stuff like Tibalt, with stuff like Tibbers coming down, no, it doesn't really deal with their effects, but it does deal with their keywords, and that can be super powerful. It's also quite good into Pantheon if you're ever forced to leave that up, and it's good into Thralls, so I like the inclusion here. On that one Golden Aegis as well to give him a little bit more of a threat potential into that Thralls matchup there. And
Yeah.
Radiant Guardian to help stabilize against aggro.
If there were a meta where Purify is good enough to be played, it's one where Tentacles are running around, Hydrovine's running around, Legion Deserter. This is a Purify meta. So I love that Jabo has the confidence to just say, yeah, I'm gonna run it and you're gonna have to deal with it. I love that. The double Aloof Travelers is interesting. It's like new tech in this deck. I think that Aloof, I assume that we're trying to hit if we hit like Tibulk
Mhm.
in some matchups, that's really good. Or even hitting I guess we could hit like Hydrovines, we can hit Legion Deserters. There are cards to be hit with Aloof. Aloof can only ever be so bad. Even in aggro matchups, you're still hitting like Decimates, right?
Yeah. Heck, even in aggro matchups, hitting their champions can be more than enough a lot of the time.
Yeah. No, I like that extra option. Plus, at absolute minimum, at absolute worst, Aloof is, 4 mana draw a card. And
Yeah.
like drawing a card and getting a unit is usually pretty good. Can't be too upset with that.
And of course, Debo is also on that Vanguard Sergeant to give himself access to Fort Demacia, which is how he likes to play this deck and likes to win with it. Goes
Oh,
very
yeah.
wide with the assembly lines with his early units, and then just slams the Fort Demacia and gets in there.
I've played Yeah, I mean, looking at the hand from its Fashion Week that we're going up against here, the Fizz is just so good in this matchup, constantly holding your Make It Rains hostage. Because if at any point you accidentally hit Fizz, suddenly your Make It Rain fizzles. Now,
Mm-hmm.
untargeted damage is really good, right? So like red card can kill Fizz, and that's nice. But this deck, one of its weaknesses is that it doesn't deal with 3 HP units very well. It doesn't deal with them very efficiently. Like its Fashion Week is just gonna like slam Lantern here, and then like what? We Make It Rain Disintegrate, and then next turn they slam Lantern, and it's like, oh well, fuck. I guess we just lose.
Yeah, it does definitely feel a little bit bad there. If the Lantern Slam comes out, we can't just go with the Make It Raid and then lead with a gold card on the following turn. Perhaps not the best option, but one that's available to us.
Yeah, it's rough. It's rough. Its Fashion Week is thinking here, deciding if they want to open it. Ooh, we take this.
Yeah,
Oh, we're so happy.
We have a landmark that's counting down. We're very happy to take this. Please.
Yeah, you didn't play Lantern on turn 3. Yes, please. I feel like that's a mistake. I feel like its Fashion Week should really be flexing just the ability that they have to go wide. If they go Lantern last turn into like Lantern this turn plus Aphelios, how do you deal with that?
You don't. You really don't. You can sneak a Fizz in there too, probably. Well, not quite. You could lead Fizz this turn instead to protect your Aphelios from Make It Rain stuff. And now Dapo just going to go ahead and take an open pass of his own.
Oh, this pass is so good. If you play out Fizz here into a red card, it's just so rough. I mean, even like Make It Rain into a gold card. Okay, we're going to just throw the Disintegrate on the stack. And I guess this is the play that you're trying to avoid last turn from its Fashion Week. But I think that with the hand that they have, they just should have cared less. I think that they should have just like ran it out there and been like, hey, you have to have it right here. And even when you do, we're fine.
I think people tend to overvalue the effect of, like, the long-term effect of Lanterns and Aphelios in this Fey deck. Yes, they are very good. Yes, you do want to keep them alive when you can, but you don't, once you've gotten the value out of them, once you've gotten your mana discounts, you have no more phase left, you're perfectly happy trading off those Gleaming Lanterns. Once you've gotten your Infernum and you've built a little bit of a board with the Aphelios, you're usually pretty happy to give it up. Not always. You don't always want to be giving it up, but a lot of the time, you're perfectly okay attacking in with it just to get a bit of extra damage.
For sure, for sure. Right? And I think that its big advantage is just in tempo and being able to cheat mana, right? And if you've cheated mana once or twice, like that's enough. You're ahead. Now, as we look at this one, developing here is really rough. Like this is a point where its Fashion Week kind of just needs open attack. Eat that keg, or just deal 3. I mean, deal 3 is fine too, but I'm just worried about their ability to, go like landmark into red card here is suddenly really scary.
Yeah, and that's the exact line I was considering as well. Looks like Davebo sees it too. Landmark number 2 gonna come down. Gonna continue counting down itself. We're gonna get 2 Tibulks online pretty soon. And then everything in this deck is gonna start dealing excessive amounts of damage.
This is so insane. So if we drop Aphelios here, I think that Dabo just like rips a red card. You like pokey the keg, maybe? I mean, or you just like take the damage on Aphelios, but like going down to 1 against the Blade's Edge. This is just, if there was a way that Dabo wins this matchup, this is it right here. We're ticking down the conservatory really quickly. We're dealing with their threats on curve. This is great for us.
Yeah, I think the red card definitely has to be the move here, just like you said. Gonna go ahead and threaten the Fizz, threaten the Aphelios. If that pokey comes out, the Blade Edge can go down over top, taking the Aphelios off the board too.
Oh, the blowout! Come on, no. Okay, they can't, right?
No.
It depends on what they're trying to play around. If they're trying to play around, make it rain, then it makes sense. But the Blade's Edge is just such a blowout here.
And if you're Davebo, maybe you consider holding it back because of Pale Cascade, but I think you got to go for it. The risk reward is just, the payoff is way too high.
Yeah. No, this is just so huge. Davebo gonna be able to do that. We get the extra damage down. The red card clears up the board, and pretty solid sequence of plays there. Very favorable for Davebo.
Yeah, and this TF not going to be able to be threatened by anything in the list from its Fashion Week, like we talked about earlier. And that means this Eye of Nakakoboros is going to be able to start working towards his level up progress, and we may actually see a TF flip this game as well.
I do like that we have that Eye of the Nagaboros, which is one of the reasons that we run so much draw in this deck, is because you are throwing out all of these cheap pings just constantly. So being able to have this refill is just so important. Even having that burst speed attack or just to push the extra 2 damage. There we go. We're feeling pretty okay. That said, it's Fashion Week. This Aphelios deck is known for its staying power, its value, its ability to grind out wins even in unfavorable positions. And with a hand like this, we still have this Lantern. We still have second Fizz. We have so much going for us here. That's definitely not over.
Yeah, we just kind of need to stall for a little bit longer, find that Papercraft Dragon, and then we still have a very real chance of winning with Fizz. There's another Aphelios too.
Okay,
man.
So the hand from its Fashion Week is scary. They definitely have a lot of potential here, but I do love seeing Tibulk this turn, make it rain next turn, into that big Riptide Rex. Oh, I'm excited for it. I hope that we can see it.
Vandal, Telstones, Wallop, and Otterpuss the options off this Trinket trade. Telstones, not great.
Telstones is really rough. I mean, so like Heroic Refrain is unironically pretty solid.
Yep.
To be able to like fight through a big Make It Rain. But second Wallop also really good as well. I could see an argument for any of these options. Even just going wide with an Otterpuss is only so bad, right?
Yeah, I don't hate any of the choices. I think I myself would lean towards the Wallop, but
I like the option of Heroic Refrain. I think that that's like, it's definitely a card that your opponent isn't going to be playing around, right? So like the extra buff is just really nice. Okay, so now we kind of have a question if we're Dabo here. Do we use our Make It Rain this turn and actually try to, get rid of this Aphelios, or do we save it for next turn for our Rex? Because I want to save it for next turn.
I think ideally we want to save it, because I think you're right. I think the winning line is go Tibulk into Make It Rain into Rex. The one problem with that is that there's a Fizz in hand from its Fashion Week, and if that hits the board and the Make It Rain hits it, we are screwed.
Yeah. Oh, I love Tibble.
So strong.
Let's get him down. Tibble is going to apply so much pressure here. Oh, I love this card so much.
7/6 Overwhelm. Give your entire... give all your units +1 attack and your spells +1 spells and skills +1 damage. So much wrapped up in the card. So powerful. Does, of course, take at least 6 turns to count down. At least.
Yeah.
But
I do like... the +1 attack to everything is something that's kind of like forgotten on this card, but it really shines with cards like House Spider that suddenly are pushing so much damage. A bunch of your little dirty little units are suddenly representing real damage. I love the design of Tibble.
even TF, it's very good to give him 1 extra attack because it makes that quick attack keyword a lot more valuable for him.
Oh yeah, for sure, for sure. Now we do see the Gravitum come down this turn, stunning up Tibble, potentially giving us a better attack here, but more importantly, that means that we can't open attack to try and find the damage for Rex. We kind of have to just throw down Make It Rain. It looks like we are going to open attack. We're forcing out the blocks either way, but, you know, we're never getting in here, right?
We're definitely not. The problem with this open attack is that it does give its Fashion Week an opportunity to play that Fizz, and then the Make It Rain is guaranteed to hit it.
Oh, that would be rough. That would be a huge punish. If it's Fashion Week knows if they play around the Rex, they could just slam Fizz here. Now, I think it's more likely to see a Lantern because we have double Lantern, but the Fizz play would be such a huge thing. Vandal Tellstones.
Are we going for Yordle Contraption?
Oh,
That?
Yordle Contraption to destroy the Lantern. I mean, the issue is you're dead.
Yeah.
Tibble is just so strong. He's going to punish this play. We see the Make It Rain come down. It's stealing 2 on its own. You go down to HP, and then suddenly we have our boy, the Riptide Rex. Gonna be coming down here.
Boy. Get him, Rex. Get him.
That's a casual 10 damage to Nexus through a unit. Oh, I love Rex, dude.
I miss Rex. I gotta play this deck.
I love this deck so much.
I miss killing people with Rex so very much. This looks like exactly my kind of deck. I really gotta pick it up and put some time into it. That was very entertaining to watch.
That was a fun game. Davebo, in a matchup that can be rough sometimes, right? Especially with the Fizz, able to just apply enough pressure, you know, putting its Fashion Week on the back foot constantly, making sure they weren't able to swarm out. Really well played there by Davebo, able to take the win in that matchup.
Did get a little bit lucky, of course, drawing the keg into the TF red card, into the
You say
Blade's
luck,
Edge.
You
But
know, I mean,
part of being a good player is see the
Culling Strike.
second Vandal Conservatory deck coming out from Dave Bow. Culling Strike in the opening hand could be pretty good against the Aphelios, could be pretty good against the Lanterns, can also be pretty good against this Grandfather Fae. You never want to send it at Fizz, of course, but
the big thing about Culling Strike is that it is an even mana answer on curve to Aphelios and to Lantern. The only counter to it is Pale in the deck of its Fashion Week, and it's kind of funny seeing that triple Pale hand staring us down. It means that Culling Strike's probably never actually going to hit.
I think you're pretty happy if you're culling trades for a double Pale, though.
Yeah, if your opponent's hand is literally just triple Pale, I think you're pretty happy. I think you're chilling.
Yeah. And of course, we do have Ziggs and Katarina both coming online rather quickly here. This is a good look for Davebo. He doesn't necessarily have the Conservatory, which he definitely wants to see, but being able to get your champions online, being able to get that rally started and threatened constantly with a champion like Ziggs, who's going to be able to protect himself through his attacks, is going to be very, very big for Davebo's chances of finding success here.
Yeah. We can go ahead and just get that Ziggs down. Ziggs, I mean, pretty okay card, right? You know,
Yeah.
has some good stats, I would say. All right stats, you know. They're all right.
Not even remotely above average.
Yeah. No, I would. Stats? Who needs them?
They don't matter,
but,
right? They're completely irrelevant in this game.
Exactly. No Ravenbloom though. Early in the game can matter a lot in these types of decks where, you know, a lot of your deck is sort of relying on Tibalt to come down to end the game. It's pretty solid here.
I think because we have the cat and the Ziggs and the double Ziggs, we're gonna be pretty okay even not finding the Ravenbloom. I'm a little bit sad we didn't see the cat develop this turn. I understand Davos want to represent mana here, but given the fact that we don't really have a lot of things to do with that mana, it just feels a little bit bad to not get this cat online.
Yeah, I think tapping below ping plus flock is kind of the consideration. Oh, Face Sprout just hit Lantern. Oh, a hand that was looking so rough for its Fashion Week suddenly gets saved by a 4/4 Lantern. Oh my god. This deck's kind of good, huh?
Kind of good, maybe just a little bit. And these
Ooh.
options are some interesting ones.
I mean, it's always Messenger Sigil, right? Just doggos galore.
Doggos are pretty good in this deck. You almost always have the mana to play him out. Harpoon though.
What if Messenger Sigil like put one of the dogs on top? Would that make it playable?
I think that would make it worse.
Wait, really?
Yeah, actually I do. I think that would make it worse.
You confirm draw one doggo?
Because
Wait, why would that make
because
it
then
worse? Isn't that good?
you would have to pick your points where you play it a lot more, right? Because you'd want to
right now
play
it doesn't get played at all, right? So
that's true. That's true. I mean, I've seen people play it when they manifest it.
Do you remember the the Iceborne Legacy Doggo deck? Did you ever play that one?
I didn't play it, but I do remember it. I do remember seeing it. That was a funny deck.
That's the one, man.
The Starbone deck. That's a fun one too.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. So
Spell
we
Thief.
do see Conchologist into Spell Thief. Spell Thief's such a good card, honestly. I think it's criminally underplayed. I think it should be a one-of in more Targon decks. It's just able to blow out so many positions. Its Fashion Week is really protective of their lanterns. That's something that I'm noticing in their plays is that, you know, they don't want to run their lantern out into removal. They want to hold on to it, make sure that they're getting value out of it. But this is sort of opening up the door for Davo. Davo is able to, you know, hold on to board and isn't really falling behind despite having a hand that isn't doing a lot. So it's an interesting thing.
We talked about how he's going to need it eventually to end the game and how his champions being available to him are going to help accelerate it. And here it is. It's showing up just in time. This should have a countdown of what? 6 still? Roughly?
Probably close. Yeah, it looks like 7 is going to be where it's at. But yeah, no, Ziggs helps to take that down. We have a lot of pings in our hand, so I'm certain we'll get use out of it. Interestingly enough, that's 2 pails down, which means that out of the triple pale hand, this Culling Strike might actually end up finding value.
Yeah, honestly, you don't even feel bad using it on the Assistant Librarian in this spot if it comes down. Oh, actually going to use it just to protect the House Spider. And this will get punished by the next pale if its Fashion Week wants to.
Yeah. No, the Culling Strike, it got a little bit antsy. I think that the way that its Fashion Week has been playing their hand, it feels like you know, Davo thinks that they don't have any of their big value units. They don't have the Lantern, they don't have the Aphelios. So they're you know, trying to they've been sandbagging their value units, right? And it's sort of paying out here in getting this Culling Strike onto a Conchologist.
Of course, it wouldn't be able to hit that first Lantern because, as we said, it was found off the Face Sprout. It's going to be a 4/4. But if this Aphelios were to come down after this attack, it would be devastating for its Fashion Week. But like you said, Aikado, by the way they sandbagged it, it showed Davo that, no, they don't have any value. I can just go ahead and protect my units. I kind of need these to survive.
Yeah, and there's the 4/4 Lantern gonna be able to come down, give us a free Librarian as well. And suddenly this hand's looking pretty rough for Davo. We're low on value. We have some removal, but
He always finds trash.
we need to be drawing into literally treasure trash, and soon. Because
Cat
this
is
one's looking rough.
also pretty good to find because it is going to let him pick up the pace and start playing the game at his own tempo. But unfortunately, she won't be able to get in this turn to get that level up and go for a double rally on the following. Still probably going to see her played out. Rainbow Fish comes down here for the side of its Fashion Week. That can be answered with this group shot into a flock. I think you have to go for it.
Probably. Like, and you're pretty happy going for it, honestly, because you need
Yes.
to proc this Tibulk, right? You need Tibulk to come out and start applying pressure so you can actually end this game. So I think, you know, having a reason to use the cards in your hand, it's just, it's really solid for us, honestly. It's really solid.
Can, of course, be punished by Guiding Touch, but you can't really do anything about that. You've seen them play out 2 Pale Cascades already, and you know that the rest of these cards have only been... One of these cards is manifested, and the other 3 have only just been drawn over the past 3 turns.
So it's funny. With the Aphelios coming down, we can Katarina. We can kill Aphelios. We can kill the Librarian as well. And it sets us up perfectly for a 10-card treasure trash next turn. We just have to draw it off the top. Come on, baby.
Every time.
Come on.
Every time. He finds it. Always.
Always, always. It's impossible to not find it, weirdly enough, right?
Yeah, he's playing 3 of them.
Exactly.
Always draws it every game. That's why
Come
you play 3 of
on.
right?
Of course, of course. If we
So-
actually draw it, that'd be insane.
He's going to draw it. We've said it so much, it has to happen now.
It has to. I mean, even if you don't find it, like, you get Tibulk down next turn if you want it. You can rally with Katarina if you want it. You know, there's a lot of options available to you, right?
Yeah.
Davo kind of deciding here if it's more of an issue to get rid of this Aphelios or the Lantern. I feel like you probably want to get rid of Aphelios, but, you know,
I
there's
think so.
arguments.
I think it's Aphelios at this point. They did sandbag that Lantern so long. You did just see the 2 phase come out. You kind of, again, you know, one of these cards is a gun, one of these cards is manifested. So I think you're pretty happy taking this Aphelios off the board and just removing their value engine.
Yeah, for sure. For sure. Making sure they just don't get that infinite value that Aphelios is so known for.
And here comes the flock. This sets
All
up the
right.
Ravenbloom Conservatory to pop at the round start.
Come on. Come on. Treasure
Last
trash.
Cove, Fae Folk,
please.
Grandfather Fae.
Oh,
What are
all
you
these
picking
good.
here? These are all...
It depends on if we phase Lifesteal, then we go for Grandpa. If we phased Gravitum, then we go for Fae Folk. I think that's
it's
the play.
always Grandfather because we have the Winding Light in hand.
Understandable. To be fair, we could play out everything no matter what.
That's true. But I
I
think
don't know.
just to go wider, right? Just so
I
we
could
have more
see it.
targets.
Yeah. You're getting like double the value out of Winding Light.
But of course, Fae Folk is also a very good choice. I think Blastcone Seedling is never the option here. I wouldn't be
Yeah,
upset
especially since
to choose
like
Fae Folk.
even if you're thinking, okay, well, Katarina has quick attack, so if I play down a barrier unit, that beats quick attack. Except it doesn't, because Katarina just recalls. You know, Katarina fun like that.
Katarina, very fun like that. She does not die when she's attacking.
Yeah. Okay.
Also kind of flavorful from League. If not something I really considered, but I don't know about you, but I've
Come
seen
on.
cats jump into
Treasure
some
trap?
ridiculous fights.
Okay. No treasure trash.
No,
okay.
unfortunate.
I got excited.
It's okay. He'll find it. It'll show up.
Yeah, Conchologist, if there were a card to draw other than treasure trash, Conchologist is probably it, right?
Yeah.
Conchologist is always getting you value, is always just such a good card that I think you're pretty happy.
Earlier, we talked about how Pharaoh's Financier is best in Shadow Isles. Well, Conchologist's best in Bandle Nox. Nox
Oh.
Pool is just so ridiculously powerful for this card.
There are so many blowout cards, whether it's Death Lotus, whether it's Fervor, Whirling Death, Sharpened Resolve. You can get another copy of Disintegrate or Scorched Earth or Blade's Edge, even, especially with Tibble down. There are just an insane number of great hits with Conchologist. It's so insane in this deck. It's really elevated to another level. I love Conchologist and Noxus.
Even Blood for Blood can hit some spots, which is funny. Like,
Well, even Transfusion. Transfusion's just Sharp Sight.
yeah.
Like, unnerfed Sharp Sight.
And here the cat is going to get in and be able to rally next turn. Also start giving us 2 damage blades every single turn, which will let us hopefully find a way to a victory.
Yeah, though it's Fashion Week is going to be able to go pretty wide here, and like you had said, set up for that Winding Light. Oncologist, maybe we can hit a stun. Okay, Death's Hand is 2 damage. Blood for Blood is another Tibulk.
Yep.
Oh,
Both of these options are not bad here. I don't think it's Blood for Blood just because we're not on 10 mana and we can't rally. But if we could do both, then I think you would be taking the Blood for Blood every time.
yeah. No bad options in Noxus Oncologist. Maybe that's the weakness of Noxus Oncologist, is that you have so many options available to you that like picking one is hard.
I taste
Hey,
blood.
Picking
folk.
one is genuinely hard. Okay, well that guy is, well, probably don't want to shoot it off the bat.
I think you want to try.
So the issue is pale, right? But they've
Yeah.
already played 2. You can't play around third pale.
Yeah, you can play around third pale, and also if they do use it here and they go in for the Winding Light, or if they don't open attack, you can then ping it off with Blade's Edge. Or
Yeah, the Katarina coming down. It's
Yeah.
pretty solid. Okay. Well, here's my hot take. Are you ready for this? I
Yep.
think Blood for Blood should be able to be used on opponents' units.
I agree.
So like you kind of have a choice, you know, if you wanna just ping something, then you get the value. If you want to use it to kill something, then you don't get the copy. You know, it's like an iterative that also pings. I'd be excited for it.
So you're saying if you use it on opponent's units, it just doesn't give you a copy?
No, if it kills it, right? In the same
Okay.
way that it works right now, you know. So if you're using it to kill it, then it doesn't give a copy. But if
Wait,
you're just
really?
using it to damage it, yeah, that's what Blood for Blood does. If you use it on something and it kills it, you don't get a copy.
You're lying to me. I kind of. Is that really how it works?
Yeah, that's literally how Blood for Blood works.
Yo, what? What? Why? Bro, the card is already so bad. Why is that the case?
Yeah, that is the text. Funnily, though, it's Fashion Week opted to not go for Winding Light, meaning that this we're not going to be ending the game this turn. Now these 2 damage pings are pretty solid to be able to get rid of the lifesteal, deny that, and these the Katarina pings are going to be so huge. If you deny the lifesteal here, like, how are you losing this game?
I really don't know. I really don't know. Is there any
Or-
way to actually save?
Where it's Fashion Week, dude, you see the face up 2 damage ping, right? You know that that's there, but you're thinking, oh, what I'll do is I will just buff up my boy here, my tasty Feyfolk. I'll just buff it up, and it won't be able to die. Now it has 3 health, but Dabo had top decked the second Blade's Edge, and is gonna be able to kill it. What's this? Okay, what about this? What's it called? The
Spell Thief.
Spell Thief. Yeah, what's Spell Thief hitting?
It is hitting Death's Hand. It is hitting Blade's Edge. It is hitting. I don't think we saw it disintegrate this game.
I don't think we've seen Disintegrate. It can hit Flock. It can hit Group Shot.
Yep.
There's a lot of options available to us. Okay, we'll see. What are we hitting? Quick selection. It's Calling Strike. Okay.
Ooh.
I
Okay.
don't know what that's hitting, but I dig it. I
It's
dig it.
keeping Lantern alive, or not?
We don't have the mana for it this turn is the worry.
Oh yeah, that's.
And now
also
we've
true.
kind of tapped out. If we had Guiding Touch, can you imagine how much of a blowout Guiding Touch would be here?
Good thing they don't have it. Dabo.
Yeah, good thing they don't have it.
Dabo finds the way to a victory. Katarina showing that she definitely includes a slot in this list, and that you're
Yeah.
making a mistake if you're not playing it. Rally's proving their worth yet again, proving just how backbreaking and game breaking they can be. And there's just no
Katarina is
answer here for Fashion Week.
In current year, Katarina's a good card, and Davo with the conservatory lineup, able to pull it out, come out on top with a quick 2-0 against Aphelios. It wasn't that quick, but we got to see the Raven Bloom Rex combo. We got to see the Katarina rallying. I mean, what more could you want from a series?
The treasure trash. I can want the treasure
true.
trash. You're right.
That's a good point. That's a good point.
But outside of that, it was a great series. It was a perfect series. We saw Rex, we saw Raven Bloom pop off, we saw Cat pop off. Like, I have Nakagaboros even showed up. Like TF was being threatened. It's not something we see every day. It was a really, really exciting series. Daypo played very well. It's Fashion Week. Also played quite well. I made some choices that we might have thought were a little bit interesting, but I can't say they were objectively wrong.
It just didn't quite end up grinding out for them, right? Like they just couldn't apply enough pressure. And it's really difficult because these decks that Davos were running, if you aren't applying a ton of pressure to them, then they will just run you over. And Tibble is just such a huge powerhouse late game. And, you know, the removal just lined up really well for Daybo. And at the end of the day, able to take that down, and pretty fun series.
Yeah, it was a lot of fun to watch.
All right.
What
Yeah, we'll see if we can get into another game here. See what we run into. I mean, if it's not triple Ravenbloom, do I even want to see it? You know, I guess that's the question.
Oh, it's a Pantheon matchup. Production should have just saved us the trouble here.
There's the quick Pantheon mirror, you know. Pantheon 1, big surprise, 100% win rate. That's it's kind of weird, huh? I feel like Riot should look into that.
Yeah, baby.
Yeah, we saw your friend in the background.
My headset unplugged as well. Oh boy.
Oh, it's doomed. It's doomed.
It's doomed. Scuffed stream. I'm not even doing production and it's still scuffed.
We only had 2 games in that one, right? So I assume that there's still people playing. We might be able to find somebody here.
We'll see if we can get into one more for you guys.
So we've seen a lot of different decks. I think that's one of the hallmarks of this meta is that there are so many decks available to be played. You know, nobody's on the exact same lineup, it feels like. I think that, you know, the big decks that we're seeing a lot of are like Viego, you know, at least some flavor of Viego. Thralls and Pantheon. Those seem like the 3 big choices so far.
So the way I see this metagame right now, there is your big stuff lineup, which is like Thralls, Viego, Illaoi, right? You have 2 flavors of Viego, you have 2 flavors of Illaoi that you can choose, and then if you want to swap the Thralls out for something else, maybe there's a third big stuff deck there. Maybe like you can play FTR or something. I don't know, but I think that's that's one lineup, right? Then you have your Disintegrate lineups, which we've seen all over the place. You have Annie Ezreal, you have Annie TF, you have Annie Ravenbloom. All sorts of these decks can be possible. And then the third one is you have your Demacia lineups, which you do stuff like Pantheon, you do stuff like this Demacia fried chicken list, which unfortunately we are seeing lose here. And then Scouts, I think, is still possible.
You saw it for like just a second. That's a big board that Bard is able to create. Unfortunately, as far as Demacia mirrors go, Pantheon is the biggest thing that you can be, the biggest thing you can be doing. Pantheon is kind of like just the trump card, right? It's very difficult to win Demacia mirrors against Pantheon. You just get so big.
It's that regular access to Overwhelm as well, whereas the other Demacia decks don't really have a way of converting their big stats into damage. Galio is very good at letting you trade down boards because you have all these formidable units. They have a lot of HP. They have to force blocks, and then you get to rally off of those blocks, which is great. But Pantheon doesn't give Galio the time to do that, right? Pantheon is killing you with cataclysms before your units get to that unmanageable state. Before the challengers can do something to pull things out of the way and let Galio get it and connect with the face. Before the rallies start coming through. So
one of the strengths of most of these Demacia decks that exist in the meta right now is specifically Broadwing, right? Broadwing is the 2-mana 0/3 formidable challenger unit, basically a 3/3, right? And the thing that this card does is it's able to force so many trades and just be so strong that it just carries a lot of Demacia decks. The thing is, Pantheon is such a strong Demacia deck that A, it doesn't care about Broadwing on its own. B, it doesn't need to run Broadwing, right? Like its stuff is just so big that just sort of supersedes that. It takes away a lot of the power that the other Demacia decks have. But as we get into game here of Gadra against Elder Senior, it looks like, or Elder Senior rather, it looks like it is going to be the Aphelios versus Heimerdinger Jace SI. I
think this has to be a pretty good matchup for Aphelios, right? You just play through Fizz, play through Owlcats, you're mad chilling.
Yeah, no, it's really solid. Again, a lot of these 3 health units that Aphelios is able to spit out are really difficult to deal with. Or, you know, if you're slapping attach on a big unit and you have to vengeance it, just the mana disparity just racks up over and over and over. The value disparity racks up over and over and over, and eventually Aphelios runs you out of stuff. So the big thing that we can do to beat this deck is to be proactive and have these challenger units. Challenger Jace is really valuable in this matchup.
Definitely, he's going to let you go after stuff like the Aphelios, let you go after stuff like the Gleaming Lantern, let you go after stuff like the Fizz, which normally you can't interact with because Fizz just nullifies any spell thrown at him.
Yeah.
So,
Fizz is so hard for a lot of these decks to deal with. So having the option of taking him into combat with Jace really just adds a layer of interactability that helps out a ton in matchups like these. So like to see it.
and I really liked seeing Elder Senior develop the Heimerdinger last turn. Isn't necessarily going to have the option to do so. This one at least wants to be able to respond with mana up, make lots of turrets. So being able to get full use out of this mana pool and develop these turrets is going to be very strong for him. Here we see the Vengeance fired off at the Aphelios. This is going to make a Floor Be Gone and give him an elusive blocker as well. Protects him against Rainbow Fish shenanigans, protects him against Fish shenanigans. Of course.
What's a Floor Be Gone?
That one.
Is that... Wait, do each of the turrets have names?
Yeah.
Wait, stop it. No. Wait. Do they actually have names?
Yeah, they do.
What are their names?
I don't know the rest of them. I just know
you
this
just
one.
know Floor Be Gone?
Yeah. I don't know why I know that one.
Wind Up Shredder, Wrench Bot. Okay.
Evolution Turret. Okay. Apex Turret.
Apex. I mean, it's not really the Apex though, right? It's
The Storm
three
Lobber. It used to be the Apex, right? It was 6. They swapped the 6 and the 3. Way
Rocket
back.
Blaster. Floor Be Gone. Armored Stomper.
Yep.
And a T-Hex. I knew the T-Hex had a name. I didn't know the rest of them. That's funny. That's funny.
Yeah.
I mean, as we did that, Aphelios does what Aphelios do be doing the best. It just kind of went 6 wide. Kind of weird.
Yeah,
weird.
that happened real fast.
Yeah. We
So-
do end up just trading off our Floor Be Gone probably just to save a
Yeah.
little bit of HP. I mean, at this point, you just assume that you're gonna get enough value, enough units off of this Heimerdinger that you'll just get there. But it's rough. It's rough, you know. You don't want to lose your 6-1 for what, a Grandpa Fay?
Or a Lantern. You could trade it into
Yeah.
a Lantern. That feels less bad. It's the same attack points at this point, though, so I don't even know if you care that much.
Yeah. Looks like we're gonna end up holding on to it, so perhaps playing more proactively, trying to end this game. It's funny, these are the hands that you see 0 attach units in Gadra's hand, and you're like, oh, we can win against this deck now. But then there's this weird thing called the Winding Light, rather the Winning Light, that just do be winning games out here and giving you a win condition on this wide board other than, you know, just attack, push like 4 damage every couple turns. No, you're pushing a lot of damage. But
Jace Flip gonna come out here as well. Another Floor Be Gone created. Maybe there's a chance for Elder Senior. Found the Albus Pharaohs too, so with 2 6+ cost spells played at this point. That is gonna be able to start dealing some damage pretty soon.
yeah, Dumbledore eventually gonna be good here. The big thing though is that healing from the Piercing Darkness kind of means that we aren't dying yet to just the Winning Light coming down, which yeah, that's nice. That's nice when you're not just dead next turn. Now,
It's
of course,
really nice.
Elder Senior doesn't know that, right? It's not like they made that play because they're like, oh, opponent has their 1 of Winding Light. But we can see that and see that that's going to be really valuable.
I mean, you don't really want to get to that such a low HP total against this Aphelios deck anyways. 1 Infernum, 1 attach unit, that's all it takes at that point.
I know
And-
we played Piercing Darkness to get the elusive. I wonder if we were supposed to Whale. Just
Yeah.
because, like, Whale's going to be dead next turn. And again, like, it would take a certain level of, like, oh, I know that my opponent is going to play this card next turn, right? Which is, like, really hard to know.
Especially
when
when
it's
it's
a
a 1-up in the list.
yeah, exactly. I assume it's a 1-up.
There's like no obvious gameplay. Like Aphelios always wants to go 6 wide, right? Sometimes when decks are trying to do their very specific thing, you can tell they're trying to do that very specific thing because of the way they're playing. There is no tell for the Winning Light, the Winding. What's its actual name? The Winding Light.
Winding, but
Winding.
no, it's the Winning Light.
It is
buddy.
the Winning Light.
You got it. It is the Winning Light. But yeah, no, it is just a 1-up. So playing around it is just it's so you just can't make that call, right? You just can't make that call.
Yeah, and we'll see if he gets punished for it.
Itsy Bitsy Lizard is pretty funny here.
It's actually a really strong card to have randomly generated.
No, it's terrible.
It's gonna flip.
What, next turn? Who cares about it next turn? You're winning this turn.
That's true. You are winning.
You're
this turn.
overriding it right now.
Yeah.
There we go. There's our winning light. Okay, we can Vile plus Whale, which gives us a blocker and kills something. You know, that's
we won't get
getting
to
us
play
there,
the
right?
blocker. I'm wondering if it's ever just double acceleration gate to try and high roll some lifesteal.
Maybe. You could double acceleration gate plus Vile. Gives you a blocker.
Okay. It's true.
Let's see what it's 10, 19, 23, just casual 30 points of overwhelm on board.
Yeah. And we
Casual
have
30 points of overwhelm.
Oh, actually opted to go for the T-Hex.
I mean, draw 6, you know, can only be so bad.
We're gonna
We hit
overdraw, aren't we?
Mystic! Wait, Mystic is so good here. We get a big 8/8 that blocks a ton of overwhelm damage, and the Mystic is huge.
Yeah, the Mystic is fantastic in this spot. Is it
That's
going to be
actually
enough,
so
though?
good. We'll see. 30 points of overwhelm. We block 7 of it there. 8
Block.
plus 3, 11, 13, plus 5 is 18. I think we're alive. I think we're alive here.
I think you're correct. We are just barely alive.
Yeah, the Mystic shot is just barely gonna get us there. What a hit off of the progress day, the poggers day, if you will.
And that was a second Heimerdinger, right? I don't think it was a main deck progress day.
Yeah, I think it was second. We also could have hit off a Financier, I guess. I wasn't paying super close attention.
I don't think we've seen a Financier played. I'm pretty sure that was a second Heimerdinger, which means,
Probably.
if I am not mistaken, the Jace has actually shuffled 2 more Heimerdingers back in the deck, so you don't feel too bad about giving this one up if you have to.
Yeah,
There's a
for
Pale
sure.
Cascade or something here. I guess if there's a Pale Cascade, you're dying. But Heimer gonna stay alive. Jace not going down, but we're gonna be able to find another one with this Albus Pharaohs. We have a couple more units to develop into this open attack. And actually, we're just representing lethal of our own here.
Yeah, no, this big old T-Hex surviving the attack. We're able to save the Heimerdinger as well, and we're going from a 30 attack overwhelm board into our own lethal attack here. Maybe like runner, guiding into Pokey Stick. That gets us there, right?
Yeah.
Easy clap,
Easy.
always, every time.
Easy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So the other option, we could play out Dumbledore. We could just do this and get a Flurby gone. All solid options, you know.
You could even have gone for iterative improvement on the T-Hex or something. Make yourself 2 units.
For sure.
There's some options here. This does
Lots of
give Goddraw the opportunity to play this Conchologist, though, and that might find something valuable for him.
Okay. Behold the Infinite could hit
Golden Sister.
Meteor Shower?
2 options.
Yeah. Definitely options available if Elder Senior decides to continue to develop. Yeah, it feels like deciding to play around cards potentially puts us in a bad position here. But I mean, I don't know.
I think
we
we're
just
okay.
develop out. We're fine.
Yeah, we're
There's so many
chilling.
units.
We have the Thermal Beam if for any other shenanigans. This is pretty good. I miscounted mana. Golden Sister not a real option. Man, counting is hard. I'm so thankful we have the eye to do it for us.
Yeah, Eyes the savior. Supernova, Cosmic Inspiration, Moonsilver kind of hot though.
Yeah, great in this spot, definitely. Unfortunately for Goddraw, those options were not it. They were not the choices you were looking for.
Yeah, and that is going to be Elder Senior able to survive the 30 overwhelm attack board, make it to the next turn, and then find the lethal of their own. Really well played there. Ended up slow playing it there at the end just to make sure that they were able to find lethal through pokies or multiple guidings, and really well played there. You know, I like to see Aphelios lose, right? That's my dream.
Showing why he is a seasonals champ, right? Won what, 2 seasons ago? Against
yeah, it was the tree final, right?
Yeah, it was the tree final.
Yeah. My favorite.
It was a great series for sure. I love
Yeah.
seeing Triple Tree. I'm so glad that card is dead.
Yeah. I mean, it was Lazy Guga that was playing Triple Tree,
Yes,
right?
it
And
was
Elder Senior only had one tree,
one
which I
tree.
mean, if you're gonna bring one tree, you might as well bring all three, right?
You
Like
might
just
as well bring all
commit.
three. Yeah,
Just
just
commit.
do it right, you know.
Yeah.
But that was a nice little end towards that series that we got to tune into. I like seeing that Jace Heimerdinger deck in action. I feel like it's a very fun deck for spectators to watch because there's a lot going on all the time with the Heimerdinger generating turrets, with the big decision points on do I vengeance, do I do this, do I save mana. There's a lot of really cool things happening with that deck. Hex Tech Handler, very fun to watch, get on the board and start slamming people in the face. So great to see it. Great to see that deck making a bit of a resurgence lately, and to people saying that it's really is worth a deck worth playing and picking up.
Yeah, no, I think it's a deck that also feels really good to play. There's something about Jace just like doubling up your shock blasts or developing out all these units, getting the Hextech Handler everywhere buffs. It just feels really good. It feels really good to play.
Yeah, it does. All right. With that, we are going to cut to a bit of a longer break now. We're going to give the competitors a little bit of time, and we're going to take a little bit of time. I need to refill my cup of coffee as well as maybe grab something quick to eat. So, thank you guys for watching. Thank you guys for tuning in. We hope you're enjoying the show, and we hope you'll continue to watch, and we'll see you after this break. Hello, everybody, and welcome back once again to your Saturday Mastering Runeterra X GGtoor tournament. I'm MonteXristo, and I'm joined by Aikado. Aikado, we've seen some amazing rounds so far, and we're about to get into another spicy one. Do you want to walk us through the player and get us started on their first deck?
Yeah, we're going to be watching SudraCon here. Let's go and take a look at their lineup. A little bit of spice. Is the Bard Udyr first? This is the Overwhelm deck. This is like a Rico Rex special, right? You were telling me about this? No,
Honestly, it is actually pretty much the exact same list. It's very close. This one is a little bit more Freljord focused. It's got the Avaros and Outriders in there. SudraCon, not like Rico though, doesn't want to play with God, doesn't want to tempt God, is only on the 6 splash cards.
Oh yeah, only 6.
Only 6. Only 6.
The real mistake here, and the real reason that Rico Rex would disown this list is because there's only 2 Battle Fury.
Yeah,
like
that's
if
also
you're not
true.
on 3, are you even playing Overwhelm?
No, you're not. You're not doing it right. Revna, the Lore Keeper, new card making an appearance in this list. How do you feel about Revna?
I've been unimpressed with Revna. I've personally been unimpressed with Revna outside of like specifically the Timelines deck, but talking or seeing Rico Rex's Twitter, Rico Rex is really big on Revna and thinks that it's sort of the extra top end push that Overwhelm was needing. So it'll be interesting to see how well it ends up doing in this deck. But I mean, you just throw out some big units, you take advantage of the chimes, take advantage of Avaros and Outriders, and there's a lot of buffs going on here, right?
Yeah, Revna alongside the Bard has a lot of good synergy there too. Any chimes that fall onto her will then be passed on to the rest of your deck, and that's quite powerful. But I agree with you. I think she's been a little bit underwhelming in my own experience.
Just a little slow, right?
Yeah.
And she's in Freljord, which doesn't have draw, so like
yeah. She does kind of supplement that a little bit herself, but drawing one unit when you're putting one down on the board, not always enough. Ancient Yetis, of course, also making an appearance in this deck list, going to let the Overwhelm player make some big tempo turns. It's kind of scary if you triple draw these and you can play them all out for 0 on top of an Udyr or something like that. Very rare that you get the opportunity, but it happens once in a while.
For sure. Let's go and take a look at the next deck. It is
Thralls, I believe, and this one is a pretty standard list. It is bringing back the one of Draklorn Inquisitor. We're still on the one copy of Avalanche. 3 Promising Futures, 2 Rite of Negations, Imagine Possibilities, and 2 Sands of Time. All of these have become mainstays in the archetype. Harbinger of Thralls, also such a powerful card. We talked a little bit about it earlier, how much consistency it adds to this deck. Anything to comment on here, Aikado?
I think the really interesting thing is no Ice Shard, only 1 Avalanche. Means that you are a lot weaker into a lot of the decks that are going wide on you. Especially stuff like the like the Bilgewater Noxus decks. They're like just trying to go wide and just beat you down. Not having an Avalanche to pressure them is very interesting. That said, Sands of Time, still a good card, right? It's still very good against those go wide strategies. So it's not the end of the world. You're fine.
This is almost card for card Hanzo's list. Hanzo is on no Avalanche, no Draklorn, 3 Possibilities, 3 Sands of Time.
Yeah.
So this is a good list as far as I'm concerned. I do agree with you. I think we need that Avalanche. I think playing no Avalanche is like really sussy, especially in an open deck list format.
Yeah, that's crazy. It's a crazy choice. But I think this list is pretty solid, right? You can only get so bad. Like, you just slam some Thralls, you get them down, you're good to go, right?
Yeah. And then the final list we have here is FTR. And this looks pretty standard to me. Once we get it up on the screen, we can walk all of our lovely viewers through it.
Yeah, FTR in the current year, like what's there to say about it? The deck is really, really good. It's the ramp version. So it runs faces, it runs a couple It That Stares, some She Who Wanders. You're just looking to ramp early. I think it's a pretty standard list. You have the Avalanches, only 1 Whale, 1 Atrocity, 1 Ruin, 1 Voice of the Old Ones, 1 everything. I mean, it's dude, FTR.
It's FTR. It is what it is.
Okay, so FTR, one thing that's really funny about FTR into Disintegrate decks is that Disintegrate persists on Tryndamere.
Yep.
So 1 Disintegrate is enough to kill the Tryndamere with 2 ping spells.
Yeah,
which means these Disintegrate Noxus decks that usually are getting shit on by like every SI deck in the world, they have game into FTR. They have game into FTR where like previously they did not.
Yeah, it's pretty funny how that works out. A lot of the Disintegrate interactions can be a little bit frustrating. into barrier, into tough.
No, they're based as hell, dude.
I agree.
Every single
I think
one of
they're
them is
based.
good.
Those-
Every single one of them.
Those cards and those keywords make things so hard to remove. So having access to something like Disintegrate to be able to do so is really good in my eyes. It opens up the design space. It makes the game a lot healthier. Yeah, it feels a bit frustrating.
Yeah. Realistically, I think that like barrier, it going through barrier is probably a little bit fucked up. It's probably a little bit, especially since barrier specifically says negates damage that you take. But I love it going through tough. I think that makes total sense, and I love it persisting through Trinimir's Undying. Like I think it's great. I love Disintegrate. I love that it is enabling these mid-range flock decks. I don't know. I love mid-range Noxus. You know, I'm a dirty simp for it.
Big fan. Big fan. Oh boy, we've seen a lot of mid-range Noxus today, but we haven't seen so much stuff like FTR, like this Bard Udyr list. This is another kind of big stuff lineup from the side of Sudrakon. We were talking about it earlier, how there's a couple different lineup options you can go for. You can go for the big stuff. You can go for the Disintegrate, or you can go for something that just kind of smorks, or some kind of blend with Aphelios in there. And I think this falls pretty firmly under the big stuff category. So I'm curious to see how it lines up into his opponent, who is on Aphelios. Now, this should be a pretty bad matchup for the Overwhelm list, I think.
Yeah, Aphelios. Oh my god. Why does every Aphelios starting hand have Fizz, Lantern, and Aphelios, dude? What the hell? Come on.
Only gamers play the deck.
True, but this is a solid starting hand from Sudrakon as well.
Yeah.
You have the Ancient Yeti to just start ticking that down. You don't have any of your 1-drops that, you know, are buffing up, like Omen Hawk and, you know, Bard's version of Omen Hawk. But still a pretty solid hand. You have your Overwhelm units. You have a couple Vulpine Wanderers, so you're getting the stances. I mean, it's not the worst hand in the world. It's not the worst hand in the world. Scissors Box. Oh! Drawing your one of Stress Defense, dude. Whatever your tech card is, whether it's Hush, Stress Defense, or Wallop, all of them blow out this matchup. And picking that up is just so good. Oh my god.
There is that Battle Fury available. That's kind of like an answer to Stress Defense. If you can put them into a spot where they're forced to use it before you're forced to commit, it will come up huge. But that's going to be pretty hard to do when you're got to be fighting for board very aggressively, when you're going to get hit by Gravitums constantly, when your units are not so big necessarily.
Yeah. We'll see what Scissorbox decides to do. Looks like they are going to opt to just drop down the Aphelios. Maybe this is where I'm too greedy. I honestly would have went Lantern because I see that other 1-mana Lantern in my hand. I just get excited.
I think I would have gone for Lantern as well. I think
triple
Lantern into Lantern is huge.
Bro, triple Lantern? Come on.
Yeah, that's not fair.
Calibrum here is great, right? You get to remove one of these units. You get to cycle in a Gravitum, so your opponent can't really develop. You know, at the end of the day, this is pretty solid too, right? Like, Aphelios is a really good card, and developing it over, like, the multiple Lanterns is still solid.
It is, and we always have the time to develop the Lanterns on this following set of turns. With 5 mana, we can play all 3 of them out.
I bring music and war.
Looks like we wanted to see the Ruthless Raider. There we go.
Hey, she just wants her time in the spotlight. Sejuani and Ash have been taking it all up.
Yeah, it's been a hot minute, but another Overwhelm unit coming down. Get those pings. Funnily enough, the pinging yourself, you know, we're behind technically.
Yeah, we're getting a little bit low here, and we're not going to be able to push too much damage with this swing if we decide to take it.
Yeah, to be fair, if we swing and we force out a trade from Aphelios, I think we're really happy, right?
Are we forcing out a trade though? Okay, Aphelios going to take some damage. Ram Stance might be able to clean him up on a following turn. Of course, we see there is the Stress Defense, there is the Pale Cascade available, and can even open with Severum if he chooses. From Sudrakon's side, you don't have a lot of responses to this next swing from Scissors Box. There is only 3 Sisters in the deck that could potentially help you. Maybe Troll Chant a little bit as well, but none of those are in the hand right now.
And yeah, I think I like this play as Scissors Box, by the way, to hold on to the Lantern, just because it's so tempo positive. Considering you get to play these 1-mana Lanterns, it lets you play extra weapons next turn. It's just so valuable that I like taking a little bit of extra damage now, just so that you have access to playing like Severum this turn. Or, you know, Rainbow Fish, that's an okay card too, you know?
Rainbow Fish pretty okay. pretty
What if you
okay.
just drew everything, you know?
But now we have the option to go for Ram Stance here and take out the Lantern. Of course, there is a Pale Cascade that'll come out in response, but that'll stop the Rainbow Fish from being developed. Instead, just going to go for the Outriders.
I mean, Avaros and Outriders, we didn't miss Allegiance, meaning that we are getting a big Overwhelm unit off the top. We'll see what it is. Hopefully,
Omen Hawk.
it's something big enough to apply enough pressure, but I mean, whatever you develop, you know, you're staring down a Gravitum. Like,
Yeah.
I feel like it's kind of good.
Aphelios just maybe a little bit good. Watch him top deck an Omen Hawk now, too. We're the one of Avaros
Oh,
Sentry.
no, stop it. Stop it.
The real Giga Chad top deck would be Revna. Revna buffed up by that Outriders, buffed up by some Bard Chimes would be fantastic here.
Revna or just a Uter, right? Like, Uter would be pretty
Yeah.
good.
Udyr would
But
be pretty
either
good,
way,
actually.
the Rainbow Fish coming down as well as the Severum means that Scissors Box puts you down to 5. Oh no, we didn't even try a unit.
Oh no! We can try and do something cheeky here with the Battle Fury, but it's going to get absolutely stuffed by the Stress Defense. Any
kinda
development
have
is going
to,
to be
right?
met by the Gravitum. This is
I
just
think we
such
just-
a bad spot.
I think your only play really is just like open attack and like pre-commit Battle Fury.
You could Ram Stance and take out the Fizz and the Lantern, and then just
Oh.
die to the 6/5.
True. Yeah, no, that's an option. The issue with the Ram Stance is, you know, usually it's not an issue, but taking the extra damage feels pretty bad.
It does
Right.
feel really bad when we're at 5 HP. This taps us out of the Battle Fury line. So our options are now Ram Stance double 2-drop. Or Ram Stance 2-drop Troll Chant. Okay options,
Yeah.
but I don't think they're winning here for the side of Sudrakon.
Interestingly enough, last patch, if you Ram Stanced on like this 3-1, it would be it'd be fizzleable if you killed the unit that it's targeting. But they changed that this patch, and now you automatically it doesn't fizzle. It just goes through no matter what. So
I'm
it
a
doesn't
really big
necessarily
fan.
matter because we have the Troll Chant anyway. But it's an interesting interaction now.
I'm a big fan of that change because I do think that the Ram Stance fizzling felt really, really bad, and that Udyr decks were lacking a little bit of power, and that slight bump makes them just a bit more viable, which can be huge. Here, that's a Tiger Claw stance. Wild Claw stance, sorry, not Tiger. It's
Tiger
the
Claw stance,
Runeterra.
that's
It's the Runeterra Tiger, okay? I'm just stuck with old Udyr. I only know
No, I
Tiger,
feel you, man.
Tiger stance, Phoenix stance, Bear stance, and Turtle stance. What are these new ones? Wild Claw? What's that? What's a boar? I don't know these.
Yeah, this don't sound like real things. I think they're fake. Either way, though, we ended up through a removal spell and through a Gravitum. We have a pretty scary attack here. Now, it's not actually pushing a ton of damage, but I do like that we were able to build up, you know, a pretty big board, and we're forcing blocks down.
And Scissors Box, considering if they want to use the Pale Cascade alongside that Lantern to free trade this 5/5 Yeti, I think that's a good line. I think that's the one he should probably take. Leaves Sudrakon with fewer outs in my eyes, but decided to just hold it back. Says they don't really need to worry about their HP at this point. And it's unfortunate because there's no Ice Shard in this list, so there's no chance of us finding a lethal here.
Yeah, going down to 2 usually could be a little bit scary, but with no main decked Ice Shard, it means that even these Ram stances are slow speed. You get the option to interact with all of them. And even if we had the 3 Sisters to freeze the 6/5, it doesn't matter. Scissors Box had the Pale, is able to find the lethal there. And, you know, Aphelios into the Overwhelm. Overwhelm tried its best. It had a pretty solid starting hand, but, you know, Triple Lantern is just such a tempo positive
Yeah.
hand. It's so hard to deal with.
I actually think Overwhelm, looking at that game and looking at how it lined up with the Triple Lantern, with the Aphelios being the only answers that Scissors Box had, Overwhelm might be a little bit better into Aphelios than I initially thought. It seems that Overwhelm might just be able to get there and grind it out faster.
Yeah. Maybe you just like, you know, just ram your head against them, you know, pun
Mhm.
intended, and then you just make it through. But Sudrakon running it back, and Scissors Box has the Pantheon. Okay, so if the decks that they played are Pantheon and Aphelios, what do you think their third deck was that actually got banned?
Peace is a
Pantheon, Aphelios. Looking at this lineup, maybe Thralls.
Maybe Thralls. Give me a second. I'll take a look.
Viego could also make some sense in that lineup, I think.
Yeah, I could definitely see Viego. I wonder if Viego would like really be our ban. Okay, so it's Pantheon, Aphelios, Illaoi Jarvan.
Ooh.
Okay, no,
Okay.
That makes sense, I guess.
Yeah.
Honestly, bad matchups across the board. That feels bad. Like, I don't know which of those techs FTR is trying to beat, but I don't know if it beats any of them.
It definitely does not beat any of them.
Yeah.
And here comes the Inner Beast to attempt to trade this 2-3. Fortunately, Guiding Touch is available for the side of Scissors Box, and it's going to keep it alive. You can try and potentially clear it off with the Ram Stance next turn, but that's ambitious at best.
I think one of the worst parts about playing against Pantheon is it just feels so feudal, right?
Yeah.
Like you keep throwing everything at them. You full attack. You throw your removal out there. You just like keep running things into their units. It just doesn't matter. Like their stuff just never dies.
Outriders is a pretty good pickup here, though. Most likely we'll see it come down. And yep, there it is. That Allegiance hit, I glanced away for a second. Who knows? We'll find out.
I did not see, so yeah, we'll be surprised. Last game, we didn't get to see what it ended up buffing, so this time around, give me an Udyr. Come on, Udyr, baby. Come on.
That's
Okay.
another Outriders.
Chaining Outriders.
There's
And
worse
that's
things.
an open hawked Outriders. That's
Yeah.
a big ass unit. It's still smaller than, Saga Seeker, of course, Why would it be bigger than a 1-drop?
Well, it's a 1-drop with a 3-drop on it.
Yeah, no, you can try justify it as much as you want, but
It's the same mana, bro. What do you mean?
yeah, no, totally. Very, very balanced.
That's fair.
Seems like a good quality design.
Honestly, how would you even fix faded units at this point?
So, Ruben has talked about just making it so that Zenith Blade doesn't cycle. And
That's a
I think
good
that's
start.
I think it's a reasonable change, because then if you like triple vengeance decks might suddenly be able to win this matchup, because suddenly it's not 3 overwhelm units plus Pantheon that you have to deal with every single game. It's just like 1 or 2 overwhelm units, right? And like maybe that's enough. It's hard to say though. It's so hard to say. I've been saying that I want 0-1 Saga Seeker, 2-1 Cat, 1-2 White Flame. Just like cut all of their stats so like maybe you can kill them before you buff them up, but I don't know. It's so hard.
Yeah, I think those changes would kill it like completely. 0-1 Saga Seeker, I could see that might still be playable, but 2-1 Cat also might still be playable. But taking any more stats away from this White Flame, I think makes it like impossible to play. What if you
Homie,
just
it has
took-
faded and Fury. The thing's still gonna get big as fuck. It just can't
true.
block on like turn 3.
What if you just took away Fury off of the dragon?
It's a dragon though.
There's other
Defeats the
dragons
purpose
without
of the
Fury.
card, right?
Look, at the Emperor doesn't have Fury. It's got Elusive.
Yeah, but that's like a Ionia dragon. It's not a real dragon.
True.
Um,
Sharpsight Pale Cascade gonna come out here, pushing a lot of damage. That Cataclysm potentially threatening to be a lethal swing here.
wait, we just have. So they don't have Overwhelm, right? That's the
Yeah.
big thing. So we're fine into Cataclysm, but if we just Battle Fury here, don't we just have lethal on
Yeah,
open?
we do.
We are like we go wide. We play out some Tusk. What's a 6/5 Tusk? Hello?
Yeah, it got hit by both the Hawk and the Sentry buff,
Hello?
right? The Hawk
I think
missed
it's just the Avarice and Outrider buff.
it. Yeah. What did
That's,
the Hawk hit then? I guess these other cards are buffed up, I suppose. Yep, 6/6.
Oh my god. Hello?
We don't want to slap the. Oh, I guess we need the mana for Battle Fury.
Yeah, we need the Battle Fury here, and we just open attack to play around everything. I mean, we're basically putting them on have single or die. No, you have to pre-commit single. It's like have concerted or die. This is I don't know. You have to have everything here. And unfortunately, you can't have enough things. Suzerain just turned 7 out muscling the Pantheon deck, is showing 21 damage. You know, that's cute that you have a 13 attack follower, but mine is 15 attack and has Overwhelm. And Sujikon just picking it up there.
Taking it to a game 3, the Bard Udyr list was able to find a win. Not too impressive in doing so, if I may be frank. It didn't put on that strong of a showing. It did have the triple 1-drop opener, which is, I suppose it's the ideal opener for the deck, right? But double Avaros and Outriders, it took a lot to get there. It had the Battle Fury, it had the double Outriders, it had the Omen Hawk, it had the Bird.
Avaros and Outriders is broken. I'm there, buddy.
Okay. All right, and now we have an absolutely horrendous matchup for Sudrakhan. FTR is just going to get absolutely steamrolled by this Pantheon. But that said, Sudrakhan is on 2 main deck Flash Freeze, as well as a 3 Sisters, and a copy of the Ruination, so there's some hope for him here. Very slim. But
Ruination is a solid card, pretty good in this matchup. So definitely something that Citrus Box has to play around. Sudrakhan though has the ramp, has a couple ravines. Unfortunately, this is like the one matchup in the game where ravine isn't crushing. Feels kind of bad, you know, if you're drawing your OP card, it's just not good in this matchup. Like, what are you supposed to do with that?
Well, we'll be able to play out this Trundle on curve if he so chooses. Might consider an Avalanche here, but it'll get punished pretty heavily.
Yeah, I mean, it could also just be like a ravine here. I don't know. You do get to kill Goat. And, like, this is probably the only time that you're getting value off of this card, right? Like, I think it makes sense.
Yeah, I think I like the ravine a little bit better now that you point it out. Here, we are once again met with an option. Do we do something or do we pass? This is the dilemma for FTR players. Scissors Box going to open up with that Zenith Blade, draw another one out of the deck, be able to give themselves some more Overwhelm threats in the future. And now Trundle coming down.
We can't even block, dude.
Yeah.
Oh, if they attack, we can't even block. If you block, you just get blown out by literally everything in their deck. Oh, the sharp sight here is just, it's pain. It's pain.
It's so painful. And Sudrakhan, recognizing that, takes the attack, takes it to the face.
Okay. So we need to find like a Vengeance or a Ruination, because that's the only thing that these things are dying to.
Yep. Or we could hop over to Noxus and find Disintegrate.
True. Disintegrate would be nice. Scorched Earth.
Great options.
Lots of options. Dude. Oh, that's so crazy.
Sudrakhan really needs to find this Ruination of his, or a Vengeance, or something to deal with it. Is there even a Vengeance in the list? There are. There are 3, of course.
Yeah, no, there have to be. That would be a crazy cut.
You know, some people be crazy.
Second Trundle here, actually really nice. Because it means you can trade this one off and not feel too bad about it. Play down second Trundle, get the flip. You know, it's not that bad.
Yeah, I like saving the HP here.
That bad. Yeah.
Gives you something to do on this turn, whereas otherwise you would have just been passing and doing nothing. So you could also, and it's really aggressive and probably bad, but you could go for both a double Avalanche line with the Ravine and the Avalanche, but that sounds really bad.
That's a full Copium play, dude. That's like a you don't have anything, right? Copium.
Sometimes you need a little bit of copium.
Yeah.
This rally, though, presenting a very real threat to the side of Sudrakhan.
Yeah. No, it's rough. It's rough. I mean, you kind of have to just get Trundle down. They rally, you cry. It's a pretty good line, right?
The best line you have.
Yeah, and we might even have to Avalanche just to like pop barriers and be like, are you sure you want to attack into me? I definitely can kill your guy.
I was going to say the problem is we can't Avalanche because then we're not going to be able to play the Trundle Pillar next turn. If the rally comes out, I guess you have to, but doesn't matter because a Concerted Strike came out removing the Trundle anyways.
Yeah, and we can go and get, you know, like Pillar Tryndamere, you know, that gets us there, right?
Definitely. It might let us kill the Pantheon, except for the fact that there's a second Pantheon in hand, and we can either just replay it or just stun the Trundle or the Tryndamere.
Rally. You know, they're about to flip Pantheon and get Spell Shield.
This is looking a little bit doomed.
No, we're fine. We're fine. Okay, so we where's our Ruination? That's fine. Oh, they hit Spell Shield anyway. They always hit Spell Shield, dude.
Always. Is it bugged? It's got to be bugged.
Oh my god. No, I think it's intended. It's just it's hard coded in, bro.
I see. I feel like
Okay,
the number of spell shield hits I've seen have gone way up since after the patch.
dude, it's just literally always. It just assume that they hit Spell Shield.
Mhm.
Like your high roll is them not hitting Spell Shield plus Scout. It feels like
True. True. I know back like a couple patches ago, you and I talked a little bit about how Pantheon's not really that coin flippy and whatever.
That's bullshit. I said that
I've come
if it
around.
wins on Scout, it's literally a coin flip.
Sorry,
But-
we argued about it.
Yeah,
I should say. I was saying that I don't think it's that coin flippy, and you were saying that it was. Quote unquote argument. We had a discussion.
Yeah.
But
I think
at this point, I'm fully on board. Pantheon's a fucking coin flip. I'm so done with the card. I don't want to see it anymore.
I'm coming around on the other side. It's not a coin flip. It just always hits Scout and Spell Shield. It's just a win card. It's not even a coin flip. It just literally always wins. That's where I'm at now.
I love it. I love how we've swapped opinions on this.
Yeah. Okay, so we see this come through. We're gonna block with Tryndamere. Our Tryndamere's gonna level up, which I mean that's usually good, right?
Great.
Except in this case, not great. We lose our pillar. We don't even trade because Pantheon has barrier for some crazy does he really need barrier? Can we talk about that? Why does he have barrier?
Honestly, I think it's because they intended him to come down on 4 and just like actually do things, but turns out you don't need to play your Pantheon on 4 ever.
Yeah, Saga Seeker's just kind of holding down the board, you know? Like, you don't need it. Okay. Here's how you fix it.
Mhm.
All of the faded units are 0/1s.
Okay.
Yumi's a 0/1. And Pantheon loses barrier. I think that's the way to fix it.
I see.
Yeah? You like that?
That's a great change. I'm okay with them taking Pantheon out of the metagame for a while. And by a while, I mean the indefinite future.
Yeah. Take him to the farm with poor Fiora, you know? Take him out back. You know, we never have to see him again, honestly. I'm okay with it.
What if we brought Fiora back? Would that help?
No.
Problem
no.
or make it
Fuck
worse?
Fiora.
I'm right
Do you
there
really
with you.
wanna-
I'm not a Fiora fan.
Do you want to play Fiora with like Yumi in the game? Or
Kind of. Not really. I don't like playing Fiora.
dude, okay, if we want to push like that mid-range Demacia, like fair mid-range Demacia, push Shen Jarvan. Don't make it Fiora. Fiora's just bullshit. How funny is it? We have to avalanche here. We have to avalanche, remove one of our own blockers, remove our health on our against an overwhelmed unit, just to pop a spell shield for his vengeance. Now his vengeance is a great draw, and like suddenly we're not losing the game instantly this turn. But God, it feels bad.
Yeah, we're alive at 1. 2, sorry.
We're alive at more than that, right? We're alive at 5.
Oh, right, we can block with Tryndamere. I forgot that's a thing that can happen.
Yeah, we block with Tryndamere. We get rid of their faded unit, which I feel like we should probably get rid of their faded unit.
Yeah.
And then we just FTR next turn. And it's like, actually still losing to the second Pantheon in hand, but otherwise, you know, it's good. It's good.
Great. It's great. It's great.
We're fine. We're fine. It is funny that Tryndamere has Fierce and Overwhelm, right? What's up with
Yeah.
that?
Tryndamere's got a lot of keywords, you know, and tough too.
Tough on a big unit like that matters a lot.
It does. It really does, actually. 'Cause-
He literally is immune to everything other than kill spells. Oh, this is Pantheon in hand!
Whoa, wait.
Wait, it hits Pantheon!
Wait.
Summon!
Sutracon found the line.
Wait, we're winning?
Yeah,
Hello?
apparently so.
That doesn't work!
No, that still
that doesn't
dies.
work!
Yep. There goes
Hello?
Scissorbox's entire hand. Turns out second Pantheon's not a problem if it can't make it to the board. Sutracon saw the line that we missed and is actually going to be able to find himself an into
Third
this
Pantheon.
game.
Third Pantheon.
Was it third?
No, I'm saying they're going to draw it here.
Okay.
Oh, but they didn't draw third Pantheon. Sudricon, it looked like a doomed game. But She Who Wanders, the buff hitting champions, is able to snipe the 4-attack Pantheon from the hand. The only time in the game that he will ever stay at 4 lower attack.
Yep.
Wow. That's
the only
crazy.
time I will ever advocate for that buff to She Who Wanders.
Yeah, if it kills Pantheon, bro, if it beats a Pantheon player, I'm down for it, you know?
When I'm playing Fizz garbage and it removes my entire hand and I'm just left with spells, I'm sad.
Yeah.
I'm a sad boy. But
yeah, no, I mean,
I'm watching it kill Pantheon and I'm like, yes! That's
realistically,
it. Done it.
I hate FTR, I hate Pantheon, you know, so it is kind of lesser of two evils here. Yeah. But I mean, that's an exciting end to the game. I thought it was over. They had so many overall units. It felt like they were in such a great position, but the vengeance off of the top, the develop from Scissors Box means that Sudricon is able to come out on top. That was a close game.
Yeah, it was a very close game, very close series. Very well played by Sudricon to be able to find that with W and be able to recognize what we both missed in that if there is another Pantheon, he has the token on 10 with She Who Wanders. He can get rid of it before it ever makes contact.
Just snipe it out of the hand. That was good. That was good. Well played by Sudricon. We'll go and see if we can get into another game.
A couple other ones going on here. Lunari versus Rebellion. These are some mainstay Mastering Runeterra gamers here. These guys have participated in so many of the Mastering Runeterra tournaments that I've had the pleasure of casting. They're both making their splash on the scene. Rebellion, I believe, top cut the last seasonal as well. Congratulations to them for that. We'll see if they can put their skills to work here and find the victory against Luna.
Okay, I do see a Pantheon, and I see Vandal Noxus, bro. I love Vandal Noxus. I see its symbol come down. I am happy. We'll have to see if it's a treasure trash list. It might be, you know, something else. But
let me go ahead and take a look at that while we're waiting for this game to show up. There is a Cataclysm
guillotine.
And a guillotine.
I mean,
there's a lot of options here.
Kind of hot here. I mean, we aren't going to use it this turn, but like that's going to be a blowout card next turn.
We are going to wall up, right?
It's only 3 damage. I would save wall up for like later on in the game. But it's a hard call because like you're losing your Ziggs, you're losing a lot of pressure, right?
Mm-hmm.
So it's a hard call to make.
Rebellion's line up quite spicy as well.
Oh, the Cataclysm change. Dude, I hate this Cataclysm change. Why does the person Cataclysming get priority now?
I don't know. It happens with all slow free attack things.
Yeah.
All the blade dance stuff, all of it.
I was used to how it worked previously. Why'd you change it?
Yeah. So you're gonna like Rebellion's list here because it does include Captive Greyback. It does include Lecturing Yordle as a 3 of. It has Treasure Trash as the 3 of as well.
Let's go. I
also really like the looks of this list. Spellslinger and Arachnoid Sentry both making an appearance as well. No 1-drops outside of Annie. And full set of Ziggs.
I just looked over at chat, and chat just said, I used to think Pantheon leveled up had Spell Shield on the base card.
Yo, Starkly, so did I. Don't worry. You're not alone.
Funny. That's funny, dude. Holy shit. Boy. So we didn't end up using the wall up next turn. Regeneration on this Pantheon, pretty annoying for us.
Definitely a little bit annoying. There's also that Bastion, which will stuff the Guillotine altogether. I believe if it doesn't kill the first target, you don't get the bleeding card back. Pantheon going to continue to get buffed up here. This is looking not so great for Rebellion.
Denying the poison dart's actually huge. We'll see if we can force a block out of Pantheon. Like, if Lunari ends up making the mistake of blocking with Pantheon, we could be fine here, especially since interesting interaction with Nox and Guillotine is that even if you Bastion it, even if you Spell Shield it, you still get another copy of Guillotine. It's one of the reasons why I love this card. Yeah.
Okay. I wasn't sure about that. I thought it stuffed it, to be honest.
It does not. No, you just get another copy, which is really funny in a lot of instances. And honestly, dude, Guillotine is criminally underplayed. It is better than Scorched Earth in 90% of scenarios. It's just everyone wants to Scorched Earth because, you know, it's cool. You get to hit landmarks sometimes. And yeah, that is cool. but you know, I'd rather just
Embrace the
I'd rather get
quiet
guillotine.
of your life.
And it's interesting here. We're sort of knowledge checking Lunari right here, right? If
Mhm.
they Bastion right here, they lose their Pantheon. If they don't Bastion right here, if they save it for afterwards, then they get to keep their Pantheon. This is straight up a knowledge check. Do you know that if you Bastion, they get another copy?
We'll find out if Lunari knows if they decide to do this. They could also just go for a concerted strike. Bastion
Oh,
coming out.
They got checked. Oh no!
There's no overwhelm on that card either. So that means that all the threats are now taken care of from the side of Rebellion, or from the side of Lunari, and Rebellion is looking pretty comfortable in this game.
Yeah, they are out of units, but I mean, at this point, does it really matter? You have great top decks. You are Bandle City, so like Pokey Sticks off the top are great. Conchologist, you have a Treasure Trash. You have a ton of great top decks. Whereas Lunari, what do you have? What are your top decks? It's literally
Zenith
like Zenith Blade or another Pantheon. That's
Yep.
it, though. That's actually it. Oh, that's crazy. It shows that this game has so many intricate interactions that it's just so hard to keep track of. If you don't know them, sometimes it just loses you the game instantly. And we'll see. There's a single combat, so if they wanted to, Lunari could like slow play this a little bit, you know, try and clear out blockers, try and find lethal this turn, but playing it a little bit more slowly here. Wallop is pretty nice. We'll have to see if Yumi's leveling. Oh, rally?
Ooh.
Oh,
You mean level up?
I mean, that means that we might just find lethal here because we force the block. Our blocker dies, and then
Annie.
you rally. Annie comes down, you strike spell. The spell shield is so huge to
Yeah.
deny any value out of this Wallop.
There is no way around this for the side of Rebellion. I spoke too soon saying that he looks safe. He is most certainly not. He is just dead on board. Turns out one Saga Seeker is all you need as the Pantheon player. A Saga Seeker and a cat.
Yeah,
gonna be
the
more than
flipped
enough.
Yumi is just so valuable. Even after the guillotine play, it turns out that the Bastion was enough because you're just getting a spell shield on the next turn. And why Rebellion does not quite have enough. Doesn't find the treasure trash. And Lunari in a close game, able to come out on top. That was a pretty nuts ending to the game.
That was. I really hope we get to see another game from these players because I want to see more of Rebellion's lists.
Oh,
I don't know
same.
if you've had a chance to take a look at it, but their Bilgewater Noxus list is a little bit spicy. They're obviously playing the Annie in the Bandle list, as we saw. So
Oh, is it Katarina?
Katarina as a 2 of and a 1 of LeBlanc.
Wait, is that literally? Oh, wait. I think I literally made a YouTube video with that exact triple TF, 2 Katarina, 1 LeBlanc.
Maybe. I'm assuming you had more than one copy of Disintegrate in your list, though.
I'd have to look. I think it might have been 1 copy. I think it was like towards the
Oh.
beginning of the patch.
It
'cause
might
I
be this
made it-
exact list then.
I made it with Annie Ezreal, right? Like that was the
Yeah.
idea, is that I could run it with Annie Ezreal. That's funny. LeBlanc is actually secretly good in this list because
Crazy.
it copies Tibble.
Tibble, yeah.
It levels pretty consistently. It's really good into the Demacia matchups, whereas like Annie sucks in the Demacia matchups, right? Just gets eaten up by Broadwing. I kind of love the list. So I mean, I would be really excited to see that.
Yeah, I unfortunately looks like we might not be getting another one from them, but maybe we'll be able to tune into one of them in the future. That was actually the last game. Thank you, production, for confirming that. But this is a spicy list, and it's probably something that I'll look at trying out too. I just don't have enough time, Aikado. Do you find you also don't have enough time to play all the decks you want, especially with chat giving you play by decks
God.
constantly? Have you made it to Diamond yet, my friend?
You know, what even is Diamond? Diamond's kind of a social construct,
Yeah,
if you think about it,
exactly.
right? Yeah, I'm handing out diamonds, you know, to chat
Perfect.
constantly in
Perfect.
the form of, you know, like great content, you know,
Mhm.
and great advice. You know, that's as valuable as diamond, right?
Yeah, it definitely is valuable as a diamond. Oh, believe me, I had to disable play my decks. It got too much for me at a certain point. It can be quite
Yeah.
draining,
It's rough. It's rough.
especially when people are just trying to mess with you, like your chat often does.
Like,
I have
you know, it
done.
is what it is. It's funny, right? It's funny. It's good content.
Yeah,
You
it
know,
is.
there's just sometimes you hit a limit. It's like, okay, well, at some point, I need to hit diamond, guys. I need to actually start winning games at some point.
Have you been playing much off stream, or are you doing your entire
No,
client?
like none.
Yeah,
Like
it
none
just
off
you're
stream.
so drained after so many hours streaming, and like when you're streaming every day like you are, it takes a lot out of you, and you just don't have the energy to play off stream. But on to a different point of conversation. We have a game in front of us. This is Cobalt versus Dr. Evander, and it's Ionia Viego into Sentinels. And this unfortunately is just going to get stuffed by the Syncopation.
Oh, Syncopation is such an insane anti-control card. It's one of the main reasons that Ionia Viego sort of came into popularity is because of the ability to abuse cards like Syncopation to just keep your Viego alive forever. It was the old, you know, SI or the Shrima list, right? Shrima is out here trying to steal Ionia's thunder by being of the big protection region. And I mean, we see a flip Viego. This deck's really good into these vengeance type lists. Like,
Yeah.
really good.
It is. It has denies, it has syncopates, it has big units in multiples that you have to deal with. Kindred also becomes a very, very big threat of her own. There's a lot going on for this list and a lot that it does very well. And
Oh, we don't even have the vengeance. Feels bad, man. And that is gonna be lethal as Cobalt finds it. That's probably a Sentinels list, right? Probably
Yes.
Jace Vi, Elise?
Dr. Evander usually plays Jace Kindred
Kindred?
Elise, I think. I might
Yeah.
be mistaken. It's been a while since I last cast something. But they
Kindred or Vi, both are really good, right? They each
Yeah.
hit different things.
and Dr. Evander plays a lot of that deck. I know I've seen them bring it in pretty much every single lineup, so it's very much a comfort deck for them at this point.
For sure. Sentinels is such a cool deck. It feels like there's a very committed group of players that will bring it all the time and
Mhm.
make it work. It's the type of deck that you look at the stats on it and you know it's a little bit lower than you want, but the deck feels good to play and the people who are good at it just find ways to win games. And I love to see that.
And it's a pretty versatile deck as well. You can tech it with different champions. Vi, like you said, Kindred, like we said. You can also tech it with different stuff. Like I've seen builds with Aloof. I've seen builds with Station Archivist. I've seen builds with and without the Albus Pharaohs. It's a very versatile deck that does a lot of different things, and it does those things quite well.
For sure, for sure. Love to see it.
But with that, we are going to cut out to another quick break. Thank you all so much for sticking with us. We'll be back with round 5. We're going into round 5 already, Aikado. It's blowing by. The day's flying through. Lots of great Legends of Runeterra happening today. But yeah, we'll see you guys after this short break.
Nari in a close game, able to come out on top. That was a pretty nuts ending to the game.
That was. I really hope we get to see another game from these players. Welcome back, everybody. This is your Saturday Mastering Runeterra x GGtoor tournament. I'm your host, MonteXristo, and my co-caster today is Aikado. Aikado, we're about to walk through Rogio's decks. Have you had a chance to take a peek at this lineup just yet? Because I just got my eyes on it, and it's spicy.
I did. I'm excited for Rogio. Brings a lot of, a lot of these decks I really enjoy. It's the mid-range combo-y type of stuff. First up, it's a deck we've seen a few times today. It's a Legion Deserted Viego, has a Katarina, blah, blah, blah. Let's go to deck number 2. Deck number 2, though, Annie Jin, about the one Jin deck that has actually stuck around and looked solid. Honestly, it's not even a Jin deck. It's a Stagehand deck. Stagehand is so insane in this deck. It pushes so much damage. You find these mid-range or these mid-game swings on like turn 4, turn 5, where you're just absolutely blowing your opponent out. I'm excited to see this deck.
Yeah, this is very much a deck that was a little bit misunderstood at the start of the expansion. People were trying to play it like a lot more like your traditional burn aggro list, but in fact, this deck wants to play more for the stuns. It really wants to be on that stun package. Rogio's list here I see is still on that Doom Beast. A lot of the newer lists I've seen coming out have started cutting those. They feel like it's the weak spot in the list because you do really want to just be playing for those big swing turns with stunning 2 or 3 of your enemy's board.
Yeah, like maybe swapping it for like a couple more centuries, but the healing is really nice, right? Like
Yes.
Doom Beast is an insane card, especially if you're in like aggro mirrors. Doom Beast has been insane forever.
Mhm.
So I mean, it's hard to cut for me personally. I love that card.
I also think it's a pretty good card. I just feel like it's a little bit awkward in this list. It's hard to set up sometimes. But like you said, that little bit of healing can really, really help you in those aggro mirrors. It can even help you in some of those mid-range matchups, just getting you a couple extra points of HP, buying you one more turn to find that Decimate top deck that you need. So
Yeah.
I'm not trying to harp on this list at all. It is a very standard one. It is a very good one, in my opinion. Just takes a little bit of time to learn how to play properly. And then the final list we have coming out here is one that I am personally a very big fan of. It's Illaoi Ionia, and this is a spicy list. Man is running Storm of Blades, man is running Ancient Hour of Glass, 2 of Nopify. We talked about how the stocks on that have gone way up since Disintegrate came into the meta. And of course, Defiant Dance and Homecoming also available there to help you push through big threats, reset big threats like Pantheon, like Viego, like all sorts of stuff that can be problematic.
Yeah, I think that this is an Pantheon, anti-Thralls lineup. That's what this feels like. And I'm excited to see it. Ionia Ionia is a deck that, while it was insanely OP, I hated it. But ever since then, I don't know, I've really liked it. It's a fun deck to play, just incredibly unfun to play against, which is understandable.
Yeah, it's a little bit more manageable now that it's been toned down a bit. We don't have the Inspiring Marshal, we don't have the voices or anything like that, buffing these blades up to ridiculous numbers.
Yeah, Flawless Duet is 2 mana now. It is what it is. But things that I like, Ancient Prep now flipping Azir is really nice. I like the one of Hourglass. Storm of Blades, I'm pretty sure is just terrible. But I like that they included it.
Here's the thing with Storm of Blades. The one thing it does really, really well is it makes all your Blade Dance units, all of them, even the Ribbon Dancer, even your Lead and Follows, anything, it makes them all activate Field Musicians, which Rogio is using as a 2 of in this list to facilitate his draw engine. And I think because of that, and also because of the changes that we discussed last series with the free attack giving you an action back, it is worth the inclusion as a 1 of. Whether it's proper or not, I'm not sure.
And I think that's like valid, right? Like making sure that procs Field Musician every time, that makes sense. Like that's the best argument I've heard for it. But at the same time, I think you would literally be better off running Desert's Wrath, which is the thing that buffs every Sand Soldier everywhere by like 1 attack. I think that card's literally better.
It's 2 attack, is it not?
I don't fucking know. Who runs the card?
I think it's 2 attack. Dalton Blaze used to run that card on ladder in the Illaoi Ionia meta.
Oh, I'm sorry. It buffs it 2 attack?
Yep.
That just furthers my point. It's so much better than Storm of Blades.
I don't know. I really don't. I'm going to disagree with you there because I think the consistency of Field Musician procs is just so much more valuable in these endgame stages where you're really looking for that card draw.
I think that you're proccing Field Musician every time you want to anyway, in like 99% of scenarios. In the situations where you don't are the ones where you don't have a Azir or you don't have Deus, in which case, you aren't winning that fucking game anyway.
That's true. That's true. The one thing that is missing from this list, there's no Green Glade duos, there's no Apprentice, Shadow Apprentice, right?
It is +1 everywhere, by the way. But it summons 2 Sand Soldiers on play. I had to go check.
Thank you for checking.
Yeah, but no, I still think Desert's Wrath is like better than Storm of Blades. And yeah, it is interesting. Like if we look at Darkodius is sort of known as being the Ionia Ionia guy back when Ionia Ionia was good, and then he kept playing it even afterwards. He's on the new Apprentice card, the 1 mana elusive that gets a buff every time you summon an ephemeral. So Darkodius likes to lean more into that elusive, aggressive, a little bit more cheesy style. But this time around, Rogio deciding not to go that direction. It's really interesting. I'm excited to see this deck, dude. I like Ionia Ionia. It crushes Thralls. It crushes FTR. Apparently, it beats Pantheon. So that's beautiful to me.
Yeah, I think the deck is pretty well positioned in the metagame right now for exactly the reasons you stated. And I think just to touch on why Darkodius was going for that more early game aggressive package, he said last meta it felt a lot better. This specific list that we see from Rogio is very clearly designed to beat Thralls, to beat Pantheon. And in those matchups with Sharp Sights, with Avalanches, with Blighted Ravines, your low HP units matter a lot less.
They're less valuable for sure.
They're going to decrease your win percentage, I think, compared to having something like an extra Defiant Dance, like an extra Blossoming Blade, like an extra Nopify to just keep your stuff alive. Even Shapestones, just to be able to give you a little bit of extra protection and an extra Rite of Calling in here compared to most lists that I've seen, just to up your consistency.
Yeah.
And
let's go ahead and take... Oh, go ahead.
I was going to say from the other side of the matchup, we have Unknown, and we're going to take a look at their decks as well. First up, we have a Tri-Beam deck, and I know this is an archetype you're quite familiar with, Aikado. Do you want to take us through it?
It's really the big things here looking at this list. One, we're only on 2 Static Shock, which is fine, but like statics are nice to flip your Ezreal. We're on 2 Disintegrate, brand new cards, so you love to see that in there. No Raven Bloom means we have no Tibalt top end. Instead, we're running triple Pharaoh's Financier for a little bit more value, and then double Aloof Travelers. And the Aloof Travelers, it feels like a card that a lot of people are trying to fit into their decks. I dig it a lot. I think it's solid. Opponent is Mati 24 Mayo, is that right?
I think
That's what it looks like.
maybe.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So that's whose list we're looking at. They are also on Viego, Legion Deserter, Katarina. We have to come up with a better name for this deck.
The Tellstones have come out. I have been considering putting Tellstones into this list myself. I think that Crumble, while it is not necessarily a good card, it can help you set up the Viego train. It can also help you deal with landmarks, which can occasionally be problematic, especially if you're in a mirror and your opponent's running Haunted Tomb and you're not. And also just the Mark of the Isles being able to help you out, push some extra trades, and then even Spirit's Journey can help protect you in some situations. So I like that inclusion a fair bit. Undergrowth also being included here.
I think Shadow Isles Telestones is like criminally underrated, honestly, especially in a deck like this where like Spirit Blossom, or Spirit Blossom, I think that's a Kindred spell. Spirit Journey, that one. If you use it on Legion Deserter, like if your opponent tries to disintegrate it, you could just like use it on Legion Deserter and blow out their entire play. Crumble is a solid card. Crumble's really bad, but Crumble's really good in your deck if it has the option to not be Crumble.
Yep.
Which sounds really stupid, but there are so many instances where your opponent just can't interact with it. And in those matchups, Crumble is just crushing. It's really good. But, you know, if your base level is that, like, sometimes it's a Spirit's Journey, sometimes it's just a buff spell, I dig Shadow Isles Telestones. I think it makes a lot of sense in this deck. I like it.
Yeah, and other notable card choices, only the one of Atro wants to play for a little bit more of a board-based plan, try and get there with Katarina a little bit more often maybe, and wants to play a little bit more control-y with these undergrowths. And the final list we have coming out here is Annie Ziggs Bandlenar.
And no treasure trash.
No treasure trash, yeah.
But they have Farron.
And they have Bandle City Mayor and Travelers in here to create that critical mass of dual multi-region cards for the Mayor.
I mean, dude, I love these mid-range Bandle lists. I know that everybody hates Bandle City, but this is the Bandle City that I love. These mid-range decks that you're just using the extra cards for value. I love this list. I'm excited for it. It also combines Raven Blue Conservatory. I'm excited for this deck. I'm excited for both of these decks, honestly. Both players are bringing a little bit of spice, and I dig that.
Yeah, it's they're very exciting decks. They're very cool decks. These are lists that we've seen pretty regularly at this point, but they're ones that are exciting to watch being played, and hopefully we'll get to see some more of this Ravenbloom stuff because I'm a huge fan. I think it is just so much fun to watch, and I like seeing how these different lists play out because they are quite different and they do play out quite differently. So people are still trying to come to the consensus of which one is best.
Yeah, no, there's so many different options. I think that's one of the really cool things about the Annie package and about Ravenbloom in general is that you can splash them into like 5 or 6 different decks that are all really solid. Everybody has a different take on it. Everybody's building it slightly differently, and I love that. I love this position in the meta right now. Like, if Thralls didn't exist, I would be so high on this meta. But because Thralls kind of beats most of these Ravenbloom decks, it makes me really sad. I'd prefer it didn't exist, you know?
Yeah, I feel you. It goes back to your theory of people just hate what they lose to.
True. Except for me. I hate what I
hate
lose
everything.
To and toxic decks, you know. I'm self-aware here. It's not just that I hate what I lose to.
It's everything that you hate.
Yeah.
Everything that's not shelf oak.
At the end of the day, I just hate everything is what it comes down to.
We're just waiting on the players to start up, but this is round 5 of 7, and then we're going to do Top Cut today as well. So stick around for all this action. We're going to be here quite a while longer. I can't believe some of the games that we've seen today. They've been absolutely incredible, and I hope to continue seeing more and more incredible games like that throughout the rest of this day. And I really want to be able to, really hope we get to see some of this Jin Annie and some of this Azir Aurelia on screen for you guys today.
For sure. If both players just banned Viego, I would be super down for that. I would be excited for that. I want to look real quick and see how Davebo's doing. We were watching him earlier today. I love his lineup. I want to see if we have a shot of seeing him in top cut. Davebo right now, 2-2 apparently. Okay, so he still has a shot, but you know, oh, it looks like he dropped. Never mind.
Oh, Sag.
Okay, Sag. Yeah, I wanted
Sag.
to see our Riptide Rex friend again. I
Me
was
too.
just thinking back on that, you know, enjoying the time that we had with
That was a big Rex. Dealt 10 damage through a unit to the face.
dude.
Absolutely incredible.
I think that deck's good. I genuinely think that deck is good.
I think so too. I think it still needs a little bit of refinement, but it's very, very close to being at that 40 card list.
Yeah. Yeah, no, there's so many options available to it, right? Like, how many Disintegrate do you want to run? How many Scorched Earth? How much Draw? How many Tentacle Smash? What 2-drops? Do you want any 1-drops? You know, one of the weaknesses of the deck is just a lack of fearsome blockers. So, like, you know, are there ways you can tech it to make that better? I love building that type of deck. I don't know. Build Noxus, dude. I love Build Noxus.
Me too. Pirates, big
Okay, I mean,
pirates.
Pirates is... I mean the mid-range, you know?
You got big pirates, which like GPTF stuff that was being done back in the day.
Speaking of pirates, have you seen the new build of pirates?
No.
Where they're on like Drakehound,
Oh,
and
yeah.
like the scout units and like Buru Leader, and also the Noxus 4-drop that creates a free attack.
So that's can you call that pirates still at that point? That's just any
Okay,
MF.
so it's not pirates.
It's
but
MF combo. But
it
yeah, I
has
have
a
seen that.
pirate.
I spent
you
like
know?
30, 40 games playing that garbage.
Well, I don't know about garbage, bro. Drakehound. I feel like Drakehound's genuinely underplayed. That card,
Yeah, that card is actually
really
strong.
good.
It demands resources from your opponent. It's very cheap. It doesn't cost you a lot to put down. It gets in free attacks. If you have scouts, it's so strong. If you have any free attack stuff like that Buru Leader, like the 4-mana rally got pseudo rally, it's very, very strong. So I agree. I think that card is there. And I'm saying I wasted 40 games playing a bad deck, but I think there is something there in that concept. You don't quite know just how powerful MF is until she's flipped on turn 5. Like you play her on turn 4, you flip her on turn 5, it's nuts. Like,
yeah,
it's actually
especially
possible.
outside of Demacia, right? Like, you know, Demacia, you're like, okay, yeah, I mean, MF on 3, they play Valor, they double attack, they rally on 4, and it's like, yeah. But outside of Demacia, you just don't expect to see that type of thing, right?
Yeah.
I don't know. I think Drakehound it's a very strong card, but it's also a balanced card because it's an X1 at the end of the day, right? Like, if you pokey it, you're happy.
Yeah, but I'm also, as the Drakehound player, if my opponent is wasting resources to pokey a 2-1 that can't attack or block, or a 4-1, I'm pretty okay with that too.
Why you say can't attack or block, bro? It do be attacking. It do be attacking a lot,
Yeah,
bro.
it just can't attack by itself, which was actually a problem I encountered once or twice in those 30-40 game.
I believe it. And it's also immune to stuns. I think that's a really interesting thing about it, right?
Yeah.
Because it's going in and like it's joining every attack.
All right, looks like the players have sorted out their little bit of tech issues that they were having, and we're ready to jump in here. Curious to see what's up on screen first. It looks like it's going to be Ravenbloom Bandle up against Viego. Disintegrate found in the opening hand. That's probably going to be a keep. The rest of this, I think, can go back, though.
Yeah, House Spider's a consideration. House Spider's really nice for setting up, like Disintegrate, making sure you don't get smorked down. But, you know, lack of fearsome blockers early game can be really rough against the Lease. Oh, but we found Ravenbloom. Let's go.
There is the Tellstones in... no, it's actually Mati's list that has the Tellstones. Rogio's does not.
Yeah, that sounds right. Rogio on the top side, Mati 24 Mayo on the bottom side. We might have to swap that on the graphic there on the left side. But otherwise, we're getting into game. And an Elise staring down a House Spider here. It'll be interesting to see, like, if you attack, do you block? Do you give them the block value? It's an interesting question.
I don't think you'd ever do.
I like swinging with just the 1/1. Because we're telling our opponent, yo, I have flock, homie. I don't want to give you my 2/2, but I have flock. So, you know, Rogio respecting that, believing the story that they're being told, and ends up not blocking. I like that.
One of the things about this Viego deck that really, really surprised me is just how fast and how often Elise does end up flipping. It's kind of insane, and I really forgot about the power of this Flip-de-Lys. But she's such a strong champion once she's achieved her level up condition and is now granting all your spiders on the board, Challenger and Fearsome.
Just pushes so much damage early, and I think that one of the really big strengths of this deck is just the atrocity. The constant pressure of atrocity means that any damage you take early just can bite you a little bit later. But we do see Lecturing Yordle come down to immediately be answered by a Vengeance. Trading up in mana there, you love to see it, but Rogio, I had a good answer to it. You know, it's very good that they removed that, because now Matzi's hand doesn't look stellar, right?
Nope.
Like, there's not a whole lot going on there now.
We can deal with one threat, maybe two if we pick up another ping. That's a Farron, which is great, but not right now. Viego gonna come down from the side of Rogio, and I imagine that'll be met with a Disintegrate plus Death Sand. Oh my.
Yeah. I do like the stun. I think the stun is really nice, because if you stun Elise, then Rogio can't attack with Viego, right? It's just not an option. And if they do attack with Viego, then they're attacking straight into the Disintegrate. You feel great about it. I think it's a good stun. I like it.
I also like it. This Tibulk is almost there. It's going down to countdown 2 at the end of this round. A couple more spells picked up, and we can get it on almost on curve.
What's interesting is there is the Scorched Earth in Rogio's hand. So the question is, Rogio, do you call them on it? Do you just rip this Scorched Earth knowing that if they put 2 spells on the stack, you get blown out? And from the other side, if he does throw it out there, Mati, do you waste both of your Disintegrates just to get that Tibulk? It's a hard question. Do you lose your entire hand for it?
Looks like he's going to go for it. It's not worth the Disintegrates. Not with another Viego coming back. Not with so many more threats in the deck from the side of Rogio.
It's probably not, but it still feels bad, you know?
Yeah, and another Death's Hand picked up. This is good news for Mati, but I worry that it's not going to be quite enough. The second Viego is going to be coming back again on the following turn. Yes, he'll have to deal with a Farron, but Farron's kind of chump change to this Viego deck. Its units get a lot bigger, a lot faster.
Just Landmark is being really frustrating here for Mati to have to deal with. You know, it's continuing the theme of this Viego deck, where it's just play out enough units that your opponent just can't answer them. Right, like this is the second Viego that we've answered with the Disintegrate, but you know, we're 2 for 1. We're spending 2 cards on their 1, and we do this over and over and over. And even though we're a Bandle City deck, we're just running out of value.
Yeah, and that kind of is the problem I've seen with this Ravenbloom deck, which is why I like Treasure Trash in the list so much now after playing it a bit and seeing it more and more. At first I was like, do we really want Treasure Trash? We're just kind of doing other things. We have too much going on for us already, but after every game I see it, we end up with hand states like this, and it's just like, I really wish I had a Treasure Trash right now.
Treasure Trash is really good in any Bandle deck that is, you know, ever going to run out of cards, which there aren't a ton of them, but the ones that do run out of cards, it is so good, and we do end up seeing the Farron just come down. It's going to be answered pretty easily, you know, making sure that Rogio doesn't take too much damage here. And the Camelborn Soldier starting up the Ephemeral Train. I mean, it's what happened here? How did this happen?
Good question. Good question. We had Haunted Tomb. I've heard a lot of people saying that Haunted Tomb is just not good. Well, here's why it's good.
I was not a believer, but I mean, this game, it's been very strong, and we see Legion Deserter come down. It gets the double proc from every single Viego summon, so it is now a 9/8 for some crazy reason. Stress Defense.
Interesting. Trinket Trade also an option to help us look for another ping to deal with it. Quite a few available in this region combination. I think that would be my pick.
Oh, wow. Interesting. Yeah, no, there are a lot of hits. You know, Blade's Edge, Pokestick, Group Shot, Death's Hand, even Fervor. Like, there's a lot of hits that would activate our Disintegrate here. But, you know, I kind of like Stress Defense, because if you Stress Defense Legion Deserter, you can block it with Baron.
Then you don't have a blocker for...
Oh, we hit a ping. Let's go. Prowling Projectile, activating Disintegrate. Let's go. And atrocity is a thing, but that's not real, right?
Not real.
It's not real. They don't have it.
Never.
Literally never.
Literally never. We can't
So
see it
like,
on the screen.
Like another reason that like maybe stress events. But
Yeah.
we're fine. We're fine. Okay, so what we could have done is stress defense and then block the overwhelm. Okay, so Farron in front of Viego is good. And then just throw like Concologist in front of a Legion Deserter, stress defense, and then like disintegrate.
Oh yeah,
right? Like
that's true. I
you
forgot.
lose the Vile Feast, which would have felt bad, but yeah, it feels like it had to have been the play.
Yeah, at least then you're not dying to this Atro.
Yeah, I kind of just at this point, like you really do just decide what you're losing to, and that's the big thing about this Viego deck. It's just it has so many threats and so many answers, and usually the answers are aggressive. It's like atrocity and stuff, but it does become very difficult. What are we playing around?
I don't know.
Real talk. What are we?
Second ping.
But
then we wouldn't have
it doesn't
dug,
work,
right?
Because of the
Oh, yeah.
ordering on it.
Yeah,
Do they main deck 9, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16? Oh, maybe it's not lethal?
it was one off, I think.
Oh, okay. Well, that's fine then. Okay, that makes sense. I understand now. For some reason, I thought it was lethal when I was looking at the thing. But what it was the eye was showing lethal because it was getting the Viego summon buffs, right?
Mm-hmm.
So I was confused there. That's my bad. That's my bad.
Decimate gonna come out now. Mati just trying to find the damage he needs to get through this Viego and actually make it to the endgame stage, but I believe Viego is just about flipped tier 2, and that's gonna be devastating.
Yeah, Viego's really close. Maybe we can hit Treasure Trash? Oh,
Nope.
Sag. Okay. I mean, maybe
What's
like
our-
Tibalt plus Stun Spider.
I guess so. And then we attack with Tibalt and just say they don't have Disintegrate.
Yeah, just try and push as much damage as possible.
Yeah. Actually, if that gets through and there is no Disintegrate and we're not dying on the open, we can get the Decimate off and actually connect for lethal, right?
Yeah. We'll see.
What were the draws? Disintegrate picked up. There's a Kamagoran soldier as well. Oh, poor Mati. Not going to be able to find the victory in this first game of the series. We'll see if he can take it back in game 2.
Yeah, Viego just gets so big. This Viego deck, it feels like a deck that just shouldn't be good. It's just like turn your brain off and like spam out all these units, and eventually your opponent dies. But even into these Disintegrate decks, you feel like it should have a bad matchup. It feels like it continually just finds these wins.
Yeah, it really does. You have so many threats that Disintegrate doesn't really matter, right?
Yeah, that's the idea of it, right?
You just slam threat after threat after threat after threat, and then you play Haunted Tomb, so they have another threat coming up in a turn or two. It just goes so big so fast.
I wonder if Atrocity decks beat this. Maybe?
Maybe.
I don't know.
What other Atrocity deck is there?
Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't mean Atrocity, I meant Rodation.
Oh,
Sorry, brain turned off.
that's okay.
Maybe. I don't know. They have refill. They like you Ruination one board and then they like just slam down Hydrovine and you're out of answers, right? Like yeah, I don't know. That deck is just so hard to deal with actually.
Yeah, I was more than a little bit surprised when I saw it pop up because I played against Bones and some other really good players at the start of the season messing around with similar concepts, and it just didn't impress me whatsoever. Then Mo came into our Discord server and was like, guys, this deck is broken. I was like, okay. It's probably not broken, but if Mo's saying it's worth checking out, it's worth checking out. So I picked it up, I played a couple games, I was like, huh. You just kind of have infinite threats, and your opponent can't really do enough about all of them.
Yeah,
So you
I'm
just
looking
end up
at
getting
magic
there.
tables to like try and see what it actually is losing to. Annie Ezreal, which
Mhm.
I believe because Annie Ezreal can set up its own win condition on like turn 7 or 8, right? And it answers like enough of your stuff. Tribeam, and then Heimerdinger Jace. And those
Okay.
are like the only ones that actually look like bad matchups. And like Heimerdinger Jace, I believe it runs Ruination, it runs a lot of Vengeances. It is filling up the board and has like fearsome blockers. Like I believe that that's a reasonable matchup. But other than that, it's just rough. Like the other two are PNZ Nox decks,
Mhm.
which you can only run so many of those.
Yeah.
If there's one, you can run one.
And
Yeah.
they only have so much removal. I've seen people get through those matchups regardless of the fact that Disintegrate and Phlox and stuff kind of ruin you. Because again, you can just slam threat after threat after threat after threat.
So many 9, especially with the Haunted Tomb. Like again, I saw Haunted Tomb. I thought that was bad, but that game was really good. Like if you're not able to punish playing a 3-mana do nothing, as far as like affecting the board for like 2 turns, it becomes really good.
And now Mati gonna play the Viego deck, and we do get to see the Azir Aurelia coming out from the side of Rogio. Opening hand for Mati, very, very good.
Is an interesting matchup because the Azir Aurelia has historically had a really bad matchup into Fearsomes. So if Mati's able to get a good, strong Fearsome start, then it could be a good matchup. But alternatively, if your win condition as Mati is like dropping these really big units like Viego, like Legion Deserter, then these 5 recalls could just end up taking advantage of that. So it's a really interesting matchup. We'll have to see how it ends up going, because I could see it going either way.
Yeah, I agree with you. I think it's going to be pretty draw dependent. And it's really going to come down to whether or not these fearsome units can be found in the early game. Here, the Camavoran Soldier could come out alongside the Elise to represent a very big attack. But it does give Rogio an opportunity to play this one of that he picked up in his opener. We're going to get to see it.
So what does this card actually do? Rest of the game, when you Blade Dance, you get 1 extra blade?
Yep. So it's a Blade Dance 2 on play, and it makes all your future Blade Dances have 1 more blade, which is going to be really, really good with this sparring student here.
Okay, sure. And you have like a good block into Elise.
Oh, you're in for it.
This is worth the flock, right?
Dude, who knows? Seeing Rogio's hand, definitely. But like if you don't see Rogio's hand, like using a flock on a student just feels so bad, right?
What are you saving it for? The Azir that's never going to attack? The Aurelia
Yes.
that has quick attack?
Yes.
Okay.
No, you're probably right.
I think this is like your main lose condition right now, just letting this chunk get into your board over and over and over again and just be threatened by it. So I like using the flock to remove it. Now Rogio's in a very, very tough spot. No champions, no Deus, and as I say that, the Deus shows up.
Yeah, Deus is nice here, but her hand is still really slow. We don't really want to use this Blade Dance if we can avoid it, because what happens if you draw Field Musician, right?
Yeah, I think we're going to Ancient Preparations here to try and dig for the Field Musicians, dig for a champion. Find an answer to Viego, like a Defiant Dance.
Yeah, Defiant Dance probably like fixes the game, honestly.
Actually, Rogio just going to go ahead and try and push some damage around the outside here.
That's an interesting animation there, by the way. Like, it doesn't... The extra blade, like, just sort of... It doesn't come out in, like, the normal animation. It just looks a little funny.
I missed it. I'll have to catch it the next time.
Yeah. We'll have to look.
Sometimes things get a little bit wonky when they add new cards.
Yeah.
Could very well be an unintentional different animation.
Yeah, it's kind of like the lack of an animation. Like, whereas Blade Dance usually, like, pops out to kind of like the extra one just, like, Here, we'll see.
And the attack comes out, but no actual attack, just the free one. Now Rogio's still in this very awkward position.
Yeah, since we didn't take off last turn to play the Ancient Prep. Maybe we can Ancient Prep and then Hoko from it. And then, like, replay it next turn.
That's a definite option. Azir found. That's great.
Pog? How funny is it that they're going to drop their 3-drop, the Azir, and you're going to have to Vengeance it? That's
pretty funny. There's
I hate
also
to
the
see it.
option of using Homecoming on the 2-1. Yes, it loses the Bile Piece, but it's going to give you something to play alongside the Azir next turn.
And if it goes through, it's great. I feel like it's such a crazy, greedy play, though.
Looks like Rogio's going for it.
And we'll see what they're targeting. Where are they going to Hoko from? I feel like Ancient Prep is just so much safer, but I don't know. Maybe you decide that you're just in a position where you need it. where you want that extra value.
I think you're okay with either option at this point. The problem with Ancient Prep is that you can't attack next turn if you do that, because you know you're drawing the Azir. But this does remove blockers and makes it harder for Mati to level up the Viego in the future.
Yeah, it denies the Viego proc, but also it's pretty plus tempo, because now they have to replay Viego down. You're slowing down their win condition quite a bit. And if they do end up vengeancing your Azir, then like their open attack isn't crazy anymore. I think it was actually a really good play.
And Azir just going to come out first. This will be met with that vengeance.
Yeah, almost certainly.
We could wait a turn. We do know that was their top deck. They haven't had anything to play out earlier. You don't necessarily need to deal with this immediately. It could be a lot better for you to just replay your Viego while it's not threatened.
Yeah, the worry would be if you let it through and they have like the 2-drop Blade Dance. It just feels really bad.
Yeah,
I think ripping the Vengeance probably makes sense.
Yeah, it makes sense. I just think that either line is acceptable in this position. These are not what you want to see.
That's a skip.
Yeah.
That's a skip. Yuck, yuck, yuck.
Now, if you're Rojo, you're hoping to top deck another champion. Defiant Dance would be a good option here to help you deal with either the Hydrovine or the Viego that's about to come down. Even a Rite of Calling, it's going to suck, but it'll be better than nothing.
Yeah, the issue is that most of our plays require 2 cards, right? Like, for Defiant Dance to really be good, we want Field Musicians down. Same for, like, our champions. You know, like, if we want Aurelia to be good, we kind of want to find Azir as well. So, like, we're kind of just not doing anything on this turn 7. Okay, I mean, we're going to play out Treasure Seeker. But, like, in our perfect world, we would just, like, go to turn 8 and be able to, you know, play 2 drawn cards. But, yeah. It's rough. It's
Treasure
rough.
Seeker. Yikes. This is a very rough spot. This is kind of the problem with Aurelia's year and current year. It has its moments of brickiness.
Yeah, and imagine if we had like a Defiant Dance there. They play down Azir, we Defiant Dance. We're pretty happy.
How funny
Azir,
is it that
rather,
we're killing Viego here?
True.
It's not doomed yet.
That is pretty funny. And we have the Nopify to beat Vile Feast. I mean,
Yeah.
okay.
Or Glimpse or whatever else they might have to take away one of these units.
Azir off the top might get us there, honestly.
Yeah. Even Aurelia at this point, I think, could be just
with
enough.
with the 5-mana card that we played, like, yeah. It could be good. It could be good.
What did we find? That's a sparring student. Still not good enough, but that will help. It will help. Now we're going to have to deal with this Hydrovine, though. Mati may not want to play it into the risk of a Defiant Dance. That last card has been enhanced since the start of the game. It could be a little bit scary to go into that, but there's no real better option for him this turn, so he just goes ahead and slams it down.
Yeah, that's rough. Our attack, we don't really have an attack here, so it's kind of just a pass. And we're just SOL right now. Oh, and then Vengeance off the top feels bad. Defiant Dance, a turn too late.
And this is just dead. Just dead.
Yeah, we're taking 8 at minimum, and then the Atrocity available as well. It's pretty rough. Pretty rough.
So I think after watching this game, we can pretty safely say that this is Viego favored.
Okay, to be fair though, we played 5 mana do nothing on turn 3.
It's true, we did.
I don't know about that. I could definitely see it still being Azir, or really good for Azir Aurelia.
So
as it played out, absolutely, but like you have to play more for tempo. You know, you can't just like give up board.
That's true. That's true.
And then you know your opponent like Vengeance is your 3-drop, and you know you do nothing afterwards.
So if that card was anything else, what would you want it to be?
Azir.
Okay. I mean, one that's not in the list, ideally, so that way we can theory craft a little bit about what is the better inclusion in that slot. Like
another Ancient Prep.
Dragon's Ambush, Ancient Prep is not bad.
Dragon's Ambush.
Yeah. you considered that in Azir Aurelia? It's the 5-mana spell that summons 2 Dragon Legs with a free attack.
But like, why though? You know?
For healing. For healing.
Yeah, I'm gonna say no. I'm gonna say I would prefer Ancient Prep or another Rite of Calling. I want to play for combo. I don't want to play bad cards that don't do anything. Just let me do my combo.
That's fair. I think
don't
Ancient Prep
know.
is another decent inclusion there for sure. So we're
Yeah.
going to a game 3 now. We're going to get to see the Ravenbloom deck once again into Aurelia Azir.
I mean, so previously removal heavy decks were good into a ZI Rally because you just like removed all their stuff.
Mhm.
But with the inclusion of like Twin and Nopify, maybe a ZI Rally is just like too fast. It's really hard to say because like both of them
Hourglass
are
as
running
well.
out of cards fast.
Yeah. This is going to be a very interesting game to watch unfold. I think with the Bandle City Mayor Travelers package, this is probably slightly Bandle Noxus favored.
Yeah, it might be. Let's see what they end up keeping here. Ooh, I don't even know. Like, you probably kick the Death's Hand, even though it's an answer to Irelia.
Yeah, you're not concerned about Aurelia most of the time.
I think
Just
we
not...
kick Aloof too. So maybe we're just keeping Pokey. We don't
Pokey?
have first action on turn 2, so we can't just like Pokey a sparring student. I don't know. It's rough.
I think we still want to keep the Pokey so we can kill it first action the moment it's presented to us.
Yeah, it'd be like turn 3. But both of these pretty solid hands. A much more aggressive hand this time around from Rogio. And then Mati has a ton of removal. That group shot is actually really funny.
Yep.
That group shot is really funny.
Yeah, and Rogio held his sparring student there with the intent to play it down this turn, and was rewarded because there is a group shot available from the side of Mati, but also a little bit punished because now that Deus showed up. And if for whatever reason Mati didn't opt to go for the group shot, you're getting punished by the fact that you're not able to get that extra proc off.
I think it's very likely I would have just slammed Deus this turn. Just play a little bit more slowly, but that's fine. We got our Treasure Seeker. We trade the Treasure Seeker in for a removal spell that is no longer hitting student, which could be pretty good for us.
Yeah, that is pretty good for us indeed. We do have the mana banked for Aurelia. We also have Flute Man on the in hand as well. Azir picked up now too. This is looking very promising for Rogio.
This is a great hand. If there was any issue last game with Rogio's hand, this is just beautiful. This is everything that you could want. What more could you want here? Like a Nopify, maybe? You already have Hourglass.
Yeah.
It's beautiful.
You're chilling.
It's perfect.
This is literally the perfect hand, I think. It's just a matter of finding the opportunity to get all these pieces down safely. That's the problem.
Yeah, for sure, for sure. It's a good question. What do we put down first? We could put down like student. We could do Deus here.
I think it's one of your champions because you want to play the other one out next turn so you can have both of them on the board.
I'm not gonna lie. If I were Mati, I might just take that pass. Because we don't have like clean answers to any of the champions coming down, so like denying them from getting a combo pieces down like sounds good to me.
That's
but
true.
Looks like Rogio ends up getting the Deus down.
With second Azir, I think you're pretty happy to play him out now. You could start with the Waking Sands if you wanted. You could start with the Sparring Student if you wanted. But I think that definitely leans you towards the Azir line of play. Was probably already slanted towards Azir because he does help accelerate Aurelia's level up condition as well. So
Yeah, I think Azir's probably a little bit better here.
yeah, as a general rule of thumb, you want him down first.
Azir's just so good. Azir is so good. Okay, the Pokey Stick answering that. We going for Irelia. Irelia gets answered a lot more easily than Azir. Like, this Death's Hand is actually just such good value now. And, like, we probably don't want to Hourglass this, I don't think.
Yeah, I think it had to be the Azir line here because you're safe to attack in with him if they do nothing else. If they fire off removal to answer, you get to 2-for-1 them with the Hourglass. Looks like Rogio feels he's priced into it now. Maybe a little bit of sequencing error here, and it's coming back to punish him.
So I guess the reason to not play down Azir is because you can't attack with Azir.
You can't.
If they play out any unit, right?
You have the second one. I think you still can.
I think giving them the free damage on it seems bad, but it's hard to say.
Yeah,
Oh,
but
we
you,
drew the card.
we drew the
Let's
card.
go.
We drew the card. We also have the Flute Man, which is more likely going to be the play this turn, and apparently it's just going to be Waking Sands.
I think Waking Sands makes a ton of sense. It denies the attack from the Lecturing Yordle, which means that they don't get like a free ping. I think it's really valuable here. I dig it. So the question here is it Flute or is it Azir? It looks like it is going to be the Flute. I dig it. Makes sense.
Yeah, with the Aurelia already on the board and relatively safe, we saw removal targeted at it last turn. You're going to be able to just open your turn up with the Blade Dance, and that will go ahead and proc the Flute Man, giving you a full bank of mana back, as well as a new card. This is going to draw out the attack from the Lecturing Yordle, though, granting Monty a Poison Dart to go after it alongside the Disintegrate.
Yeah, it's an interesting decision. Basically, deciding that the Lecturing Yordle is less important than the Field Musician. It's hard to say if it's the right call or not. Like, if we see the Disintegrate come down here, which this play is definitely saying that we want to Disintegrate, that means that the way's kind of clear for the champions of Rogio. There's too much removal all the removal coming out on units that we don't really care about if we're on Rogio's side. And Rogio, slow playing the Azirs is suddenly very much rewarded for that.
Yeah, and if Rogio is a heads-up gamer, he's going to open attack next turn. Because you can open attack and then develop the Azir afterwards once they've tapped out under the Tibbers. They are going into 6 mana, so Aurelia is not going to get to attack if you don't start with the open.
That is true. That is true. The other option is to just play out Azir and then say, okay, if you Tibbers, then I just get to do everything I want for the rest of the turn.
Yeah, but then you're losing Aurelia for free, right? And you can't really attack with the Azir.
Yeah, but you already got the Blade Dance from her, so I don't know how important it is.
Playing Azir gives you 1 extra soldier off the Blade Dance, but denies your attack altogether. Attacking into Azir into Blade Dance, I think it's just a cleaner sequence.
Yeah, it might be better. I could definitely see it. I definitely see the argument. Either way, Rogio agrees with you. Open attack is the way to go. Let's see what Monty wants to do. We can just pass her. I think pass pretty reasonable. Mayor just looking for some blockers. I dig that too.
Scholarly Climber, pretty good pickup. Telescope, pretty good pickup. Poro, not so much.
Yeah, Poro, the argument for Poro would be that it's free, but I like Telescope. It invokes again. It's unnerfed Telescope, so you get it for 2 mana. Feel pretty good about that. But yeah, this is basically just shields down, letting Azir come down.
Yeah.
Which realistically, you weren't stopping Azir from coming down anyway. Your hand isn't fixing that, right?
No, it's not. You have 2 Pharons in your hand. Crescent Strike, not actually as good as you might think in this matchup, because Aurelia can still get it, can still swap things out once she's hit that level up and it starts generating the blade surges.
Yeah, Crescent not doing a ton. Genevieve was an option, have the Challenger go after the units, but it's so bad into so many cards. Hoko, it's bad into Defiant Dance. There's so many things that just blow it out. Now, we can see the hand of Rogio and know that, it probably would have gotten through and been able to clean some stuff up, but I think it's pretty safe to not take it there.
Yeah, and this taking this LeBlanc Light is going to give your Bandle City Mayor a little bit more value and let it continue being useful for you while on the board.
Yeah, it's kind of nice here that we all get to get our last blocks in. Your last free block after Azir flips is right here, so it I always love to see that. That's sort of a sign that things are going south. That your game is going to the end if you when you get your last block.
But Monty looking very good in this position still.
Do you think so?
I do. I think that this. Well, here's the problem.
I think he's fucked. I'm gonna be honest with you.
His hand is clunky to play out, but the Tibbers is going to represent a pretty threatening swing here, and never mind that.
Because you don't care about this, right? You just take the damage. It's dope. I'm killing you next turn. Especially with this Blade Dance card in hand. Yeah, no, I think Mati's in trouble. I think it is really bad, even before this Hoko came down.
Well, I think with the Tibbers, you just kill Aurelia, right? And then without the Hoko there, Aurelia's
yeah,
dead,
but, like,
and
who
suddenly
cares?
Azir's a lot less threatening.
But like, who cares? You still have the Blade Dance card in hand, right? Like, I think you're fine. I don't think you need Irelia here. I think that you're still in like a really good spot. You have like a ton of top decks that instantly win you the game. I don't know. It's hard to say. It's hard to say.
Mati trying to decide how he wants to take this game, which line he wishes to go for.
It is pretty funny. Did you know that Tibber's ability fizzles if its target goes away?
Really?
Yeah. So like if Azir was hurt here and you Hoko'd off of Irelia, Azir just wouldn't take damage.
Interesting.
Yeah.
I almost want to say they should change that, but then Tippers might just be way too strong.
Yeah, no, I don't like that interaction. I'd prefer, you know, it not fizzle, but that's fine. Either way, though, you were right. They do end up dropping down the Tibbers. The Hoko saves Irelia. Interesting. I was kind of expecting that we would see Dunekeeper just to, like, you know, take almost 0 damage this turn. But actually going for the aggressive option, the Storm of Blades, setting up a pretty big swing here. This is a lot of damage.
Yeah,
This is a lot of damage.
Why play defense when you can just play offense? It's kind of the name of the game for Aurelia Azir.
Yeah, the best defense is killing your opponent. And this is 10 damage being shown right here. And I mean, I guess you have to block it. Like, when we're looking at this, I'm like, okay, yeah, no, that makes a lot of sense. Oh, we're just taking it. Holy.
I would have expected to see at least a Pokey Stick come out, save a little bit of HP.
And we're saving the Pokey for face, apparently, as if we attack right here, it's 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 damage. Opponent goes down to 6. I mean, Conchologist hitting like Fervor gets you really close, but it's a scary position to be in. Both of these players are just at the edge of their life totals. The first person to get in will be able to find the lethal, and Defiant Dance, another Blade Dance, might mean that this one's over. Irelia coming down as well. We'll see.
Even if
Stun
this is
Spider.
Stun Spider and Tibber's not available, but Stun Spider is. Can't play both.
Yeah,
I was
Stun
wondering if
Spider-
maybe it was just double Arise into open attack this game.
Ooh, I could see that too. And that's losing to a couple things, I guess. I don't know. It's such a hard position to be in. So we say, okay, we're going to end up Blade Dancing here and clearing out the entire board. Again, any damage that pushes through is basically representing lethal. And with the Storm of Blades last turn, it's, what, a 5-wide attack right here?
Yeah.
So something's getting through.
Pokestick gonna have to come out to save that last bit of HP, and then the Dunekeeper on top of the attack should do it for the side of Rogio.
Yeah, I don't know if it's going to be enough, because we also get to Conchologist. I mean, maybe... Okay, so here's the play. It's Conchologist into Death Lotus. Okay? Every time. Every time.
That
but this
has
is
to
just,
be the out.
Yeah, this is just so much damage. The Storm of Blades paying dividends. This game, we just have to block down. You block down, you take 2, you hold on to the Pokey, or do you use the Pokey right now? It's so hard to say.
I think you're right. I think the Death Lotus line has to be the play. You have to find Death Lotus, right? Otherwise, you're actually just dead.
Yeah, we just don't have the mana now. Even if we play out the Conchologist. Just the relentless nature of Azir Irelia, able to get so many attacks, so many procs. Mati's hand just a little bit too heavy, and this is the power of Azir Irelia. You get your combo pieces down, and you just continue attacking over and over. An opponent can't do anything about it. The Dunekeeper is going to end up sealing this one away in a pretty close series here from Mati and Rogio.
Very exciting series to watch. We had some really great games in this one. We've had some really great games all day, but this one was special to me. It had 2 of my current favorite decks, Aurelia Azir and Raven Blue Vandal. And you know, the Vandal City Mayor made a pretty good impact that this game gives me a little bit of a reason to kind of re-examine that one as an inclusion in the list. Wasn't
Mhm.
quite enough, but getting access to that telescope could have been a game changer.
Yeah, the extra units are really nice, right? Especially in a deck that oftentimes is running out of value. I think that having another value option that's generating you units to continue to play can make a lot of sense. I like the deck a lot, and Azir Irelia, it's kind of come full circle, right? Like it was the villain forever, and now it's kind of a base deck.
Yeah.
We'll see how long that lasts. If it comes back for any amount of time, it's very likely to just become the villain again. But as it is right now, positioned in an interesting place in the meta, and I'm excited to see how well it does.
Yeah, me too. I do think that Thralls matchup is going to take it very far, and I expect to see a lot more of it this season. Still, people are still trying to figure out what the correct build is right now. We talked a little bit about it earlier, how uh, people are playing Shadow Apprentice, people are playing Ancient Prep, people are trying out this new card, people are cutting Homecomings altogether. I've seen all sorts of different builds. So curious to see what the final one ends up being. Also curious to see if we can get you guys another match here, see if there's anything still going. Should be plenty. That series didn't take too long, but
Yeah. I think the ancient preps. I think multiple ancient preps is where we're gonna land. Ancient prep is just so valuable. It's 2 summons for Azir. It helps you look for your combo pieces. It gives you a unit on 3 where a lot of times, you want to play like Azir on 3, and then like maybe you don't have a unit. Maybe your other unit got removed. Like having a 2/2 on 3 is like pretty valuable.
yeah.
I like ancient prep a lot in that deck.
It also curves perfectly with Azir, like you said. So if you do play it on one on turn and you have token on turn 3, you can just Azir into attack. And that's
Yeah.
something that can be problematic sometimes if you don't hit some of your other early pieces.
Yeah. No, I really like ancient prep. I think that leaning that more that direction is likely where I would end up with the list. We'll see, if it does stick around where other people end up. Though there's a lot of customization in that
Mhm.
deck, right? Especially with options like Absolver,
Yep.
is like a cute one of sometimes. Syncopation is an option. There's a lot going on there.
Yeah. I'm all right. Well, turns out all the matches for this round are just about finishing up. So we're gonna leave you guys with that Aurelia Azir discussion, and you two can contemplate what you think the final list uh, might end up on while we go for a quick break. We'll see you guys after this. Welcome back, everybody. This is your Saturday Mastering Runeterra X GGtoor tournament. I'm joined by Aikado, and for those of you who don't know, who can't read, I know some people might struggle with that. I'm MonteXristo, and this is round 6 out of 7. We're also going to do our top cut today. We are going top cut to 8. I took a brief look at a calculator today, and it seems like maybe one X2 player will make it. Perhaps one.
Nice.
Everybody
To be
at
fair,
X1.
to
should.
people who can't read, your name doesn't have like a C in it. Even if it is MonteXristo, it's more like MonteXristo. It's a little bit harder, right?
I'm Greek. Allow it.
Okay. I mean, it's fine.
It's a ch. It's a ch.
Oh, is it?
It's a ch.
Sure.
But to bring us back into the focus of today's stream, we are getting into that 6th round. This is the second to final round, and we're going to take a look at Sari. Sari is currently 4-1, and he's brought some decks that are maybe a little bit from the previous meta, but that's what happens when you are an EU player and you're playing on a server that's not your native one.
Nah, it's just an excuse. You can't just hide behind not having cards on your account. Nah, man. If you bring cringe, you're gonna get called out for bringing cringe. And I see a little bit of cringe in this lineup. Ziggs Talia.
Is the opposite of cringe. This is a base deck. He's on triple minefield.
I don't know. Triple Minefield's a lot. That's a lot.
It is, but he's playing 2 Unleashed Energies and 2 Naturalists to kind of compensate for it. No Quicksand, interestingly, and 2 Arsenal. 2 Arsenal is a lot to me. I think that's really heavy.
For sure. Yeah, no, it definitely is a little bit different of a build. I don't hate it. And realistically, even if you're going to bring cringe to a tournament, that's fine. It's a tournament. The point is to win. And if you bring the best decks, there's nothing wrong with that.
No, you should be.
But you might get flamed a little bit,
I mean, it's our duty as casters. The second deck we saw briefly on screen there was the Mono Sharima list. Very, very standard. Got the Sand Spinners.
It was Viego, right?
Yes. Yeah, sorry, Mono Sharima. I keep mixing those up for some reason. It's Mono Viego, but it is in Sharima. True. And then the list we have up on screen currently for you guys is that Yuumi Pantheon deck that we've all come to know and love so very much, right, Aikado? It's the best deck in the game.
No rally, interestingly enough here. Also, only one Bastion. It's a little bit weaker into some like the control decks. But with the triple Broadwing, only 2 Yuumi, you're pretty solid into aggro, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, this is a pretty standard list if you're looking to be a little bit better into those aggro matchups. Nothing very out of the ordinary here.
Yeah. No, I think it's a pretty reasonable list there. And sorry, brought 3 strong decks, right? Like the lineup would be very strong last season. You could have brought it to seasonals and been very happy with it. And none of the decks got nerfed. So, no reason to not bring them back. They're all pretty solid. They have good matchups into like Thralls. Mm-hmm. I think it's a pretty solid lineup to bring.
Yeah, I think so too. We did mention how there's the lack of the rally in the Pantheon list, so that might hurt the Thralls matchup a little bit, but still should be able to get there at the end of the day. Has those concerted strikes, has single combats, has cataclysms if necessary. Lots of options for dealing with those big 8/8s, and even that Lissandra, which can be problematic once she gives your Nexus tough.
Oh yeah, for sure, dude. Lissandra, that's a card, huh?
Yeah.
Dude, Lissandra. Who's Sari playing against?
Raging Goblin.
Raging Goblin, these nuts. Got him. Raging Goblin. What are their decks? Looking.
Let's take a peek here.
Checking.
I also got
okay, so it looks like it is Viego, Katarina. It is Zoe Aphelios Vi. Normal. Zoe Aphelios Vi. This is the newer deck. This is Trevo Pile, I think, because it's main decking 3 Chompers.
Yep.
But this is just an ultra aggro version of the Aphelios PNZ deck. Has the Winding Light as your top end, one of Celestial Trifecta, just for a little bit of value. This deck's really good. I think Imtux hit rank 1 with it like just yesterday.
Yeah, I'm a big fan of the Celestial Trifecta. I'm a big fan of the Winding Light. I think this deck is very interesting. It has a lot of burn potential with the full set of Get Exciteds and the Mystic Shots. Has a lot of cheese potential with the Poro Cannons. I'm a big fan of this list, and I look forward to getting my hands on it and actually being able to take it for a spin on the ladder.
Yeah, this is basically like the new cop or the new version of Yordle Arms, right? It's literally just Yordle Arms, except the winning light is your Yordle Arms.
True.
But no, this deck really solid. Let's go and take a look at their third deck.
It's a spicy one, in my opinion. It's Fizz Riven, and this
Oh.
is another deck that kind of popped up towards the end of last season because it was pretty consistent in beating Aphelios. I've seen some people messing around with a newer version, including the full Fae package. This is not
Yeah.
that, though. This
I
is
think
very
the-
much the combo list.
I think the new version might be like really OP. I genuinely think it might be really OP. But I do like this version too. It's the more common one that you were seeing last season. You know, you have the Ruin Reckoners, you have the Papercraft Dragons. You're just trying to combo and kill some people. Notable addition, Noxian's Hellstones is actually really, really, really good in this deck. Having access to the Whirling Death is nice.
Hmm.
Having access to even Sharpened Resolve is really good. You're never casting the 8-mana spell, but otherwise, I really like Noxian Hellstones in this list.
Honestly, I can even see spots where the 8-mana spell might be okay. Right?
No, I don't think so.
Yeah, a lot of people are really low on that card,
I'm
but
pretty sure there's like 0 spots where it's good.
Okay. You keep thinking that. Wait till somebody kills you with it.
Bro, I've played enough Ferris Financier and Noxus to know that 8-mana spell is actually just unplayable. Actually just unplayable.
I don't know. I've heard it's a pretty good Pharaoh's Financier hit, but different opinions, I guess.
Do you think so? Do you think that's a good Ferris Financier hit?
It is slightly above average.
I feel like it rots in my hand, dude. I hate Noxus Financier because every single Noxus hit is just terrible. Actually, just unplayable garbage.
Okay. If you, I mean, most of them are.
You a big fan of 8 mana
Marauders.
summon a 6/5?
Yeah. If it's killing a unit and there's no fearsome blockers.
Yeah. Dude, I guess so. And Yasuo is really good if your opponent has no removal and you draw him and you have 30 stuns. I mean, kind of good.
All right. Looks like we are getting into game here, and it is game 1 underway with Pantheon. Sorry, looks to be in a pretty good position with this first Saga Seeker built up quite large, and the second one well on its way. And
that is a
Viego.
big Saga Seeker. Playing against a Viego deck. Viego deck is on stuff like Disintegrate, so could be pretty good. Apparently, Raging Goblin's in-game name is a solid Inter, so or it's like A-Sol, like A-Soul, but also solid Inter. It works on multiple levels. It's kind of a
punny.
high level name.
It's a punny name. I love puns.
Yeah.
This is a Zenith Blade coming down to build up this second Saga Seeker. And sorry, still looking to be in a pretty solid position here. Has 2 Cataclysms as well. Might actually be able to find the win this turn with a little bit of luck.
Yeah, no, a lot of damage being represented. Ooh. Oh, but the Hush. Oh, Hush is such a good card right now, huh? It's so good in this matchup. It's good against Viego. It's good against the Miss, and also nuts against Legion Deserter. Ooh, it's a card that had been cut from a lot of the Pantheon lists last season. I'm glad to see it come back here. Solid tech here from Sorry.
Definitely a very solid and very heads-up tech from the side of Sorry. Sorry always has some very, very good techs in his decks. I know last season, I watched him play a lot of Kindred Galio, which I didn't see anybody else playing, but he made that deck look very, very good. And
like Matron Cythria?
Yeah, like Matron Cythria with Kindred and Galio. I don't know, it didn't really make a splash on the Americas ladder, but I did see it a decent amount on the EMEA one when I was watching streams and whatnot, and I think that deck was a little bit underplayed last season as well.
Okay.
But, sorry.
I was considering it going into top cut of seasonals, but then I played a couple games of it and I was like, nope, this is kind of bad. But
You think
might
so?
have just been playing it improperly,
One of my buddies was like very keen on it, so I sent him Sorry's list, and he ran it up to like 300.
What's
LP or
really
so.
interesting here, by the way, is that a solid Inter has Disintegrate in hand, decided not to use it. Sorry had Hush in hand,
Oh, boy.
decided not to use it. Everyone's holding their stuff. We see the Cataclysm come down to try and find lethal this turn, and I mean, that's a Bastion in hand.
It is indeed. We are pushing more than enough damage at this point. Disintegrate not going to do it. The Vengeance. Oh my!
I mean, what a nuts play from Sorry, though. Had the hush, had the answer to this Legion Deserter and said, nah, you know what's better here? Finding lethal and holding up Bastion, and there's the FF. Sorry, picking it up there. I mean,
Wow.
there were a lot of things that could have gone wrong there for Sorry. The Disintegrate was in hand. Raging Goblin decided to hold on to it. I mean,
Wow.
that was really careful play from both sides, and Sorry just having the one-up Bastion there, playing to his outs. That was a good play.
Ironically, the Legion Deserter coming down worked out in Sari's favor. I thought it was going to kind of start to spell the end of the game for him, but because it came down, the mana was taxed from the side of Raging Goblin and was only able to go after that one spell, and they opted for the Vengeance, which then just got completely stuffed.
Yeah, no, that's rough. I mean, at that point, like once the Cataclysm comes down, the Disintegrate just doesn't work anymore. Flock isn't dealing enough damage. You have to go for the Vengeance. It's either Disintegrate mid-combat or go for the Vengeance. And either way, just getting blown out there. Really well played by Sorry, picking that one up.
And
All
here we see Talia Ziggs once again into that Viego list. Interestingly, well, maybe not because he's on 3. I was going to say Explosive Minefield is probably a card you want to see in this matchup, but not that many copies of it. So Sorry making the correct decision, kicking it back.
Yeah, kick 1, draw 2 more. I mean, that's good, right?
He should have kept it. That way he wouldn't have drawn the other 2.
Ooh, smart.
Yeah. That's how that works, right?
I'm sure, yeah, for sure.
Rockhopper going to get a little bit stuffed by the House Spider here.
Oh, Katarina. I mean, how good is Katarina here? Just pinging it? Probably not great, because, like, Devout comes down.
I think it's pretty solid, because you get her leveled up, and you get her on the way. What's your other option? Just play Elise and attack and lose your unit?
Yeah. I mean, yeah. Either way, I don't think we can really attack with Katarina. I think that giving them the landmark just seems really bad for us.
That's probably true.
Yeah, we probably just shoot the 3-1 and then we just pass it down, if I had to guess. Oh, we are going to give them the landmark, which sets up a Naturalist next turn really well. I mean, can you imagine if we did this and had a Scorched Earth backup?
That'd be nice.
Not really, because they still get the 5
doesn't do
for
anything.
some
Yep.
fucking reason. It saves a 5/4, but that's it. God. God damn it.
Katarina can come back down again this turn, though.
True, Katarina does apply a lot of pressure. But yeah, and I assume that we just see a Naturalist here, and
Yeah.
suddenly our hand that was really awkward is setting up a pretty solid attack here.
Yeah, this is kind of the power of Naturalist. You're not always gifted the 5/3, but you are almost always, you do almost always have a landmark available to you. Stun Spider going to come out here onto the 2/4.
Yeah, nice little setup there. We're going to end up probably, not seeing the trade. Okay, I dig this. This makes sense.
Just keep your units alive, keep your board healthy.
Yeah.
Good.
No, I think that's pretty solid here. It makes a lot of sense. We clear down the board. And yeah, it is setting up for, like, Vile and an Undergrowth being good. Not even Vile, like, it's literally just Katarina. Katarina with her blade. Dude, Katarina's so good.
Mm-hmm.
Katarina, and she's really not, good. But, like, she kind of is,
Mm-hmm. I think she's solid. I think she has been underplayed, and I think the recent set of buffs and, like, the changes to the expansion of the card pool has made things a lot better for her. I think running 3 champion splits has been better than it ever was, and I think it will continue to be even better in the future as we get more and more cards. So I expect to see a lot more Katarina, both in this season and in upcoming ones.
Yeah, Katarina, pretty solid here. Now, Sari's hand is really awkward, right? Like, we don't have a Roiling Sands. We don't have, like, even a Preservarium. These are the types of cards you want early that just is set up everything else in your deck. And the fact that we haven't found any, we're just, like, playing out a couple units, but we don't have that value. We don't have a lot going on. Like, our play here is basically just, like, stun into Talia and, like, hope that our opponent dies.
Yep.
And they're definitely not going to die from it, right?
They're going to die.
Oh, yeah?
They die
I take it
time.
back. I take
every
it back.
time. Talia is going to flip here, but that Legion Deserter is going to be able to come down. It's still a 5/4, though. We haven't seen any soldiers played. So that'll be threatened by this Talia attack as well.
Yeah, we'll see what they decide to do. Spirit Leech is probably, like, pretty solid here. Spirit Leech plus Undergrowth is an
Mhm.
option. I don't know. You have options here. You just play out Elise as a blocker.
Yeah, you
There's
do
a lot
have
of stuff
quite
going
a
on,
few
right?
options. Viego very happy to continue to stall out this game. Wait until this Legion Deserter does have a chance to grow, and then slam it down alongside that atrocity for a single turn way to end the game. Here, Talia just gonna have to be blocked. Don't want to take 10 damage to the face.
Yeah, probably a block, and then we can either block the 5/2. Oh, ooh,
Okay,
that's a lot of damage.
that is a lot of damage indeed.
Wow, I mean, deciding that saving the Undergrowth to be able to kill Talia is more important. They got the block here. That's an interesting choice.
Yeah, Sari can actually opt to use one of these Absolvers if he chooses.
Yeah.
I don't know that it's what you want to do, but you kind of need this Talia alive. It's a hard decision point.
Yeah, it's really hard, especially since, like, if you do it, it's probably dying to anything else, right? It's a rough position to be in. Your hand sucks, right? Your hand sucks. I think you probably have to save it, but it is going to be the Talia going down. I mean, honestly, it's a safer call, right? They run so much removal. They can even just replay Katarina next turn, and then what? Yeah, you're bought into resolving or absolvering again. I don't know. It's hard to justify, right?
Well, your hand that sucked looks a little bit better now. You can go ahead and play out this Naturalist, keep the Katarina stuck on the board, and give yourself a fearsome blocker for that Elise.
Yeah, Naturalist, pretty solid here. Pretty solid. I think that we're on two Arsenal in this list, right?
Yes.
That's going to be nice later on, just because it's not as reliant on the other cards that are in your hand. It's sort of like a one-card bomb, as opposed to like Ziggs, who needs like a lot of support. It's going to be pretty nice if we do end up finding that, just because of the state of our hand.
Unfortunately, we've only destroyed 2 landmarks so far. Not
That's
even
true.
two after this turn. So
No, we had a rock hopper earlier.
oh, true, we did have a rock hopper. You're right. So this
So I
would
think
be
you're right. I think it was 2
Yeah.
total.
Actually did not opt to go for the Desert Naturalist here. Perhaps wants to save it. Or maybe just wants to overwrite one of these Hexplosive Minefields.
Raging Goblin also not attacking with the Katarina. Deciding that holding on to it's just going to be better here. Okay. Yeah, no, I think that's fine.
Yeah. I don't know. I think resetting this Katarina and being able to threaten a rally this turn might have been a good idea, but I can understand keeping her back, keeping her on the board, waiting till she gets a good opportunity to go in again. You could take a block with her on your defensive turn. She'll recall to hand, and then you can rally that way. Give yourself
Yeah.
a Blade's Edge. There's some choices.
And we do see this post-combat, which, you know, feels a little bit bad. But and we are still setting up a pretty solid attack. An opponent doesn't have a whole lot of health, right? So any damage that we push through is pretty solid. The second Elise in hand is going to let us get some blockers. We can even Vial here and just flip Elise if we wanted to.
2 Absolvers available here as well.
2 Absolvers with a deny backup. Do we just win?
We might just win.
Oh, it's a little bit scary. We'll see what ends up happening here. But yeah, no, the double Absolver hand with the 5/4 is threatening a lot of damage. Definitely looking at that as being our win condition.
There is
Deny meaning that we're
technically
not losing to Vengeance.
exact lethal through a unit. Oh,
The big worry is going to be, do you make that call? Do you make the call to just all in right here with deny backing it up? You can't. Oh, you can't deny. If you play all 4
Yeah, you're one
Absolvers, you
short.
can't deny.
So then you're one damage short at that point as well.
Ooh. Maybe you full swing and hope to push damage. I don't know. It's a hard call to make. It's really hard because if your opponent has anything, you just don't make it.
I think what you're doing, I think you're going to lead with this Rite of the Arcane, clear out a unit, stun another one.
Ooh, I can
and
see
then
that.
Go for the Absolver play.
Rite of the Arcane on the stun landmark, maybe shooting Katarina, maybe shooting Elise. Could have made a lot of sense. Oh, the block though, they're just blocking with the 1/1. Okay, so what, we go up to 9, 10, 11. We have exact lethal while holding up deny, if we just hold on to that last Absolver. The question is, though, do you go for it? Do you just all in right here?
Looks like he's going to.
Going for it.
This Katarina is going to rally on you.
Yeah, the Katarina's surviving. Do we go for it? Do we show lethal? It's obviously not lethal through like Vile Feast. The Vengeance is likely to come down as well. Oh, it's so all in. If you go for it and it doesn't work, then how are you winning this game?
I don't know. I think this swing was just wrong. It's going to let the cat reset and come down again and continue to pressure you with Blade's Edges and her own attack. She can even rally twice this turn if you want. You don't really have anything else you want to be spending your mana on at the moment.
The other option, so you could commit second Absolver, one on each of these Naturalists, to like force to just clear down the board. But if you do that and then like just a Vengeance comes down, oh, it feels so bad. And we're showing lethal. Sari's committed it. We have the deny backup. And there's the Vengeance.
Vengeance is going to get denied. And then the Vile Feast has to come out to remain alive. At which point the Katarina can't be replayed. And then we get the action on at the start of next turn. And we can just remove the Scrappy Bomb for lethal, right?
Yeah, the Scrappy Bomb dying eventually does show lethal, which means the Assault Enter needs to find lethal next turn or find healing.
Yeah, it needs to find healing because we have the Rite of the Arcane.
Yeah, the Rite of the Arcane just pops the Scrappy Bomb. That's
yeah.
showing lethal. It's scary though. I don't think that you're happy with this lethal. This is like a Hearthstone lethal if there ever has been one. The opponent runs so much healing.
No healing. We've seen
no
one
healing
Vengeance
so far.
We've seen one Vile Feast, one Undergrowth already as well. That's an Unleashed
Unleashed
Energy. It happens at burst speed.
That's burst speed lethal. Oh,
that's
sorry.
why I love this card. I think this card
my
is so
God.
powerful in the archetype. Sorry, hitting him with the Shen. So, Raging Goblin knows that he's going down, hits the FF, doesn't even need to let Shari show it. Wow.
What a line from Sari. The greedy block there from Raging Goblin, not playing around Absolver, not playing to your lose condition, means that Sari's able to find just enough damage, hold up that deny, and find the lethal with the Scrappy Bomb. Wow, every bit of damage mattered there.
Yeah.
Remember when we didn't block Talia and took 10?
Yeah,
That's showing dividends right there.
That was definitely a lot of things could have been done differently from the side of Raging Goblin that game. We could have blocked Talia. We could have blocked differently on that last attack.
It's hard though. It's hard to make that call, but in
really
that
is.
instance, it ends up biting us back. And wow, Sari finding perfect lethal with a really awkward hand, right? That hand state was just terrible across the board.
It was. But it's that kind of play that has let Sari carry Lebanon to EU Masters by himself, not once but twice, I believe. Absolutely insane player, super strong.
Yeah,
grinds
Sari's
all these
okay,
tournaments.
as it turns out.
I'm a
Sari's
big fan.
a pretty okay player. Has Sari won a seasonals? I don't think they have, right? They top 4'd?
Was it top 4 or was it second? I think it was top 4.
They might have gotten second. I know they've definitely top 4'd. I'm like 90% sure.
Maybe our production knows and they can help us out with this one.
Yeah,
top 4 into internet problems. That's what it was. I remember that game. He almost won, and then I think he DC'd or something right at the end.
That's a rough line, man. Top 4 into internet problems.
Yeah.
Damn.
Unfortunate
Either way,
for
though, Sari is a one heck of a player.
Incredible player for sure. And we have another incredible player up on screen for you guys. Sonic Holic. AJ, also a very strong player. His team did very well in the Aegis League. They did advance directly into playoffs. VGD was at the top of our group for most of the season. My group, anyways. So, 2 strong players coming up here. I believe these are our 2 XOs as well. At least some of our XOs.
I think Sonic Holic is XO. So AJ assumedly would be as well. It looks like it's Aphelios versus the PNZ Aphelios deck. PNZ Aphelios usually favored in Aphelios mirrors. But that's kind of different if you're on the new Trevo aggressive main decking Chompers version, because you sort of get outvalued. Like Bandle plus Aphelios turns out generates a lot of cards and eventually just outgrinds you. So this has been an interesting matchup. I've seen it quite a bit on Vaya's stream. So it's it could be an interesting one. We'll have to see. It looks like right now to be pretty even, but the winning light is in hand for Sonic Holic, and that's a hard card to deal with.
Yeah, it certainly can be, and we see a couple of interesting cards here. Esmus was must have been come off of a crescendo, so Sonic has likely at least 1 out of 4 on his own Aphelios. I wonder how many AJ's at. We see a face-up card, so it also presumably at least 1 out of 4. Now
Yeah.
AJ gets the token, and I'm guessing has a lot of options here. Another Boom Baboon comes down. Must have some sort of discard for this as well. I wonder if he's going to go after the Aphelios with the Get Excited or something like that.
Yeah, this aggressive version of the PNZ Aphelios deck really just gets on board so quickly. It's basically discard aggro or Yordle in Arms. It's just a very, very fast deck. That said, 1 power of Aphelios running the card Aphelios, even though it's not a fake card, and doesn't have a ton of synergy, he's able to just completely carry these types of matchups. Getting the value of just shooting a unit, stunning a unit, healing every turn just stacks up, and it's eventually how you end up outvaluing these matchups.
And here we are going to see the Calibrum come down onto the Boom Baboon just to save a little bit of HP.
Yeah, it's probably a pretty good call. The other option would be to like shoot the chomper so you can
Choppers.
decide your own blockers, but at this point, you know, it's pretty rough.
Yeah.
Interesting here, decided to go with Gravitum. That means that you're punishing any sort of a develop here, as opposed to leaning into the healing, which is probably better to not lean into the healing here, right? Because like I don't know what unit you're stacking it on. Maybe this Librarian in hand. It's a little bit rough to like get value off of it, right?
Your HP is also still relatively high, and you have more units that you can play out as blockers here. It's going to feel a little bit bad to give up something like the Esmus, but you also don't care that much. It was a freely generated unit, and it's not really buffing anything because you're not attacking with anything at this point. AJ responds with a Mountain Goat, has a Gravitum there of his own, looks like. We'll see if they opt to play it out this turn and then present a really aggressive attack. Blast Cone Seedling actually going to come out from Sonic, just wants to continue presenting a defensive option.
Yeah, I do like the Blast Code Sealing. It's a bummer that so you aren't really getting value out of the. Then like it would probably pretty handily. Oh, Hail on the Chompers might mean that we pull a 2-1. Okay, just playing purely for value. This is a long con. I kind of like this. This feels like the type of play that you make if you played this matchup a lot. If you know that this is a matchup that like goes late and that pushing this a little bit of extra damage doesn't matter right now, that feels like a very intelligent play there.
Yeah, I'm a big fan of it as well. I think a lot of what this matchup is going to come down to is who has Winding Light with token first. And in that case, it's AJ. Or in this case, it's AJ anyways. So giving himself a way to set that up nicely and just keeping the board as clear as possible from the side of Sonic makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, especially with that Gravitum coming out. Gravitum, of course, lasts 2 turns when used on followers. So setting up already that Winning Light to just have fewer blockers. Sonicaholic really wants to go wide this turn and try to find a way to survive through the next turn, because it gets really rough. The Winning Light, it's called that for a reason. It just puts on so much pressure. It's a very scary card. AJ's deck, I believe, runs 3 of them. Sonic only has 1, but has it in hand, so, you know, it's the stare down.
Aphelios level up going to come through here. Sonic looks like he opted for Severum. Maybe it was Calibrum. I think it was Calibrum.
Yeah, I'm not sure. Severum's pretty solid, right? Because it slows down. Oh, Scout.
Scout? Always a
Wait,
great
Scout's so good.
Mm-hmm.
Wait, how does this card work? Does it automatically recall every turn, or
No, when you recall it, just keeps the buff, and every time it's played, it gets a buff and a keyword. It's like a really mid card.
Wait, okay, but that's really insane with Rainbow Fish, right?
It is really insane
Like,
with Rainbow Fish. If we can keep that alive, we have a very solid win condition into our next turn.
Like Rainbow Fish plus Severum is like insane on this card. If AJ doesn't have a way to force us to block with it next turn, this card seems kind of nuts.
Sonic gets to attack here, buffing up the Aphelios as well. Could lose to a Hush, potentially. I'm just checking the deck list to see if there is one available potentially from the side of AJ.
It's just us.
No Hush. No Hush at all.
Yeah, no Hush. Yeah, it just kind of depends on what you're trying to beat, like on whether or not you run Hush. It's such a hard position to be in. We take the pass. I think we're kind of just hoping for no winning light here, honestly. Because, like, if they have it, we're just in so much trouble.
Not really. We have a Calibrum to
Wallop
shoot
is
something
nice.
off. We have a Wallop. We're surprisingly okay through a winning light. That's a buy, though.
Ooh. Vi coming down means that we kind of have the go-ahead to just stack everything on this Tornado Warrior if we want to.
Yeah, I
Because
think
we could
that's-
just Wallop to say something. We probably want to start out with like a Calibrum, you know, play a little bit intelligently, I guess. But I like it. I like it. It's like a solid look for us, right? Like if you're Sonic, you're very, very happy to not see the Winding Light here.
Yeah, you definitely got to be happy to not see the Winding Light, because that would be a lot more disastrous for you. Calibrum comes out onto the Boom Baboon, wants to continue keeping this board clear, as well as cycling into future weapons. I didn't catch which one was picked up that round, but I would imagine you're correct in that it was the Severum we're going after here.
It's hard to say because like Gravitum also like punishes a develop like a lot here, right?
That's
so
true.
you know it's a hard call to make on which one you want to go with, but like Severum next turn feels like it's kind of nuts. I mean, you don't really need the healing anymore. It's like maybe we just went Gravitum since they
That's
didn't
true.
have a Winding Light, right? Like it hasn't been applying a ton of pressure.
We're still basically at full HP at this point, and while there is a good amount of burn available in the list, you kind of need to be within that burn range to be concerned about it.
Yeah. Aphelios, kind of a good card, huh?
I think we have to save him in this position, but maybe not. Maybe we just let him go 6 wide again, and then play our own Winding Light next turn.
Yeah. It's hard to say on what we want to do. I think I like saving Aphelios. Aphelios just carries matchups like these so well. You know, if we wall up here, we could play like Lantern into Librarian. And then either Winding Light next turn or, you know, just like stack onto our, you know, given Scout card here. God, it's crazy that we got Scout. Oh, we're actually opting to just give up the Aphelios. So deciding that just going wide, we don't need the weapons anymore. We got all the value that we need. Okay, okay. All right. It always feels bad when you end up playing down the Overwhelm card from Aphelios or even the Lifesteal. Just the cycle, like post-combat. You know that you had to play around the Gravitum cycle, right? It makes sense.
Yeah, that is a really feels bad moment for sure. We can still go ahead and play out this Rainbow Fish if we choose. Instead, just gonna go with the 3/3 Assistant Librarian.
Yeah, I think we're fine. We're fine either way we want to go. So buffing, if we do end up tossing the Rainbow Fish onto the Tornado Warrior, it's kind of bad into like a Get Excited, right? The other option would be just throwing it on Librarian, and Librarian gets huge, but I don't know. Just the thought of, we could shield first, actually, right?
Yeah,
we could
we
big
could.
shield into Rainbow Fish.
I
Or we could
really
just
like that
Winding
line,
Light, I
to be
guess.
honest. I think, well, now we're prized into the Winding Light for sure, but
Yeah,
the Rainbow Fish last turn into the Winding Light this turn still could have been a very good line. We had a board space available.
Yeah.
I like the line.
The big thing about this Aphelios deck is you have so many options every single turn. It's just so good, right? Deck is just so good. You have so many choices. Overwhelm on Librarian is really funny because you're getting a card through a blocker. So I do like the Gravitum here. I think it makes a lot of sense. And a big issue is if you attack here, which you kind of have to, you are trading down your board. There are a lot of trades going on. You're pushing damage, but I don't think it's going to be enough to lethal. If you do trade down your board, you have fewer cards in hand than your opponent. This is kind of the worry in these matchups, is a lot of times if you Winding Light, sometimes you just lose your board and you lose the game because of it. It's a really interesting card, and these matchups are really interesting because sometimes first Winding Light just doesn't get you there.
Well, looks like Wallop might get us there. Gonna be able to put it on the Vi and let the Winding Light through. Of course, we may lose our Fizz to a Get Excited at that point, but it's a tough decision. Lethal options are available to the side of Sonic here.
Yeah, we'll see how AJ decides to block. There's a lot of options here on how safe you want to be, and it looks like feeling fine going down to 3. We could see, you know, a Pale come through. You just see okay. You know, the Wallop, of course, is there.
I think you have to go for it
As
if
you
you're
had
Sonic,
mentioned.
right?
Yeah. Playing
kinda-
the Winding Light this turn just kind of all in you on this turn, I think.
Yeah, when we gave up the Aphelios to save this Wallop and go for the Winding Light line, I think we just said, yep, this is our clock now. And
Oh,
we're
and
gonna
it
kill you.
worked!
And it went through.
No Get Excited. No nothing. I guess it would have to be literally Get Excited or Hush there to stop that. And looking for the line, you called it. I didn't even see it. The Wallop there just pushing so much damage, making the call to give up your Aphelios. Sometimes it's the right play, and just sort of all-inning there, deciding that you had to win right there. Really well played by Sonic.
So there were 4 cards in the list from the side of AJ there that could have done it. Sunblessed Vigor and the 3 Pale Cascades. Now, we did join...
Sunblessed?
It's a single Sunblessed in that Hush slot, I guess. We did join the game late, so there's a good chance we did see a Get Excited come out onto something like a Lantern earlier. We could have seen a Sunblessed be played out earlier, something like that. Sonic, my guess is, had a good read that there was nothing aggressive in the hand from the side of AJ. So
or
felt
deciding that,
comfortable
like,
going
if
for
you
that.
do go late, like, you know, you just aren't winning at that point. Just deciding that this is the time, this is when I need to make my play. Make your opponent have it. And sometimes they don't have it. I mean, that was a wild play. It was a wild play that ends up, you know, being rewarded there.
Yeah, very, very well played by Sonic. Sonic's games are always beautiful to watch. He plays very, very well. He plays very methodically. Plays very, not conservatively, but plays tight, we'll call it. Knows what he's doing. And this is an interesting list we see up on screen. It's Reputation, a man after my own heart, Natalpinator. Bring it back with the Graze of Procothary.
Wait a second. We're writing the new landmark?
Yeah. I've even thrown some of the discard package in to deal with it. You don't need card draw anymore because all your cards just cycle.
Okay. Honestly, the landmark is surprisingly solid.
Yeah.
It's much better than I thought it was going to be. It draws you a lot of cards. The issue is a lot of times your cards aren't very useful because they're very expensive. The average cost is like 6.75 mana or something like that. Which means that a lot of times when you are getting these cards, it's just they're just unplayable. They're just rotting in your hand. But it looks like in this situation, an Ancient Yeti, the Stone Horde as well, and now the Rally coming down with an Absolver backing it up. This looks like it's gonna be lethal. And hello, Reputation's winning?
Yeah, honestly, I saw Broken Ball posting about it. So if Broken Ball's posting about it, you know it's not just me huffing some copium.
Yeah. I mean, to be fair, Broken Ball sometimes gets on some weird lists, you know. The Silver Auction Shellfolk for a while, you know, it is what it is. But you're right. The Gray Apothecary, I think, is a lot better card than I was expecting it to be. And, you know, in that instance, obviously getting cards and giving enough value that they're able to outgrind the Sentinels list. And Topinator taking the win.
The funniest part about the Grace Apothecary to me was, I don't know if you saw this Twitter interaction, but Mogwai tweeted about it, saying how it just clunks up your hand, it does nothing, you don't need infinite value, whatever. And then a whole bunch of people are in the comments section giving him different lists, and Broken Ball jumps in there. He's like, yeah, I think it's really good. Drops his Reputation list. Within an hour, Mogwai has made a quote tweet of his previous tweet going, I was wrong. Card's really good. I was building the deck and playing the deck wrong. And I thought that was fantastic.
It was a funny interaction. It was really funny. I saw it. I literally scrolling through Twitter was like, oh, this card's really bad. And I scroll a little bit, and then like 2 hours later, it's like, yeah, actually, I take it back. I was wrong. Like, it was just funny. It was really funny. Yeah, no, I'm excited for Reputation. I know that you've always been a really big fan of Reputation. So seeing it, you know, have any sort of play is exciting.
Yeah, I actually think it's a pretty solid list right now. I don't think it's like tier 1 or anything like that, but it has a place in the metagame if you want to play it. You're not like griefing yourself by doing so. But yeah, I think with that, we're going to take another quick little break. It was nice. I was very happy to see a little bit of reputation make it in there, but we are going to take another quick little break before, was that round 7 we just finished up? It's all blended
Round
together
6,
for me.
I think.
Okay, it was round 6. So we have the final round. We're going into our final round, guys.
Pog.
And then we're going to cut to top 8 today. So we'll see you guys after this quick break.
The wallop, of course, is there.
I think you have to go for it
As you
into
had
Sonic,
mentioned.
right?
Yeah.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the final round of your Saturday Mastering Runeterra X GGtoor tournament. I'm MonteXristo, and I'm joined once again by Aikado. Thank you all for sticking with us through these 7 rounds. We hope you've all enjoyed the show. We have a very, very exciting match coming up for you guys, and the reason why it's so exciting is because Talpinator, the player we're going to be following, another EU player, is a man after the caster's hearts today. He has not only one, but 2 decks that we are in love with. I'm a big fan of Reputation, and Aikado's a big fan of Shellfolk, and he's chosen to bring both in the same lineup. This is so exciting. Aikado, as the Shellfolk expert, take us through this list.
This is the newer Ezreal Victor Shellfolk with a couple different techs. One of the best things about Shellfolk is that you can tech it any way you want. You can win the game any way you want. And a couple interesting things here. 2 Ezreal, 1 Vi is something that we had done around seasonals. It makes you a little bit better into a lot of the bigger Demacia decks, even like scouts. Vi is just so good at applying pressure onto back row champions. Love to see it. 2 mini morphs is really good in this meta. Actually, it's really good against like Illaoi decks that you otherwise basically have no game against. Any sort of big Demacia deck. I really like this list. I think this list is solid. Even the one of Get Excited. I love it in Shellfolk because you can find extra copies with your Archivist, with your Time Tricks, and they aren't running any Time Tricks, but if they had any. Either way, I like this list. I think it's pretty solid. I'd probably want to run a couple Time Tricks, but it's okay. It's okay. It's basically just a burn deck with Shellfolk as refill.
I love it. I love it as well. I have always been a big fan of the Shellfolk lists too, and I love seeing how they develop and how they change to suit every metagame. But the other deck I love, which I hope we can get up on screen next, but maybe I'm getting ahead of myself here, is Reputation. And it is the Reputation list up on screen for us. Thank you so much, Ice-T, for being such an excellent producer. And this is a list that is featuring a couple new cards. We see the Gray's Apothecary in there. We see the Noxian Telestones and the Shuriman Telestones. And of course, we see 4 Glory, which you guys may have forgotten about. But that's a card that summons 2 Glory Seekers at once, which, Glory Seeker is kind of a mediocre card. But in this case, with the Apothecary, they're just going to let you take out your enemy opponent's units while keeping card advantage of your own. Also going to draw resources sometimes. I am a big fan of this list. I like the 3 Bacchai Sand Spinner. I've always felt that card is so very strong. I like Thorn of the Rose. The Telestones to me are a card that I didn't actually mess with. I just kind of wrote them off immediately. But I know I saw Broken Ball advocating for them on Twitter a little while ago. So excited to see if they are as good as some of these players think they are.
Yeah, I dig both of the Telestone choices here, both as one-ofs, but also the 4 Glory is a card that kind of gets blown out by like Vile Feast, Whale, Pokey Stick. There's a lot of cards that make you really sad to play 4 Glory and get out those 2/5 But with Gray Apothecary, 4 Glory is basically, a 6 mana draw 2 at absolute worst, right? That's pretty all right. That's not the end of the world, right?
If Reputation's active, you're only paying 3 mana, in which case you're getting better than on rate.
Yeah, no, I'm a big fan of this list, honestly. I'm really interested to see how it ends up turning out. But yeah, I like so far what I'm seeing. Let's go and take a look at the 3rd deck. Come on, continue the base train.
It's
Scouts.
It's Scouts.
I like Scouts. I'm down for Scouts.
I don't mind Scouts. Scouts is a pretty solid list. He is playing the one of Shield of Durand. I like that inclusion. Back on Blinding Assaults, we saw that cut from the list for a little bit, but top end is Genevieve Cythria Split. Mare Warden's in there. Pretty standard Scouts list.
Yeah, one less 6-drop than you usually see. But with this lineup, it looks like we are hard targeting Aphelios.
Mm-hmm.
That is what all 3 of these decks are beating. And I dig it. I think it's pretty solid. Since you are bringing Scouts is less consistently beating like Thralls than it has previously. It's also not great into like Pantheon or Illaoi, of course. But overall, if you're finding Aphelios, which I think that we're playing against Sonic Holic here, both of them are 6-0. I like this lineup. It's a good target, and you should be able to find the matchup you're looking for.
I am super excited to see Talpinator put this to work, and I really, really hope we get to see this Reputation deck, and I hope it's Scouts that's banned.
Yeah, easy Scouts ban, right?
Yeah.
If you are Sonic Holic, you are playing Aphelios, and that's like double streamer, right?
Was it double streamer or was it Thralls Viego Nox or was it Thralls something else? Well,
I
I'll
don't
pull it up.
remember.
I'll find it.
Okay. Do that. And we'll try and theorize what the bans are, okay?
Yeah.
We'll try and figure it out. I wonder how Ezreal Victor does into the new Viego list. Because it was beating the Sharima Viego list. We're looking at right now.
Sharima
Thralls?
Viego. Thralls is up here on the screen. 3 sands a time. That's going to make the scouts matchup a lot better, saving yourself 12 HP or giving yourself some better blocks in those later stages of the game. Kind of counteracts that for Demacia a little bit as well. So it should give him a little bit more game into that scouts matchup. Aphelios here has the wallop as well, has the flame spitter, has a group shot. These card choices should also help give a little bit of game into scouts, I think. What do you think about this deck?
Yeah, no, I think that this is like a pretty reasonable. Most of the Aphelios decks are basically 38 of the same cards, and you just like swap out your 1 or 2 final ones. They went for the wallop. We saw it be used to a pretty good use last game, right? So I dig it. And third deck is Sharima Viego. I could definitely see. Oh, I could see an argument for banning any of them. Like Scouts is like fine into Viego. It's technically unfavored into Thralls nowadays, which is crazy.
Yeah.
Actually crazy, but Aphelios can't beat it. So maybe you're trying to decide like what deck can Aphelios beat?
Oh, good question.
I don't know. I could see like a Scouts ban to try and protect it. I could also see like, Reputation, like, fuck it, bro. I've never played against this Reputation deck in my life. Let me just ban it.
Let me get
or
rid
even
of it.
just like, as Victor be like, as Victor's pretty solid into my lineups too. It's hard to say. It's a hard question.
How is the Ez Victor matchup into something like Viego Sharima?
Ez Victor is favored into Viego Sharima, I think.
I figured.
At least in my play, I think it's pretty favored.
Okay.
Ez Victor isn't great into Thralls, but it's winnable.
Yeah.
The thing is that like you can win with a big Victor. You can win with like Shellfolk plus Victor on 6 or flipped Ezreal. The issue with flipped Ezreal is flip Lissandra kind of hard counters you. It makes you cry.
It does. He's got mini morph in there to help deal with that though.
True. Mini morph, and I think I saw wallops as well, right?
There's one wallop, one aftershock. So Thralls might be a pretty reasonable matchup for his
we're
list.
probably not banning Thralls. So
No,
I guess we're
probably
banning
Viego.
It really depends on what you think that Sonic Hall is going to ban. There's a lot of mind games going on here, I think.
Yeah, I think it's got to be the Viego ban myself.
So I think in like what you want to ban here is Thralls, I think. Because I think Thralls is going to be a little bit difficult for Scouts and pretty difficult for Ezreal Victor. And I think you're probably better into Viego. But if you think that they're going to ban
Scouts, because I think Reputation is pretty bad into Thralls as well. Although he does have Thorn in the Rose in here, and then Telstones should help a little bit. Rite of Negation might also.
It might just be a Thralls ban. But I don't know enough about Reputation's matchup tables.
I would assume that the Viego matchup is worse because you have a hard time getting the Viego off the board. Although he is playing the Bacchai Sand Spinners. I don't know. This is going to be a really tough decision for Sonic. Or for
I feel like
Talpinator.
I assume that you're beating Aphelios because otherwise you wouldn't bring these 3 decks together, right?
I think you have to be beating Aphelios with this. Almost certainly. The Rock Hoppers, the Glory Seekers, the Thorn in the Rose. As long as it's not a Fizz, you can stun out whatever they put the Papercraft Dragon onto. You can rally faster than they can and clock them. Quicksand as well. 3 of.
I'm just excited, honestly.
Yeah.
I'm excited because as much as I would have theorized about it, I just don't know the Reputation matchup table. So like, it'll give us a lot of insight, I think, into how Talpinator's thinking about the deck in terms of what they ban. Like in my head, it feels like it's a Thralls ban, but it might just be Viego. Viego's like rough. Viego feels bad.
Yeah, I don't know. I maybe I'm still stuck in the mindset of Thralls before the patch, where sometimes it just bricks. Because I've been playing Thralls, it doesn't just brick anymore. It doesn't happen.
It's like 1 in every 20 games, maybe.
Yeah,
I played against a lot of Thralls this season on ladder, and I've seen them brick like once or twice, and that's it. Yeah, I played it a lot.
I've drawn triple Frozen Thrall opening hands and like nothing else, and it was still just fine. Like,
yeah, no, it's just good.
It's just good. Yeah. Like, there's just really nothing you can. Thralls doesn't brick anymore. the Harbinger, the re-inclusion of Imagined Possibilities as like a full set in some lists, the Sands of Time, it just unbricked itself so very much.
Even like your worst hands, right? Like, what are the hands that you have that don't have Thralls in them? I don't know. They probably have like Sands of Time and Ravine, and
Yep.
like you're probably fine, right?
Yeah.
Like you're actually fine.
Yeah, and they're back on Preservariums now as well, so you're getting card draw that way. Talia becomes a real threat of her own once again. There's just a lot going on for this deck right now.
Such a good deck. It's such a good deck.
Do you feel like it's an overbearing deck though?
Yes.
Do you?
Yes.
Why? Because I really don't think it is. Maybe again,
Because
I'm
it
just
fucking
stuck.
kills you on turn 6 every single game.
So it looks like you're correct. Talpinator went ahead and banned out Thralls, whereas Sonic did go with that Scouts ban. So with that, we should be getting into game in just a second here, and it's Reputation up on screen first. Let's go!
Let's go. The Scouts ban letting us see Reputation and Shellfolk. You're too kind to us, Sonic. You're too kind to us. We'll go ahead and see now. We had theorized that this might not be the best matchup in the world, but, you know, with a LeBlanc's hard to deal with for this Viego deck, right?
Yeah, would need Vengeance or a Despair. And if you're despairing LeBlanc, the Reputation player is like very happy about that.
Yeah.
You're not complaining about that at all. You're getting your Reputation proc. You're dealing 5 damage to face.
Yeah, I guess like your best shot is like a Merciless Hunter, right? A Merciless Hunter, and even then you're still getting a Reputation proc. You're still trading up. And there's the Merciless Hunter. That's a good draw here. But we'll see. I assume we pass here. Probably hold up our mana. Or we just slam this into a vial. Fuck it, you know?
Yeah,
Live
I mean,
life.
it's always going to die to a vial. If they're vialing this, it's kind of whatever, I guess. I don't know. You could have definitely passed and just taken the Waking Sands open next turn. But then
I
you're
like
definitely...
banking mana. I'm just like, in general, a big fan of banking mana. On any deck. And like sometimes that's a weakness of mine. But
It's part of what makes this game so appealing in my eyes, and I think in a lot of people's eyes.
Ooh.
There's the
Also, if we had
Apothecary.
saved it, then, you know, we were drawing Apothecary. We knew we were drawing Apothecary. Come on.
True.
You didn't know that? Come on, bro.
But then we're not playing LeBlanc this turn, which...
I would still play LeBlanc, but then we would still have our... We could, like, next turn, we could play Apothecary plus 2-drop, and then play Sivir on turn 4, or turn 5.
True.
Yeah, you just have to know. You just have to know what you're drawing. Like, if you don't know what you're drawing, bro, come on. How do you win games?
So Reputation is now halfway active. The Apothecary can come down now alongside this 5/1 Glory Seeker, or we can play the Sivir. Looks like
I
it's
think
going to be the
Sivir.
Sivir.
Yeah, I think Sivir makes a lot of sense. It makes, like, your if you draw, like, the Sand Spinner, that makes that, like, a better draw.
Speaking of,
Oh, dude, I mean... How do people play this game without knowing exactly what you're going to draw, you know?
now, do you ever just open pass into Sonic here?
Absolutely.
Yep.
need just a moment.
Okay, or not. That's
We,
fine too.
we were on the same page, Aikado. I was thinking we open pass there. We don't need to do
I
anything.
I want to abuse their mana, bro. I
Mhm.
love passing into people like this. Because like if they pass back and then they spend all of next turn playing down Viego, I think we're just happy with that.
Yeah, we can play the Sand Spinner at that point. We have mana for both Sand Spinner and Apothecary.
We could play for Glory. Like there's so many options, but we're getting a pass out anyway. So I mean, I guess strictly better if you just know your opponent's gonna pass there. 5-head.
Yeah. Sand
so-
Spinner still likely going to be the choice here.
Sand Spinner's an option. 4 Glory's an option. Even Rockhopper is like pretty solid here. There's a lot of lines available to us here, deciding what we want to go with.
Yeah, I
I think
think
it's gonna be a Sand
just
Spinner.
getting this Viego marked is the way to go. Now, interestingly, Sonic can opt to use their last 4 mana to go for this Despair onto the Sivir. I don't think the attack happens, but it will pop the Spell Shield. Your Viego's still going to be shuffled back into deck. You can pull it out again with that Rite of Calling, and then Sivir's vulnerable to something like a Vengeance in the future. Instead, opts to go for the Waking Sands, wants to keep mana up for this Hourglass potentially.
I think Waking Sands makes a lot of sense. Holding up Hourglass as well as starting the Ephemeral Chain is usually pretty solid. Interesting though, the pass, starting the Ephemeral Chain, if we are Talpinator, are we just slamming a 4 Glory? Are we playing out our 5-2 the Waking Sands. What's our plan here? What would you like to see?
I want to see an open attack into this Viego. We're just playing control at this point. We don't have the board to flip on them with the rally. So, and we're not going to get it at any point soon by developing. We're just going to give them options to respond, give them options to buff this Viego up.
Are you worried that open attack lets them just like hourglass in a second Viego?
No, I'm not. Maybe I should be, but I don't think 2 Viegos is like a huge problem. You just deal with it.
I might agree, but I feel like they get huge. Like once they're both summoning out shadows every single turn,
yeah,
it feels like it just adds up and adds up and adds up, and it's a problem. But
yeah, there's no bloody business in this deck or anything like that either. So maybe that is a consideration that I should be a little bit more concerned about looking at these lists.
Yeah, open attack is a little bit all in.
You do have the Shapestone to kind of deal with the Viego if something else happens like this. Third Viego picked up. We might see that Despair come out now.
Yeah. We'll have to see what they decide to do. Not enough board space to play out the 4 Glory now. So if we do want to develop more, we can play out our Waking Sands. That wouldn't be the end of the world. Waking Sands turning into another card? Dude, wait. Apothecary is so good.
Yeah, it's really good. It's really good. Problem is, like you said, some of these cards are kind of unplayable, which is why I solved the problem by putting in Salt and Stitches and a one of... it sounds troll as hell, I know, but it's actually so good. It's
like you
actually
could also
so
run
good.
like Great Physician or something,
Yep,
right?
I'm playing a one of Great Physician. Double drawing the Apothecary is also really bad. So the other thing I was considering, which is haha funny more than anything else, is a one of copy of Unleashed Energy.
Okay, that sounds terrible.
Yeah,
but you know, it's an option.
It's funny. It's haha funny for sure.
Yeah. This is pretty nice here. One thing that's nice is that if we pull with Sivir on at the end, Sivir's flipping, so we don't have to pre-commit this Shapestone, I don't think.
Yeah.
Which is pretty nice, pretty nice.
That is very nice. Being able to keep the Shapestone should be very, very good.
Oh, you know why we haven't played 4 Glory this whole time?
Why?
We're playing for the value. We want that reputation proc. I see now. I was too worried about applying pressure. And I think that, you know, the mana value is actually probably really nice. It probably gives you a lot of tempo options. I dig it.
Yeah, you're probably right about that one. So
the nice thing about forcing this hourglass is that Viego doesn't see any of his units die.
Yes, it is very, very nice. That's a Midden Stoke henchman. That's funny.
I mean, Midden Stoke's kind of funny. I don't hate it.
If we draw an Absolver, it suddenly gets a lot more fun. That's a Sanctum Conservator. That might actually activate. That might actually activate.
Okay, it takes 13 slays. Like, let's gotta go too crazy.
We just saw what, 3?
Yeah, 3. There were probably like
2 earlier.
2 earlier, so we're probably 5 or 6 if I had to guess. Can we hover over it? Production. We'll see in a second. So double Viego coming down is still a little bit scary. Ooh, but Rally, you like to see it.
Yeah, Rally is perfect. It's exactly what you wanted to pick up in this position. Your 5-drops are just going to continue to cycle themselves, which you're very happy with. And because of that, the Rally is going to be very, very powerful at any time you're capable of playing it.
I mean, we just throw away our Sivir and like Shapestone?
Don't we just double block and say whatever?
Yeah, I mean, okay, yeah, I guess if that's what you want to do.
Yeah.
I wanted to try and kill him, but you're probably right. It's probably safer to like not get blown up by a quicksand.
Yeah. I mean, Sivir, then we're losing our Sivir, right? Do we really want to be doing that?
Yeah, fuck it. No, you're probably right. It's probably better, especially with these with this 4 Glory in hand. The quick attack on the Challenger unit's kind of good, right?
Yeah.
I dig it. I think it makes sense.
Especially since we have the Rally as well.
Yeah, if they tap out here and let us rally, or we just save rally for next turn, I think you're probably right.
Yeah. I think we're playing okay here. What I would look to do is get down both the 4 Glory and the Thorn of the Rose, open up next turn with a stun, and then see what happens from that point.
I could see it. I could see looking for the stun. I could see just open attacking. You know, the access to the rally just gives you so many lines available to you, right? Oh, and we actually kill a Viego here.
Ooh.
Wow. And we get a hello?
Whoa, that's nice.
Hello?
That's nice. That curves
That's
out perfectly.
insane.
The treasure hoarder is also really funny.
Wait, this is so good. Wait. That's definitely not fair. That has to be illegal.
Yep.
Oh, we didn't. Okay. So because this is the Viego that was Hourglass and it already summoned something, we
mist.
didn't get another shadow.
I think we might have wanted to rally there.
I think we're playing around Hydrobind by not rallying, but I hear you.
Yeah, but if we rally and they don't have anything and we open attack, I don't know. There's
I
a
agree
lot
with
of
you.
options,
If they have
but
nothing, oh,
yeah, we can obviously see it with caster vision,
Damn.
but damn, that went a lot better than I expected it to.
reputation's broken, bro. That was pretty impressive. I'm not gonna lie, that was pretty impressive.
It's the apothecary does a lot for the deck. Not having to invest into something like card draw, not having to play bad cards like Preservarium, it does a lot for the deck.
Come on, don't shit on Preservarium here. Preservarium's a good ass card.
I like Preservarium a lot, but it's not really what you want to be putting into your mid-range board-based deck, right?
That was a good game. That felt good. I mean, reputation. I mean, is it broken? Question mark.
That's a push. Is it
I think it
playable?
might be broken.
Absolutely. But
Might
here is
just
a deck
be-
that's definitely broken. Shelf Oak.
Shellfolk is so broken. Everyone knows that.
Now,
All right.
what's the key to victory for Talpinator in this matchup? How's he gonna beat Viego?
So you keep your one of Thermogenic. You
Mhm.
hold on to Victor, and if they don't like Vengeance Victor on site, like he just becomes huge.
Okay.
And then like you're basically just throwing. You just have like too many threats on board at once, right?
Got it.
And like you just throw damage based removal. Okay, so it's gonna look bad. It's gonna look really bad. I'm warning you right
Yeah,
now.
but
We're gonna
then
throw
he's
a
just gonna win.
lot of cards at Viego. We're gonna throw a lot of damage based removal at Viego and just hope he dies eventually.
do we
And usually he dies eventually.
do we Ezreal on curve?
We
is
open
that-
pass here.
Okay. Are we feeling sad open passing into the Viego deck because they're just gonna
No.
take it?
No, because like it's fine if they take it, because if Viego comes down on 5 with 4 health, I think we're really happy. Because that's much easier to deal with than letting them like, get their Camavorran Soldier out and start buffing stuff. Nah, I am super down to like just open pass there. I think that people get too scared with Shellfolk. Like your Shellfolk deck usually is beating things late game.
Mm-hmm.
But I mean, it is what it is. This ends up being pretty good for us too, right? Like they just ran a Merciless Hunter out into us. We got the Mystic Shot, and now like they have to develop into next turn, and we get our Victor down. Like this ended up being really good for us.
We're never trying to save this Ezreal then.
I don't think so. I think we're just getting Victor down.
I
If
like
you
that.
wanted to, you could like Aftershock here if you really wanted to. I don't think it'd be good, but you could.
No, I'm on your train. I want to get the Victor down and start building him up, make him a win condition, make him a major threat.
The funny thing about Aftershock here is if it goes through, we could just open attack next turn and then just hold this Mystic Shot, and Viego's not allowed to come down.
That's true.
It's actually kind of a funny line, like because of the answer that Sonicaholic has, us being able to kill Merciless Hunter last turn, and now this Camavorran Soldier, like we're getting really what's the opposite of punish? Rewarded. We're getting really rewarded for running our Ezreal out on 3.
Yeah. It definitely looks good for Talpinator at this point.
Yeah, I think I like open attack here. Just get that Mystic Shot, play around a Quicksand, and now, I mean, Sonicaholic just has to like stare at you and be like, I can't play this. Now you can like Otter, because it's just like plus tempo, doesn't lose you any mana, and then they pass again, and then you just pass back. You're like, fine. Nope. I feel pretty good about this.
Yeah, this looks really good for Talpinator at this point.
Yeah, no, this is a pretty solid position. I probably wouldn't have ran the Ezreal out, but the fact that they did has just paid dividends. Ooh, we're tapping.
Okay.
Okay.
This is fine.
We're letting Viego come down, which isn't great. But it's not the end of the world.
Nah, we're fine.
We're fine.
Fine. Mad chillin'.
Yeah, no, we get the ability for Viktor to come down, you know, and start stacking up stuff. I don't hate it. I think it's fine. I think it's actually fine.
And we're firing off the Mystic Shot. Okay.
Yeah.
Throws Viktor. Works towards his condition. I like it. Put some
Yep,
damage on
yep.
the Viego.
All right. We'll see what they decide to do. Developing out instead of open attacking onto the Ezreal. It's probably fine. We get a Viktor's keyword, which is always nice. Vial fees?
Is a card.
True.
We're never using Pokey on our Octopus. That's
No,
just a-
no, never.
that's
We're
just a
saving the
grief.
damage. We need to kill this Viego.
Okay.
Viego has to die at some point. It's as simple as that.
Ezreal's
I think I'm-
going-
Down to pokey this.
Okay.
Because, like, now they have to spend something else to kill this Ezreal. Ezreal being flipped going into next turn is really bad for the Viego player. And he's going to be flipped here in a second.
There's an Otter. There's a Shellfolk there as well.
Shellfolk's a great draw. If you get all three of your champions on board at once, I mean,
Game ending.
Okay.
Game
Yeah,
ending.
yeah.
We saw it. We almost saw it last game with the Apothecary, the LeBlanc, and the Sivir. They came
Yeah.
down in sequence, which is just as good sometimes.
I mean, honestly, you probably just slam Shellfolk here.
Yeah.
You just slam Shellfolk, and like there are three things that they have to deal with. Because otherwise, flipped Viktor, and he's going to flip with this trinket trade. Lets you play out like 15 cards this turn. He's going to be huge. You're going to be pressuring Viego. This is actually just so good for Talpinator. Just their ability to get all of these champions down over and over on these turns has just been so valuable. Oh, spell shield!
wow.
Oh, stop! Stop it! How are you gonna do it to him like that?
He's got
Come
double
on.
quicksand though, so he does have an answer to this. Is quicksand and vengeance as well. But still, it feels so good to just put that out.
Oh, I think you need a Shellfolk first. I think you need a Shellfolk, and you need to start throwing pranks at their hand and like forcing their hand, because the issue is that like quicksand is
Yeah.
still blowing you out here.
Yeah,
Like quicksand and losing your Ezreal feels really bad, or
Just
even
an
if it's just an
hourglass, though.
hourglass. If it's an hourglass, you probably win the game.
yeah.
But
Double quicksand looks really good here. Even single
Because-
quicksand.
the other thing is like if Shellfolk comes down and forces a vengeance, like again, you're just winning the game this turn.
True.
So I don't know. I don't know if I would have gone for that, but you know, the way that it works, Sonic Holic is being very conservative with their quicksands. Not all that worried about this Ezreal yet, apparently. So I mean, it's working out.
It is indeed working out. There's a vengeance. You're going to go ahead and cast that trinket trade while you have the chance. Peacemaker, not a bad option. Heroic Refrain, not a bad option. But you're probably just taking the free mana off the Otterpuss, right?
Yeah, otters are great because each of these otters counts as 2 procs for Viktor. So like Viktor's flipping
Mhm.
right here. Okay. Going for Heroic Refrain.
Oh,
I mean, that's how you win that matchup.
yeah. I guess so. Sonic, I guess, says, you know what? I'm qualified for top cut. I don't need to put myself through this.
Yeah, no, I mean, understandable. That's half the power of Shellfolk. That's one of the win conditions. Yo, you have so many win conditions. One's Viktor, one's Ezreal, one is Shellfolk, and one is just mental damage. Your opponent just booms and you just win the game.
Oh, why is it any wonder you were that hater showed up in chat earlier when you
Yeah,
thought like this
that's-
funny?
Bro, it's the orthogonal win conditions right there. That's what it's all about.
Gotta keep every win condition in mind. It's part of playing the game. You got, there's board based, there's burn based, there's combo based, there's clock based, and then there's mental based. You just completely
There's mental based. And honestly, the mental based, especially in a best of 3, is sometimes the most valuable. Especially if you can mental based win in game number 1, it sort of carries over. It's like the advantage
does.
that carries over into game number 2 and game number 3.
That's why you queue up the worst matchup first, right? Forget the game theory optimal coin flip. You just know this deck is bad into all of theirs. I'm gonna play it first.
Now you just queue Shellfolk first so that you get that mental damage in.
So the worst deck. You're right.
Oh wait, come on. Bro, in a lineup with reputation, how is Shellfolk the worst deck?
Come on, man. There's scouts in there.
Good point. All right. We got that one in, which means that Talpinator is XO.
Yep.
Going into the top cut. I mean, that's crazy. With a lineup like that, that's crazy.
Man, Reputation got chops, bro. I'm so glad he top cut this tournament with it. Now people have to believe.
They have to.
That's how it works,
it's
right?
The rule. Yeah, absolutely.
This is a fun deck we're seeing. This has got to be Teemo Sedge Bandle City. I haven't seen this since Floppy was playing it, what, 2-3 seasons ago now?
Yeah, this was the old floppy pile before TF Nami, right?
Yeah.
This is, I mean, it certainly is a deck. The big thing about this Teemo Sejuani deck is that it runs out of cards. It is like the Bandle deck that runs out of cards pretty quickly.
But Sejuani happens to be very good in this matchup.
I'm sorry, did we just play Bone Scryer?
Yeah, we did. Why did you know the name of that card? I didn't even know that. And I knew what Etherfiend was when I was on Absol's game show.
Yeah, bro, Etherfiend is fucking broken.
Yeah.
Okay, I mean, there's a fearsome blocker. That's good for us.
Uh-huh. We're not dying.
Yeah, no, I mean, this certainly is a game state, that's for certain. Flicker, I'm pretty sure Flicker is the guy who hit Masters with Zed Bard, or Zed Bard Ari? I think it was Bard Ari, and baited Majin into throwing away quite a bit of LP trying to make Bard Ari work.
Wow. That's impressive.
Yeah, kind of based, honestly. Kind of based. If you could take mana, or not mana, if you could take LP away from Majin, that's what it's all about, right?
True. I did that with Viktor Zillion one time.
That's funny. By the way, it looks like both of these players are 4-2. So potentially top cut implications based on the outcome of this game. I think like one, maybe two people make it into X2. So if they want to have a chance, they have to win this game. And Sejuani's good. And most importantly, we only have 8 mana on the side of Viego here, which means we have to choose between Vengeance or Overgrowth or Undergrowth. You know, we choose. Are we saving Viego or are we stopping the double up on these Teemo Shrooms? It's a hard choice.
Yeah, this is really tough. These Teemo Shrooms are going to spell the end of the game, but losing this Viego will also spell the end of the game. But then again, that Sejuani's also killing you, so everything is going poorly for Flicker here. This has to be a very good matchup for Sups, dude, just because of the nature of his deck. Not a lot of elusive interaction. Hell, very little at all. Only the Undergrowth, and wasting a Disintegrate on a Teemo kind of sucks. And then, of course, Sejuani is going to be able to freeze lock the board every turn, meaning that your Viego is never flipping if it gets to that stage in the game.
And opting for the Vengeance route, meaning that our Viego is still dead.
Yeah.
And we're getting pinged every turn. And the Teemo Shrooms are getting doubled.
Yep.
But we maybe have a win condition. We maybe can win next game. Or next turn, rather. Sorry, that was a Freudian slip.
Was quite apt. There's very little way for Flicker to get out of this, unfortunately. No shrooms! Okay,
no
there's
shrooms?
a chance!
We aren't winning this turn, so I don't think it's really... but maybe.
Don't tell him.
But maybe.
He opened attacks, they block, the flocks come out and kill everything.
Production, can we see how many shrooms they have?
That's a spoils of war Aikado.
25. Oh, okay. There's only 25. Wait. We're actually fine.
We're fine.
Flock is gonna come out, so I mean that's kind of sad.
Yeah, Teebo's dying, but maybe there's another spoils of war to draw the second flock.
Maybe we have what's the one that draws a card?
Pokestick.
Yeah, that one. That one's the one that was. Flock here, pretty important. And perhaps more importantly, is that if we attack, we might force a block out of Pterodactyl. And if we can get a flock down onto this Pterodactyl, we might actually be able to win the game. But we are taking 1 damage for Bone Scryer.
Yeah, I don't think you can give up. Oh, man. Oh.
And there's only 1 card left in hand for both of them, right? So both of them have to decide, am I playing around anything? And a lot of times the answer is no.
I was going to say, watch it be another Teeny Tactile.
Oh, no. Okay. Teeny Dactyl puts him down to 3. If they attack it, puts him down to 2. So there's a lot of top decks that are just winning the game. Ice Shard literally instantly wins the game, by the way, because it does 2 damage with the Bone Scryer.
Yep, it does. It does.
So Conk into Ice Shard, like a good player.
He might
Every
be name
time?
decking it.
Oh, the mushroom! I forgot about the mushrooms.
Ava! Yo, he can just pass. There's no way.
I mean, okay, it's
take the attack,
50-50.
you take
Oh,
the
but the impact. Oh yeah, I mean that's tryhard.
Impact.
That's tryhard. Imagine not just passing, bro.
Oh, man.
Hey, I mean that's an Ava Achiever.
Yep. Ava Achiever.
Pterodactyl, Sejuani Teemo.
Bone Scryer.
That's a deck.
That's a deck.
That is a
That was-
collection of 40 cards that sometimes gets your opponent down to 0 health.
That was an absolutely glorious way to glorious game to jump into after the previous one.
Absolutely.
It was
I wonder
beautiful.
if you can buy one more turn by just passing there instead of playing out the Haunted Tomb. Like maybe your opponent is like worried about Disintegrate,
Yeah.
or something like that.
Yeah, it's possible.
I'd have to relook at it, but I mean, that's an end to a game, huh?
Yeah, that was a hell of a game to jump into. I can't believe we got to see that. I almost thought Viego Nox was going to come back and take it. And we got another game. This is a game against some very high-level players. Sorry versus Oe. Oe is on that Mono Sharima. That deck is still quite powerful. And Sorry is on Mono Viego here.
Yeah, no. Mono Viego versus Mono Sharima. I think that this used to be Mono Viego favored, didn't it?
I think so. I believe so. I want to say so. But who knows?
Yeah.
I don't play these decks. These
We'll
are
have
not
to-
base decks.
To see, I mean, I don't know. You get to flip Viego, but you know, if they flip the landmark, I assume what? It's turn 7, so if we find some champions, we have a flipped landmark. Yeah. Yeah. I don't know why we're only attacked with one of these. That can't make sense, right?
I don't know. Maybe we don't want to give up more board space. It's probably really late in Lebanon. Sorry's probably tired.
But isn't it better to like flip Viego so that we don't lose to Rite of the Arcane?
I mean, I don't know. I guess. Yeah, you're right.
Nah.
You're right. We always want that Viego flip.
Oh, we wanted the 5-3. Maybe that's it. Maybe we didn't want them to trade off the 5. Oh, Azir! Azir off the top!
Okay.
I mean, that's a flip Sun Disc.
Yep.
It has to be. It has to be. It's turn 8. If Azir isn't flipped, I mean, you were
Yeah.
never winning this game anyway, homie.
We will see if he ends up playing it or if he's got to do a little bit more work. Looks like the Azir is definitely flipped.
Yeah, flipped Azir means that we get the Emperor's deck. We get a flipped Xerath, which oftentimes is the real MVP here. But one thing that's nice about Heimerdinger is Heimerdinger consistently pumps out these units that are just like tanking up your Xerath procs, right?
For the time being, anyways.
For the time
Until they get bigger than the Xerath.
And at that point on, you're just winning, right?
Oh, that's true. You do have a
Also,
flip.
I flip Viego does kind of kill Xerath.
Yeah, he does.
Oh, but I spy with my little eye in Oe's hand a Simba. Simba is one of the better answers to Viego because it strikes at the end of the turn. It's undeniable, right?
We have a Vengeance, though.
Yeah, I mean, I'm trying to be positive here, you know?
Okay, I see that. It makes sense. You were getting some criticism earlier. Yeah, the Azir gonna come out here and try to trade off the Viego. Sorry may opt to let that happen and just play out another one, or he can go for a Vengeance. Also has the Hourglass. Lots of choices here for the side of Sorry.
Hourglass into second Viego's an option. Pretty okay one, I think.
Yeah, that's pretty good. Can't be
Go
that
ahead.
bad. Mist gonna come out here to block the Xerath. The Hydrofine not gonna be put up. Doesn't want it being risked. And actually Vengeance gonna come out here from the side of Sorry. Wants to keep the Hourglass as backup in case of a Rite of Negation.
Vengeance is pretty solid. Something to keep in mind is that at the beginning of next turn, Viego's ability procs before Xerath's ability, so he will go ahead and eat up that Xerath. Unless they play out second Azir, which they probably will, right? Play out second Azir to tank it up. It might be okay.
Yeah, that could be okay. What I was gonna say though is that remember how we were talking earlier about how Sari top poured into internet problems during
Oh, yeah.
during the seasonals. Do you remember who he was playing against that game?
I do not know.
Neither did I, but production was kind enough to remind us that it was in fact Oe. So a little bit of a grudge match here going here.
Okay. So we're seeing now if without internet issues, if Sari's able to come back and get the redemption.
I mean, Sari lives in Lebanon. There's always internet issues.
Yeah, no, it's a 50-50, right?
He's been pretty upfront about that one in Discord servers and on his stream. Poor guy has to stream using his phone internet sometimes.
Yeah,
I don't know
it's
how
rough.
he manages that.
It's rough out there. And go and see. I think that you have to play Azir here, by the way, because Azir ends up eating up the Viego proc, which means you get Xerath. Xerath will kill Hydrovine at the beginning of the turn. Yeah. We found the line.
Okay. Line has been found.
And we'll go ahead and see.
How's this going to work now?
What if we... No, Hourglassing Xerath doesn't work. It's not enough. It's just going to shoot a big mist.
Yeah.
Alright. We kill the Azir. We get another of the shadows. There are fearsome blockers, so it's not the end of the world. Honestly, these Simbas might get us there. Go and block down here. Well, Atrocity, though, is
Sari
a
has
worry.
access to the Atros, so you can't really take any more damage here if you're Oe, unless you're just okay losing to it.
You kind of just have to trade down
the whole board, right? And then, even if the Simba's played out, another Vengeance was picked up last turn. If one block doesn't come out,
just keep throwing lions at him until Viego dies, or you lose.
Yeah.
What more could you want?
Viego still gonna be a massive threat on this board, and if anything does go after him, there's an Hourglass, there's an Atro to respond.
And what's really funny is if you play out Simba and they just like Hourglass play second Viego and second Viego just like doesn't die to Simba.
True. Like,
it's pretty funny. Oh, but they have the copy. They could copy Simba, then the double attack, the dual action. Okay, I mean
that's just gonna come out. The copy could still be a response here. That will get punished by the Hourglass.
Yeah, I think the copy's probably the right line, though. I think it's a good line.
Yeah, I think so too. Because it's an ephemeral, right? So you can't use it to do cheeky shit with the Xerath?
Yes, I believe that's correct. Looks like we're gonna opt not to, perhaps saving it for... Maybe we can find a lethal next turn? Maybe that's our line.
Yeah, could be the line.
Okay, so like if we go Xerath into Val, Xerath. I don't know. I don't know what the line is. It's hard to say. Maybe if we find Sandstorm? No, but they have Deny. I don't know. Yeah. It's rough out here.
This is a very tough spot to be in. This Viego player doesn't really need to do anything else. The mists are bigger.
We could just Simba next turn. We could play Simba, copy Simba, send the ephemeral Simba after him.
Okay.
That's an option.
It is an option.
That's a series of cards that you can play. I think
I feel like we want to get this Xerath back on the board.
So yeah, Xerath might be it. I was thinking about this matchup. So I think that the way that it worked previously was that if Viego can flip before Sundisk happens, usually you're in a good spot, right? Like Viego just kind of outgrinds it. But if you aren't able to flip Viego first, then Xerath obliterating everything just makes it really rough to actually try and make it through. Hourglass is going to come down here. Hourglass actually does save the Xerath, by the way.
There's Shimmering Image, though, to duplicate it. This can be met by a Rite of Negation from the side of Sari. Looks like he's going to go for it. Just going to sack a mana gem.
Yeah. And then probably going to end up Hourglassing or just playing second. No, we don't have second Viego anymore. Hourglass. to save our Viego. And then open attack should be, if not lethal, very, very close to.
No real need to do anything else. Hourglass is going to beat this. Then you can... Actually, you can't safely develop anything because it's going to be on the board still.
Importantly, when Viego comes out of the Hourglass, I don't believe that he ends up eating up a unit. So we can develop out the 5/4 here, I believe, which means that we aren't dead to open.
True.
Pretty sure. I'm like
Yes.
85% sure.
You're correct about that.
Yeah. It's kind of our only line at the moment.
Is there a way for someone to get around that?
Getting wider is going to be hard. And we also no longer have an answer to Simba. Other than, you know, playing out like 4 Waking Sands. I mean, that's an answer, I guess.
We can play 3 Waking Sands, but then we're tapped out of Atro range. I guess we don't need to Atro this turn necessarily.
Yeah. It's hard to say. I think Emperor's Guard is just always going to be that first one that we play. I mean, there's
also
4 of them.
Crumbling Sands in the hand. Isn't that 4 mana Obliterate, or is it Follower Lock?
It is Followers.
Okay.
Okay, we're just playing out Emperor's Guards here. Oh, and the 5 mana card that, it's like Herald, I think? Summons a ton of blockers.
It does. That's a good pickup from the side of OE.
Looks like we're just... It's crazy. How do we have 4 of those? This isn't Magic. You don't get to just run 4 of a card. Come on.
Funny thing is, he only needs to push 1 damage, so this Vile Feast might be the answer.
True. That is true. And there isn't really an answer in the Emperor's deck to it. To the Atrocity. But you're really bad into, like, Quicksand, right?
Yeah, or Rite of Negation. But I think at this point, you're aware there's only 1 card left in the hand from the original deck. Sorry's usually pretty good. Sorry sees the line. Crumbling Sand's gonna have to come out on a 1/1.
I mean, if you see it, right? But who does that? That'd be crazy.
Well, he could
That'd
do it on
be
a
crazy.
5/2, then it feels less bad. Or on a 2/3.
Yeah, just block the 1/1 and... yeah, that's a line. It does make you feel better.
You dare!
Yeah,
I mean...
Oh!
we tap below!
Oh, my God, you saw it!
Atrocity's not real!
Yo.
No, maybe we're fine. It's not killing anything at round start, right? So, Viego isn't getting a buff. Viego's staying at 16. So we can Simba, and they don't have an answer to Simba.
I thought it was getting a miss this turn for some reason.
It had already done it, because it came out of the Hourglass, if you remember.
Oh,
no! Keyword Soldier! Oh, and we're at the end of the Emperor's deck anyway, I guess.
Yeah.
No, we shuffle. Did we shuffle? I don't remember.
No, I think we played out another Azir. I'm pretty sure that deck is now empty.
I mean... Oh, wait! Ascendant's Rise! Because Nasus comes out. Nasus lowers his attack!
Yeah, it does.
Wait! Renekton just wins the game!
Yo! What a crazy
Do we have to
edge.
Atrocity Viego into Renekton? And then Nasus hits face? Ascendant's Rise is enough!
Wow.
Oh my god! Flipped Nasus! Level 3 Nasus, level 3 Renekton!
Sorry.
The brothers
Top deck
coming
the
out!
card, and then he lost anyways. He found the 1 card he needed.
That's so crazy! As we get to see the movie, the sequel, round 2, Renekton, never before seen. We've seen the Xerath and the Azir videos a million times, but Renekton and Nasus, those are the actually based videos.
Yep.
We
How
get
often
the
do you guys
rally.
Get to see this card played out.
Oh, so if you don't know, Nasus when level 3 lowers everything's attack by 3, and Renekton, whatever he attacks or blocks, does 2 to everything. So this is a very, very dead sorry here. Oh my god. Oh,
Wow.
we have a fearsome blocker.
We do
And
have
we
a fearsome blocker.
Atro Viego into Nasus. Wait, can we deck them out?
You cannot stop me.
or into Renekton. Can we deck them out?
Yeah?
They're out of cards. Wait. Don't
Wait,
tell
sorry,
me.
did it. Sorry,
You
did
went
it,
through
bro.
all the work.
Yo.
Oh no, we got too excited. I thought he had it. Renekton wasn't big enough.
The movie
The
part
11
2
health.
didn't get the ratings from the
Oh.
critics. It had to be shut down. Closed for the rest of the season. Sorry, found it. He's found the line.
No. He decked him out.
Yo.
Oh my god, that's... I didn't
Wow.
realize that Renekton didn't push enough damage. Oh
wow.
my god, Renekton. Dude.
What did we
They
just
could've pulled.
watch?
Wait, why did they pull? They could have pulled.
No, because, okay, if the pull happens, then you just attro the Renekton, right?
Yeah,
'Cause
yeah,
you still
yeah.
have the fearsome...
True.
Sorry, had it on lock.
Bro, that's
Bro.
crazy.
He actually just straight up outgrinded the Emperor's deck with
Oh
Mono
my God.
Viego.
Is there even a question, though?
Wow.
It was free the whole... I mean,
Yeah, that was
that's
something.
crazy, bro.
That was wild. I wonder if there's any more matches going on. These
I don't
last
even know what to say.
these
man.
last couple sets of matches have been insane. I bet like
Yeah,
anything we
I don't
jump
know.
into
Can
at this
there
point
be a match?
as
Could there
based
be
as
a
that.
match that goes longer than decking out Sundisk? I mean, come on.
It's true. It's very true. Oh boy. Man,
Wow.
there's so many
mean-
good decks in the metagame right now. There's so much out there that's playable. Have we ever had this diverse of a meta?
I don't know. Hello?
Speaking of,
Why am I
that's
looking at Lucian?
Lucian Zed Rally based?
I was always more
Is that what it is?
I'm guessing. I don't know what else you would pair this with. Could be Fiora, I suppose.
I mean, true.
I'll check spreadsheet. We'll find out for us.
Yeah, pick Surge on that spice.
It is Zed. Yeah, this is
How's-
basically the old Zed Fiora list, but with Lucian. And
So
some...
it's just like anti-thralls, right? This is like literally just anti-thralls deck.
guess so.
I am ready.
It's only got 4 rallies actually, and it's got a Deny, it's got some Seinen and a Cythria as top end.
A Sign-In and Sith. Okay, wait, maybe this is a hot deck actually.
It's kind of hot. I don't know how good it is. It's playing Green Glade Duo, but no real way to go wide. But it is very interesting, and the concept is cute. I like anything that plays Sign-In.
Yeah, no, Sign-In is a great card. I love Sign-In. I'm always down to see Sign-In. And we are pretty wide here. Our attack is a little bit scary. And we can summon out a goat, so it's not the end of the world. But it's an interesting deck if you just like 3/2 quick attack units.
Yeah. White Flame gonna come out instead. We can block the Zed. Is Lucian flipping then?
I feel like we block Lucian. Oh, we're just letting Zed flip. Okay, yeah, that's fine, right?
We can
Also single here.
There's no Papies to answer that, but
And killing Lucian seems good because if you don't kill Lucian, then he's gonna flip, and double attack rallying Lucian's kind of scary.
yeah, it really is. Okay, we're just gonna stop the Zed from flipping. That's cool.
Yeah, that's probably the much safer line, making sure you aren't losing to like a random ghost onto Zed or something like that.
I like that. I like that. Now we're gonna get to attack in with this.
Yeah, no, it's a
Yeah.
pretty big unit. We could slap something on this if we want. Proc faded, get a pretty big boy. Can Zenith. There's a lot of options available to
There's
us.
some good options.
Can we kill
here.
him this turn?
Maybe.
Go up to 11? I don't think so.
No, it's not doable. Not without a Cataclysm.
Yeah, with Cataclysm, it's pretty free. But yeah,
Kind of how these decks work.
yeah, Cataclysm's a good card as it turns out when you have big units with Overwhelm. All right. Here we go. A lot of damage. Get the trade down.
For the order.
We see a Shadow Assassin. Come down. Draw a card.
Mountain Goat also going to come down. And now... this is kind of no good for us, to be honest. Do we ever just play the Zenith Blade on the Goat here so it can pretend to block Zed?
We definitely can. I don't hate that option. We could also just like hold up single combat. Like, I think we're in a really good position. I don't think that they can actually kill us here. I think it'd be pretty crazy if they actually found a way to kill us. It'd be kind of crazy.
Yeah.
The Prowling Projectile is actually kind of cute to get rid of the elusive. Yeah, maybe there's like a triple rally hand that's scary for us.
It could be. It could be. Sign it. That's probably a good sign for us, actually. I don't know. They tapped out of a lot of mana, but now they have access to more cards, and shit, tricks are cheap. So
shit, tricks are cheap.
Tricks are cheap.
I don't mind, like, if we just like ripped a single right here from Goat into Zed, try to force something out.
Get a gem.
Well, I don't know. Actually, maybe it's really bad if they just like twin. Okay, never mind. I take it back. It was a bad call. Bad call.
It happens.
Yeah.
I make a lot of them. Don't worry. You see me play.
All right.
That's why I'm up here.
Slapping Zenith is pretty solid here. So, you know, we are just getting the extra stats. We can throw our boy in front of someone. Saving Sign-In. Oh, I feel like that means it's Rally. Oh, it has to be Rally.
Yeah, so you just do these blocks, get yourself a gem.
Yeah, I guess like Twin plus Sharp Sight is like a little bit scary.
Yep.
I don't know. It's hard to say.
Yeah, but if it's Twin plus Sharp, then you're just losing next turn anyways.
I mean, I just mean that, like, it's pretty scary for Lunari here, right?
Ooh,
but it's just a dead Zed?
That's what I meant as well. Like,
Hello?
I was gonna say you could respond, but then you're just dead anyways. Yeah, Zed is just dead.
That's interesting.
He stopped being able to play rave music, and, you know, he just died.
Yeah, is that right? Is that right? Okay,
Barrier,
open
that's...
attack with flipped Yummy.
Okay,
Yeah. We have like single. We have single, which survives a block. So I'm like, even if they pump up this Sign-In and like block a ton of damage, I think they're pretty dead here, to be honest.
Yep.
Probably
It
projectile
does seem
pushes
that
like
way.
3 damage.
They're
So
at -3 currently.
yeah. So we see a Sharp. Okay, I assume we see like a Twin as well.
Second
Double Sharp.
Sharp.
It's alive at 1. Prowling Projectile puts them at -2 again. So in Twin puts them alive.
But if they defensive twin, we can Bastion single combat. And
True,
break.
and then we're losing to like second Twin, right?
Yeah. But that's a lot of fucking tricks.
True. But to be fair, yeah, if they have so many tricks and they didn't save Zed last turn, okay, and we're still just showing lethal here. That's fine. I think I would have liked to sandbag the stats a little bit, but this might be fine.
Yeah, I agree with you.
There's defensive Twin.
Because now we have to single combat. And if
Now
they have
Prowling
defensive
Projectile
twin-
still pushes 3.
Okay, you're right.
So it has to be like 2 more buffs. It has to be like... Okay, Nopeify. So now we have to single and then like just another Twin. Like 1 more Twin.
Yeah.
Just have 1 more Twin forehead.
Easy.
It could be.
So easy. You just played the Sign-In. You drew 3 cards.
Yeah. This turn, all you had to do was play double Sharp Sight, double Twin, plus Nopeify.
There's only 2
on.
Sharp Sights in the deck, by the way.
I mean, found them.
Yeah.
Bro, if they have offensive Twin here,
Wow.
feels bad. Feels bad.
You know, I was kind of dreading this game when we jumped into it. Then I saw there was a Lucian on the board, and I was like, oh, okay. I mean, it's not just another Pantheon set. And then that
Yeah.
ending was yet again just bizarre. That's like unlike anything I've ever seen in this game before.
That was a huge unit, right? Like, they just stacked everything onto the sign, and it just didn't matter. You know, it turns out That 17 attack, 1-drops with overwhelm.
Kind of
Pretty
good.
normal. Pretty normal.
Kinda
I mean,
good.
that's nothing to see there. Everyone's seen that before.
Yeah, every day. I've
Every
been
day.
playing for 3 seasons since Pantheon was released.
Yeah. No, it's a funny game.
All right, guys. Well, with that, we are going to cut to a bit of a longer break. That was the final game in our round 7. We're going to be back with a cut to top 8. Oh my. Is it any wonder we need a bit of a break? We will
Yeah.
see you guys after that. We hope you stick with us. Good evening, everybody. Welcome back to your Saturday Mastering Runeterra x GGtoor tournament. We're back with the top cut. Aikado, how are you feeling about this top cut? I'm really excited. We have some excellent players here. First of all, we should probably give congratulations to them. Do you have the list up to run us through them?
I don't.
I can grab
I
it.
could. Okay, there we go. We have
Oh,
Talpinator
amazing.
versus Rogio. We have Friend of Zoe versus Camillari, Lunari versus Sutricon, and Sari versus Sonicolic. And interestingly enough, I think that we've watched almost every single one of these, at least one of their games today, except for Friend of Zoe and Camillari, and I'm sure we'll catch them a little bit later. But a lot of really good players here, right?
Yeah, some really, really strong players here, including the two we're going to be following. Both Sari and Sonicolic are EMEA players. Sari comes from Lebanon, and Sonicolic, I believe, I want to say Czech Republic.
Okay.
I
I
think
believe you.
I think
I
that's
believe you.
correct. I could be wrong there, but nonetheless, they are two very, very strong EMEA players, and both of them, I believe, have made seasonal top cuts. Sorry, making it all the way to the top 4. I think Sonic went top 16, and we're gonna take you guys through Sari's lineup really quickly while we wait for these players to get into game.
Yeah, we'll go and take a look. I believe that we watched both of their games earlier. This is Sari's lineup, correct? So
Yes, it
this is the
is.
Ziggs Talia. This is the one that you really liked with that triple minefield. Double Arsenal's a little bit heavy, but we do have those unleash energies as well, right?
Exactly. I'm a big fan of this list. I do think it's going to do all good things Sari wants it to. We saw him find great success with it earlier against that Viego. I think it was the Viego game. Do you remember that one where he went in with that crazy Absolver line?
Yeah.
Yeah, that was a good
and
one.
ended up denying the vengeance. Yeah, that was
Yeah.
a crazy game.
Yeah, it was a super wild game. And then found the burst speed lethal with the unleashed energy, actually, although it didn't really matter at that point.
Yeah.
But the second deck from Sari is this Viego Sharima list that has become so popular over the past season. Really popping up about a week before the seasonal, people found it was quite strong, and it just turbo levels Viego so fast. We've seen it so many times tonight. Anything else to add to this one, Aikado?
No, you nailed it. This deck has been around for a while. We just saw it end up grinding out Sharima. So it's pretty okay. It's pretty okay.
Does a very, very good job of doing what it wants to, and that is leveling Viego. But the last deck is another deck we all know and love. It's UB Pantheon. That's it.
Yeah.
It doesn't get more.
Next up, Sonicolic. Let's go ahead and take a look at their lineup. Thralls. This is the one Avalanche version, which we had mentioned earlier, but triple Sands of Time, no 5-drop. Thralls, what is there to be said about Thralls? Thralls is just a nuts deck. Now, admittedly, Thralls not great into Sari's lineup. I think that Sari's lineup is here to prey on Thralls. So it could be a bit of a weak spot, honestly, for Sonicolic.
Yeah, Ziggs Talia, of course, can't play out that Desert Naturalist without losing too much tempo. Pop a Thrall that's had a promising future slapped onto it. Mono Viego has access to stuff like Quicksand, can deal with Thralls that way. And Pantheon,
And it just gets so big, right?
yeah, Pantheon just bullies Thralls too, with the rallies and whatnot. Although Sari is not on a copy of Rally in his list.
True. Aphelios here. It's an okay deck. We've seen it once or twice.
Yeah, just
It's
a few
all
times.
right.
It's kind of good. This is a very, very strong list. We have seen Sonic put it to great use earlier in the broadcast. He made great effect of, I think it was the Winding Light that we saw coming out to win that game. Very, very strong list. Got a couple new cards in the Bird, in the Winding Light. And of course, he's running Wallop in that flex slot. And then he's also on this Mono Viego list that we've kind of discussed to death at this point. On 3, Rite of Calling, of course, really wants to find that Viego, Hourglasses, Quicksands, Rite of Negation, Vengeance, and Atro for your top end spells.
Okay. So looking at these two lineups, I think that Sonicolic has to be in Pantheon. Which means that we're looking at Sari. And what does Sari ban of Sonicolics? I feel like it might just be the Aphelios ban. Aphelios feels like it's really good into Viego. And also good into Talia Ziggs. Sometimes it's a little bit too slow, but I do think it's favored, especially since that Rainbow Fish just goes through Quicksand.
And it looks like we're wrong because there's an Aphelios on our screen.
Okay, I wonder what they banned. Maybe Viego?
Must have been Viego. Viego can be a difficult for Ziggs Talia, but he's on the double arsenal, so It gets a little bit better there. Still, this is not the best opening hand either. We haven't seen Sari with hands that look very good at all throughout the course of the night, but
This
yet he
hand
still
is-
manages to make them work.
This hand is absolutely miserable, whereas Sonic we see it there for a second. I'm pretty sure that we saw a Lantern in there and a Fizz as well. Fizz is a pretty okay card, right? You know,
Yeah.
no upset with that.
Kind of okay. This hand from Sari suddenly got a lot better, though. Being able to play out this Inventive Chemist on turn 2 means that Desert Naturalist will be active turn 4.
Now, or can you copy it? No, it doesn't last that long, right?
No, it doesn't. You'd have to hold it till 3, but there's
Yeah.
better things to copy. So we did just get bans checked from production. Thank you very much. Sonic did, in fact, ban that Pantheon, and Sari did go with the Viego.
Yeah,
It's just
deciding
decided.
that Viego's just a little bit too difficult to deal with, and it is. It's a very strong deck, right?
Yeah, it's very, very linear in what it does, but it does that linear thing so very well. Here we're going to see Bird come out for a swing, and Sari may opt to block it.
Why wouldn't we swing? I guess we're playing around Pokestick? Yeah, we're playing around Pokestick. Okay, that makes sense. That makes sense.
Both are going
Okay,
to come
well,
out here.
we're not playing around Pokestick. Fuck it.
Want to see what it does?
Oh,
Okay.
we just let him draw a card.
Note says
I mean, okay, it's probably fine. Honestly, people probably put a little bit too much emphasis on denying the card draw from Librarian. Probably.
Yeah.
But it feels pretty bad when you take the damage and let them draw a card, especially against this Vandal Targon that's drawing so many cards anyway.
Doesn't matter because we draw the Rite of the Arcane off the top.
Rite of the Arcane, we could Pale here for no value to save it. Honestly, we got the Pale for free. Like, I'm down to just do this. Just Pale it. I mean, it makes your next turn a little bit awkward, but, you know, next turn we can open attack. Maybe, like, Pokey into Aphelios. We could just play out the Lantern. Yeah, this is a bit of a blowout. This is, yeah,
And
Lantern might just 1v9 this game.
it comes back to that block difference last turn. If you block the Librarian, you're pretty okay playing out the Ziggs and just going for an attack. Yes, he might get traded, but then you still got the attack in,
don't think I know
and
that
you're
one.
taking this Librarian off the board, whereas now it can just continue to grow and grow and grow, and it's going to threaten the Ziggs.
Yeah, it's drawing a lot of cards here, and that Guiding Touch off the top means that even though it looks like it's a little bit vulnerable right now, that is basically heal 3 with the Faded proc, so pretty massive here. I imagine we'll end up seeing, yeah, there's the Lantern, which is setting up for our best friend, the Papercraft Dragon, here in a bit as well, and I mean, the beginning of this game is very rough for Sari. It just feels like all of the cards have been really awkward for them. You know, the starting hand was just really miserable.
Yeah, playing out this Hexplosive Minefield here just to have something to duplicate with Talia. Gonna be able to squeeze a little bit of damage out of his champions, hopefully, but it doesn't look promising.
Keep your eyes on
Yeah, the
horizon
Roiling
and
Sands
feet on the ground.
is a good draw, but it's a turn too late, I think.
If
You know, if we had it last turn and we knew we could bank it as turn and copy that with Talia, I think we would have been really happy to draw a card. The Roiling Sands is one of the most important cards for this deck. It just gives you everything you need. You get the landmarks to flip your champions. You also get, you know, everything vulnerable, so you get good trades.
Let's start our search.
It's just a great card, and just finding it a little bit too late here. No flip to Ziggs, no flip to Talia. This attack's a little bit awkward.
It has to come through nonetheless. If you don't, the board is just going to get completely taken over, and you're not going to have any way of actually winning this game. On the bright
Yeah,
side,
we are kind of giving up Ziggs, though. Ziggs is dead to this Pokestick in hand.
we do have a second Ziggs. We also have this burst speed, unleashed energy for a stun. So there's a good chance we're going to be able to deal with at least one of these assistant librarians coming on the coming turn.
Yeah, I assume this is going to be a crescendum that comes out. Yep. Makes sense. Continue to go wide. You also want to play out Aphelios first. That way he sees the Pokestick and is able to generate another weapon.
Squeaker. Not necessarily the best card.
It's not the best hit in the world, but honestly, not terrible either. The
Yeah.
augment on it, especially with all the weapons in this Grandpa Fae that we just drew, is going to stack it up pretty quickly.
It's true. Another Pokestick found. usually not fantastic in this matchup because a lot of the units have more than 1 HP, but in this case, with only a Rock Hopper available, it's going to feel pretty good for Sonic.
Yeah, Severum was a really good selection here by Sonicaholic, especially since opponent hasn't played any units out, or any followers. So Calibrum just not really getting you there, and these targeted spells just going on top of your faded units. This isn't normally a faded deck, but in this instance, you know, it certainly is pretty solid.
I
We
would
can
say
even
it's a
put
bit of a
Overwhelm on
faded
this
deck.
thing.
Yeah, we can do some things here. This is kind of nasty for the side of Sonic.
Yeah, plus the double weapon. Oh, we went to Gravitum
Grab.
to just absolutely punish if Sari doesn't have another blocker here. Now, thankfully for Sari, there is another blocker they've drawn, but still, this attack looking pretty solid for Sonicaholic. No good blocks, no good trades. And
Move.
excuse me. Could also be drawing a card here, healing back up to full. It's a rough position for Sari, right? This
Yeah.
matchup isn't good for you anyway. But with this slow of a hand, it's so hard to really apply pressure and see how this game's going to end up, you know, improving.
I think he just needs to use the Unleashed Energy to trade and stop the 5-4 from attacking. I would have blocked the 2-1 with the 3-1, put Talia under the 4-5, use the Unleashed Energy, stop the attack, opened up a board
Definitely-
space.
Definitely an option. I think the other option, though, is to hold on to the Unleashed Energy and hope that we can just OTK them next turn.
That's true.
Like, that might just be the play. Because with the Absolver, we go up to, 8 damage, or 8 attack on Talia, plus 4 from the Unleashed Energy is 12, plus 6 from rocks, and if we stun out the blocker,
Yeah, you know,
it
you're
could
right.
be enough.
Looks like Sonic might also just take this, though. Doesn't really need to worry about this. There's no Ziggs level up currently. Yeah.
Oh, that's so smart from Sonicaholic, playing around the spells in the hand of Sari, just saying, hey, I'm calling your bluff. You aren't actually able to kill, or you might be able to kill me, but I'm just not gonna commit a block, and like you're gonna die next turn. It's actually such a huge play, such an intelligent play from Sonicaholic to just accept taking 10 right there.
And this is very scary for Sari in this position. Has the second Unleashed Energy he could find, but that's 1 in, 31 at this point? Something like that. Anyways, the Ziggs not quite leveled up. Sonic doesn't need to develop any more units.
Yeah, has access to the winning light at the beginning of next turn. It's just showing so much damage. Wow. I love that Sonicaholic just took that 10 damage. Like, if like that could be the turning point. Like, Sari might have been able to just win the game right there.
Yeah, he might have been able to, but unfortunately wasn't. And now is probably going to lose the game as a result.
Yeah, we're gonna see a Gravitum come out. Oh, Rite of the Arcane is great.
That's really, really good for us.
Yeah, the double stun is just so valuable here. Ended up choosing the Swole Squirrel. I mean, Rite of the Arcane's great because we get to stun something, but not just stun something, we also get to kill something here. You know, we could shoot the 7-2, or
can.
shoot like a Grandpa. We could shoot anything.
I think we try and take out the
Oh,
7
we
too,
could shoot
right?
Aphelios, I guess.
I think it's... maybe it is Aphelios.
Hard to say. Either way, we're getting the stun out onto the Owlfish, so we weren't able to block anyway. We're clearing out a unit, and we have the extra stun that's going to stun out the Winding Light. I think we're surviving this turn, which is crazy considering we're staring down a 6-wide board with Overwhelm.
This is the power of Hexplosive Minefield that people just don't really comprehend sometimes. It just lets you do things like this.
Yeah, no, this is huge. We'll see how we line up these blocks. We can't really afford to just lose our champions here. We'll see which one we decide to hold on to, whether it's Talia or Ziggs. We probably hold on to Talia, right? Because Talia is showing more damage on the attack next turn.
Yeah.
We don't have any landmarks anyway, but Talia's dead to Pokestick.
Yeah. We can burn an Absolver. Oh,
Okay.
swapping around the blocks. Okay.
I think I like this. This is really bad into specifically Wallop. But we're not dead into Wallop because we would just have to use an Absolver here, right?
There's also no mana for Wallop.
Oh. Yeah, true. Good point.
Yeah.
Good point.
It's been a long day for us. You're giving that one, but no more.
But no, this is kind of insane.
It's a little bit absurd that Sari did manage to find a line yet again.
Yeah, the double explosive minefield that looked like an absolute brick earlier in the game is sort of the saving grace right here with that top deck right of the arcane. And now we're looking at an open attack that's showing lethal. You can't just say okay this time. You have to commit blockers. And when you commit these blockers, I have Absolver. You don't have a way to deal with it.
Yeah, there is no Wallop in the hand, no trinket trade available. Nothing to be done here for the side of Sonic. Game 1 goes to Sari in what I think many others would consider a relatively unfavored matchup.
An unfavored matchup and just an absolutely terrible starting hand. Somehow able to find a way to survive through the 6-wide winding light. And that's game 1 going over to Sari. What a crazy game.
Yeah. Sonic gonna go ahead and drop the Pokestick to see what his top deck would be.
Yeah,
Gosh.
Concologist. A little bit too late. Wow.
A little bit late.
Even despite Sonic making the absolute call there to not commit a block on the first Talia attack, just not able to find the lethal. And wow, what a crazy game.
That was wild. Every game we've seen tonight has been super wild, but that one was something else. Like, can you imagine Ziggs Talia living through a 6-wide winding light board?
Yeah, I mean, especially with, you have like an X1 on board. Like,
Yeah.
Come on. You aren't even actually blocking anything. That was crazy.
Wild. And here we're going to maybe see another wild performance from Sari. See if he can pilot this Mono Viego list to a 2-0 victory against Sonic's Aphelios.
Yeah, Aphelios. Again, this should be an Aphelios favored matchup. The fact that Quicksand just doesn't do anything most of the time here definitely feels bad. Sonic, I think, kicked Aphelios, didn't he?
I did not catch it, to be honest. I blinked and it was gone.
I think it was an Aphelios kick, but either way, it has the Librarian. Librarian was pretty huge last game.
I think you really want to find attach units in this matchup. I don't think Aphelios matters that much to your win condition because all you're really looking for is that double attack plus fizz.
Quick hands make
Or
Yeah, or Rainbow Fish,
Yeah.
right? Yeah, no, I can definitely see that. I think that's a totally fair thing that I wasn't considering. It just, I'm so used to see champion, keep champion.
Yep.
In this instance, Sonic, knowing the matchup better than me, is able to just make the call like, no, I don't need it. And
not right now, anyways. Maybe
Yeah.
maybe a little bit down the line, he'll want it to pick up some kind of stuns. Gravitum pretty good against Viego, of course. But at the moment,
See if we can
really
hit
wants to find
Lantern
his
here?
chosen cards. Lantern
that was
would
a
be
pretty
nice.
quick pick. Oh, not Lantern.
It's a good one nonetheless.
Yeah, that was pretty good too.
Not bad.
Yeah, it's all right, I guess. Having a 3/2 Rainbow Fish, which turns into a 7 attack, elusive Spell Shield, Owlcat with impact next turn. Oh, we're not gonna play out. That's fine. That's good too.
Are we?
I thought we were
putting
gonna like Flame Spitter onto Owlcat, but this is pretty solid. The Faded proc, pretty all right. Who needs a Spell Shield when Quicksand doesn't even work anyway?
Doesn't have quicksand. That's true. Doesn't even work. That's right. Quicksand doesn't even stop the Nexus attack thing, right? You'll still get the.
It doesn't
draw.
stop anything.
Yeah.
It does not stop anything. I think that like the best answer for Shari to have there would have just been straight up a Vengeance.
Yep.
And like it's another instance we saw it earlier in the game or earlier in the day. We're just vintaging 2-drops, right?
Yeah.
It's like,
That's
okay.
kind of the power of this Aphelios deck. Your 2-drops become these powerhouse units. Faded is a very strong keyword, as it turns out.
Yeah, who knew? Who knew? We will see the glimpse come out from Sari here, just trying to dig deep and find ourselves a Vengeance or something, because right now it's looking pretty grim here. No Fearsome Blocker on the side of Sonic, though, of course, has the Pale, has the Flame Spitter, so we'll be able to find them without too much trouble.
Is put down on the board as well. And now some units are going to go in for an attack.
What's funny is even if we wanted to attack with Viego, like at absolute worst,
We're
Sonic
trading.
Holic just like trades his 2-drop into Viego, and it's like, yeah, dope. I'll just replay my Rainbow Fish next turn.
Yeah,
God, this deck's kind of good, huh?
it's kind of good.
We
It's
could
really
guiding
kinda
here
good.
to make take full advantage of our faded procs. I think that would make a lot of sense.
Yeah, but this is a case where we might also just want to hold mana and tricks. We don't have that much protection for Fizz. Not that it's really important that we do.
Yeah, no, lots of options here. And again, like we talked about earlier, Aphelios is a deck that has so many choices every single turn. You're never running out of decisions to make. So, you know, so many different lines available to you. Bird gonna come down and whiff on the chime, but that's okay. You don't really need it at this point.
Nah, it's
Double
just
tech?
extra. Another Rainbow
Aw.
Fish.
Second Rainbow Fish, that's kind of messed up. I'm gonna be honest with you. That's kind of messed up.
It's a little messed up. Can't even deny it.
We just have lethal right here, by the way.
Yeah, we do.
If we're willing to commit it, the issue is, like, if we try and commit lethal, an opponent has vengeance. It's really bad for us.
Well, it doesn't matter because Sari's going to show him he doesn't by putting this Vile Feast on the stack.
Yeah, so we could just Pale plus Flame Spitter represents lethal, and we have second Pale to beat second Vile. Oh, it doesn't quite show it because of the healing.
Yeah.
It's still, we still have lethal.
You just
Oh,
ship
we
it.
also have the faded proc. Okay,
Yeah,
no, just
yeah,
ship
we're-
it.
We're good, right? Because the Flame Spitter gives 3, and then the Faded Proc gives you 1.
Yeah, faded. I forgot about the faded proc as well. It's just, you know what? This Rainbow Fish card kind of good. Apparently, even without Lantern, this deck is still good enough, huh?
Yeah, shows just how much more powerful the deck is when you know the matchups and you know what to dig for when you're
Yeah,
finding them.
no, we had highlighted earlier, kicking the Aphelios, really knowing that finding those attach units was really important, and then just generating 2 of them off of base sprout like a good player. Easy clap, well played there to even it up. Now we're back to game number 3 here. It's going to be Sari running back the Mono Viego.
2
and-
Thralls.
Yeah, it's into Thralls. I think this is a matchup that a lot of Viego players feel pretty favored in. You get your mists incredibly big, incredibly quickly, and there isn't a whole lot of interaction for Viego himself, right?
No, there's not a lot Viego can do whatsoever. Not a lot Thralls can do to Viego in this game. They can stick him in a tomb, but it doesn't matter. He's going to pop back out. Thanks for the hourglass, right?
Yeah, a lot of times that is the case. Now, does end up drawing the Harbinger here, as well as a 1 mana main decked Frozen Thrall. So Sonic Holic has a pretty strong start here. No doubler as of yet. Doublers are really important. But otherwise, looking pretty okay. Whereas Sari's hand here is not that solid yet.
No, it's not. And this Chronomancer is going to do something to help it out, hopefully. Rite of Calling, a potential okay pickup.
Yeah, I think you probably have to grab it there. If you're not finding Viego, your deck, weirdly enough, doesn't do anything. The deck named Mono Viego, right?
True. True. Sonic just going to go ahead and take the damage there. Now going to use the Predict of his own to take a peek at his top deck. Has some decent options here. Preservarium, not bad, but not exactly what you're looking for either.
I think Prez is pretty solid. It's going to give you value in the long run. This game probably is going to go a little bit later because you don't have like a turbo hand, right? I think Prez makes sense. I think it makes sense, though. That does mean that you don't have interaction for this Rite of Calling. Though, I mean, what type of interaction could you really have for it anyway?
Yeah, not much. The Deny, I suppose, which might be worth it. There's no way you actually deny this, right?
The issue is if you deny this, like A, you're giving up 1 of your units. And B, if your opponent just has Viego in hand anyway, it feels so bad, right?
Yeah. What if this is just like a leading play, right?
It's just a bait. And like, if you deny now, you don't have deny later on for vengeance, for atrocity. it's a hard call to make. Like, if you make the call, opponent doesn't have Viego here, I'm gonna deny this, and like, you know, if it works out for you, that's awesome. But yeah, probably
See
making
Sonic
a safer play here, just deciding to let it go through.
Sitting on that action also kind of tells your opponent, I have deny, I'm thinking about it. So even if you don't have deny, you can do something like that just to kind of bluff them out, especially in these high level games. That is part of the way players read into each other.
For sure, for sure.
We'll get our licks in.
Merciless Hunter going to come out here and offer the trade. Sonic just going to take the damage, doesn't care. Oh, actually being pulled back
we
by
just
Sorry.
pulled back the attack, it looks like. Deciding that we wanted to hold on to the blocker. Maybe not wanting to do too much there. Played a little bit slowly, just because your opponent, again, hasn't played a doubler yet, right? So you're not too worried about things getting out of control too quickly. But that said, the Sands of Time in Sonicolic's hand definitely could burst out a Thrall if they want to.
Yeah,
if they want to.
It's an option. I think it's often going to be better for you to hold that, just so that way you have a way to kind of reduce Viego's level up progress. It's another thing that goes in Thrall's favor in this matchup now.
One thing I was going to say is that it makes a lot of sense that Sari didn't want to swing last turn. Because your hand sucks, right?
Mm-hmm.
Your hand is terrible. If you lose your one unit, then you don't have a glimpse target anymore, right? And I think it makes a lot of sense here that we hold on to it, and now we can just glimpse this turn, fill up our hand a little bit. You know, there's no way that this is getting denied. Yeah, exactly. There you go. And now our hand looks a lot better. We have cards to actually play. We have a second copy of Viego. Pretty good. Pretty good.
Yeah, it went from being abysmal to above average. No way to actually protect this Viego outside the quicksand, but that's going to need to be used just to protect us.
Wow, there's the Sands of Time
Why didn't
actually coming out here. And we're just popping a Thrall. We're deciding that we need to put on some pressure here. And Sonicolic pops out the Thrall from 4, swings in. And this attack is pretty scary. It's pushing a lot of damage, huh? We could quicksand and then it pushes like none. But you know, in the meantime,
I think if we're going to do that this turn, we should just do it at the beginning of the turn when they go for the glimpse.
I'm not sure it matters, right?
Well,
It's
you're
first speed
reducing-
anyway.
Yeah, but you're reducing Viego's level up progress by a little bit, right?
Oh, I see. Okay. Yeah, no, I can definitely see it. I can definitely
like,
see it.
I can
We're
understand.
probably getting a Vengeance out here, right?
Yeah, I think you have to answer this with Vengeance. I don't think you can afford to take 8 at this spot. Oh, okay.
I hear you, but what if we took 8 anyway?
I will find out. Taking 8, kind of spooky. You have 2 quicksands, double vengeance. When are you gonna get to use these?
Yeah, I mean, so assumedly we're just never taking damage again, right? I think that's what we're deciding by making that play. We're just never going to take damage again.
Okay.
Which, I mean, you know, that might be copium, but that's the decision that we made.
Yeah, it is. There's no other explanation for that one, I
Yeah.
suppose.
I mean, Vengeance is rough for us, or not being able to get the Vengeance off there is really rough for us, because now there's going to be another Thrall next turn that we have to deal with. If opponent wants, they could Ravine, and we lose any chance that we could have of like carrying blockers over into next turn with these Vile Feasts. This is actually like a pretty significant play here. The decision to not Vengeance that is putting us very much on the back foot here.
Can Ravine and Avalanche to potentially even take out the Viego.
True.
We could squeeze off the Vengeance now. It'll get met with Deny.
Yeah, if you Vengeance right now, it eats a Deny. Then Lissandra comes. No, we can't play all those. Ravine. Yeah, the Ravine just denying the blockers.
Then the
I mean-
Avalanche is going to come out. There's no right
Yeah.
of negation available from the side of Sorry. Sonic is representing lethal with this open and that promising futures.
Yeah, we'll see. Yeah, the Imagine Possibilities does let them burst it out. It looks like we're going for the Deny, deciding to save the Mana Gem, which makes sense. And yeah, there's double Thralls coming out. Now, that said, Quicksand does technically save us, right? Quicksand
does.
plus Vengeance means we could also just take 0, but our Viego's dying on open, right?
Yes, he certainly is. I was kind of expecting that maybe we let that Vengeance through, because we only need the 1 Thrall plus the Imagine possibilities, so long as we kill off this Viego. And then we can
Maybe
play
so.
the Avalanche. But this is a fine line as well.
Yeah, that might have been the play. It's hard to say. Double Quicksand does end up surviving through that. But are you really playing around Double Quicksand? Is that the line?
Double Quicksand survives through this one as well, right? So
yeah, Double Quicksand is making sure that we're alive. But the question is, how greedy does Sari want to be with the use of their resources here? How much do they want to hold on to health since they took that 8 earlier? If you burst out this Thrall and you decide to, like, you know, double Quicksand and not Vengeance, or, like, you know, Quicksand plus Vengeance, you lose your Viego, it could be a pretty difficult position is what I'm getting at, right?
yeah, that's true. I didn't consider that one. I think that's got to be the line for Sari in response to this burst Thrall, though. There's not a whole lot of other options except for the double Quicksand, and then you're dead to any future Thrall. But I guess at this point you're already dead to any future Thrall, so maybe it doesn't matter.
Yeah, the Thralls are rough. I assume it's Vengeance plus Quicksand here. And we have second Viego that we can get down next turn. So it's not the end of the world here. Going down to 2 would likely be the end of the world, though.
Yeah, there's a ravine, and you have nothing to Vile Feast.
Yep. There's the Quicksand, and we are taking a grand total of 0, but flip Lissandra plus another Thrall and another Sands of Time means it's just a few turns before we see another onslaught of these Thralls.
Lighted Ravine can even be used to finish off a couple points of HP. Lissandra, of course, giving you an Ice Shard every single turn is going to start dealing damage as well. Sari is in a very precarious spot. Needs to find a way to restabilize on this next turn, but without this Vengeance, without anything, he doesn't have a good way of dealing with Lissandra.
It's hard. That's one of the things that makes this Thralls deck so good, is it's very dynamic in its approach to actually winning the game. You know, even if they have relatively clean answers to your Thralls, if you push a little bit of damage, Flip Lissandra is absolutely a house and oftentimes is able to carry the game on her own.
Speaking of Lissandra, another one showed up just in time for Sonic. He's going to be able to put this Viego in a box. And that might spell the end of the game for Sari.
Yeah. There's an Ice Shard coming out. Makes sense here. Just get your damage in. You're not too worried about this. Does kind of let, like, a Vile Feast come down, I guess. But it's not doing a whole lot. We do see the Vulnerable come out here. But let's see. We have, what, 12 mana? So we can play Sands of Time to save Lissandra, plus the second Lissandra, if we wanted to.
Yeah.
It's kind of up to Sonic Holic on how they want to approach this. There's a lot of options this turn. You could also just, like, say okay and then replay Lissandra. That one's a little bit scarier.
I think you need to do something. What the line is, I'm not sure. You could also just Sands of Time. And keep the box for response to an Atro since you burned your Deny already.
It's funny. Every time you say Sands of Time, I think you're saying Santa Time. I'm like, what the fuck is Santa Time?
I am probably mumbling because my tongue is going. But yeah.
No, it's my bad. It's my ears. It's my ears.
It's your ears.
But
Okay.
We'll see here. Sonic is down 3 minutes on the clock, by the way.
That's potentially a win condition for Sari as well.
Yeah, it takes a little bit of time to end up making it there. You know, if you can stall 25 minutes,
Yeah.
you can make it, but we're just going to say okay. Oh. I assume that means we're going to see, like, okay, Avalanche? Avalanche is proccing Viego and giving Viego the mist.
Huh.
Maybe we play Ravine as well and, like, Lissandra? I don't know. It's an interesting decision. It's a really interesting decision
I
here.
think that's the line. Viego doesn't die, though.
Yeah, Viego's not dying. I mean, eventually he'll die to like this Lissandra, right? Eventually.
Eventually. Before he gets his queen back? What do you think?
I don't know.
Soldier's going to guarantee that he's not dying anytime soon. That's for sure.
Yeah, Soldier's a great draw. We can't get out another Thrall for a couple more turns. Tavern Keeper's great. Because you get that healing, you get an extra body that is a fearsome blocker, which is always nice. In Viego, we can do the ephemeral chain, and this looked like it was in such a bad position for Sari. It looked terrible, but with that last attack, Sonicolic holding on to all of the resources is now in a very hard position. Okay. I mean,
do you want to grief your list?
keep in mind they are in time trouble now, and they are both EU players, right? So it's very late. They've been playing all day, so it's a lot of pressure getting put on right now. I assume it's going to be a Ravine, probably, maybe.
Potentially.
Ravine actually gives them an extra attacker, by the way.
Yeah, I don't think we want Ravine right now.
Yeah, Ravine's rough. Ravine is rough. I don't know. Okay, so Tough Nexus plus Sands of Time means that we definitely are able to save a lot of health next turn, right?
Yep.
If we're making it to our next token, then we have at least one Thrall out. But the question is, are these ephemeral shades? I don't know what they're called. The guys, the ephemeral shades
Mist.
that mist those. Thank you. The ephemeral mist might just be
blanking
big
as
enough
well.
to just block the Thralls.
Yeah, they're getting to that point, that's for sure. And Viego's also getting closer and closer to his level up, at which point Thralls kind of stop mattering. He can just take them. They're his Thralls now. The Void is kind of powerful, but you know what's more powerful?
What's that?
The undeath of a Rune King.
One thing I know that might be the win condition here for Sonicolic is just burn, right? You have these ice shards being summoned every single turn, but the Hydrovine,
Oh, wow.
do they run Buried in Ice? I don't think they do.
No.
If they did run Buried in Ice, that would be a huge thing to consider if you want to like develop into this board. But without the Buried in Ice, you can't really pressure here, and it feels like Sari might have weathered the storm and might have been able to just pick up the win here.
I don't think there's any might about it. Aikado, it looks like with this Hydrovine coming down, he's got more than enough damage to take a swing in here. He's got more than enough time to just take a pass if he wants, even.
Also has the deny. We have to Ravine. We literally have to Ravine right now to have any chance of surviving. But Entomb's just going to get denied.
It is going to get denied, and Sari's going to be happy to do it. Viego flip going to happen on the round turnover, but that doesn't even matter because the kill is going to happen right now.
6 damage from each of these mists is going to go completely unblocked, and that is going to be a very, very dead Sonicolic if Sari makes the decision to just full swing in, which at this point, 8 mana, what are you worried about swinging into? Sands of Time is going to make it so instead of 6 damage, it's 4 damage each. I guess technically they're alive, huh?
Are they?
Wait, Sands of Time plus Tough Nexus? Kind of OP?
Kind of OP. Does save.
Oh,
yeah. Just
alive
barely
at 2.
Viego flip, though. Lissandra's going to die, and you have Atro as a response. It still looks good.
You have a Thrall coming out next turn. If Sonicolic... Oh, I mean, it's going to be a big S. There's going to be a big thing that's blocking it, so it's actually not really going to work, is it?
Yeah. Nothing matters here.
I was hoping. Okay, opponent only has 5 health, right? Which is actually 3 health.
Yep.
Is there anything we can hit that, like, wins us the game?
We could use the instant sentry to find another Blighted Ravine.
Okay. So we double Ravine. Put him down to 1.
And we top deck to find a third Blighted Ravine. There's... yeah. I think that's literally the only out. And even that, it would just be met with the Atro.
Well, yeah, because if it was going to be third Ravine, then this This Three Sisters right here wouldn't be a Three Sisters. We attack in. They go ahead and throw up the 8/8. We entomb it, and it just gets met with an atrocity. And what a crazy game where it swung back and forth. It felt like Sonicaholic might have had it, but weathering the storm there is Sorry, able to just pick this one up.
Can answer it with a quicksand. Doesn't even
I
need to
guess-
go for the Atro.
Yeah.
Maybe a
reason
little
to
bit
atrocity.
wary. Maybe a little bit wary of a Rite of Negation. Another one from the side of Sonic.
Grab negation or like a freeze, right? There's
Yeah.
no point. You have a lethal on open. Yeah.
Lighted Ravine. Sonic gonna show the last card to Sorry. Sorry still just gonna wait for the round rollover. Take the Thrall. Kill him with the Thrall. There's very little that's quite as fun as killing your opponent with their own units. Those are some big mists.
Yeah, and a close 3-game series there is going to end up going in favor of Sorry. Really well played there, able to bring it out. And Sorry advances to the semifinals.
Yeah, congratulations to Sorry for taking down Sonicaholic. Not the easiest person to get through in round 1 of the top cut, but put on an excellent showing and really showed us that, again, he is one of the best players in EMEA for a reason.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. A really well played series there. And we'll go ahead and see if there are other games going on. If we have the results, we'll give it a minute. But that
Right.
Thralls deck,
Kind of good, right?
it's kind of good, but ended up falling there. It's kind of funny.
Yeah. Kind of funny how it has some pretty clearly defined weaknesses that it loses to.
I don't know about clearly defined weaknesses. I mean, come on. Clearly?
Uh,
What
uh,
clearly?
what clearly defined weakness? Let's think. Illaoi, Pantheon, Viego, probably Pink Viego too. Looks like we are gonna jump
Pink
into a game.
Viego, I would be surprised.
Yeah, Pink Viego I might be surprised too, actually. That one might be Copium.
This looks like FTR versus Scion. FTR. Oh, there's so much burn in Lunari's hand. Oh my god, there's so much burn.
Yeah, there's infinite amounts of burn in Lunari's hand here.
4, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 burn that they can put out in one action. Oh, the top hand's a little bit behind. They already fervored.
Yeah.
So it's just going to be Decimate here.
Decimate
we'll
is
see.
an answer. And
There is
then
healing. There's
You
a fair
honestly-
bit of healing.
you're like kind of okay to take the pass, right? Like I really like this pass from Luna because if they go for the FTR that they're telegraphing, then you know you're in the clear to just use your burn.
I think
There's no healing.
Sujakon has to Ravine here. Like, Ravine kills Scion at the beginning of next turn. Now, admittedly, your opponent can just self-kill the Scion, in which case, I mean, yeah, okay, dope.
I like this
But
attack.
Feels like Ravine might kind of have to be the play. I don't know. It's hard to say. Without seeing the way at this game we've gotten to this point, it's really hard to say, right?
I think Sujakon might come out ahead here. If this attack goes through, he can wail right now to clear the one attack blocker, and then in response to any lethal push, he can just Atro.
You think it's Sujakon? I think Lunari is going to win. Lunari has so much burn. There's no way that they can't find a lethal here. There's no way, right?
You wail right now. The
Oh?
burn comes out. Oh, he didn't wail. He didn't see it.
You're right, though. Whale plus Atrocity.
It's just that it ends the game every
Wow,
time. Like, there's actually no burn lethal that kills you through that line. It would need to be double get
Whirling
excited
Death?
on the stack.
If they run Whirling Death, maybe?
It would need to be double get excited on the stack. But yeah, also Whirling Death. You're right.
And, like, double get excited on the stack doesn't win because you have Catalyst,
Yeah,
right? So you can just Atrocity next
exactly.
turn.
Yeah.
Wait, you're so right.
Yeah.
You're so right.
It's
Oh my
actually the
God.
line every single time.
Monty,
Maybe I should
what
play
a
Control.
genius.
Maybe I should play Control.
No, you don't have to do that.
Yeah.
And I was worried about playing safe, trying to play like this Ravine out, but no, it turns out at the end of the day, just send everything face.
Yeah.
FTR is not a control deck; it's actually a burn deck. Everyone
Actually,
knows
a burn
that.
Deck. It's got Atro. It kills you with Atro. It's a burn deck. Atro's burn damage. Everything is burn damage at this point, but Lunari's hand is
Beast.
definitely full of actual burn. and it's gonna end the game for Sudrakhan in this position.
Yeah, it's a lot of burn coming out. I assume that we just Catalyst here. Catalyst into Ravine. I mean, we might be able to make it. There's a lot of burn, but is it going to be enough? We hold on to this whale. Ravine kills Sign at the beginning of the round, so it wastes the rally. This is actually pretty solid for Sudrakhan. It felt like they were in trouble. There was so much burn, but this healing is just so valuable here.
Yeah, he found a different line that still works. So
yeah, we'll see. I assume it's going to be open decimate here, probably, right? Oh, another healing, bro!
Ooh.
Come on,
He's cheating.
come on. How are you going to draw that?
He's cheating.
Yeah. Atrocity also is lethal now because of the Ravine. Wow, what a crazy end to a game, huh?
Yeah. And you can definitely just go ahead and fire off the Atro if it's this open attack coming out.
Yeah, don't line up a block. That way you play around that Whirling Death. In Sudrakhan, against just so much burn in hand, is able to just ride that healing straight to a victory and the semifinals. Well played by Sudrakhan.
Yeah, and I'm going to take a peek at Lunari's list here to see if there is a Whirling Death main deck that he was playing around. There's not.
Okay, well, you know,
with the lines he was taking, I was thinking there must be, because you're right, that's like the one thing that my own line lost to, but maybe just decided that was a safer way to play it. Worked perfectly fine. He got there at the end of the day, was very safe while doing so. Very well played by Sudrakhan to find the end to that game.
very well played. I mean, the Ravine was just so good there. Kills the Scion, denies the rally, and you were right, that whale into Atrocity. I think that that's a really important skill in Control. It's not just about controlling the game. It's about figuring out how to end the game eventually. And you have to keep an eye out for those lines. Atrocity is just such a good card in FTR, and able to find it there and pick up the win against Scion. It looked like Scion was in a winning position. So
yeah, it really
always
did.
impressive.
2 Decimates in hand, then Get Excited in hand, the Mystic Shot
2
in hand.
Decimates,
So much
Get
stuff.
Excited, Mystic. We came into them fervoring, right? There was like 11, 13, 14, 6, 8, 11 plus 5, 16 points of burn. And they didn't find lethal.
Nope. No lethal.
Probably your death side is
found.
balanced, by the way.
Super
Yeah,
balanced
yeah,
Legion
yeah.
combo.
I think
The
it's time to
best.
nerf that shit, bro. What the?
Yeah.
Come on.
Something needs to change about that region combo. But with that, guys, we are going to cut to a quick little break while these players get into their semifinal matches. So thank you all for joining us, and we hope you'll stick with us through the break, and we'll be back with your semifinals. Welcome back to your Saturday Mastering Runeterra tournament. Guys, it's been a very long day, but we're at our semifinals now, and we have probably Aikado and I's favorite lineup in the entire series, in the entire tournament coming up next. But first, we're going to take a quick look at the bracket. We did see Talpinator advance 2-1 over Rogio. Camilleri took down Friend of Zoe in another 2-1 set. Sorry, took down Sonicolic in a 2-1 set, and we did also see Sudrakon win that last game. So we're assuming that was a 2-1 set as well, while the score is still being updated. But this lineup, though, Aikado, it's got our favorite decks in it, man. Like, this man was after our own hearts. Let's see if he can take down the tournament. Start us off with the Shelf Folk list once again.
Talpinator, we saw him a little bit earlier in the day, but yeah, here we have the Ezreal Viktor Shellfolk, one of just, it's basically just a burn deck. It's a burn deck with Shellfolk as refill, has some loose, has just a ton of burn. I love this deck. Anytime that I get to see Shellfolk in a top cut, I'm very happy.
Me too. I'm a big fan of the list as well. Got stuff like Pharaoh's Financier and Archivist to help you get some more value. Trinket Trade, of course, going to duplicate any choice with Shellfolk. Super, super powerful deck. But next up, we have probably my favorite deck, Reputation. And it's a very powerful one. LeBlanc Sivir is a list that had a bit of a meta spot a little while ago. It did pretty well against Aurelia Azir, believe it or not. But this list is very different from that one. We're now on a full set of Quicksand since the buff. That card is just too incredibly powerful to discount. You've got Incisive Tacticians in there to act as a 2-mana rally alongside the LeBlanc Mirror Image. You have Noxian Telstones and Shuriman Telstones, as well as the Grey Apothecary, which is so ridiculously powerful. That card is insane. We saw it come to great use in the last matchup, last time Talpinator was on stream. It's just really, really strong list, and I can't wait to see it do more.
Yeah, I just draw so many cards off of it. It's a nuts card. And I mean, anytime that we can see Reputation do well, it's pretty happy. I love the way we had mentioned it earlier, how Grey Apothecary basically turns for glory, even in its worst case, where it like trades for a Val Feast, into a draw too, which is like pretty solid.
Very, very solid. And the final list from Talpinator's side is that Scouts list. It's a pretty standard Scouts list, nothing too out of the ordinary here. Only 3 6-drops as your top end, but the rest of this, very, very standard stuff.
Yeah. Nothing too crazy. Let's go and take a look, though, at their opponent, Camilleri, and see what lineup they decided to bring. Looks like a Zed. Bard. We haven't seen a ton of Bard today, so excited to see him make it to the top cut here. This is the deck that just revolves around getting big ass units and then just value trading your opponent over and over and over and over and over, and eventually they should die, right?
Bro, I just want to hear the funny Bard noise. Please just let us hear the funny Bard noise. Also,
can you give us like a Thank you.
You're welcome. Glad I could be a little bit of a source of entertainment here. Yeah, this list is one that I have seen a little bit on ladder. I've seen people talking it up. I don't know. Whenever I see it and I play against it, I just feel like it does nothing.
I feel like the big thing it does is like not even like elusive cheese you
just
or anything. There. It just gets like this big ass Navori Highwayman, and they play like 2 4/5s in one action for 2 mana, and they trade for like 4 of your cards, and then suddenly you're behind on board, and then like eventually they kill you.
But then they're just dead to burn.
I mean, yeah, if you're running a burn deck, I guess, yeah. If you're insecure.
Like, okay. Weren't you the one that just told me Shellfolk was a burn list?
Yeah, but it's base burn. It's base burn.
Okay.
Let's go and take a look at list number 2 here. It's going to be
Pantheon.
Okay, let's look at list number 3 here.
What's behind door number 3? It's Viego. And this is the first time I got a chance to look at this list, but he has done something that I am a huge fan of. He's added Unspeakable Horrors to the list. I did this myself. It lets you play 3 Disintegrates very comfortably. He's cut down on the flocks. I felt like that was one of the brickiest cards in the deck as well. Kept the 1 cat in there as well. And Unspeakable Horror, as it turns out, can sometimes find you some very, very high value stuff. Eclipse Dragon, very good. Even the Horseman, what's it called? The 5 mana card. Not the worst in the world if you've procced it once.
Dusk Rider, bro. Dusk Rider's actually unplayable. You don't activate Nightfall.
You do one time,
like a 3/5.
If you're playing the horror, you're activating Nightfall because you're using.
Yeah, so it's a 3/5 fearsome for 5 mana.
I think it's a 4/5. but that's like pretty good for Viego's level up condition
No,
when it's a
it's
freely
really
generated
not.
card.
If your option is to play Legion Deserter, which is like a 13/12
I'm talking about hands where you're
Overwhelm?
not drawing the Legion
For
Deserter.
5 mana, or you could play Dusk Rider. Hear this: it's a 4/5 fearsome.
Okay,
Ooh,
but what about Doom Beast?
Doom Beast is pretty good.
Doom Beast pretty good.
Moonlight Affliction is always hot, dude.
Moonlight
I love
Affliction is
Moonlight Affliction.
amazing. That's such a great pickup off of the Unspeakable Horror. It's absolutely insane. Does basically everything this deck wants as well, right? Gives you some protection, lets you get through units. It's
What? They should just. Oh, it's Targon. That's right.
yeah, it's Targon. Yeah,
Sag.
super
But no.
Sag.
Yeah, memes aside, Unspeakable Horror is a great addition to this deck. If you put it on the stack with Disintegrate, does it Nightfall or no?
Gotta go the other way, and then I think it works.
Sag.
But unfortunately, with the Disintegrate way, you do just kind of have to burn the Nightfall effect sometimes, and that's the way it goes. But I'll ping for 2 mana and a little bit of healing. Not the worst thing in the world, even at the end of the day.
As we get into game number 1, it is Reputation against this Viego deck. We saw this matchup a little bit earlier. It was the Shrima Viego,
Yeah.
but Reputation did really well. We just kicked LeBlanc.
Interesting.
Are we supposed to kick LeBlanc? Wait, why did we kick LeBlanc?
Misclick? I don't know. Maybe Talpinator has a plan that I don't know of.
Maybe Apothecary is just like ultra important in this matchup. Like maybe that's it. Maybe you really need the value.
Yeah, could be. Could also be that we just want a Glory Seeker to potentially challenge an Elise on turn 2 here.
Okay, well, yeah, I don't.
I'm trying to rationalize it. Apothecary is probably the best rationalization I can come up with.
Apothecary, and maybe like Sivir is ultra important.
I guess so.
I don't know,
They don't
but
have
I'm
2 damage.
interested. Like, if we could ask Talpinator, I would love to know why we kicked LeBlanc.
Yeah.
But either way, pretty strong start here from Camillari. We see the Elise. We see the Camavorn Soldier. We see just an already formidable board that thankfully is going to get shut down by the Sword of... Okay, it's actually just going to trade into Elise. That's fine, too.
That's all right. It's not bad at all. I maybe trade the Soldier because all your stuff has 5 attack anyways, but spiders can be a little bit spooky.
Yeah,
don't mind
especially
taking
when
them
you
off.
play as many X1s as you do.
Mhm.
I think it makes sense to just get rid of it. Ooh, Sheriff Lariat Rose. That's a
really good 6-drop to pick up. Turns out vulnerable is a pretty good keyword when you have quick attack units and big units.
Yeah, I assume we just... Yep, there's our Sivir coming down, starting to make some value trades, or just smack your opponent in the face for 5 every turn, which is what I would have like assumed LeBlanc was gonna do, but that's cool too.
We got to play the Thorn of the Rose instead. Give us the Sheriff.
I love Thorn of the Rose, honestly.
I'm honestly really low on the card, but it makes a lot of sense in this list.
I love the card in like old Tribeam. You know, the stun is always really nice. It's great into Demacia decks. You're just like crushing Demacia decks.
Yeah.
But yeah, you're right. It definitely can be a little bit awkward sometimes. So it's not a card for every occasion, right?
And here we're likely just going to see the Rock Hopper played out. We do have... Honestly, we could even... If this Viego swings in, maybe we just trade it.
Yeah, I don't hate the idea of it, honestly.
We picked up
Especially
a second
since we have
Sivir.
second Sivir, right?
Yeah, we have Apothecary on the board. I'm down.
Yeah,
Let's
we
do
draw
it.
another card? Yeah, hell yeah.
I'm down. Let's do it.
Out of my way.
We could also quicksand and keep our Sivir alive.
Not if we're taking the block, right?
So, yeah, we could shaped plus quick, right?
It's still... It makes a
Oh,
mist.
you're right, because we're
Yeah.
killing the 3/3, it's gonna get the buff. Yeah.
Yeah. This is still very good. We're going to keep the quicksand. That'll help us deal with the Katarina.
Let's hit a 2/1 or 5/1. 2-man 5/1. Ooh.
Not bad.
Hello?
Not bad. Second Sivir going to be able to be played out. You can combo that with the Guile. That's with Sivir? Ooh.
We were talking about Camillari being the one to generate a high impact Nightfall unit. It turns out actually it's going to be Talpinator hitting the Cygnus. I mean, that's pretty cool. I dig that.
About as nice of a unit as you could have asked for.
Yeah,
Viego number
Viego.
2.
Yeah, Viego gonna come down here. If you swing fast enough, they might just, not block.
You can pull it with the 5/1.
Yeah, you could.
Except there's a Vile Feast. But
Is it even good though?
you need to flip this Sivir at some point.
You need to flip Sivir at some point, and perhaps more importantly, if you pass here, the open attack is kind of forcing you to just give up Sivir.
Yeah.
Right.
Need just a moment.
So yeah, I think you have to develop this out, and then the Vile Feast just like makes you really sad. To be fair though, it doesn't get blown out by Shapestone because you just have the Flock as well. I mean, this is a rough position for Talpinator. It feels like Camillari, but the second Viego just has every answer here.
Yeah, has Hydrovine for next turn as well. Has Katarina to threaten a flip and a rally. This is looking very, very good for Camillari from this spot. Maybe the Noxus version is just a little bit more difficult for this Sharima reputation list to line up into.
It feels like our hand was a little bit awkward. You know, when we're on turn 3, we do play down our, you know, Thorn of the Rose, but then Thorn of the Rose just gets eaten up by Elise, you know, trades into the 2-drop, and then we're just a little bit behind all game. But, you know, it's hard to say. Hard to say, oh my god, that guy's a little big, huh? Yeah, there's a 13-12 Legion Deserted. That's normal, right? That's normal.
Perfectly normal. Especially since the latest patch.
Yeah, we might just have to guile it. We guile. Give away our
Ooh.
Sivir.
Yeah. This sucks. This super sucks for you as Natalpinator.
Okay. What if
could-
we play down the 1-drop? Okay, we quicksand the 3/3 and overwhelm unit. Block overwhelm unit. Oh no, we can't quicksand the 3/3. We'd have to quicksand Viego. Yeah, I don't know. It's rough. It's rough. Huh. Yeah, I think we're just kind of giving up our Sivir here and being sad about it. I guess quicksand here leaves us at 2,
Mhm.
which is actually only 1 because we're killing a unit. I mean, okay. So if we do that, let's do that. Let's go down to 1 here. Okay.
Yep.
We go down to 1. We play out like Lariat Rose.
Okay.
Next turn, we Treasure Seeker into Cygnus and have a full elusive spell shield board.
Okay, that's the line. And it's gonna
It's
work.
kind of the only line.
It's gonna work,
This
is the
play by
funny thing.
hour.
I mean, it might work. Hopefully it works. Going down to 1 here is pretty scary.
It's gonna work.
Well, I guess it's actually 2, because... Oh. No, they went down to 1 anyway.
We're just dying, aren't we?
Yeah, whatever. It's same diff. 1 health, 2 health, Unspeakable Horror doesn't exist. We're fine.
There's a mist hasn't been made, has there? Are we?
It's going to summon here in a second, right?
Yeah. So
Yeah,
then-
and we go down to 1.
Oh, okay. I can't count. That's okay.
No, you're good. Yeah, no, it's a little bit of a weird decision here. Glimpse to
Oh,
deny the
no.
Sivir flip is actually so impactful. How do you know? Are you playing around Cygnus? You crazy, crazy cat. How did you know?
Yeah. That's
What a gamer.
unfortunate for Natalpinator there. Can't afford to spend the deny in that position and has to just fall victim to that glimpse.
We might have had to deny there. Honestly, we probably had to just deny there.
But then we can't play the sheriff and then we're not winning anyways, right?
Yeah, but then we could play 1-drop plus Treasure Seeker, maybe.
Okay.
Okay. I mean, we just don't have the mana.
Yeah, we're just dead.
Oh,
Unfortunately.
the line, dude. The Cygnus almost got us there.
It really did.
The Cygnus was so good here. Oh my goodness. Yeah, we had to deny. We had to get that Sivir flip, but even then, we might not have had enough attack. We probably didn't. You hate to see it, dude. I wanted to see the Cygnus blowout. I wanted to see Camillari lose their mind live
Never play
on stream. Oh wait, Katarina, by the way. Oh fuck.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, we were never in this game. Never
we
mind.
were-
I take it
wasn't
all back.
happening. We needed to go to 2 instead of 1, and then we needed to probably deny there, but then we're not killing. I don't think it's happening, but Ntalpinator did his best, found the best thing that he could.
Yeah, I guess we have to deny this.
Yep.
We deny it,
Top deck
and then
quicksand.
we top deck quicksand, and we lose our Sivir.
Yeah.
And maybe it's fine. Maybe we're fine. We're fine. We're fine. We
Mhm.
win these, actually.
All the time.
Always. We've never lost these. So I think that's kind of like winning. If you think about it, right? I mean, this works, right? Wait. We flip Sivir.
Mm-hmm.
We flip Sivir. And then we Absolver and kill Viego. Oh, we have to do it this way to play
Yeah.
around, but Glimpse blows us out. Okay, hey, you know what? It was a fun run while it lasted. Let's go to game number 2.
Ntalpinator really doing his best to find whatever line he can and get an out. Unfortunately, Camilleri was wise of it all and played extremely safe. Found his own way to the victory in this game, number 1 of our semifinals. Sivir flip gonna happen, but it doesn't matter.
Yep. As is going to be the game here. Camilleri dodged a bullet, you know. Cygnus would have been insane. I'm a little bit disappointed, but still excited for it.
That was very exciting. He almost found it there with the Cygnus. It was just incredible. It just goes to show the power of the Apothecary and helping you find these alternate win conditions, helping you find value. Just such a great card for this archetype, and I can't wait to see where this archetype exactly lands once it's figured out completely.
Yeah, it's a lot of fun to watch. Anytime that you're generating random cards, you know, Bandle, how fun is it to watch those win conditions?
It's incredible.
I love it personally.
I really do love it. I think the game lacked a little bit of variance flair, and when it started, and while that was like really good, I think the variance that's been added to the game has been pretty controlled on the whole.
Other than like Telescope, like fuck Telescope, but everything else I think we're pretty happy with.
Yeah,
right?
The Epic Pool is just too high variance, right? But
yeah,
outside of that, I think I'm pretty happy with most of the stuff. Like even Tellstones, like it's not quite a variance card, but it does add a sense of flair, a sense of excitement to the game. What are
I
they
like
gonna pick?
Telstones.
I really like Tellstones.
Talpinator running back that reputation deck as we see here this time around, keeping the LeBlanc. I mean, you know what? I just don't know is really what it comes down to. I don't know how to mulligan with this, but I like that we have the LeBlanc. It applies a lot of pressure, forces out blocks. That's kind of the big thing.
Yeah,
I feel like we should have swung there though. I think like
I agree.
if we force that swing, because then they have to block LeBlanc later, right?
Here's the thing. If we don't swing, LeBlanc gets 2 extra level up progress if they don't swing. It also plays around this a little bit better.
Here.
Yeah.
But you're right though, it does play around Highwayman.
Yeah.
So that's probably a pretty good call.
You're also correct. You shouldn't really care about the LeBlanc progress that much. Sivir progress
LeBlanc's
matters
gonna
a lot
flip,
more.
right?
Yeah, she's gonna flip.
LeBlanc's gonna flip.
Yeah, this deck has no way of really interacting with her. I think it's running a Will, but outside of that,
Yeah, Will and maybe like a Sonic Wave, but otherwise
nope,
not
no Sonic
a whole
Wave.
lot.
But it does have Concussive Bomb. Will and Palm can definitely help you deal with that kind of stuff, but yeah, not going to be too big of an issue here.
Sivir is kind of insane in this matchup, huh?
Yes.
Because like she's literally unkillable. She has a spell shield. You're never ever dealing with her. Okay, this is a little bit awkward. I mean,
yeah. Is that gonna
we
flip
can
here?
whirling.
It's Dream and Tellstones, so
Oh,
can't.
okay, we're playing bad Tellstones. Never
Yeah.
mind. We could Weight of Judgment. Let's go.
Only deals 3 to a champion.
It deals 2 to a champion.
Is it 2 to a champion? We
It
could have
is-
done it beforehand.
It is 2 to a champion. Weirdly enough.
We can
What's
just
up
go
with
after
that,
the
huh?
Zed with this. This is fine.
Yeah, I think that's a lot better, right? You know, you take a little bit of damage. You're not feeling great about it. You're not happy about taking that damage, but it's still better.
Concussive Bomb off the top, though.
A little. If I were to you know, come up with one word to describe concussive fall off the top, I think cringe. I think cringe would be like a.
It's a good word. It's a really good word for that one.
It definitely feels a little bit bad here. You know, Ionia. What's nice though, Shariman's Hellstones lets us go after Bard this turn.
It's true. It does.
It's kind of bad into Twin and Palm and everything, but you know, it could be good.
Could make them choose one. The LeBlanc is also threatening to level here. So if you go for the Shariman Tellstones onto Bard, you actually beat the Twin.
Twin. You're right. Yeah, you're right. You're right. Good call.
You're not beating Twin this way though.
Because our because our LeBlanc isn't flipping, right? We quicksand though, so like we're not dying to Twin, and that's perhaps the most important thing: is to not die to Twin.
Representing Deny wasn't good enough to cause Camilleri to hold off. Did fire off the concussive palm there to save the Zed. Quicksand gonna be an option for the next turn, and this Thorn of the Rose dissuades any development.
Yeah, the Guile is just so valuable. A lot of times, a lot of Thorn's value is literally just the Guile being face up. It's not even that you have the stun; it's the threat of a stun, right? Which I think is a pretty interesting thing about the card. But Zed gonna be coming through with his legion of 3 attack followers. You know, not like literal. You know, Bard's just like following it. He's not like a follower. He's still a champion. But you know, do be following.
You do
you know?
be following. Quicksand gonna have to come out here to save HP and to give us a chance of removing this Zed.
Yeah, I'm thinking we just like put all -4 on normal Zed and throw LeBlanc in front of it.
I like it.
Like, we're a little bit sad about it. We're not really super happy, but I think it's worth it. I think it's probably our line here. I'm down to okay, or we just take all the damage. Okay. I mean, so I don't know what we're saving. Maybe Quicksand. Quicksand is kind of our only answer to elusives, right? So like, maybe it's worth holding on to.
We also have a way to deal with this Zed still. I don't hate this.
Copium?
I mean...
yeah, it is still vulnerable. You're right. You're right. Yeah. That's a good point. That's a good point.
We can also duplicate the
This pulls a deny, right? Every time?
It should. Maybe?
I think it has to pull a deny. What else are you denying?
Mirror image. Their deny.
True.
You have a second one for the mirror image.
Yeah.
Yeah. Pull the deny. The other thing about this For Glory is that it does let the Talpinator potentially set up a lethal swing alongside the rest of his units. Challengers can pull annoying things out of the way.
Yeah, it's pretty scary. Though, I mean, Navori Highwayman's still in hand. Still developing a lot of blockers in one action.
I don't really like...
Ooh, the deny. A turn too late, though we do have 2 mana draw 2. 2 mana pot of greed, pretty solid, right?
Yeah, definitely pretty solid. Deny actually going to come up huge here because the will was picked up off the top by Camilleri. Although, second deny in his hand means that it's going to get to go through as well.
Yeah, no, it's going to be a fight of the counter spells here.
Yikes.
Kind of like Flight of the Concords, but you know, it's just fight of the counter spells. You know.
So what if you mirror image your LeBlanc first?
I think it's willed.
Then you deny, then it gets denied, then they...
Yeah, maybe you're fine. Maybe you can mirror image LeBlanc. Is it good, though?
I really like doing it, because if you order it with the ephemeral one...
Oh, do you get another copy of it?
They have the same level up progress, so it discounts at the same time. You basically make another one for free every single time.
That's really cool. I didn't know that. That's the tech that you only find by being a seasoned veteran of reputation.
Yeah, if you have nothing better to do with your mana and like you're not trying to represent anything or you don't have anything better to clone and you're pretty sure the attack will get off, use the LeBlanc spell every time.
All right, we have to deny this, which is going to cause the other deny to come out of the hand of Camilleri. Second deny is just kind of backbreaking. It's not that You know, like we have so many more cards in hand. We are hardcore outvaluing this matchup. The issue is our health bar is just too low.
Yep.
It's just too low, and they just have just enough spells to actually end up killing us here. It's going to be really difficult because now we only have one blocker. The quicksand that we saved all game might be enough to come in clutch.
You know what we have?
It's rough.
You know what we have? We have Sharima and Tellstones.
Oh! Wait, Spirit Fire!
Yep.
Wait, Spirit Fire!
Yep.
That's a card!
Yep.
Hello?
But the pre-commit of the twin is going to mean it doesn't matter.
Oh no, pre-commits win! Why are you good at the game, Camillari? Come on, we had the line!
Technically
Oh.
not dead, right? We can use the quicksand for 4 and be alive at 1.
Yeah. Other option, -4. I mean, we could be alive at... I mean, wait. Spirit Fire's doing the same thing, right?
Yeah,
Spirit Fire's
it
also
is.
leaving
It
us
is.
at 1?
Yeah, it is.
Yeah.
So we should probably just spirit.
Well, the Spirit Fire costs more mana, so we probably don't want to do that, right?
Yeah. We want to redevelop this LeBlanc at the Gray's Apothecary.
Yeah.
Yeah, this seems good.
Or at least draw 2.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that seems good.
Yeah. Maybe we can kill this fucking Zed at some point, dude.
You know, he's top decked the answer both times. It's gonna be tilting as hell.
Yeah,
You're-
watch him draw third. Or not third, second will here.
Yeah.
Okay, opting for the -4 on the quicksand, just a little bit more mana efficient. And there is no burn on the side of Camillari. They have to get in with honest gameplay. I don't know if elusives are honest, but
Time
You know,
to
they
make an
have-
appearance.
They have a couple of elusives. Only 3 plus the Esmith, so 6 total in the entire list. That's a bard picked up with a bird. Bunch of
Bard and a
chimes.
bird.
Yep, a bard and a bird. Bird and a
I do
bard.
like that Bard is just, you know, his soul is washing over his board as you see him there in the middle. Just vibe it, you know?
Or he's just hanging out.
It is very true to the actual game. If you played or if you played League of Legends, Bard in that one also just kind of vibes, you know?
He does.
So
I need just a moment.
I dig it.
Yo, these glory seekers with the apothecary.
Okay, so like unironically, dude. Unironically, Spirit Fire might let us survive another turn,
Yeah.
which is
Except-
funny.
We have a flipped bard. That's kind of a problem.
You know. Yeah, and third Bard in hand too.
Yeah.
Okay, I mean that's unlucky. If I were to like describe it in one word, I think unlucky is how I would describe it.
Yeah, it's a pretty good way to describe it.
And we can copy a 5/1 and clear out 4 units,
Mm-hmm.
and then die. I mean that's like
Yeah.
an option, right?
Knocks Tellstones off the top for were they
Knocks
done?
Tailstones or Quicksand technically keeps us alive if they draw 0 chimes, right?
Yeah.
Seeing double.
Also, this whatever is drawn off of this this third bard needs to kind of not happen.
Yeah. No, they just draw. Okay, what if? And hear me out. What if there's no units left in the deck? You know?
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. They should probably just draw Greenglade Elder because that's really bad right now.
I'll cut them apart. Face me.
Yeah, Greenglade Elder.
You're mine.
Good for us if you think about it.
Yeah.
And we are drawing 3 cards here, you know, and they aren't drawing any.
Mm-hmm.
So that's good.
We have card advantage. That's what really matters in this game.
I would say oftentimes that is the case. Just in this instance, less so.
I think it's the case about as many times as it's not the
Crocklet?
case,
Legion Deserter?
bro.
It's
Legion
winnable?
Deserter, it's winnable for
It's
sure. It's
winnable?
definitely winnable.
Definitely. Okay, how many
Only-
chimes could they possibly have here?
Oh no,
Oh my god, some elusive. That's cringe.
that's Omega cringe.
Okay, wait, Quicksand off the top. We're literally alive.
Yeah.
Quicksand off the top. Okay, it's not Quicksand, but they always develop here, right?
Into the face of Guile with no units.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, that's.
And I love that he just drew 4th bard.
I mean, of course, you know,
Yeah,
it's normal.
Useless.
totally
pawn.
normal.
I mean, leaving them at 1, bro. That's Oh, we just took a little bit too much damage earlier. Cast a Bard spell for us. That way we can know that we weren't winning anyway. Oh, now holding it back. Hey, that was a good game. Honestly, I'm happy that we got to see Reputation.
Me
The
too.
first game was a little bit rough. The second one was better, but, you know, a lot of top deck answers, keeping that Zed alive just forever, huh?
Yeah, just a series of unfortunate events for Talpinator there.
Yeah,
It
I
was
agree.
just sadness to have one answer after the other. No Sivir to go after it with a protected spell shield unit. It feels a little
Oh,
bit
yeah, if we
bad.
drew Sivir at any point, how good would that have been?
Yeah, right. If we drew Sivir at literally any point in that
Or
game,
Absolver?
yep,
Bro.
it's true.
Hey, either way, though, it was a good game there, and Talpinator gonna end up going out in top 4. But
Still a
that,
great showing, nonetheless, right? Like top 4 in such a big tournament, fantastic.
yeah, no, and Camillari making it to the finals, the first one of our competitors to do so
Mhm.
with that Bard list. And now as we swap over to the other one, we have Sudrakan with the FTR against Sari on Pantheon. We had heard that after last game, Sari was at a 40% on their phone battery. So, you know, hopefully able to pick this one up pretty quickly.
Yeah, sorry, tried to speed run today's tournament so that way his phone battery can survive and he can actually make it through to the finals. Doesn't want to have to FF because he's got no way to play. Unfortunately, they were saying Lebanon's been out of power for like 19 hours today.
That's unlucky. That blows. We'll have
Yeah.
to see here. Elusive is on this Pantheon. So Pantheon, if we go into next turn, if they untap, then Pantheon do be showing lethal. see stun here if you
Sutracon
want.
does have double freeze as well, though.
Oh wait, we have to Bright Steel.
The air in your lungs and the
Wait, we're
life
taking a
in
lot
your
of damage
heart.
here.
Leave
Wait,
the-
Don't we
wait.
just stun?
So the issue is if we stun, our Pantheon only is vulnerable. So like it's gonna get pulled by the other one. It's gonna die.
We just silence it, right? And then we're killing them on the next turn.
I mean, if you're insecure and you're gonna use Hush, bro, come on.
Also
Hush.
have Concerted Strike to kill it.
I'm gonna let you know, just real quick. Hush.
My blade
It's kind of
call.
cringe.
It do be kind of cringe.
So the fact that you would even suggest using it, I mean, that's just, I don't know how I feel about you after that.
Sorry,
I don't know how I
bro.
feel about you.
We can't be friends anymore. That's
Well,
I'm sad.
we'll figure it out. You know, we'll talk about it.
Okay. I respect that. Man, who knows where his priorities are at. We also had Concerted Strike. So like I think stun was just a better answer there.
Maybe. I think Bright Steel
Oh!
is fine.
Okay.
Yeah, the issue is that these attacks are just so awkward. If you end up losing one of your units, you're kind of just dead. So I think
Don't you
think
just
this makes
pull with
sense.
Tryndamere? How are you losing Tryndamere through his
So Hush,
revive?
right?
Yeah, okay. Yeah, you're right. But you need Hush plus a buff, which I guess is very unlikely.
no, you just need Hush. Because it goes down to an
Oh,
8-4,
right,
right?
yep.
And it doesn't res.
Yes, you are correct.
Also, they have Concerted Strike. Come on, Monty. Are you even watching the game?
I no, apparently not. Apparently I've checked out.
No, I'm joking with you, bud. You
I
are
know.
right. It's a rough position to be in. I think that we have to attack now. By the way,
Yes.
I think
now
that
you
we
definitely
have
have to attack.
we pull Pantheon to the side. We're giving him the Fury proc, but oh, we're actually not even gonna play to the Atrocity top deck. Maybe it's right. Maybe it's wrong. Hard to say. Okay, yeah, we didn't draw it, so obviously it was right.
Correct.
That's how that
every
works,
time.
right? All right, but this does mean we do have the double freeze available. Double freeze does keep us alive, but there's
Pillar.
not good buffs here, right?
You can single combat the pillar to represent lethal once again.
Oh, true.
And then when they Vile Feast, you single combat the pillar again with Pantheon. And then they have nothing.
And those lines are just—it's so cringe, bro.
It's the most cringe lethal I've ever seen in my life.
You're right, though. You're 100% right. That is the line.
Yeah.
The overwhelm on the one drop is just representing so much damage, even through this ice pillar. We just have to double freeze, and there's nothing we can do about it.
Poor Sutracon.
Poor
I guess that's what he gets
Sudragon.
for bringing FTR, but you know.
True, actually true. I mean,
I would have liked to see FTR take down the Pantheon.
No
Nah,
god
bro. If you
can
bring
storm
cringe, you
the
deserve to lose
reckoning.
the cringe. It's as simple as that.
That's yeah,
It's as simple as that. The only person who deserved to win was Talpinator.
true. Absolute Giga Chad with the lineup.
Absolute Giga Chad. All right, we'll end up seeing a freeze come out. Oh, we could also like freeze plus entomb, huh? That's
Oh yeah,
still-
we could do that, but it's still the
oh,
same.
Vile entomb.
Okay.
Oh, but we tap below the freeze, which means
Yeah.
that this single combat is going to end up representing lethal here.
Yep.
And we can single from either of them, by the way, because of the impact proc.
That's true. That
Kinda
is
funny.
true. No troll
Kinda
chance
funny.
in FTR.
At least we'll be able to see the cat die right here. We'll see her get entombed. Keck bye, kitty.
Bye, kitty. Bye-bye.
As we see.
Dogs are better anyways.
True. Sorry, able to take that game. We'll have to see if that was game number 2 or game number 3. Don't know yet if Sorry makes it through or not until production lets us know.
Yeah.
In the meantime, I mean,
Wow.
Pantheon's a deck, I guess.
Pantheon is a deck that we have seen far too much of. Get him out of here. Get him out of here.
Is that not your favorite? Not your favorite deck?
No, I liked Pantheon when it was mono Pantheon and you were just giga chatting it. You
Mono
know?
Pantheon was cringe, bro. No, it was Taric. I liked Taric because I beat Taric.
Okay.
But like realistically, the Shyvana one was kind of cool.
The Shyvana one was kind of cool. Dragons are kind of a cool archetype. I wish they were like a little bit better, but also I don't because they're kind of cringe when they're
Bro,
when they're
they
good.
printed Dragon's Clutch, man. How much better do you want to make them?
Not that much better, but we did just get production confirmation that that was the final game. So our 2 finalists are going to be Camilleri and Sorry. EU taking down yet another tournament. Either way this goes. And we are going to cut to a quick little break to give both ourselves and the competitors a bit of a rest before the finals. We hope you'll stick around. See you then. Hello, everybody, and welcome back to your Saturday Mastering Runeterra X GGtoor tournament. I'm MonteXristo, and I'm joined once again by Aikado. Aikado, we have our grand finals coming up. We got to see a couple of these EU players making their way across the bracket, and it's we're gonna get to see Sari and Camilleri go head to head in this final. Do you want to take us through Sari's deck list? We'll start it off.
The EU
there.
players taking full advantage of Monty taking one tournament off are coming in and making a showing here. We've went through Sari's lineup a couple times already, so you guys have seen it. It is the Ziggs Talia, triple Hexplosive Minefield, a couple of Arsenals as the top end. We have some Pokies. We have some Unleashed Energies, which we saw find a pretty cheeky lethal earlier. Pretty standard version of Ziggs Talia with a little bit of spice thrown in here and there.
A little bit of flair. We have seen Sari make this deck work with such brutal hands time and time again today, and I hope we get to see his mastery of it again, but I hope his hands are a little bit better this time. Next up, we have Mono Viego coming out from the side of Sari. This is a very, very standard list. We've seen this a ton today, both this and the Nox version. I think we even caught one game of the Ionia version, so Viego in all forms has been coming back out, but do you have anything to add, Aikado?
Nah, you nailed it, bro. It is the same Sharima deck that we've seen all day. Sharima OP. You know how it is.
Yep. And then the final deck from the side of Sari is Pantheon.
All right. And for the side of Camilleri, let's go ahead and see Zed Bard. Once again, we just saw it be able to take down the Reputation deck. It just revolves around getting those big units out early. Just too early for you to deal with.
you know, it got lucky that game. It barely
Oh,
beat Reputation. It top decked the
true,
answers
true.
both times. This is not a real deck. Don't play this on ladder.
Yeah.
No, but it's a pretty solid list. It has the Bard package, of course. It's got stuff like the Maker to bounce annoying threats. It's got Seinen. You can even bounce that with your Maker just to get more value. This deck really does one thing. It gets on the board and it sits there. The next deck coming out from the side of Camilleri is Pantheon. You all know it.
And for the real quick though, on both the Pantheon decks, interestingly enough, Sari's version is teched with the Broadwing, with the triple Broadwing, so it's a little bit better into aggro. This version doesn't have triple Broadwing, has the double concerted, double rally, so it's perhaps a little bit better in the mirror if we end up coming to that point. If either of them don't ban it, so I mean, I think Sari has to ban Pantheon. All right,
and then the last deck is Mono. No, not Mono Viego. It's Noxus Viego.
it's the Viego
Which
showdown
one will come out ahead? I personally have my money on Noxus. I know the stats have it otherwise, but having played the matchup exactly one time against Jason Florent, I'm convinced. I'm sold.
based as fuck. It looks like, according to stats, 52-48 in favor of Sharima.
Yeah.
But we all know that in the one game where MonteXristo played against Jason Florent, I mean, if it went to favor of Noxus, I think that we could. That's good enough for me. That's good enough for me.
Firmly convinced.
Yeah.
It was just such a smashing victory. I had to believe it. That's just how it goes every single time.
Every single not believe it, right?
No, but I really do like Camilleri's list here with the Unspeakable Horrors and the 2 Ravenous Flock. As I said earlier, I think one of the brickiest things about this list was the Flock, and I think part of the problem there was that it didn't have enough pings. So adding more pings, giving you a little bit more value, as well as reducing on the number of flocks, makes a lot of sense to me. It also lets you go up to 3 Disintegrate. We've all seen how strong that card can be at this point.
Yeah, no, the card, very good. And the lineups, it'll be interesting to see. I feel like Sari has to ban Pantheon. And if you are playing, if you're Camilleri, what do you ban? Pantheon, Viego, or Talia Ziggs?
Pantheon?
They ban Pantheon. What does Zed have the most trouble into? I actually have no idea what the matchup table for Zed Bard actually looks like.
Yeah, I'm kind of at a loss for matchup tables this season. I don't trust the data in the first couple weeks because I feel like people are still learning all the decks. So
how does Nox Viego do into Pantheon? That's a good question.
That is a good
probably
question.
Good, right? They have like Disintegrate,
Vengeance. It's probably fine.
It should be fine. Like, you have a strong proactive game plan, which is really what's important for beating Pantheon. Yeah. It's not answering all their units, it's having your own strong proactive game plan.
Yeah. And you just get bigger than them faster with the Legion Deserter, right?
Yeah, maybe. I mean,
maybe okay, especially with the extra pings to unbrick stuff like Flocks and activate Disintegrates more consistently. Katarina Rally can pose a problem. It might be okay.
Let me just look real quick and see what it is on ladder. On ladder, ooh, it is 58 in favor of Noxus Viego, which 58 in a matchup in Legend of Terra is pretty significant, right? Like, the absolute worst matchups in the game are like 70-30, but 60-40 is very favored in this game. It is very favored. So if we're at 58, like, that's basically a very favored matchup for Viego, which means maybe you ban Talia Ziggs? I mean,
maybe you just ban the Viego mirror.
Yeah,
you don't want to deal with Viego. Like, yeah,
I could see that.
Viego's maybe at like a slightly higher power level than Talia Ziggs. So,
and like Bard Zed like probably has trouble with Viego, right? You can't actually interact with their stuff. Okay, I could see the Viego ban.
And you can kind of survive the Pantheon onslaught because your units are big with Bard Zed. So
you have will as
recalls, bombs.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Kind of talked ourselves into it here.
And we'll see. We'll see. I assume that they've been beating Pantheon all day, right? I would assume that they're not banning Pantheon with their lineup.
Probably not.
Yeah.
But we'll see. We'll find out.
Yeah. We'll have to find out. But yeah, I think Sari has to ban Pantheon. We'll give it a minute or two here and see if we can get into game. Ugh. Game is starting soon. Pause.
Starting momentarily. Let's go.
I got gifted Discord Nitro from one of my friends, right? Which I've never had Discord Nitro before, but the big thing is when it came in as a gift, it had like this It looked like a scam, bro.
Yeah.
That's all I'm saying is it looked like a scam. They all look like scams. I don't get it. It's if you're within Discord gifting Discord Nitro, why is it a scam, you know?
So we did get the bans out, and Sorry went ahead and banned the Viego, whereas Camilleri
What?
banned the Pantheon. So these are
Okay, I was
opposite
just
bans
wrong.
of what we expected.
Yeah, it's my bad. My bad. I just don't fucking know. I guess.
We don't know. We're that's why we're casters and not players at this point, right?
I'm pretty
Aikado?
sure. But like, they're all bad matchups for Sorry. How is he? Okay, whatever. It doesn't matter. As we get into game number here, it looks like Camilleri is going to be on the Pantheon. Sorry, it's on the Talia Ziggs. We have seen this matchup time and time again last season. This ends up being pretty favored for Pantheon. Pantheon just gets so big and so difficult to deal with. Talia Ziggs is a little bit too slow, but this 6-unit hand out of Camilleri isn't usually what you're expecting, isn't usually what you're wanting to see, right?
No, it's not. And the other thing worth noting about this matchup is that Sorry is on that triple minefield, and because of that, he has a little bit more game into this Pantheon deck. The keys to victory in this matchup is leveraging the stuns, being able to keep the Pantheon and the dragons on the backline while you go in for these big attacks with Talia and Ziggs and some Endless Devouts, and whatever else is left up on your board.
True. Yeah, we'll have to keep a look. The Devout early is really nice, especially with the Roiling Sands right next to it. Makes developing here a little bit awkward. Although,
I get to go after the Saga Seeker here and feel really good about it.
do we just single off of the goat here? And then just
Maybe.
open attack with the gem? Maybe.
It doesn't sound bad. Sorry, actually gonna pass this out.
Oh, and gem here's great.
Wants to see the gem committed. So
Seems alright. The question is Sorry willing to suicide this 3-3 in? I mean, normally killing the units of Pantheon is very good because usually they only run a few, right? And they're all really high value. But with the 6-unit start from Camilleri, it's a lot less valuable, right?
So I think he wants to get the landmark on the board for two reasons. One, he's got this Rite of the Arcane, and two, he's got a Talia. So if he's not forced to use the Rite of the Arcane, he can use the Talia on curve with countdown 1, and then have 2 5/3s for his next attack token.
Also has the option of just using Rite of the Arcane here and then slamming down the Preservarium. One of the things that this deck does surprisingly well is draw 1,000,000 cards. It will outvalue you so often, especially because of this Talia line.
Yeah, it's turn 4 Preservarium into turn 5 Talia gives you so many cards. It's ridiculous. Now, Rite of the Arcane not necessarily going to be a good play here, so we'll see if Sorry opts for a second Preservarium or just wants to bank the mana. Both options quite good in my eyes.
Yeah, banking is never bad. Prez is never bad. Just, what's worse that could happen, right?
Second Prez going to come down here.
Just draw 1,000,000 cards because we're going to draw one off of Talia if we want. We probably don't copy it with Talia now, right? We probably copy the unit.
Yeah.
Since we had the double press, I think that makes a lot of sense. I think that's like a reasonable approach here.
Just mildly reasonable. Not
That said, off the top, there is the Yummy, the big cat on campus, going to be able to plop down on the Saga Seeker and just start creating the biggest man alive. And like, how do you swing past this?
You just swing into it because you wanted to trade at this point.
You just close your eyes and swing, and then you lose your only champion.
Yeah, but your
Opponent
getting
says,
2 5/3s,
okay.
and you're drawing 2 more cards.
Yeah, and they get their cat back.
Yeah, but you're taking the Overwhelm unit off the board, and you have no Quicksands in your list.
Because they definitely don't have Zed played, right?
Oh, this is worse.
Okay, that's okay. That's
This is the worst case scenario.
yeah. Sometimes you just get a little bit unlucky. That's it. Sometimes you just get a little bit unlucky, and this is one of those instances where it's just a little unlucky. Although you are still drawing a ton of cards here, 9 cards in hand to the 5-card hand of Pantheon, and the stun landmark's actually really good for punishing any sort of a develop here or even this rally.
Yeah.
I like to see that. It's a good topic.
Well, we can block Pokestick. No, we can't.
We
I can't count.
block Pokestick, but block Absolver is pretty reasonable.
I don't know if I want to waste the Absolver there.
But you get rid of the Overwhelm unit. I thought you said that was good.
It is. But we have stun landmark now, so we don't care if it's on the board because we're just gonna get around it.
Yeah, because Cataclysm just isn't a real card. It's like the best thing that's what I know, right?
Yeah.
Cataclysm, kind of fake.
We have deny for Cataclysm. It's fine.
It's fine.
Fine.
It's fine.
Probably just take this if you're sorry.
Yeah, how do we win the game here? I guess that's my question.
Okay, I'm down for this. How do we win the game here? We find another Talia, and we have stun landmark into Talia, into duplicate the stun landmark, and it's not good enough.
I mean, that's a lot of damage still.
It
Right?
is.
That's a lot of damage.
It is.
Maybe it gets us there. The cat comes down on the dragon.
So this is probably stun landmark into
Naturalist?
maybe. We might just not play the naturalist. That seems really bad. Depends what we top deck. Ziggs.
Ziggs is a card.
Is he leveled? He must be leveled at this point. Talia's flipped. So
Yeah, we had 4 landmarks flip on turn 6, right? So he's definitely leveled.
is there
What does that thing do?
any strike spells? There's no strike spells.
Why does this thing have 10 fucking health? What's up with that? That's kind of crazy, huh?
It's kind of crazy. Can Ziggs ever just kill here? With,
Can Ziggs ever just kill here? That's a good meme. That's funny.
you
That's
know,
funny.
we have double absolver. He does some damage. There's no second unit.
Do you come up with your own
So I write my own jokes. Yeah.
Yeah, with your own material?
Yeah,
That's
yeah.
good. That's good right there. That's funny.
It's just the thoughts.
I
going
do
through
like
my
the
head.
deny though. The overwhelm from going on the draft
Man against all
is
gods.
really valuable.
Yeah.
I
think
You
you
like
might have cut out there a little bit for me, anyways. You did, but I don't know if you did for the viewers as well. What Aikado was saying there is that denying the overwhelm is going to prevent Sorry from having another lose condition in that big overwhelm unit. Pantheon
Yeah, I
can't
said
block
something
here.
like that.
Yeah. Something.
Yeah.
All right, now we need
Scout. What's up with that?
Scout. What's the deal with airplane food?
Yeah, it's kind of weird, huh?
Yeah. We can absolve her to save it.
I mean, just open attack with both, right? Because we have rally. There's no
Yeah.
point in not open
Yeah.
attacking with both.
They will know.
Oh, just kidding. We are now losing to popping this landmark for no
Yeah.
fucking reason. I don't understand that one. That one doesn't make a ton of sense to me.
So I think we want to save this Ziggs. Okay. We're
I
just
feel
gonna go
like
ahead
we're
and
supposed to absolve her there.
yeah, I think so too.
This is fine too. This is good. This is good for us.
This is perfectly fine. We are alive and not dead, and we have 4 HP in a dream.
The scout attack there just felt entirely unnecessary. Am I crazy?
No, you're not. I think you're absolutely correct there. We have the rally, so you can get your scout attack in afterwards if there's the burst speed stun to deal with this 8-6.
Yeah,
Right,
exactly. Exactly. I mean, I guess we could pokey face here. Maybe
Yeah.
there's a line where we find Talia. We just Talia.
Next minefield.
Yeah. I'm liking it. I'm digging it.
Okay, we can play the rock hopper here, and then we
They don't have an overwhelm unit. Okay, genuinely, we might be fine.
Yeah.
We might be able to win next turn with double naturalist. We have the double absolver in hand. I mean,
They're
we
gonna
could win
go
this
ahead and
game.
Yumi here. All right, now they break their draw with a Yumi again.
yeah. Yumi off the top every time. Draw that cat.
Hourglass. No
That's
good.
a dead card. Okay, that's no. We literally. Okay. So we can get to what 10 attack over. Okay, yeah, we can't kill them.
Yeah.
Unless they grief their blocks, but they have no reason to. And we haven't lost the game yet, right?
If we attack, we have.
Yeah, no, I would agree with that. That is a fair point. With the attack, we have lost. Okay, we could throw everything and kill the dragon. Kill one of the dragons.
And then
Die to the other one.
die to the
You
other
know.
one. Yeah.
Okay. No, we can hold on to. We're fine. We're fine. So we throw double absolver, triple absolver
Mhm.
on the naturalist on the left. Kill the dragon. Save the unit.
Oh wait, we only need to double absorb.
Oh, just the one. Yeah.
We can't
save
count.
the cheerleader. Save the world. You know. So I
Mhm.
think we're fine. And they can't. Oh, they can't rally. This rally gives barrier.
Yep.
We hourglass it though. We hourglass it, and we're live.
We can do that.
Okay, so wait, we actually have outs now, right?
Sort of.
Yeah, no, we genuinely
We do.
do have
Yeah,
outs. Like
we do.
we draw like
We have 2 draws. We can go pokey stick
Arsenal.
to the Arsenal.
we run 2 Arsenal.
Yeah, there's some outs. You're right.
Wait, why are we winning this game? Stop it. Stop it. You're not allowed to win this game. We're not allowed to win this game. Come on.
Can
This unit's
technically-
huge, by the way. They can't attack with the dragon.
We can trade it technically, right? No, buffed out.
Depending on top deck.
Talia.
Talia! Yummy!
There's the Yubi break.
I suppose you'll do.
We just absolver it, right? We just say, fuck you, you didn't draw a buff spell. Come on, slam it.
It loses to the. It doesn't lose to the Yumi.
It loses to any buff spell, but they didn't draw one, right?
They didn't draw one. But then how are you killing with Talia? That's the deal.
So opponent doesn't have units, so when you just slam
True.
Talia, they play a cat out.
I don't think it's worth the risk because if it goes
No, you're
wrong-
probably right.
Yeah.
You're
It-
probably right. It's better to just like get Talia out, right? With
Yeah.
absolver backup, because they can't block Talia anyway, right?
Yeah, and they need like concerted strike or something. I think playing into a strike spell, like you're always losing to a strike spell. I think.
Yeah. Yeah.
And
Let's
if
just,
they had a strike spell, they're starting with it, right?
Today, I am.
I dig naturalist. I think it makes a lot of sense to play around like cataclysm, right?
Mhm.
Okay. This is good for us. Potentially in a winnable position against all odds. No concerted strike.
Ooh, that's
off
a
the
good
top.
Bright steel.
Bright steel. We're fine with Bright steel.
Yeah.
Wait, stop it. We're not supposed to win this game. Stop it.
Did Sorry just do it?
Yeah, why not?
They might have done it. We'll have to see. I can't do the math beforehand.
Talia represents 10. She's blocked. She represents 0.
6. Okay, that's dead.
That's
you can't do
dead.
that.
That is Dedge.
That's dead as well.
Dedge. Dedge.
Wait,
Dedge. Dedge.
Sorry.
Dedge. Dedge. Sorry, did it.
Hello?
Oh, what? What?
Hello?
What did we just see?
Okay.
Sorry was absolutely gifted this game by Camilleri.
It comes down to that one turn where instead of pulling with the Pantheon, we went for a scout attack. We gave them the slow speed option to pop the stun landmark. And these stun landmarks have just been absolutely vital throughout the day as we watch Sorry. You talked about how much you love that triple stun landmark, and we see it just pay dividends here as our boy Sorry gets in there with the lethal.
Love to see it. Love to see it. Love to see it. I love it when people do things that validate my card choices, you know?
Yeah.
It makes me feel great.
Based. True.
I
There's
can't
the
do it. I'm not skilled
Absolver.
enough, so I need to rely on other people to do it so that way I can say, see, I was right.
Let's go. Sorry, picking up the win. Pantheon player, take that L. I was wrong. Apparently, you don't need to ban Pantheon. Pantheon's free. Pantheon's free.
Free. So free.
Damn, that's crazy.
Wild.
That's crazy.
I'm still voting for a Pantheon nerf.
Yeah, no, fuck Pantheon, bro.
Yeah.
Also, fuck Sharima.
No. Shurima's
Fuck
base
Sharima.
region. Shurima's
Nerf
region identity
Devout,
is being based.
Nerf Devout, Nerf Hourglass, Nerf Quicksand.
Hourglass
Nerf
probably
Deny.
needs a nerf.
I think Riot Negation should be 5 fucking mana, dude. Honestly, why is it better than Deny? Why
It's
is it
not.
better
You gotta
than Deny?
sacrifice a mana gem.
Yeah, fuck them. They don't care. They played on like turn 8. Who cares about the mana gem?
Come on, bro. It's gonna keep you from getting to your arsenal. You never made that misplay?
No, because I don't play fucking 26.
Not based
No.
enough, I guess. Just trying to
I
play
just- I
Shell
think-
Folk all day.
I think we should throw like 4 nerfs at every region I don't like. That's my opinion.
So what's Freljord getting? They're already kind of in the duds.
Ravine nerf, Lissandra nerf, Thralls to 7/7. That's
Okay. Fantastic.
pretty base, right?
Yeah. Another
Oh,
Pantheon.
also She Who Wanders. Oh my
Oh,
god.
fuck She Who Wanders. I'm here for that. Fuck that card.
How about we make She Who Wanders a 4/4,
A 4/4.
Okay.
Yeah.
and it deletes everything with more or with less attack than it. So you can
Based.
buff it up in deck, right? There's synergy
Fits
there.
with the region
so it
identity.
hits more things, but also you can kill it. You know, that's really what I care about. I want to
Yeah.
fucking kill it.
Yeah, me too. I want to kill it as well. Without having to commit a fucking vengeance or something. I don't play vengeance decks. That's cringe.
Yeah, dude, I play disintegrate decks.
Yeah, true. That's 2 cards, man. I don't want to go 2 cards negative.
We're freeze it. Oh my god, Astral Blancs, stonks through the roof.
Stonks, brother.
Okay, this game though,
Pantheon
Cavallari
versus
back on the Pantheon.
Viego.
Sorry is on the San Diego, which I think is funny. San Diego.
Man, it's really been a day, hasn't it?
Wait, come on, man.
We're getting to the San Diego point. Oh my. Boy, this is a matchup. This is bad for
so
Viego, right?
This is a really funny matchup because it feels like stats-wise, Pantheon should be favored. But
Uh-huh.
every single time that I talk to Viego players, they're like, nah, I win that matchup. Nah, that matchup's good for me. So it's really an interesting matchup
Really?
where everyone just seems to have a different read on it.
I haven't heard that opinion, but I'm interested in the fact that you have. This Saga Seeker just going to go down here. Sorry, going to get to attack in with the Merciless Hunter as well. And even the 2/1 doesn't really care because Camillari's tapped out completely.
Bro, see, this is obviously San Diego player favored. Do you see
Yeah.
this?
Yeah, I'm
They
seeing
just
it.
killed Saga Seeker, dude. Saga Seeker is an unkillable card, and yet mod
got-
check. Where's Saga Seeker?
It got, bro.
It got. All right, we do see another Saga Seeker off the top, though, kind of saving this hand. 'Cause-
Oh, it's going to get marked. It's
Yeah, but-
vulnerable. It's going down.
and you get the cat on it. I don't think you're all that worried about it.
You don't really
It
have
could
a way
matter
to
later
protect it
on,
through
like,
this
you might
open
be able to-
attack.
You might be able to push lethal around it, right? Like that's the big play here.
True. I mean, it's just going down next turn, right?
Cursed relics.
Are you yelling timber?
I hope not.
All right, we see the trade here of the Merciless Hunter for the Mountain Goat.
Viego gonna come down potentially. We may also just see an open attack.
Viego's
Unlikely.
dangerous.
Viego
Dropping Viego here with 0 mana to back it up is like asking for your Viego to die, which I could be okay, right? It could be okay, but still.
just open past, which I like. Let the Pantheon player spend a little bit of mana. Now they've
Yeah,
tapped
emphasis
out.
on a little bit of mana.
They're under the Concerted Strike breakpoint, and that's the big one here for Sorry.
For sure, for sure. All right. And we probably just end round here. I think swinging in is a little bit aggressive, a little bit much. We're happy to just not get Cataclysm this turn, I think. Oh, Vengeance.
That's beautiful.
Oh. Easy clap, bro.
Well, single combat picked up off the top means that Viego's going down.
Okay, well, I mean, it is what it is.
Maybe not. Maybe not.
All right.
I keep seeing Pantheon players make this play where they just cast the one that's seen for Daybreak anyways. Why not just play out a unit or do something else? I guess in this case he kind of had to cast
So we're
it.
pushing damage, right?
Yeah. Here it's fine, but
Yeah.
in other spots.
Why are you flaming, bro? Why you
I'm
gotta
not
hate?
flaming. Holy.
It feels like you just said, I see this play all the time from dog shit Pantheon players.
I'm
That's what
curious about it is
I
what
heard. That's
I'm
what
saying.
I heard, bro.
Okay. Monty toxic. It's okay. I understand.
You know, it is what it is, buddy. A lot of people are toxic. It's not
True.
your fault.
True.
It's
I
kind of your fault.
I
But,
was
you know,
raised this way. My mother did this.
were
My
you
mother
born this way, would you say?
Yeah.
All right, let's go ahead.
suppose.
We have a Merciless Hunter slap down here.
Merciless Hunter, yep, going down on the dragon means that all of these threats from Camillari are going to be able to be pulled either out of the way or into a challenging unit.
Okay.
Hydrovine comes down.
Hydrovine does come down, which is really big. Just continually getting these really big units. The issue is all of this interaction from the side of Camillari, the rally, the concerted strike, the single combat, all are just going to make this so difficult for Sari to actually end up flipping this Viego, especially since we tap below that vengeance, you know. We're representing Hourglass, so we've been representing Hourglass the entire game, but it's rough, right?
With 2 strike spells and only 3 mana, you beat Hourglass. I think you're pretty happy to go in for this play.
Yeah, maybe. Maybe, I can see it,
You can start with a single combat, and then if they respond with whatever they respond with, you just go Concerted Strike over top. Then you're very happy because you're keeping your Saga Seeker alive. Instead, gonna go for the Zenith Blade first. Give this dragon some extra stats, protect it from getting pulled and challenged and whatnot. We'll see if maybe Sari decides to go in with the Hydrovine and try and remove it anyways.
Yeah, it seems unlikely to me that we're going to try and get rid of the Hydrovine. I think that we really want these mists to just get huge and become like efficient blockers.
True.
Later on. Oh, there's the rally.
And this is going to pinch Sari quite a bit.
Is he dreaming or what? With a quicksand here, does end up getting rid of the barrier. So that could be a consideration here, right?
Yeah. It's definitely what we're looking at, because I don't think there's any better options. This might actually have been bad for Camillari, dropping his mana from both the strike spells. By doing this, he can't go around anything. He's in a bad spot. He's not in a bad spot here, but
Hydrovine can eat the 4/6, right?
Yeah.
It's like not losing to anything, I don't think. I'm single, but you know.
It is what it is at that point.
Yeah, this feels like...
Wait. If single comes out here, you quicksand.
Yeah.
And then you're chilling, right? Because you just kill both their units and they have nothing to reset up.
Killing both their units is optimistic. Oh, you mean single from the 11-8?
Yeah.
True. Wait, if they commit single here, that's going to be a huge blunder. Just absolutely getting blown out by the quicksand. Wait, come on. Oh, Camillari! Oh, no!
You can do...
Oh, wait, they keep one of their units.
No, you trade both, right?
Nah, because it's still... Even through the quicksand, you still end up killing the Hydrovine, right? So the dragon's going to stay alive. But losing your 11-8 Saga
is what I meant. You can go after
you
it.
do still have attack token.
You can just bullet here.
You can just kill everything. And you push.
And Viego's flipping?
You flipping. Hello?
What the
Oh no, what just happened?
Bro.
They were so far ahead, but the blowout was just so huge there. The single combat to try and save the dragon. And Camillari is suddenly in a position with no units, just a lonely cat to their name. A dragon coming out on the top.
Sorry with the Darius emote, bro. You can't do him like that.
You can't do him like that. If you Vengeance here, Concerted Strike does still kill Viego. But you have quicksand.
You have quicksand. You're
hey,
mad.
You know what,
chilling. I guess this is why the
know.
Viego players think they win this matchup.
It's so free, homie. It's so
the
free.
freest thing I've ever seen, bro.
What's up with
sad
that?
402. Sorry's like, bro, my phone's gonna die. Please play a little bit faster.
Bro, I'm at 2%. Come on. Okay, we do see that come down. They don't have Overwhelm anymore, right? No more Overwhelm. And it's vulnerable, so they're just going to swing in for lethal. Do you have Judgment? Judgment mod check?
Single combat.
That's right.
Single combat doesn't get there. Even if you can kill the Viego.
Single concerted can both be committed.
Yeah, because they definitely don't have Vengeance in hand.
Nah, definitely not.
Well, they could hit. Okay. They commit both of these. You Vengeance. They get the Pale and draw 3-mana Judgment. Yeah, no, it's looking pretty over. Sorry, able to claw it back. A couple of games that both looked so bad. So
Guiding Touch is not done yet.
A guiding touch,
Runner,
not
runner.
quite gonna be able to make it.
No.
You hate to see it. And sorry, fighting through the bad internet, fighting through that phone battery dying, is able to take down the Master Runeterra GGtoor tournament with a quick 2-0. Well played
Yeah.
to Sorry.
Very, very well
God
played by
damn.
him. Really had a great, fantastic tournament run as well. We saw him take down players like Oe with that deck out against Sundisk. We saw
Oh,
that
yeah.
crafty lethal with the Absolver and Talia Ziggs. Really had a beautiful series of games today. Very well played from Sorry. And a couple of misplays from Camilleri there just kind of did him in.
It's a hard position to be in. It's so difficult. We have face-up hands, right? So we can see that Viego doesn't have an answer to like single plus concerted or something like that, right? But you have to play around all these different lines. It's a big power of Sharima Viego is you have the Hourglass, you have the Deny, you have the Quicksand, you have the Vengeance, you have everything. So at any given point, you can have an answer to almost any situation. And unfortunately, Camilleri just ends up in a bad position and ends up getting blown out. The Vile Feast, just too much. We end up losing a Saga Seeker, and that ends up being game. It was a great series, though. It was a great series.
Very good series. It looks like we might actually be getting Sorry in for an interview.
Oh, yeah?
Would be very, very cool. We'll see if he can join us here. On his phone, I'm assuming.
Yeah. His lineup was basically straight out of last season, right?
Yes.
It was the Viego, it was the Pantheon, it was the Talia Ziggs. It's the, double Sharima plus Pantheon that I think was sort of the base lineup that a lot of people were expecting last season, right?
Yeah. And to be fair, the reason for that is likely that this is his America's account. And given that he's an EMEA player, he probably hasn't been putting the time in to grind it and get the cards and the shards that he needs to craft these newer decks.
For sure.
Very much showing that the meta is still completely wide open, right? I personally thought Talia Ziggs wasn't that great into the current metagame. Sorry says, yeah, no, it's fine. It's fine.
Yeah,
also, you're right.
Really
Minefield,
well.
great card.
Yeah, Minefield did great. And even through really rough hands, right? I think every time that we saw Sorry's Talia Ziggs hand, it's like, oh, wait, what is this? There are no cards, nothing's going right, but
Not
still
doing
able to
anything.
claw out these wins. That's just one of the powers of Talia Ziggs. It just wins games.
Yeah. Sorry will be joining us in just a second here.
But yeah, no, a great lineup, right? It's a very solid lineup and played very well by Sorry, right?
Yeah, I really liked seeing him pilot it all day. I just wish he didn't bring Pantheon. It made it so much less based. This lineup was based because like Viego's kind of cool, Talia Ziggs is kind of cool. Pantheon.
I don't know. How good is
Yo,
Viego?
Sorry!
How cool is Viego?
Good. How are you, friend?
I'm kinda super tired, but I'm fine. I'm doing
I
well.
believe it. Congratulations on your win.
Thank you. I think I missed lethal at the end.
Did
My
you?
last attack. Yeah, when I pulled the dragon thingy on Viego. If I pulled it on the spider, did I have lethal? I think.
I think it was really close. I don't know if you had it, but if you didn't, it was really close.
Probably.
I think you were chilling. I think you were more than okay there. I thought you played very, very well today. We were talking a lot on the broadcast about how bad your Talia Ziggs hands kept looking, though. Was that deck just a letdown for you today? How did you manage to find so many incredible wins with it?
The problem is that this Talia Ziggs is the wrong list. This is the old list from like 2 seasons ago. And I forgot to add Quicksand in it. And like I just played it. Even the Viego is an old list because this is my America's account. The Viego is an old list. Trans 3, Rite of Negation. It's stacked to counter Feel the Rush.
Okay.
2 seasons ago.
Yeah. I mean, you ended up doing very well with the list. We sort of speculated that the reason, this lineup looks like it was straight out of last season, right? We speculated this because it was on the America's account. If you could have brought any lineup, though, do you think that you would have brought a similar lineup, or what were you thinking?
I was gonna bring Viego 100%, and maybe Thralls, and I don't know about the third deck. Like I usually just get stuck on the third deck and just pick something random.
That's fair. That's fair. I think a lot of people experience that. Speaking of Viego, have you seen the new Mono Viego list? How do you feel about that? Do you think it's better than the Sharima version, worse than the Sharima version? I know you've been a long time player of the
The
Sharima
Noxus
Viego.
one?
Yeah. How
I
do you
feel
feel
the
about it?
Noxus one doesn't require too much skills. Like you don't really have any protection tools for your Viego or anything. You just throw in the Viego, you throw in your deserter, and you hope
Yep.
you can win, right? Whereas like the Viego Sharima, you still can do some cute plays with the hourglass and the right of negation and keep protecting your Viego because at the end of the day he is your win condition, right?
But I like killing my opponent. Sorry. What if
Yeah,
that's
but
the
I like
cute plays
having
for me?
fun. I like having fun.
Okay. Okay. That's fair. That's fair. How did you feel about today's tournament run overall? Were you happy with how
uh,
you played?
Yeah, I played okay. I think I didn't play my best, but I played okay. I think like I only struggled against the Euro players really. Like the other players were kind of easy to win against, but
That's because
like
the two of
I
us are up here on the desk.
Yeah, Monty let you have one tournament, you know.
yeah, I matched into Sonic. That was really hard matchup. Matched into who else did I match? I'm pretty sure I
Played
matched into
Oe.
another Oe
Yeah, you
too.
played
Oe
Oe at
was
some point.
the yeah. I'm on a streak with Oe since the season. I will not
Based.
allow him to beat me in a tournament ever again. And I have beat him in 4 tournaments in a row so far, and I'm gonna keep it.
Absolute Giga Chad. Love to hear it. Sorry. We saw that deck out game against the Sun Disc where you just played him all the way to the end. You beat the. You
Actually,
beat.
didn't know he was gonna deck out. I was ready to surrender, to be honest.
Oh, man. Oh, boy. Aikado, I'm all out of questions. Aikado, do you have any more for our guest, our
I think you
champion?
nailed him. Anything else you want to shout out? Sorry, anything you want the viewers to know?
Just play if you wanna like. I get a lot of people that are really scared of tournaments or like call it professional tournaments, and like it's just a community tournament. Like just join, play tournament, have fun, and as you play, you just get better and you get better at the game.
It's true. That's
That's
very
Awesome.
it.
true.
That's it.
Appreciate that. And congratulations again on being able to take this one down. Really well played all day. Congrats, sorry.
Thank you, guys.
All right, ladies, gentlemen, and non binary persons, that's going to be the end of tonight's show. Thank you so much for joining us and sticking through to the end, and we hope you enjoyed it as much as we enjoyed casting it. And once again, thank you to GGtoor, and of course, thank you to our production, Sparkling Iced Tea. He's done a wonderful job bringing us all the stats, keeping us keeping us up to date with all the facts, bearing with us through our extended breaks. Absolute beast of a producer. And thank you, of course, to Aikado for joining me on today's cast. Aikado, do you have any final words to say to our lovely viewers?
I think you nailed it. Appreciate everyone for coming out, hanging out, with us all day as we ramble. And yeah, it was a great time. Thanks for having me.
It was an absolute pleasure. Until next time, we'll see you all. Have fun, good luck, and in your climbs, and enjoy playing the game that we all love so much. Have a